William, an ordinary passerby, once thought he would live a mundane life. However, a letter delivered by an owl transported him to a world of magic. Is the protagonist in danger? William claims there is no time for such concerns. Has Hermione become cunning? Well, what of it? Are Dementors on a rampage? This provides ample material. William never considered himself a mad scientist. He merely regarded himself as an unremarkable, scholarly bystander. Chapter 1. The Owl and the Letter of Admission. William, we plan to go to the seaside for a holiday tomorrow morning. Would you like to join us? Mr. Smith, seated beside William, gently patted his shoulder. The 11-year-old William set his book aside, casting a resigned glance at Mr. Smith. Aware that William did not relish outings, Mr. Smith nonetheless sought his opinion, perhaps to alleviate his own guilt. He vividly recalled the fateful day 9 years past, when, for reasons unknown, they had inadvertently left William behind in a park. At merely 2 years of age, William had managed to find his way back, and Mr. Smith shuddered to think of the ordeal his child must have faced. Although merely an accident, this incident had etched itself deeply in his heart. Yet, this was not the most heart-rending aspect of their child's existence. William Smith had always lacked presence. He had few friends, and even in classes where he had spent considerable time, he remained unnoticed. Concerned that their son might feel sorrow due to this isolation, the Smiths paid particular attention to him. However, this very concern led them to uncover an astonishing secret: their child was not ordinary. One night, Mr. Smith awoke to use the restroom when he suddenly heard an unusual sound emanating from William's room. Instantly alert, he was gripped by fear, unable to fathom what his child might be experiencing. Upon bursting into William's room, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Mrs. Smith, alerted by the noise, hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, she swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. Rose, do not be afraid, he is our child," Mr. Smith reassured his wife with a trembling voice. William floated above his bed, radiating a green luminescence. A strange wind swept through, scattering the objects in the room. Noticing the window ajar, Mr. Smith reacted swiftly, closing it and drawing the curtains. After completing these actions, he leaned against the windowsill, his expression vacant. Thankfully, the turmoil soon subsided, and William returned to his bed, even turning over slightly. Mr. Smith touched his child's face, but his hand quickly recoiled. This was his child, beyond dispute. The couple exchanged a glance, both resolute in their understanding. They decided to keep this child's secret, allowing him to grow up healthy and untroubled. The Smiths hastily tidied William's room before dawn broke. Mr. Smith regained his composure and turned to William, gently saying, "Very well, my child, if you choose not to go, then so be it." Mrs. Smith approached, tenderly ruffling his hair, and reminded him, "William, it's getting late, you ought to retire for the night." "All right, mother." William cherished his solitude at home, while his parents reveled in their excursions. That he relished the peace, for his parents were exceedingly indulgent, and he felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of confronting them. He harbored a secret, one he had never dared to reveal to his parents. In truth, he was a traveler from the 21st century of Huaxia, transported to this time. Beyond the memories that lingered in his mind, he had resided here for 11 years, blessed with loving parents. William sprawled on the sofa, wriggling like a worm, adjusting his body into the most comfortable position. What could have propelled such an ordinary individual into the vibrant tapestry of 1980s England? William pondered this conundrum, yet found no clarity, regardless of how he contemplated it. Nonetheless, he cherished his current life and the warmth of his small abode. Perhaps, in due course, securing a stable job and leading a simple, unassuming life would be quite agreeable. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, drowsiness began to envelop him. He exhaled deeply and prepared to recline on the sofa for slumber. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound of an object striking glass jolted William from his stupor. What could be occurring? He lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and glanced around. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him as he beheld an unimaginable sight. An owl, clutching an envelope. The envelope lay flat on the table, inscribed with his home address and his name as the recipient. He turned the envelope over to reveal a grand capital H, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badgered ah. It truly was the world of Harry Potter, and William found himself momentarily flabbergasted. The owl pecked at his hand with its sharp beak, catching him off guard. "Oh, how foolish of me." He lightly slapped his forehead, stood up, and retrieved some fish treats to offer the owl. Once satiated, the owl flew away contentedly, leaving William alone on the sofa, clutching the envelope. 1991 was this the year the chosen one commenced his education. This timing was decidedly unfriendly, as the Ministry of Magic was embroiled in power struggles, and the Dark Lord was poised to rise again. As for his identitia, mere wizard of Muggle descent, William seemed to hear the melancholic strains of Liang Liang echoing in his mind. Ah, If one must arrive, one must find peace within it. William carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter within. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Smith, we are delighted to inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl's response by July 31 SD. Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall. Respectfully. Aside from this notification, the remainder consists of various attachments. William merely skimmed through them before returning both the documents and the notification back into the envelope. In his previous life, he had perused the novel Harry Potter during his childhood. Though he was quite young at the time, the narrative lingered in his memory. Hogwarts had scarcely known a few years of tranquility. The years when the boy who lived commenced his education were undoubtedly tumultuous. William grimaced, scratching his head, feeling rather troubled. In his recollection, while the magical realm was indeed fascinating, death was not uncommon. Who could assure him that he would not be the next to perish? There were the perpetually grim-faced old bats and the cheerfully buzzing old bees. Each day presented the possibility of being struck by curses emanating from unknown sources. If it were the killing curse, it would mean instant demise. Sighing, he decided to cast aside such thoughts since he was uncertain of what course to take. He would simply let nature take its course. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 3 in the afternoon. The young wizards from Muggle families would have someone to guide them into the magical world. He wondered who it might be. Based on past experiences, the Smiths would generally return by 5 in the afternoon. With nothing to occupy his time, William closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. Chapter 2. Professor McGonagall. William, this is a gift for you. The Smiths had returned, each carrying a number of bags. Mrs. Smith, William's mother, was a gentle and kind-hearted woman. However, one aspect that left William feeling exasperated was her tendency to be a foolish beauty. His greatest fear was the gifts bestowed upon him by Mrs. Smith, which often leaned towards the excessively adorable. Thus, throughout his childhood, William had always selected his own clothing and personal items. In an effort to avoid social embarrassment, he would discreetly store the gifts from Mrs. Smith in the attic after receiving them. Mr. Smith sat on the sofa, observing William with a look that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, a smile occasionally gracing his face. It was only at such moments that he perceived a hint of the childish innocence befitting an 11-year-old in William. Not forgetting his purpose, William presented an envelope to the Smiths after they had rested for a while. He hoped the Smiths wouldn't think he was playing a prank. This envelope had been delivered by an owl at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Smith fell silent. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Mr. Smith, puzzled, rose to his feet and walked to open the door. Good day, sir. Is this the residence of Mr. William Smith? A tall, slender woman wearing glasses and a deep purple robe inquired softly. Indeed, madam. May I ask what brings you to see William? Mr. Smith had never encountered this peculiar woman before. Professor McGonagall, William peered through the gap between Mr. Smith and the doorframe, recognizing the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Forgive my abrupt intrusion. I am Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Hogwarts. Mr. Smith instinctively recalled the letter. Please, come in, Professor. Professor McGonagall nodded and followed Mr. Smith into the house. Please, have a seat, Professor. Mrs. Smith poured a cup of red tea for Professor McGonagall, hoping it would suit her taste. Thank you, Mrs. Smith, Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a nod, gracefully settling onto the sofa and taking a delicate sip of her tea. A school of magic? I apologize, madam, but I have never heard of such an institution. Mr. Smith was reluctant to believe in the existence of this so-called magic professor. That is quite understandable, sir. Magic is indeed enigmatic, Professor McGonagall replied, placing her teacup on the table. She then produced her wand and lightly tapped the rim of the cup. The teacup transformed into a small pink pig, which leapt off the table, scampered around the room, and then returned to the table, reverting to its original form. The Smiths gazed at the spectacle before them, mouths agape in astonishment. Transfiguration, William mused, realizing that magic was both mysterious and wondrous. I trust my eyes are not deceiving me, madam. Mr. Smith sighed in resignation. Please forgive our lack of composure. However, I believe the decision should rest with William, should it not? The Smiths exchanged glances, each able to discern the concerns reflected in the other's eyes. Professor McGonagall understood that a mere letter or the casting of a transfiguration spell would not suffice to persuade the young wizard and his family. She nodded, her cat-like eyes studying William intently. Mr. William Smith, is it not? Indeed, Professor McGonagall. She scrutinized him from head to toe, occasionally pressing her lips together thoughtfully. Sir, did you experience the allure of magic at the tender age of 6 or 8? William felt perplexed. If his memories had not been tampered with, he had no recollection of any magical outbursts. He glanced at the Smiths, only to find Mr. Smith nodding at him. Ah, so it occurred while he was asleep. William was rather laid back, generally devoid of intense emotional fluctuations. Only when he occasionally dreamt of his past life did he feel a sense of confusion and unease. It was entirely normal for young wizards to experience magical surges, which typically stabilized around the age of 17. Mr. William Smith, you may choose to attend Hogwarts or another magical institution to learn how to control your powers. Should you opt not to enter the magical realm, we shall respect your decision. Your magic will not intrude upon your life. After delivering her message, Professor McGonagall settled onto the sofa and awaited a response. Whether there was a choice or not, William was uncertain. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Ministry of Magic had likely been observing him, a mere muggle wizard. The thought of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives filled him with dread. Choosing not to study magic would render him a lamb to the slaughter. The Death Eaters would not care whether he had attended a magical school. William realized he could not base his and his family's safety on the kindness of others. There was no choice. He must learn magic to protect himself and his loved ones. Professor McGonagall, it is an honor to be selected by Hogwarts. McGonagall nodded slightly, welcoming him. Now, I must impart some specific information to you. Once Professor McGonagall departed, Mrs. Smith could no longer contain her emotions and held William close, weeping softly. William gently stroked his mother's back, whispering, "Thank you, Mom. I am fortunate. You and Dad have worked hard all these years." The Smiths must have lived in constant anxiety for so long, unable to share their burdens with anyone. Mr. Smith watched this tender scene unfold, relieved that his son was not a peculiar child. Yet, a wave of helplessness washed over him. The Smiths were not naive and did not believe that the magical world would be entirely benevolent. The wondrous magic often accompanied peril, and neither he nor his wife could foresee what lay ahead for their child. They could only offer silent blessings. The path ahead was for William to traverse alone, and Mr. Smith felt his eyes welling with tears as he gazed at his only 11-year-old son. That night, William lay in bed, gazing at the crescent moon outside his window. Professor McGonagall had refrained from informing them about Voldemort and the Death Eaters' existence. William found it absurd, suspecting that this was the so-called protection that adult wizards extended to young ones. Yet, was this not a manifestation of their arrogance? Tossing and turning, he struggled to reconcile the world he had inhabited for 11 years with the fantastical tales he had read. He had yet to fully grasp the reality of his new circumstances, uncertain whether this time the protagonist is destined for victory, while the Dark Lord faces inevitable demise. He contemplates his own survival. He understands that neither Hogwarts nor any old acquaintance can be relied upon. The supposedly secure Hogwarts is more porous than a sieve, allowing Death Eaters to infiltrate at will, and even the lives of competitors in tournaments are not safeguarded. As the headmaster, it is troubling that he permits outsiders to turn Hogwarts into a chaotic mess. How can one ensure their own safety in such circumstances? These thoughts weigh heavily on William's mind, making sleep elusive. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. William, we must depart now. Mrs. Smith, clad in her attire, urged him forward. Mother, there's no need to rush, William replied, having just finished his breakfast and seated himself, perusing the newspaper delivered that morning. Ever since they learned of William's wizardry, the Smiths had relaxed significantly. He was no longer an enigma to them. He followed them as they prepared to venture to Diagon Alley, and the Smiths appeared more eager than he was. Is this the place? William wondered aloud. His home lay within London, and Mr. Smith's vehicle swiftly approached Charing Cross. Yet he saw no sign of the fabled leaky cauldron. Is it magic? Mr. Smith queried, confident that he had not misremembered Professor McGonagall's words. Indeed, father, the muggle-repelling charm, William explained, noting how the vehicle accelerated away as they approached. They exited the car, with William guiding the Smiths to push open the wooden door of the leaky cauldron. The interior was rather rudimentary, featuring a bar and a few tables. The Smiths noticed several oddly dressed patrons sipping their drinks, casting furtive glances at the three of them. A bald man scrutinized Mr. and Mrs. Smith closely. Would you care for a drink, sir and madam? Old Tom inquired, his wrinkled face forming an unappealing smile. Apologies, but we do not drink, the Smiths replied, their anxiety palpable as they surveyed the surroundings, which seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It appears you require assistance. A young wizard from Hogwarts, I presume a first year? Old Tom finally turned his gaze to William. William, accustomed to such attention, assessed the legendary figure of the Hat King's grandfather. Indeed, he was no ordinary man. Yes, sir. Then, please follow me, Old Tom beckoned. Moving at a slow pace as the trio followed him to a small courtyard behind the bar, he drew his wand and pointed it at a wall. Count 3 bricks up from this rubbish bin, then 2 across, and tap that brick. As his words faded, the wall began to tremble, slowly revealing an archway. May your journey be pleasant, Old Tom remarked, forcing another grim smile, his teeth long since absent. The Smiths exhaled deeply. The experience was overwhelmingly magical and utterly surreal for them. The cobblestone path was lined with peculiar shops, each building exuding an ancient charm. Some establishments sold pets, and William could hear their cries and observe their bizarre appearances. Mr. Smith consulted his notes. Shall we first visit Gringotts to exchange for currency in the Wizarding World? He felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed the occasional wizard passing by. Mr. Smith was still somewhat apprehensive, striving to avert his gaze from them. Following the map, they walked for quite a while until they arrived in front of a white building. It appears we have arrived, Mr. Smith remarked, closing his notebook. Beside the imposing bronze door stood a diminutive goblin, whose unsightly and fearsome visage was accentuated by his large, piercing eyes fixed upon the Smith family. Students of Hogwarts, enter. Yet another attempt to pilfer our galleons, the goblin muttered incessantly, ignoring William and the others. One could exchange £5 for a single galleon, with first-year students permitted to exchange a maximum of 200 galleons. Indeed, William was equally perplexed by the curious exchange rate, 1 galleon for 17 sickles, and 1 sickle for 29 nuts. Mr. Smith retrieved his list and wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow. This so-called wizarding bank resembled more of a promotional front for vault services. He had just managed to extricate himself from the clutches of a persistent goblin. Wands, textbooks, robes, cauldrons. Are we concocting potions? Mr. Smith could not help but remark. Both William and Mrs. Smith chuckled, their spirits considerably lifted from the earlier gloom. The Smiths, along with William, began purchasing items in Diagon Alley, and William gradually became more familiar with the bustling lane. Ollivander's wand shop was quaint and dilapidated, with a window display showcasing a wand of indeterminate material. Inside, the shop was devoid of customers, and William surveyed the numerous shelves laden with small boxes, each likely containing a wand. Good sir, I believe I have not encountered you before. Have you come from another country to procure a wand? A shrewd-looking elderly gentleman appeared at Mr. Smith's side, his expression one of curiosity. Almost all wands wielded by British wizards had passed through his hands, and he had never seen Mr. Smith before. Oh, no, I am merely accompanying William, Mr. Smith replied, somewhat embarrassed. Ah, my apologies, sir. Ollivander turned his gaze toward William. Is this young man a first year at Hogwarts? Yes, it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Ollivander. I am William Smith. What a courteous gentleman you are. Which hand do you favor? My right hand, sir. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Ollivander began to measure William with remarkable speed. Although William was curious, he pondered whether the measurements would remain constant, considering his youthful frame, or perhaps they were measuring proportions instead. Each wand corresponds to a particular wizard, Ollivander intoned mysteriously. Does the wand choose its master, Mr. Ollivander? William inquired, finding the old man's eccentricity intriguing, yet holding a deep respect for this venerable purveyor of magical armaments. A truly astute gentleman, Mr. Smith, Ollivander beamed upon receiving acknowledgement. Well then, Mr. Smith, I believe I have discerned the wand that is meant for you. You are its destined owner. With a spark of inspiration, Ollivander ascended a ladder, rummaging with haste. Let me see. It should be here. Oh, I have found it. Mr. Ollivander placed a somewhat worn box before William. Inside lay a wand of elder wood, a treasure destined only for those of exceptional talent, loyal solely to its master. As William grasped the wand, he felt an extraordinary alignment, as if it were a natural extension of his own hand. A gentle flick unleashed a dazzling light from its tip. Indeed, it was true. Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand from William's grasp, leaving him no time to react, and promptly packed it away. Elder wood, unicorn tail hair, 7 inches in length, a truly perfect combination. 7 galleons, thank you. After Mr. Smith settled the payment, he departed the wand shop with his wife and William. He often found the inhabitants of the magical realm to be rather eccentric, and the thought of his son becoming one of them left him feeling overwhelmed. Mrs. Smith, aware of her husband's musings, found it somewhat amusing. She leaned closer to him, linking her arm with his. William, burdened with a hefty package of books and several bags, trailed behind them, feeling somewhat extraneous. Chapter 4, Platform 9 3/4. William chose not to bring all his belongings home. He only took the wand, a few spell books, and a magical robe. The remaining items would be sent to Hogwarts by owl post after the term commenced. As he held the wand, he could distinctly sense the connection between them, a sensation both mystical and profound. In the realm of ordinary wizards in Britain, a wand is indispensable for casting spells. Yet, William understood that it is the wizard who truly commands the wand. In the days before wands were conceived, wizards, akin to magical creatures, performed their sorcery without any tools. The invention of the wand simplified spellcasting, yet it also contributed to the laziness of wizards. Most British wizards are incapable of casting spells without their wands, and many graduates only master a handful of simple incantations. With a month left of vacation, William felt no urgency to experiment with magic. It was a mysterious art that required a cautious approach. Transfiguration, particularly human transformation, posed significant risks. An unforeseen mishap could result in a permanent alteration. Incantations, too, demand precision. A single mispronounced word could drastically alter the intended meaning. Not to mention potion making, a discipline requiring utmost accuracy. Without guidance or practical experimentation, William was not reckless. He never believed that a single reading would suffice for mastery, nor would he attempt blindly. The tomes he brought home were not all thoroughly read. He merely skimmed through the texts on transfiguration and spells, while committing some potion recipes to memory from the potions textbook, with the rest being a cursory glance. The only book he delved into with true diligence was the history of magic. As a wizard from a Muggle family, his understanding of the magical world was rather limited beyond the narratives of fiction. Lying in bed, William closed his eyes. Reflecting on a month of reading intertwined with the events of novels, he had gleaned much. He had begun to formulate his own hypotheses on how to learn magic. However, validation of these ideas would have to wait until his arrival at Hogwarts. Tomorrow marks the 1st of September, a day when the protagonist shall take center stage. William is poised to witness the splendid drama unfolding between Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Harry Potter. Yet, he ponders the impact of his presence on the narrative. Perhaps he is merely an ordinary bystander? If so, being unnoticed may allow him to survive more easily and protect those he cherishes. Dear Mom and Dad, I shall write to you. The traffic in London is quite congested. Although William's family set off not too late, they arrived at King's Cross station past 10 o'clock. Mrs. Smith embraced William tightly. William, remember what I told you last night, she implored. Mr. Smith gently patted William's shoulder. Do not worry, Dad. William stood before the entrance of Platform 9, clutching a small suitcase. He was in no rush to plunge in. Instead, he patiently awaited a brave soul to test the passage for him. After a brief interval, a peculiar child, pushing a small cart, approached the entrance of Platform 9. The child glanced around, took a deep breath, and with a sudden surge, dashed forward, vanishing from sight. William observed that the passers-by beside him seemed oblivious to this spectacle. And with his own luggage in hand, he too charged forward. John, I have been unable to think of this, Mrs. Smith said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clutched Mr. Smith tightly. Rose, do not fret. William is no ordinary child, is he? Mr. Smith gazed into the direction where William had disappeared. We are but ordinary people, unable to aid William, only hoping for his safety. Rest assured, William is a mature child. He knows what to do, and we need not worry. Mr. Smith comforted his beloved, as if to soothe both her and himself. William opened his eyes to behold an ancient, deep crimson steam train resting at the platform, where numerous wizards had gathered to bid farewell. Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. William silently read the sign. He turned to look back, but saw no trace of the Smiths. Muggles cannot enter Platform 9. From this point onward lies the realm forbidden to them. William surveyed the old platform, recalling how Hogwarts students boarded the train to that mystical castle. He reflected on Mr. Smith's words from the previous night, feeling somewhat resigned yet unable to confide in them. The Smiths were not naive. They understood the inherent dangers. When Professor McGonagall inquired, they still entrusted the decision to him. The magical world harbors too many lunatics, quick to kill or destroy, and one particular old bee dismisses students as mere pawns, allowing even the safest Hogwarts to be infiltrated by a mere troll. William shook his head. This was not his concern. He would simply remain a bystander, observing the unfolding drama. The hour was not too late, and there were still several empty compartments. William chose one that was relatively unoccupied. William set down his suitcase and retrieved a tome on the history of magic, choosing a spot by the window to sit quietly and peruse its pages. Although he had read it numerous times, each exploration unveiled new questions, captivating his attention anew. Potter, Harry Potter. Could it be that the legendary Harry bore a lightning-shaped scar? After an indeterminate period, the train began to stir, and the cacophony of noise jolted William from his profound reverie, causing him to frown in mild displeasure. What a bothersome bunch of wretched little imps. Reluctantly, he closed the book and shut his eyes to regain his composure. Had the protagonist made his entrance? The plot had progressed to the point where Quirrell failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone and returned to teach at Hogwarts. Indeed, later in the narrative. He even entrusted Hagrid with a dragon egg to extract information about the three-headed dog. Hagrid truly had an audacious affinity for all creatures, albeit with a touch of naivety, often believing that his pets were well-behaved, when, in truth, they were not. And that boy, the indomitable savior, could be said to have been the brightest star in the British magical world, at least until the weight of his accolades threatened to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, these children were incredibly raucous during the journey. In times past, a single noisy child in a carriage could leave one's ears ringing. Now, it seemed a veritable chorus of chaos, and it was a wonder that no one had succumbed to a heart attack. It appeared that some soundproofing charms, or even a few hexes might require investigation. William mused mischievously. He had no desire to engage with the savior. What concern was it of his? Chapter 5. Miss Granger. Hello, have you seen a toad? A brown-haired girl peered in, her fluffy hair and large eyes giving her an adorably daft appearance. Old McGonagall always favored that approach, nurturing both scholars and knights to aid the warriors in their quest against the Dark Lord. William assessed the charming Miss Granger before him. she was quite endearing, though he was not inclined towards youthful infatuation. "I haven't seen one. Perhaps it is in your pocket?" he replied with a smile, returning to his book. Such a strange fellow, Hermione thought, casting a glance at William before departing. History was indeed fascinating. William immersed himself in the study of magical lore until he eventually lifted his gaze and rubbed his slightly sore neck. How peculiar. What are they doing here? Hermione Granger was engrossed in a book, while a plump boy appeared to be lost in thought. Noticing William's gaze, Hermione turned to him. "Hello, I'm William Smith," he introduced, extending his right hand, believing himself to be quite well-mannered. "Hermione Granger," she responded, shaking his hand lightly. Neville Longbottom, the somewhat stuttering boy, timidly shook William's hand. "You're correct. Trevor is likely in Neville's pocket," Hermione said excitedly. I'm glad you found him. No need to be nervous, Mr. Longbottom," William gently reassured, observing the crimson hue spreading across Neville's face. "William, are you also a newcomer? Are you a wizard from an ordinary family?" Hermione chattered inquisitively. "Indeed, Miss Granger. I only became aware of the existence of the magical realm a month ago." Hermione glanced at the book in William's hands, History of Magic. "I have memorized it." "Oh, I have memorized all my books. I wonder how difficult it is to get into Hogwarts. I'm so nervous. What if I fail and get expelled?" "That shouldn't happen, right?" Neville added, somewhat apprehensively. William, observing the two children, found their anxiety amusing. "Fear not, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom. There will be no entrance examination." "Are you certain? Really?" "Oh, yes. Professor McGonagall informed me." William had to tell a small fib. Indeed, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's name, Hermione fell silent. She tapped her forehead. "How foolish of me. I should have asked Professor McGonagall. Did you read all the books as well?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Not all, Miss Granger. There are still some I have yet to explore. Personally, I find History of Magic quite captivating. Indeed, the history of magic is immensely intriguing. And William, you may call me Hermione." William closed his book, seemingly unable to continue reading. "Very well, Miss Granger. I concur with your sentiments. Every word in History of Magic holds great interest and depth. Perhaps the history may be condensed into just a few phrases, yet it conceals countless tales beneath the surface. The rise and fall of dynasties, the emergence and passing of great wizards, the evolution of magic. These elements possess profound allure. Hogwarts is not merely a prestigious school of magic. It also boasts an exceptionally rich library. Merely skimming through a single volume of History of Magic may reveal the questions hidden within the text, yet it cannot truly unearth the concealed truths. Thus, we may seek relevant information from other histories of magic. This way, we can comprehend the origins and development of magic while gaining further inspiration. It is essential to recognize that extraordinary wisdom constitutes the greatest wealth. I believe that what Madame Ravenclaw referred to cannot simply be material riches or immense power. In truth, history itself is magical. Words can indeed carry enchantment. Hence, my perspective is to discover, learn, and contemplate from history, thereby forming my own understanding. Such should be the essence of extraordinary wisdom. Perhaps in this process, great wealth will gradually be ours to reap. At first, Hermione could follow along, but soon she became somewhat perplexed, while Neville appeared entirely bewildered, nearly dozing off. Seeing the two children's expressions, William finally felt a sense of joy. Children are most endearing when they are quiet. However, he was not misleading them. The Ancient Runes class at Hogwarts exists to provide students with the opportunity to study ancient scripts. What secrets lie within these ancient artifacts and wondrous magical items? Coming to this world, William would be unsatisfied if he did not uncover this mystery. Extraordinary wisdom constitutes the greatest wealth? Hermione murmured to herself. William gazed at Hermione, a beacon of intelligence and wisdom, yearning for companionship, yet seemingly at a loss in social interactions. Avidly devoted to literature, her intellect was unparalleled, with a remarkable memory capable of retaining entire tomes. How could such an individual find her place within Gryffindor? According to the original text, the Sorting Hat had intended to place Hermione in Ravenclaw, but her admiration for Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall led her to choose Gryffindor instead. Perhaps entry into Gryffindor necessitates courage, yet it appears they truly value the audacity to defy conventions. However, to William, some of Gryffindor's rule-breakers seemed to express a form of release rather than genuine bravery. While they displayed valor in the face of Voldemort, William felt compelled to maintain his distance in matters of friendship. Of course, he possessed a flexible moral compass. He was amiable as long as others did not provoke him. Yet, if wronged, his wrath would be unrelenting. What are you pondering, William? Nothing of significance, Miss Granger. The Hogwarts Express did not provide lunch, and William had forgotten to bring any food. He found the peculiar snacks unpalatable, opting instead for a pumpkin pasty, and, as a gesture of goodwill, purchased a chocolate frog for Neville. As for a certain witch, he also acquired a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as a gift. What flavor is this? Who knows? Each bite is an adventure, is it not? William savored the pumpkin pasty. Yet, Hermione seemed rather unreliable in her demeanor. Ultimately, he never witnessed her consume a bean that tasted of bogies. She discarded her first orange-flavored one, citing the need to limit her sugar intake. William, not one to shy away from a challenge, selected a bean himself, and, to his fortune, it was strawberry-flavored. In the end, it was Neville who devoured all the beans, despite William's attempts to dissuade him, resulting in a fortunate outcome. Observing Neville's expression, William, wishing to convey his apologies, bought him another chocolate frog, ignoring Hermione's disapproving glance. Chapter 6, Hogwarts. The train gradually came to a halt, the outside world shrouded in darkness. Have we arrived? William inquired, peering into the pitch-black window. A whistle sounded, and students began to disembark in succession. First-year students were relieved of the burden of carrying their luggage, as their belongings would be transported to the dormitories by house elves after the sorting ceremony. First years, no need to carry your luggage, come this way. William heard the distinctive booming voice before even stepping off the train. Half-giant. The giant had followed Voldemort, fleeing after his demise. It was indeed magical that Hagrid, a half-giant, could remain at Hogwarts, eventually becoming a professor. However, Hagrid and Voldemort were not without enmity. William followed the first years toward Hagrid, who stood over 3 meters tall, rather short by half-giant standards. Hagrid led the newcomers down a dark path, at the end of which lay a black lake, dotted with a dozen small boats. How enchanting it was, Hogwarts Castle. What secrets might it harbor? William surveyed the castle across the lake, its grandeur accentuated by the shroud of night. Each boat could carry no more than 4 individuals. Hagrid occupied an entire vessel by himself. William, do you know why the first years must embark from this spot? As William listened to a voice that sounded somewhat familiar, he leaned closer, surprised to see her still present. Earlier, the darkness had led him to believe they had become separated. Perhaps it was a matter of tradition. Gazing out over the lake, he pondered aloud. Otherwise, why restrict each boat to 4 passengers? Hermione's eyes lit up as she added, it is said that the 4 founders of Hogwarts also arrived by boat. Indeed. Astute Miss Granger, he replied. You may call me Hermione, she insisted. Very well, Miss Granger. Lower your heads. Hagrid's gruff voice boomed, prompting the young wizards to hastily comply. However, William noticed that not bowing was also an option. Surely Hagrid was not addressing them based on his own stature. Soon, the boats gradually approached the shore, where a narrow path awaited them. Upon reaching the end, William spotted Professor McGonagall standing sternly at the castle's entrance. Thank you for your efforts, Hagrid. I shall take over from here. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Please follow me, she instructed the first years as she led them into the castle. The corridor was lofty, with flaming torches illuminating the stone walls on either side. William, how do we enroll? Someone whispered nervously upon seeing Professor McGonagall. A certain unnamed Miss Granger muttered incessantly. Miss Granger, relax. We are merely here for a duel. A duel? William observed Hermione's astonishment, feeling an impulse to tousle her hair, yet refraining for fear of being perceived as peculiar. Indeed, did you notice the 4 magical creatures illustrated on the back of our acceptance letters? Of course, the Gryffindor lion, the Ravenclaw eagle, the Hufflepuff badger, and the Slytherin serpent. Precisely. Defeating the lion grants entry to Gryffindor, while vanquishing the eagle allows one to join Ravenclaw. Similarly, if you wish to enter Hufflepuff or Slytherin, you must conquer the badger or the serpent. Should you fail, you might be devoured. Is that truly the case? Hermione stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Certainly not, William assured her. What? Hermione scrutinized William's earnest expression, questioning whether she had misheard him. This is a magic school, not a prison. How could one possibly be eaten? No need to be so anxious. Realizing the jest, Hermione retaliated with a swift kick to William before storming off. He watched her retreating figure, reassured by his words yet aware that beneath the castle lay a genuine Slytherin serpent. Professor McGonagall led the first years into a vacant room. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began, pausing for effect before continuing with solemnity. The opening feast is about to commence. I urge you to contemplate which house you wish to join, as you will spend the next 7 years within its confines. Due to certain unfortunate circumstances, I am rather busy, she added, having said little before departing. Once Professor McGonagall departed, the first-year students, who had been holding back their excitement, immediately erupted into a cacophony of chatter. William found the noise rather bothersome and retreated to a quiet corner to await the next event. A hand prodded his arm, prompting him to turn and regard the individual beside him. Miss Granger, is there something you wish to discuss? Are you considering selecting Ravenclaw? Is it that obvious? William inquired, perplexed by her assertion. Why do you ask? Hermione pressed. Isn't it self-evident? In truth, Hufflepuff is the most understated of the houses, yet their exuberance is excessive, and I prefer solitude. Slytherin is out of the question unless one is of pure blood or possesses extraordinary strength to command the respect of the entire house. Gryffindor is merely a raucous assembly of boisterous youths. I would likely find myself exasperated there, particularly given the attention from an errant Professor Lockhart. Ravenclaw, while capable of causing mischief, is less intrusive, aside from that shameless Gilderoy Lockhart. After all, Ravenclaw boasts an abundance of beautiful women. What does that imply? She queried. Among the four houses, Slytherin discriminates against students of Muggle descent. Suddenly, a thought struck William. If someone insults you by calling you a mudblood, you must promptly draw your wand and teach them a lesson. Then report the incident to Professor Snape without elaborating further. Just glare at them while they weep. Mudblood? Yes. I understand that it is among the most vile of slurs aimed at individuals like us. Though, I do not personally feel that way, Hermione responded, nodding with a hint of comprehension. I digress. Allow me to continue. Gryffindor students delight in openly flouting school rules. Their antics are rather excessive. They have a penchant for nighttime escapades, whereas I am accustomed to retiring early. Is that even a valid reason? If William could discern Hermione's thoughts, he would retort in disagreement. How is it not? In my previous life, I happened upon several extraordinary roommates, which led to 4 years of sleeping with earplugs. And Hufflepuff? It simply does not align with my disposition. Hermione pondered quietly. How do you know so much? How do I know? Of course, it is through reading. The majority of wizards in Britain attend Hogwarts, and these matters can be easily inquired about in Diagon Alley. By the way, why were we not informed about the pitfalls of each house before the sorting? Was it intentional? These professors must have rather grandiose hearts. One could argue that a certain errant professor, despite having produced many exceptional wizards and earning the title of the greatest white wizard, is also the most ineffective educator and leader. He threatened Tom with force in his youth, resulting in Tom growing up to conquer others through violence. In attempting to nurture Harry Potter, he jeopardized the lives of all the students and faculty. He abandoned Harry to his aunt's care without a second thought, leading to the boy's maltreatment. His own subordinate, Lupin, served him faithfully, yet remained impoverished even after Voldemort's demise. Of course, such sentiments could never be voiced aloud, lest the fervent supporters of Dumbledore drown him in their spittle. Chapter 7. The Sorting Ceremony. Professor McGonagall returned, leading the first-year students in an orderly procession into the Grand Hall. Inside, long tables were adorned with gleaming cutlery, while floating candles illuminated the entire space. The ceiling was enchanted to be transparent, allowing the attendees to gaze upon the stars twinkling in the night sky. Before the new students, Professor McGonagall placed a stool upon which rested the sorting hat, a tattered relic that appeared in dire need of a wash. Suddenly, a thought struck William, and he hastily covered his ears, resolutely deciding that he must master the silencing charm without delay. Indeed, the sorting hat began to sing in an off-putting tone that beckoned for attention. The seated professors and upperclassmen remained unfazed, while the younger students, even with their ears covered, could not hide the expressions of distress on their faces. Hermione clasped her hands over her ears, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced at William. As if an eternity had passed, the sorting hat finally ceased its performance, seemingly satisfied. Professor McGonagall announced loudly, "Everyone, when I call your name, you shall place the sorting hat upon your head and sit upon the stool." Hannah Abbott, the future proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, still somewhat clumsy in her youth, donned the sorting hat. No sooner had she seated herself than the hat proclaimed in a peculiar tone, "Hufflepuff, Hermione Granger." Hermione cast a nervous glance at William before approaching the sorting hat, placing it upon her head as she sat on the stool. "Oh, let me see, my dear. Though it may be somewhat impolite, you certainly fit the criteria for Ravenclaw, yet it appears you wish to join Gryffindor. Sorting hat, where should I go?" "Oh, my dear lady." The hat spoke within Hermione's mind in an odd tone. "The choice is yours. Perhaps Gryffindor may indeed suit you better. Is it true that both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are from Gryffindor?" "Indeed, my dear. So what shall your choice be?" "I choose Ravenclaw, but I have a condition." To the onlookers, it seemed but a brief exchange between Hermione and the sorting hat. "Ravenclaw?" The hat exclaimed loudly in its peculiar manner, evidently intimidated by the young girl's assertiveness. Ravenclaw's Hermione. Perhaps that is indeed a better fit for her, although she may exhibit some strong-willed traits. She does not seem as out of place as Luna in her original house of Gryffindor. Alas, does Hogwarts harbor so many troubled children? It appears these professors have never truly cared. However, what would become of the wise if the old bee were to flee? William, not foolish enough to meet Dumbledore's gaze, pondered all the heart-wrenching thoughts that came to mind, his eyes fixed intently upon Hermione. Hermione shot him a disdainful glance. The savior and knight were duly sorted into Gryffindor, causing quite a stir. "William Smith." William disdainfully donned the sorting hat. "Sorting hat, when was the last time you had a bath?" "A bath? What is that?" "Oh, Mr. Smith, I sense your disdain." "Indeed, sorting hat. Let me see, Mr. Smith. How do you manage to think of nothing? Is it challenging?" "Sorting hat, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of others prying into my memories." "Oh, my apologies, sir. You are indeed as blunt as that swordsman. It appears your relationship is rather strained." "Sorting hat, just now, Miss Granger, it was you who persuaded to join Ravenclaw, wasn't it?" This insufferable gentleman, You truly ought to be sorted into Slytherin. This lad knows just what to say. Thank you for your flattering words, Sorting Hat. Perhaps you require assistance with your bath. It seems I misjudged. You should be sorted into Azkaban. That is your prerogative. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about the origins of that enigmatic Azkaban, Sorting Hat. You have bested me. Sir, Ravenclaw. William removed his hat and placed it on the stool, while the Sorting Hat turned away, unwilling to gaze at him. William, have you also threatened the Sorting Hat? Hermione exclaimed with excitement. What? Also, has Hermione become somewhat devious? I wonder whom she learned that from. Do tell. How did you threaten it? Miss Granger, do not unjustly tarnish anyone's reputation. However, unbeknownst to William, a triumphant smile had graced Hermione's face. So, you were indeed sorted into Ravenclaw. You cannot escape it, Mr. Smith. She was uncertain if William truly wished to be placed in Ravenclaw. But it wouldn't hurt to intimidate the Sorting Hat a little. Sorting Hat, you are quite perceptive. Little did the Sorting Hat expect to be threatened twice in one day. It seems this year I must compose a melodious song and showcase my vocal talents next year. Professor McGonagall carefully positioned the Sorting Hat, and Dumbledore rose from the staff table, extending his arms to the assembly. Welcome, everyone. Before this feast commences, I wish to utter a few words. You fools. Crybabies. Rascals. Thank you. Is this some peculiar greeting within the magical realm? Hermione questioned, somewhat uncertain. Miss Granger, you are correct. It is indeed a welcome. Truly, you are a master of incitement. But is it appropriate for a headmaster to speak thus? Do eat. We have been waiting far too long. The long table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Regardless of the grease, it had been ages since lunch, and William was absolutely famished. Suddenly, he recalled that Harry Potter had hardly ever partaken in the start-of-term feast and had scarcely enjoyed the festive banquets. Truly, following the protagonist means enduring hunger for days on end. During the banquet, a ghost suddenly materialized at the Gryffindor table. Oh, welcome everyone! It exclaimed while tugging at its own head. The Gryffindor table erupted into chaos. William, what is this? A ghost is a wondrous state of existence. Each house at Hogwarts has its resident ghost. Some even serve as professors. These spirits have long since departed from life, yet they continue to inhabit this world, enduring unspeakable torment. Nevertheless, immortality is a dream for many. William cannot fathom that no one has ever studied it. The secrets of the magical world await our discovery. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Granger? The food that remained on the plates vanished, replaced this time by an array of desserts. What a wondrous magic! Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. William gazed at Hermione, pondering the fact that the delectable fare at Hogwarts was prepared by house elves, and he wondered when she would come to realize this truth. He also questioned whether she might still seek ways to liberate the house elves. However, Hermione was still quite inexperienced. Revealing such matters to her prematurely might not be prudent. Moreover, the house elves would not appreciate her intentions and might even harbor resentment towards her. William wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from courting unnecessary trouble. Perhaps when she eventually discovered the truth, she would be more rational, or perhaps even more cunning. Chapter 8, A Different Granger. As the feast drew to a close, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing all the remaining food on the tables to disappear, restoring tranquility to the Great Hall. He rose and spoke slowly. I believe you have all had your fill. Now, I must share a few important reminders with you. William sensed Dumbledore's gaze frequently darting towards Professor McGonagall. The forest adjacent to the school is off-limits to all students, a fact that should be well known to the upper-year students. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has also asked me to remind you not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. He continued, the tryouts for the Quidditch teams will commence this Tuesday. Interested students may contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must warn you that if you wish to avoid unfortunate incidents and tragic fates, please refrain from approaching the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. After delivering these reminders, Dumbledore's tone brightened considerably. Well then, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. With a gentle flick of his wand, the lyrics began to materialize in the air above the tables. Choose your favorite tune, prepare, and sing. Hogwarts, 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 teach us something, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. A group of exuberant Gryffindors bounced about, producing a cacophony of sounds that tortured the ears, while William merely mouthed the words, blending in. Music is always so delightful. However, before concluding, a reminder must be issued. Nocturnal wanderings are strictly forbidden. Good night, everyone. The professors departed, and the first-year students, under the guidance of their respective prefects, made their way to the common rooms. Hermione poked William. William, Professor Dumbledore surely said that on purpose, didn't he? Noticing William's reaction, Hermione knew she was correct and continued in a hushed voice. Firstly, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the most powerful wizard, if he knows that the corridor on the right of the 4th floor is problematic, why does he not resolve it directly? Furthermore, I just inquired with Prefect Penelope, and the corridor on the right of the 4th floor was not off limits last year. Thus, two possibilities arise. Either that place is particularly dangerous, and Dumbledore cannot address it in a timely manner. However, in such a case, it would be safer because, under normal circumstances, a professor would be on duty to prevent students from approaching. The second possibility is that there is, in fact, no danger present, or rather, no mortal peril. This scenario was orchestrated by Professor Dumbledore to nurture a particular student. Although it remains a possibility, Hermione's tone conveyed a weightier conviction. The most renowned student this year is none other than the boy who lived, Harry Potter, Hermione stated calmly. Is it that obvious? Old B. You've even revealed the savior. William, let us explore the night. What? William gazed at Hermione, scrutinizing her closely. It was indeed Hermione. Yet how could such a notion of nocturnal escapades escape her lips? You mentioned that Gryffindor's hallmark is a penchant for boldly flouting school regulations, alongside a penchant for night excursions. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore's prohibition against night wandering raises significant questions. I believe that for Dumbledore, preventing students from exploring at night would be a trivial task, yet the nocturnal escapades persist. In fact, his very words may have sparked the idea in those who had no prior intention of venturing out at night. Does this imply that in Professor Dumbledore's mind, night excursions are, in some sense, permitted? Listen to me, Miss Granger, do not overthink it. William felt compelled to interject, curbing her fanciful musings. No, William. You must hear me out. Senior Penelope mentioned that being caught during a night outing would result in a deduction of house points. However, even if points are deducted, we can regain them through answering questions in class. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moreover, if we are not caught, wouldn't that mean we won't lose any points? Yet, we must practice the disillusionment charm diligently, otherwise, we risk easy capture. From her eyes, William seemed to discern an ambition to flourish and achieve greatness. He fell into silence, for it was indeed fitting that Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. She possessed a rebellious spirit, setting Snape's robes ablaze, imprisoning the gossiping journalist, and striking Draco Malfoy. He found those instances quite entertaining. Ultimately, Hermione did not drag William into a nocturnal adventure. After hours of travel, she was already quite fatigued. Shortly after arriving at the common room, she retreated to her dormitory for rest. The following day, William awoke early, a habit cultivated over the past decade. The Ravenclaw common room radiated a gentle light blue hue, a soothing atmosphere, and William particularly cherished the books within the room. Good morning, William. Hermione yawned, poured herself a glass of water, and settled onto the sofa. Up so early, Miss Granger? I'm accustomed to it. Hermione surveyed the Ravenclaw common room. Her brown hair was in disarray, although it had been similar the day before. Today it appeared even more unruly, indeed, a wild growth. William observed Hermione's dazed expression with curiosity. In his memories, Hermione was always found in the library. Even when not there, she would be engrossed in a book, never wasting a moment. What troubles you, Miss Granger? Oh, I'm feeling quite sad. William, Hermione sighed deeply. Is it possible that a nearly 12-year-old girl would experience her first menstruation? William was unaware, but the next statement nearly shattered his composure. William, you won't even call me godfather. It struck him as rather peculiar that a 12-year-old girl would watch gangster films. Ah, William, what shall we do about the future? Suddenly, Hermione curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, appearing small and helpless. Yet, William knew she had meticulously planned her future long ago. However, everything she had arranged had now been thrown into disarray. Furthermore, upon entering Hogwarts, she discovered that not everything here was as idyllic as she had imagined. As a muggle-born witch, she felt a sense of inferiority and had not yet found anyone to confide in. Perhaps her stubbornness and desire to showcase herself in novels were merely her means of self-preservation. William could sense her turmoil. When he first traversed into this world, he too felt bewildered and powerless. As long as you don't regret it, Hermione. William was at a loss as to how to comfort this girl who had yet to reach the age of 12. Haha, you fell for my trick, William. Hermione quickly wiped her tears and burst into laughter. You called my name for the first time. However, William failed to notice the fleeting glimmer in her eyes. He clenched his fists, reminding himself to remain calm. After all, she was still a child. Indeed, if he were to confront her, he would wait a few more days. She would turn 12 on September 19th. As long as you don't regret it? Hermione glanced around the Ravenclaw common room, observing the sunlight streaming through the window and a certain flustered individual. No regrets, she softly murmured to herself. Chapter 9, Helena. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts comprised herbology, transfiguration, charms, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts, all of which were compulsory courses. As newcomers, William and his peers also had 2 flying lessons each week. The curfew was set from 10 in the evening until 7 the following morning, a time when certain young witches and wizards indulged in nocturnal adventures. During Quidditch season, which typically commenced on Saturdays in November, the dining hall's hours would be extended accordingly. While eating breakfast, William perused the class schedule, taking his time, savoring each bite. Breakfast at Hogwarts had a flexible timing, generally between 7:30 and 10. However, it was not uncommon for some young witches and wizards to venture to the house elf kitchen for food, as the elves never turned anyone away. After carefully reviewing the schedule, William felt relieved to note that he would only share astronomy class with Gryffindor for 1 hour. Otherwise, he feared that the lessons might devolve into chaos. Especially in potions class with Neville and Gregory, who were akin to dragons and phoenixes in their unpredictability. Mr. Smith, are you reading? Hermione tilted her head, glancing at the cover, which was yet another book on the history of magic. Yes, William replied, unwilling to engage with Hermione at that moment. Today was exceedingly frustrating. The herbology lesson in the morning had been quite ordinary, but the afternoon flying lesson was another matter altogether. William was aware of Hermione's poor flying skills. Yet when class commenced, Hermione managed to fly low, while he felt as though he were being dragged along. Where has Miss Granger gone? William asked nonchalantly, noting that Hermione had mysteriously vanished since their flying lesson, and even during dinner, she was nowhere to be found. It's a secret, Hermione replied, blinking her eyes. For you, she added, gesturing towards the strawberry cake on the table. Who has cake for dinner? He questioned. Are you going to eat it? Of course. Why not? As dusk enveloped the castle, Hogwarts after curfew was often home to a few mischievous spirits wandering the halls, while Filch grumbled alongside Madame Loris, attempting to catch them. After Hermione finished her packed meal and the strawberry cake, she hurried back to her dormitory. In the Ravenclaw common room, William closed the book in his hands and pressed his temples, feeling a bit fatigued. Nevertheless, the effort seemed fruitful. He had identified numerous issues that now required time to piece together. The night in the Ravenclaw common room felt particularly profound. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. Rising to his feet, William gazed at the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the most brilliant witches, was the architect of Hogwarts itself. In her time, this was no mere castle. Its primary function was to serve as a bastion of war. As he contemplated the statue, William felt a connection to the vibrant history it represented. You seem to hold her in high esteem. How could I not? She is a wise and remarkable witch. William replied, as if it were an obvious truth. He looked at the eagle on the crest, such a powerful sorceress. Yet her fate was to succumb to illness. What a tragic irony. He slowly turned to face the particularly tall ghost. Good evening, lovely lady. It is an honor to meet you. I am William Smith. He extended his right hand. Referring to her as Lady Grey felt like an affront. William was not so inconsiderate. Helena had been murdered by the bloodthirsty Baron. Love unreturned, fate indifferent. William struggled to navigate the complexities of this tale of vendetta, but that did not deter him from wishing to address her as anything but Lady Grey. They all call me Lady Grey, Helena remarked softly, and William sensed her discontent. She disregarded his outstretched hand. I apologize, my lady, if I have stirred painful memories. William did not feel embarrassed as he withdrew his hand and placed it in his pocket. Painful? I don't know. Perhaps it ought to be. Helena seemed to recall something. Unwilling to pursue the topic further, she looked at the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, speaking as if to William, yet also seemingly to herself. I made a mistake, and this is my punishment. For foolish reasons, I became a disgraced thief, yet she never blamed me. She wanted me to return, but I refused her for the sake of my deluded pride. In the end, I perished, and so did she. However, I am a weak person. I lacked the courage to move forward and became a ghost. William remained silent, fully aware that words were unnecessary. Helena shook her head. It was evident that you possess great intellect, truly befitting a Ravenclaw. Thank you for the compliment, my dear lady, William replied, placing his right hand before him and slightly bowing. Helena glanced at William, hesitating to speak. I suppose Mr. Smith would hardly find the leisure to converse with a ghost who has lingered for who knows how long. Would he? Why not? William countered, shaking his head and stretching lazily. Engaging in conversation with a beautiful lady is always delightful, especially one as learned as yourself, he added. Mr. Smith, has anyone told you that you are quite charming? Helena observed him quietly. However, I must disappoint you. I have been deceived once before. To trust such words again would render me a fool. Is it Tom? William shook his head and extended his right hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. The lovely Helena Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw? She had not heard that name in ages, and, almost instinctively, she reached out to shake William's hand. How do you know my name? Helena did not object, her tone devoid of inflection. William felt the chill of her ghostly hand, yet he masked his reaction. Such a beautiful name is not easily forgotten, is it? Helena, esteemed Ravenclaw, he remarked. Helena was among the first students of Ravenclaw, personally instructed by the lady herself. William regarded his subject. Oh no, the beautiful Helena Ravenclaw. A ghost, indeed, one who had endured for a millennium. This thought stirred excitement within him, though he maintained his composure. Not wanting to reveal his fervor, he was in no rush. Helena studied William, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Was he yet another silver-tongued deceiver? She could not tell. Yet, what more could she possibly lose? Chapter 10, The Room of Requirement. The conversation between William and Helena was neither exceptionally good nor bad. As darkness deepened, they bid each other farewell. William reflected on the day's peculiarities. Strange Hermione, the chance encounter with Helena. Did Voldemort's Horcrux still reside in the Room of Requirement? William wished to disregard Voldemort, yet he felt a twinge of regret and curiosity regarding the diadem. What enchantments had Lady Ravenclaw woven into the diadem to enhance wisdom? He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Professor Sprout's lesson on herbology had been thorough, and William had gleaned much knowledge. Yet, at present, he was incapable of casting even a single spell. Hermione's self-study progress was also painfully slow, for self-learning was fraught with peril, requiring utmost caution to avoid self-harm. At this, William smiled. Had he not just encountered Helena, an exceptional Ravenclaw graduate, capable of guiding both himself and Hermione? Moreover, having Helena as a mentor was far preferable to seeking a professor's guidance, as they would never teach young witches and wizards those dangerous spells. It is essential for William to maintain a good rapport with Helena, although this may seem somewhat utilitarian. He, being a person with a flexible moral compass, does not dwell too much on it. Of course, while William's ethical boundaries may be pliable, he would never stoop to committing any despicable acts that would harm others. Thus, in the past few days, William has led a fulfilling life, attending classes, reading, chatting with Helena in the evenings, and practicing magic. However, he finds it peculiar that he has not encountered Hermione as presence these past few days. "Shoo, William, come here," Hermione whispered, beckoning him into a corner. Curiously, he inquired, "What is it, Miss Granger?" "William, meet me in the common room at 10 tonight. We are going on a night adventure," Hermione said with an air of mystery. "Miss Granger," William began, but she swiftly interrupted. "Please, let me finish. I've discovered an intriguing place." "An intriguing place?" William's mind began to speculate. "Very well, Miss Granger. I shall be there on time." He then turned to Helena. "I apologize, but I cannot chat with you tonight." Helena, who was also acquainted with Hermione, having received guidance from her, had developed a pleasant relationship with her. "Are you two going on a date?" Helena joked. In recent days, after interacting with William and Hermione, Helena had lowered her guard around them and occasionally indulged in light-hearted banter. "No, not at all. We are merely going on a night adventure," Hermione replied, slightly flustered. As if the night outing was hardly better than a date. "Do not be so anxious. I am not one of those professors," Helena reassured, genuinely fond of the bright and kind-hearted girl before her. As Helena regarded Hermione and William with an ant-like smile, even William, known for his boldness, felt a hint of shyness. Cautiously, Hermione led William to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, feeling a twinge of nervousness since the headmaster's office was located there. During the day, she had refrained from bringing William, fearing an encounter with Professor Dumbledore or other faculty members. After a considerable while, they arrived before the tapestry depicting the troll's defeat by the hapless Barnabas. Could it be the Room of Requirement? The existence of the Room of Requirement was not a secret within Hogwarts. While William was not surprised that Hermione had located it, he was intrigued by her motivation for bringing him here at such a late hour. He observed as Hermione paced back and forth 3 times, and soon a smooth door materialized in the wall. "Quickly, William," Hermione urged in a hushed tone as she pulled him inside. Upon entering, William was greeted by a vast expanse of lush grass beneath his feet, soft and inviting. He scanned the surroundings and noticed 2 flying broomsticks resting nearby. Hermione dashed over, mounted one of the brooms, and with a swift push of her feet, soared into the air, her laughter ringing out, clear and joyous. Indeed, the determined Hermione had been practicing her flying here these past few days. William watched her agile form with a sense of admiration. As Hermione gently descended on her broom before him, a rosy hue graced her cheeks, and beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead. "Here lies the Room of Requirement." Hermione gazed around, continuing, "I was merely seeking a space to practice flying, and it has transformed into this." Her tone carried a hint of pride. "It was Penelope who informed you, wasn't he it?" William unflinchingly exposed Hermione. Perhaps it was their shared background as witches from Muggle families, or their kind and beautiful natures. But William knew the bond between them was strong. He reflected on how much Hermione had changed. Her warmth, cheerfulness, and kindness had flourished, and she no longer felt the need to showcase herself. Yet, he discovered that she still relished in showing off, particularly in his presence. William surveyed the Room of Requirement, a truly enchanting place, where the Marauder's map could not reveal its secrets. He harbored doubts about whether he was still within Hogwarts, pondering if the room was an alternative key that had transported him here. Otherwise, how could such a space accommodate so many rooms? It could only be accessed according to one's needs, suggesting it could not possibly consist of just a few chambers. However, this was merely William's conjecture. Perhaps Helena had insights into these mysteries, given that Lady Ravenclaw was the architect of this castle. The more he considered this, the more he realized the limitations of his own knowledge and the admirable wisdom of Lady Ravenclaw. No wonder Helena had always lived in her shadow. If one were to constantly compare themselves to such a figure, William mused. He might find himself even less worthy than Helena. Hermione had not forgotten William, who was struggling at the bottom of the flying class. She produced her own compiled techniques to guide him. William practiced clumsily, tumbling repeatedly. It was no surprise the ground felt so soft. It seemed Hermione had also fallen often during her own practice. Nevertheless, out of respect for her earnest instruction, William held his tongue, allowing her some dignity, despite the fact that her pride was already modest in his eyes. Time passed, and both William and Hermione lay exhausted upon the soft, inviting grass, inhaling the scent of fresh greenery. "William, how do you find this place?" she asked. "Indeed, Miss Granger. We must credit Penelope. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" she teased. "What say you, Miss Granger?" The fragrance of the grass seemed to alleviate their physical fatigue as they surrendered to slumber. Chapter 11. William's Transformation. Could I truly be mistaken? William murmured to himself. Hermione cast a concerned glance at him, noticing his frequent distraction over the past few days. "William, what troubles you?" she inquired softly, nudging his shoulder. My apologies, Miss Granger," William responded, snapping back to reality. "What is it? You seem lost in thought. Has something occurred?" Hermione probed gently. William stared blankly at her, remaining silent. "William? Oh, it's nothing, I'm fine." He rose slowly, making his way back to the dormitory. Late at night, in the Ravenclaw common room, William sat quietly upon the sofa. "Helena, did I truly err?" William's tone bore a hint of distress. "Do you recall the words I uttered upon our initial meeting?" Helena replied softly. "I remarked how astute you are. Truly befitting of a Ravenclaw. The virtues of a Ravenclaw are evident, yet their flaws can be quite perilous." "Flaws?" William inquired. "Indeed, extreme arrogance and prejudice," Helena observed, gazing at William. "I trust you comprehend my meaning." "Yes, self-important, believing oneself to be a transcendent being, dismissing this and that due to familiarity with the narrative. But should it truly be so? Is one inherently superior to others?" "You are in turmoil, William, or perhaps reluctant to acknowledge it," Helena noted, her eyes surveying the dimly lit lounge. With a deep sigh, William lamented, "What am I to do now, Helena?" Helena shook her head. "You are a deeply conflicted individual, polite and warm, yet exuding an aloofness as if your kindness is a mere faade. William, do you realize how hurtful this is?" "Hurtful?" he echoed. "Indeed, you have wounded little Hermione. Though she appears cheerful every day, the child is quite perceptive. She senses the detachment emanating from your very soul." "Is that so?" William pondered, bewildered. "But why?" It is because she is a character from a book. No matter how much you suppress it, you tend to view others from a godlike perspective. Subconsciously, you might even regard this world as an illusion, considering Hermione and Helena as mere constructs of data. You have never truly immersed yourself in this realm. William, do you have individuals you cherish? Of course, my beloved Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the clever and kind Hermione, and the proud yet gentle Helena. Then, are you willing to part with them? William shook his head. However, only by genuinely engaging with them can they reciprocate your sincerity. Otherwise, they will drift away. Helena paused. "William, perhaps you should inquire within yourself whether what you hold on to truly matters." "Does it matter?" William mused, gazing at the soft moonlight in the common room. "Is this world real or not? No, it is of no consequence. To have those I cherish and to be cherished in return, that is sufficient." It seemed as though William had cast off a heavy burden. His body felt lighter, and even his magical essence began to stir. "I am genuinely curious. What tribulations have led the proud Mr. Smith to feel such distress?" Helena inquired, waiting for William's emotions to stabilize. William appeared somewhat bashful, yet this was hardly a matter of shame. "I once arrogantly believed that the current practices of the magical realm were fundamentally flawed. Hence, I intended to analyze the approaches of historical figures, synthesizing their deeds to forge my own path. However, I failed. I scrutinized the representatives of various eras and examined their legacies. I naively believed that merely connecting them would yield great success, only to find myself inundated with trivial gossip instead. It was merely that he had just ventured into the realm of magic and, due to his awareness of the narrative, assumed that everyone else was similarly enlightened, thereby convincing himself that his life must surely surpass that of others. Yet, this is a case of lofty aspirations juxtaposed with fragile existence." Helena chuckled unkindly. "So, you have been engrossed in the history of magic? Have you discerned who is entangled with whom? Do share your insights." "Helena, please stop. I am almost overwhelmed with shame." William lamented, scratching his head in distress. Helena regarded the boy before her, whose maturity belied his years, and could not help but softly remark, "William, do you know why Hogwarts offers astronomy as a subject? Is it to learn divination?" he ventured. She shook her head. "That is one aspect. But divination heavily relies on innate talent, and many find it difficult to excel in that field." "Then why?" "Because, in comparison to the vastness of the cosmos, both muggles and wizards alike are but insignificant specks. William, you must understand that without acknowledging your own insignificance, how can you truly cultivate a genuine desire for knowledge?" With an inflated sense of self and inadequate skills, how can one hope to grow? An inflated sense of self? It indeed seemed that way. He had been preoccupied with what he assumed to be correct, dismissing basic spells while being unable to master the more complex ones. By using a mirror of bronze, one can correct one's attire. By using history as a mirror, one can discern the rise and fall of powers. However, merely reflecting on history is insufficient. True strength requires continuous accumulation of knowledge through research and discovery. In the annals of magical history, which formidable wizard was not also a true scholar? Even Salazar Slytherin, the progenitor of dark wizards, devised numerous curses and bred serpents only after extensive experimentation. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck William, as if lightning had struck his mind. Experimentation. He felt a surge of excitement, his eyes beginning to gleam with fervor. Hermione, I apologize for causing you concern, he said, turning to the anxious girl before him. What is wrong? What has happened? Nothing. I have merely come to some realizations. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, he had traversed into this world. He ought to embrace it. Could he continue to view himself as an outsider? That would be utterly presumptuous. Your magic. There was still some residual turbulence within him. Never mind, it's trivial. Hermione, hurry. I am on the verge of starvation. I haven't properly eaten in days. Oh, all right. Hermione suddenly froze. William, what did you just say? I said I am starving. No, what did you just call me? Hermione, what else would I call you? We are so familiar now. Would you prefer I address you as Miss Granger? Yet you were so cheerful when you called me before. I was mistaken. Let us go. If we delay further, there will be nothing left to eat. It has long since vanished. What happened? Did it disappear so quickly? Oh, right, it is the dead of night. What shall we do? Endure hunger. You seem too robust to perish. Do not be so heartless. Hermione ultimately presented a neatly packaged dinner. After all, she could not bear to see someone go hungry. Chapter 12, Confession. Since his last conversation with Helena, William had endeavored to immerse himself in this world. Although he remained somewhat distant from others, he had lowered his guard with those familiar to him, engaging with them sincerely. This, however, led Hermione to regard him with increasing indifference. Mr. Smith, have you stopped reading? William sighed. Ever since he ceased to address Hermione as Miss Granger, she had adopted this rather sarcastic tone. I'm taking a break from it for a few days. You seem quite lively. What are you adjusting for, Mr. Smith? Patience. After all, I brought this upon myself. Very well, William, accompany me for a stroll. Ultimately, Hermione remained a kind-hearted girl. In the room of requirement, William and Hermione soared rapidly on their flying broomsticks, often visiting this sanctuary to unwind, free from any disturbances. William, have you abandoned your studies in magical history? Hermione scrutinized his face, attempting to discern if he was jesting. Not anymore, William replied, slowing his speed to match hers. I was rather extreme before. Hermione exhaled deeply. It wouldn't be fair to say that. I was quite extreme myself. Before coming to Hogwarts, I excelled academically but had no friends. I believed that by becoming even more accomplished, friendships would naturally follow. The outcome was, as you can imagine, rather evident. Hermione spoke calmly, devoid of distress or sorrow, possessing a perspective of acceptance. Since you've been researching for so long, have you discovered anything noteworthy? Hermione recalled Helena teasing William. All right, Hermione. Since William seems unperturbed, I shall share some intriguing tidbits. Be cautious. Based on my findings, we may face considerable danger in the coming years. William regarded Hermione with a serious expression. Despite the fact that Hermione did not perish in the novel, this was the real world. The possibility of her demise was something William could not fathom. What might occur? Hermione's demeanor turned serious as well. Are you familiar with Tom Riddle? Hermione shook her head. After careful consideration, William resolved to reveal certain truths to Hermione. This brings us to a dark wizard named Hellbow, who invented numerous curses and successfully created the basilisk. Basilisk? Is that the serpent from the Bible? Indeed, as terrifying as the accounts in the Bible describe. Moreover, it can be controlled by speaking Parseltongue. Hermione, do you know why the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent? Could it be? Indeed, Slytherins can also speak Parseltongue, a trait passed down through generations. It is highly likely that Slytherin is a descendant of Hellbow. However, the most sinister aspect is Hellbow's Horcruxes. Horcruxes? These are objects in which a piece of one's soul is stored through the act of murder, effectively splitting one's essence. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, the individual shall not perish. Will the descendants of Helga Hufflepuff inherit the methods for crafting Horcruxes and hatching serpents? If so, the illustrious Hogwarts, hailed as the safest haven in England, would become exceedingly perilous. However, considering that Salazar Slytherin was a dark wizard, why did he collaborate with the other three wizards to establish Hogwarts? Hermione, you must understand, it is not magic that is inherently malevolent, but rather humanity itself. Although Slytherin was a dark wizard, their conflict stemmed merely from differing ideologies. The true embodiment of evil lies within his progeny, Tom Riddle, the so-called Dark Lord. Hermione was taken aback. Tom Riddle's childhood was marked by profound tragedy. His mother, the eldest daughter of the Gaunt family, ensnared a handsome Muggle neighbor through the use of love potions. Tom was taken in by an orphanage, where he endured a wretched existence. Albus Dumbledore brought him to Hogwarts. Yet he unearthed the Chamber of Secrets, established by his ancestor Slytherin, and inherited its dark legacy. In the decade following his graduation, he delved into the study and invention of dark magic, amassing a following. Growing weary of his former name, he rechristened himself as Voldemort and instigated the Wizarding War. The subsequent events are well known to you. William gazed at Hermione, whose expression was one of disbelief, and added, "Hermione, do you truly believe he has perished? You mean the Horcrux? Indeed, he has not died." Tom Riddle once sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor, but Dumbledore declined his application. Since then, none who have held that post have survived a full year. If he has placed a curse upon that position, it should have dissipated upon his death. Yet, the curse remains intact. What of Dumbledore? Hermione inquired. Perhaps he sensed the potential for Riddle's return, which is why he is nurturing Harry Potter. Him? Hermione questioned. Though she had not paid particular attention to Harry lately, the days had passed, and he did not appear as exceptional as everyone believed. Thus, she found it hard to accept he could vanquish the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had faith in Trelawney's prophecy, which stated that only Harry Potter could defeat Voldemort. Furthermore, Harry himself was a Horcrux, a remnant left within him on the fateful night of Voldemort's demise. William, Hermione nearly lost control of her broomstick. Does Professor Dumbledore know? William shook his head. That is beyond my knowledge. Then we must inform Dumbledore at once. Hermione, listen to me. It would be futile. We cannot even explain how we acquired this information. At this moment, Dumbledore is focused solely on Harry Potter's development. Everything else is mere minutiae. He scarcely even regards his own life. How can that be? How can it not? William observed Hermione's faith teetering on the brink of collapse, but chose to withhold his feelings, preferring to endure the pain briefly rather than suffer long. The bond between Dumbledore and Grindelwald was not simply one of camaraderie. Their shared ambition was the subjugation of Muggles. Had it not been for the guilt stemming from the accidental death of his sister, he would have continued to pursue power. Otherwise, he might become a Dark Lord, rendering the Wizarding World of England even more perilous. William gazed at Hermione, a pang of compassion surging within him. To be candid, Dumbledore is a profoundly intricate individual, and I am not in a position to comment on his virtues and vices. However, one truth I hold dear is that we must not entrust our fates to others. Sharing these matters with you may seem somewhat cruel, yet they are fraught with danger. If we do not take precautions, it could spell our demise. Perhaps even that of our parents. William, allow me a moment of quiet reflection. The two fell into silence. I trust you are not deceiving me. But how do you possess such intricate knowledge? These matters cannot possibly be documented, can they? Prophecies. Hermione regarded William, and after a prolonged silence, she nodded. Yes, I believe you. Chapter 13, Hermione's birthday. Hogwarts remained tranquil, devoid of any significant events involving the protagonists. William and Hermione were basking in the sun on the vast lawn by the Black Lake. Hermione seemed to be fervently practicing magic these days, making swift progress under Helena's guidance. While Hermione could endure the exertion, William was less certain of his own stamina. He was determined to persuade Hermione to take a break. Otherwise, she would surely exhaust herself. Another reason for this insistence was that today marked Hermione's birthday. William made his way to the Great Hall, descending the staircase that led to the Hufflepuff basement. In the underground corridor, he encountered a painting of a bowl of fruit adorning the wall. He reached out and touched one of the pears. To his surprise, the pear chuckled, transforming into a green handle. Grasping it, William pulled open the door. The Hogwarts kitchen was vast, nearly as expansive as the Great Hall itself. In the center of the kitchen stood 4 long tables, positioned identically to those above. The house elves utilized these tables to convey food to the dining hall above. Hogwarts boasted over 100 house elves, descendants of those who had served the school a millennium prior. William observed them, their diminutive frames wrapped in tea towels emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Good sir, may I inquire what you require? A beaming house elf asked. The house elves of Hogwarts truly regarded the castle as their home, residing directly in the kitchen. When intruders approached, they would unhesitatingly defend their sanctuary. I beg your pardon. May I have use of the kitchen? William responded with politeness. After her transfiguration class, Hermione had not seen William again, and a sense of melancholy settled over her. She refrained from visiting the library, instead sitting quietly in the common room, attempting to read a book but finding it impossible to focus. Happy birthday, Hermione. A beautiful girl, around 16 years old, with long, curly brown hair, gently embraced Hermione. Thank you, senior. Hermione accepted the gift, a delicate hairpin. Where has your little boyfriend run off to? Dear Hermione, Penelope inquired, puzzled. I don't know. We are merely friends. Hermione retorted, realizing the misunderstanding. Indeed, they were merely acquaintances. Penelope cast a knowing glance at Hermione. signaling that her ordinary friend had arrived. Hermione promptly picked up the book she had just set down, adopting a serious demeanor. Penelope stifled a laugh and discreetly took her leave. "Why aren't you at the library today?" William inquired, tilting his head to observe the book in Hermione's hands. Noting that she was holding it upside down. "Where did everyone disappear to after class? May I extend an invitation to this lovely lady for a brief outing?" William settled beside her, pouring himself a cup of red tea. "No, thank you. I need to study," Hermione replied. "Is that so? Then I shall not press further," William said, preparing to rise. "Actually, it wouldn't be out of the question, William," Hermione asserted, firmly placing her hand on his arm, her eyes conveying a playful threat. "My dear lady, please take a seat," he urged, as the sky remained dimly lit at 7 o'clock. William guided Hermione out of the castle and onto the sun-drenched lawn where they had basked earlier that morning. However, now an elegant little dining table adorned with candles and a sumptuous array of food awaited them. "Happy birthday, Miss Granger," he declared. Hermione graciously nodded. "Thank you very much, Mr. Smith." She took a sip of the butterbeer before her eyes sparkling at the discovery of ginger ale mixed in. As she surveyed the delightful spread, she noted that everything was to her taste. "Shall we dine first or indulge in cake?" William asked. "Let us dine first, William. You've put in so much effort," Hermione replied, easily discerning that he had prepared all of this himself. Yet, as she ate, tears began to fall. "I knew you were missing home, Hermione. So I made a few comfort dishes, hoping they would suit your palate," he said gently. "Just average," she said, dabbing at her tears. Once they had feasted, the two reclined on the grass. "Ah, I am so full," Hermione exclaimed, disregarding her composure as she rubbed her belly. "It's your fault. All that talk about the Dark Lord had me anxious and longing for home." William wisely chose not to engage with that topic. "Do you remember the constellations we studied in astronomy class?" he remarked, gazing up at the star-studded night sky. Hermione simply closed her eyes. "I don't know. I don't want to think. I'm too full to engage my mind." William regarded Hermione, who was on the verge of slumber, with a mix of affection and exasperation. "Those aren't stars. They are merely fireflies," he mused, rubbing his weary eyes. "Did you return from your outing?" Helena observed them, her expression revealing surprise. "I thought you wouldn't make it tonight." Having just tidied the table, William was drawn by Hermione into the common room to consult Helena for guidance. In her words, "Since we know what lies ahead, we must not become complacent. Let us practice diligently for future endeavors. Indeed, let us stir up some excitement," William echoed, though he was uncertain about what that entailed. What could possibly go awry? He sighed, resigned. "Oh well, let us hope it doesn't turn out to be a delightful surprise." Life was filled with activity, exhausting yet joyful. While William reveled in his happiness, not everyone shared in his delight. Draco Malfoy from Slytherin issued a challenge to Harry from Gryffindor, only to fail to show up, leading to an announcement to Filch. As a result, they were caught on the spot, along with Ron and Neville, who often forgot the entrance password. Consequently, the next day, Gryffindor was penalized 150 points, leaving their points hourglass nearly empty. Harry Potter's aura was swiftly extinguished, and Ron dared not venture outside, with Neville being the most innocent among them. However, Harry remained the most composed among the group, having grown accustomed to being targeted by Snape. Nevertheless, Wood was dissatisfied and roused Harry early for training. To secure the House Cup, they needed to widen the score gap and capture the Golden Snitch. As for points gained from classes, apologies, but this group of lions had never considered such a notion. Yet, William only noticed Gryffindor's points being reset to 0, disregarding everything else. How could they claim to be Gryffindor without deductions? The more points, the more deductions. Regardless, the point-gathering enthusiasts would eventually regain their points, leading to Gryffindor triumphing in the House Cup, while Slytherin would lament finishing second by a mere point or two. William could even predict the lines at that moment with considerable accuracy. Moreover, his schedule was packed full by Hermione, leaving little time to meddle in others' affairs. Chapter 14, Halloween Night. There are no useless spells, only wizards who do not understand how to wield them. Helena floated in the air, guiding William and Hermione. After more than a month of training, both William and Hermione had become quite proficient in many spells. However, mastery alone did not suffice. Extensive combat training was required to effectively cast spells in real situations. Disarm. William's wand emitted a red beam of light, but veered off course. Stiffening. Almost simultaneously, Hermione's spell shot forth, forcing William to dodge to the side. Petrificus Totalis. Tarantaligra. The two disregarded the specific spells, hurling them at one another while evading attacks. If not for the occasional glow from their wands, one might think William and Hermione were akin to two untamed monkeys, jumping about. Helena was not disheartened. It was commendable that they could cast spells while dodging during their first combat training. In fact, both William and Hermione exhibited a fair degree of stability, quickly adjusting despite occasional mistakes. Wizards do not operate on a mana system. As long as their physical and mental reserves are sufficient, they can continuously cast spells. Hence, they They were untroubled by any fear of magical exhaustion. However, after battling for over 10 minutes, their movements noticeably slowed. Stupefy. Their wands emitted red beams simultaneously. Due to fatigue, Hermione failed to react in time. Although William did, it was too late to evade. Ultimately, Hermione's wand was knocked away, and William's body suddenly froze, collapsing swiftly. It seems I have won, Mr. Smith. Hermione gleefully danced to retrieve her wand. You just wait. William ignored her and soon succumbed to slumber. Quickly revive. Although the coma curse is not fatal, Hermione felt it was inappropriate to leave someone lying on the ground. However, she noticed that William did not get up. William, please rise, she urged, her anxiety mounting. She shook him, but he remained unresponsive, causing her panic to intensify. William, everyone is petrified. Suddenly, Hermione's body froze, and William sprang to his feet. Hermione, this is what we call deception in battle. Hermione chose to ignore him. Stupefy. To avoid being attacked, William quickly dispelled the petrification spell. All right, next time I shall bind you before lifting the spell, William. Though William was somewhat shameless, Hermione recognized her own oversight. Yet, she couldn't help but scold him silently in her mind countless times. After resting for over 10 minutes, the two resumed their training. Helena quietly noted their mistakes during the exercise. Huff, huff. William felt as though his lungs might burst. This training not only required casting spells, but also demanded immense energy and stamina to evade attacks. Moreover, evading consumed far more energy than casting. Hermione was not faring much better. Her brown hair was more tousled, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. It seems you have both identified the issue at hand. Helena floated before them, emphasizing the importance of mental and physical stamina for wizards. William nodded, already aware of their significance and usually attentive to his training. However, the recent session revealed that his efforts had yielded minimal results. But how could one enhance stamina and mental fortitude? Hermione articulated this query for William. Training, extensive training. Helena replied succinctly. As your body adapts to the casting of spells during training, it can significantly reduce the time required to cast. As for more advanced spellcasting techniques, Helena cast a glance at both of them. Do not even consider that for now. For the time being, becoming familiar with your spells and mastering quick casting will suffice for your training. Moreover, learning advanced techniques is far more challenging and can easily lead to confusion in chaotic situations, resulting in unsuccessful spellcasting. Helena felt compelled to clarify, for both of them were quite tenacious in their pursuits. William, will there really be a troll tonight? Hermione stretched lazily. Indeed, a grand spectacle awaits us this evening. William replied, surveying the great hall. Enormous pumpkin heads floated above. William found it puzzling. Hogwarts had ghosts, yet they still celebrated Halloween? Wouldn't it be more effective to simply frighten with the ghosts? Nevertheless, the students seemed more preoccupied with the lavish feast laid out before them. Professor Quirrell, wearing a turban and exuding a strong scent of garlic, rushed into the great hall in a flustered state. William had never attended Professor Quirrell's classes, as he deemed it unnecessary to waste time on theatrics involving Voldemort. Notably, Hermione was no longer the obedient student she once was. At times, her truancy surpassed even William's. A troll has invaded the dungeons of the castle. After making this alarming announcement, Professor Quirrell unexpectedly fainted. Professor Quirrell's sudden intrusion, particularly following his utterances, incited a wave of unrest among the students. Silence, please. Head students, escort your respective houses back to the common room. Dumbledore's voice resonated in every ear, swiftly quelling the turmoil as the head students organized their peers. Severus, would you kindly attend to Professor Quirrell? Snape merely scoffed, offering no objection. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, discreetly slipping away from the Gryffindor ranks. Hermione unexpectedly followed suit. What is happening? William had thought today was merely a spectator's affair. Now, he found himself unable to retreat, as Hermione persistently gestured for him to follow. Stealthily, Harry and Ron advanced, with Hermione and William cautiously trailing behind at a distance. William recognized that it was not the moment for conversation and acquiesced to Hermione's lead. Suddenly, an enormous creature, towering over 3 meters, rounded the corner. Its skin was a dark hue, its physique robust, yet its head appeared disproportionately small. Even from afar, William and Hermione detected a foul stench. Harry and Ron swiftly concealed themselves. Once the creature had passed, they intended to pursue it. Stupefy. Upon Hermione brandishing her wand, William discerned her intentions, and they both lowered their voices to cast their spells in unison. Look, William pointed ahead. Harry and Ron lay on the ground, slumbering. He surmised their repose was hardly comfortable. It's for the troll. Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination. After our extensive practice, it is time for a real encounter. With a resigned sigh, William hoisted Harry and Ron, depositing them into an adjacent empty classroom. Chapter 15, Capturing the Troll. William voiced no dissent, for he too felt an exhilarating eagerness, and he held a keen interest in trolls. Trolls lacked magical prowess, Yet their skin was remarkably tough and displayed a degree of magical immunity. Hermione fixated on the troll, and upon William's emergence, she brandished her wand and charged towards the beast. Stupefy. A hint of fear flickered in Hermione's eyes as she confronted the towering creature, yet she steeled herself, cautiously attempting a spell. The incantation struck the troll, but its effect was negligible, as the creature's skin resisted magic. Undeterred, Hermione ventured another attempt with a stunning spell. This time, the troll merely staggered. William. The troll is not entirely immune to magic. William nodded, recognizing the vulnerability. It was time to overwhelm it. He swiftly cast a slipping charm. Although the troll was resistant to magic, the ground was not. The earth before the troll became slick, and its diminutive brain struggled to process the sudden change. The troll attempted to rise but could not regain its footing. In a fit of rage, it flailed about with a club, smashing indiscriminately. William and Hermione exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in William's eyes. Indeed, Hermione grasped the implication. Quickly shrink it. The two individuals, devoid of any sense of honor, would not let such an excellent opportunity slip by. They unleashed their shrinking curse upon the troll without hesitation. There was no need for them to aim, as it presented itself as a colossal, immobile target. Although the troll was immune to many spells, sheer quantity proved to be effective. Eventually, several spells took hold, and the troll was reduced to the size of a thumb. Hermione dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the troll crashing against the wall, unconscious. William and Hermione collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of energy, their hearts racing with exhilaration. William, that was incredibly thrilling, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with newfound possibilities. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron stirred from their stupor, sitting on the floor in a daze, still trying to comprehend the rapid sequence of events. Upon reaching the dungeons, the professors found no trace of the troll and had to split up to search. Oh my goodness! Professor McGonagall exclaimed as she noticed the disheveled corridor ahead and hurried forward. There, Harry and Ron sat before a filthy troll club, rubbing their heads. Upon inspection, McGonagall noted that their injuries were not due to a spell, as both boys had lumps forming on the back of their heads. Minerva. I believe they have driven away the troll, haven't they? Dumbledore appeared beside her, though concern etched on his face. However, this is exceedingly dangerous, McGonagall responded, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly exuding anger. Other professors soon gathered, observing the situation silently, their expressions betraying their concern. William and Hermione quickly returned to the Ravenclaw common room. While some were curious about their late return, the duo skillfully deflected inquiries with excuses. They settled into a corner, unable to conceal their excitement. After hastily gulping down some water, almost choking in the process, William remarked, Mr. Smith, I didn't realize you had such a mischievous side. Miss Granger. The feeling is mutual, she replied. William rubbed his wrist, sore from the exertion. After dispelling the enchantment on Harry and Ron, he had struck them gently with the troll club to allow them to rest a bit longer. The club was so unwieldy that his hands ached. Next time. It will be easier once I get used to it. After curfew at 10 o'clock, the two stealthily exited the Ravenclaw common room. Their use of the disillusionment charm was still quite clumsy, so they chose to venture out when the corridors were less populated. On the 8th floor, they approached the room of requirement. William and Hermione gathered around a table, observing the troll trapped within a glass jar, continuously banging against the walls. Now shrunk. It appeared adorably grotesque, its strength significantly diminished. Somehow, they had procured lab coats. William donned a mask and grasped a sharp scalpel, glancing at Hermione beside him. Nurse Granger. Are you ready? Of course, Dr. Smith. The helpless troll remained oblivious to the fate that awaited it. The following morning's breakfast saw Harry and Ron heralded as heroes of Gryffindor. Even Percy, who had always held a disdainful view of Ron, found himself frequently boasting to others about their exploits. The points awarded to the house were modest. Professor McGonagall deemed their confrontation with the troll too perilous, granting Gryffindor only 10 points. Yet, this was sufficient to incite jubilant cheers from the pride of little lions. Only the two scapegoats felt a sense of bewilderment. Had they truly banished the troll? They gingerly touched the back of their heads, wincing as pain shot through them. They had both slept in a prone position the previous night. William and Hermione bore dark circles beneath their eyes. What is it with you two? Penelope inquired curiously from her seat beside them. Oh, nothing, just a bit frightened by the troll, Hermione yawned, naturally omitting the fact that they had spent the entire night studying the creature. It was indeed quite terrifying. Who would have imagined that such dangerous magical beings could infiltrate Hogwarts Castle? Penelope harbored no suspicions. However, there was no need for excessive concern. The professors had searched the castle thoroughly and found no trace of the troll, likely having retreated into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid and the professors had also intensified patrols around the forest perimeter. Although the troll was not found, several Gryffindor students out past curfew were apprehended. Nonetheless, the young witches and wizards were indeed impressive, having managed to drive away even a troll. Penelope observed Harry and Ron surrounded by their Gryffindor peers. William and Hermione, however, paid little heed to the commotion, their thoughts consumed by their studies of the troll. The creature's skin was remarkably tough, rendering sharp instruments nearly ineffective. William had already ruined several scalpels. Through experimentation, he had concluded that while the troll's skin exhibited some resistance to magic, its effectiveness was rather poor. If it was not the skin, then what could it be? They had yet to determine that. Moreover, one troll was hardly sufficient. After a single experiment, a troll would require time to recuperate. If only there were another. He suddenly recalled that Quirrell seemed to have another troll. However, that was far too dangerous, as that troll resided in the underground chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Not to mention Quirrell, Professor Dumbledore would undoubtedly keep a close watch on it. Even Nicholas Flamel might be present. He was no ordinary elderly gentleman, but an alchemist who had lived for over 600 years. Although he had not intervened for 2 centuries, it was undeniable that he was one of the most formidable and perilous individuals. William quickly dismissed this line of thought. Chapter 16, The Christmas Holidays. William lounged on the lawn, letting out a long yawn. Today marked the day of the Quidditch match, and most professors and students had flocked to the Quidditch pitch. William was indifferent to all of it, preferring instead to bask in the sun. The weather in November had gradually turned cooler, hovering around 10 degrees Celsius during the day and dipping below 5 at night. Although Hogwarts Castle maintained a constant temperature charm, William still felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, he sensed a lack of motivation. Hermione lay beside him, her eyes closed. After more than a month of research, and with Helena's assistance, they had finally unraveled the mystery behind the troll's immunity to magic. This phenomenon arises from a unique magical circuit within the giant's body. Through this circuit, the giant is able to dispel curses. However, this magical circuit is fraught with drawbacks. It renders the giant incapable of casting spells, forcing it to rely solely on brute strength. Additionally, this apparatus adversely affects intelligence, often leading to irritability. Most importantly, the activation of this magical circuit necessitates the expenditure of life force. Nevertheless, this did not entirely dampen the spirits of William and Hermione, as they were able to glean some inspiration from it. Indeed, it was the selfless sacrifice of the giant that allowed William to discover the need for life force expenditure. In subsequent experiments, the giant was already on the brink of death, unaware that its life force was being depleted. Each time the giant withstood a curse's damage, it grew increasingly weak. Regrettably, William and Hermione realized this too late. The giant had fallen completely silent. At that moment, they were deeply saddened, shedding tears akin to crocodiles. Nonetheless, this marked another form of the giant's demise, albeit one that seemed rather unjust. In a gesture of humanitarianism, William and Hermione sought a picturesque location to give the giant a proper burial. Although rice is not a staple in England, in mourning for the giant, they partook of 3 bowls of rice each. After the research concluded, William suddenly relaxed, exclaiming, "I've eaten so much that I've gained several pounds." Hermione complained. Despite their unwavering diligence in spell practice and combat training, the abrupt cessation of their previous busyness left them feeling aimless. William found himself in such a predicament, pondering what amusement to seek. Oh no, what important task must be accomplished? It appeared he must once again focus on the beloved protagonist. Today, December 8th, marked the day that Snape was engulfed in flames. Flames? Who was it that set Snape ablaze? William gazed at the indolent figure sprawled before him, seemingly unmotivated to move, and sighed. Suddenly, his curiosity piqued. If Snape had not been set on fire, would the scene have been even more intriguing? Come, let us go watch the spectacle. William urged Hermione toward the Quidditch pitch. Hey, William, don't be so hasty. An unusual scene unfolded at the Quidditch pitch. Harry Potter soared through the air on his broomstick. However, his movements were rather peculiar. He gripped the broom tightly, swaying left and right in a rhythmic manner. Was Harry performing a tap dance? Lee Jordan instinctively uttered this thought, only to receive a disapproving glare from Professor McGonagall. This time, he refrained from jesting and covered his mouth. Professor McGonagall recognized that the broom was malfunctioning, yet during the match, it could not be replaced. Nevertheless, the spectators present heard Lee's comment and turned their attention to Harry. Well, there was no turning back now. The image of Harry dancing in their minds was indelible. When William and Hermione arrived, they were greeted by this bizarre spectacle. Indeed, seated in the stands, Chilo and the standing Snape both murmured incantations. William instinctively grasped his wand, pondering whether to conjure a fiery socket devoid of a nose or ignite a bat. However, before he could decide, a Slytherin seeker seized the golden snitch, thereby concluding the match. Professor McGonagall swiftly mounted her broom to rescue Harry. William tightened his grip on his wand, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, witnessing Harry's exhilarating display of agility rejuvenated his spirits. On December 22nd, Hogwarts commenced its Christmas holiday, and naturally, William and Hermione prepared to return home. Nevertheless, the two would be parting ways with Helena for 2 weeks, a prospect they both found disheartening. Yet, neither mentioned this rather gloomy subject. As the Hogwarts Express halted at the platform, William and Hermione cast a wistful glance back towards the majestic Hogwarts castle, a sense of melancholy enveloping them. Come on, Hermione. The train is about to depart. Hermione nodded in agreement and followed suit. With a mournful whistle, the train gradually commenced its journey. In the Ravenclaw common room, Helena gazed out the window at the train disappearing into the distance. Will they not bid farewell? She mused. When they return, training will need to be intensified. Achoo! Have you all caught a cold? Penelope inquired curiously of William and Hermione. William waved his hand dismissively, responding, I doubt it. Perhaps someone is simply concerned for us. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. Hermione, William, Penelope introduced a woman with black hair and yellow-tinged skin. Hello, I am Cho Chong. Greetings, Hermione Granger. William Smith. He replied, gently shaking Cho's hand while discreetly assessing her. How to put it? One could only say that the aesthetic sensibilities of the British differed somewhat from those of the Chinese. While Cho was undeniably pleasant to behold and quite charming, she did not possess the extraordinary beauty often depicted in novels. Why is my focus on this? William was startled. After all, he was an adult. He certainly did not have a penchant for young girls. Oh wait, Cho is already 12. Thus, he was not drawn to Lolas either. William found himself perplexed by his own thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, while he pondered, his gaze remained fixed upon Cho. Hermione, observing William, wore a gentle smile. William, are you unwell? You seem lost in thought. Is your spirit low? Oh no, I mean yes. William snapped back to reality, realizing he might not have rested well the previous night. What a pity, William. If we were still at school, we could have sought Madame Pomfrey's assistance. But fret not. My parents are doctors, and you are welcome to visit my home. Aren't they dentists? Dentists are doctors too. Well, then, that sounds fine. William rubbed his nose, relieved that Hermione was quick-witted. Otherwise, he might have been misjudged as a pervert. Unbeknownst to him, both Penelope and Cho wore expressions of amusement as they watched the two. Chapter 17, Hermione's Invitation. The train gradually rolled into King's Cross Station, and the eager little wizards hastily gathered their belongings, rushing towards the exit. Farewell, Senior. Farewell, Autumn. Hermione and William bid adieu to Penelope and Autumn. Must we also take our leave? William glanced at Hermione. After they exited the platform, William spotted the Smiths waiting for him by the roadside. William, please wait a moment. The Grangers had also been there for some time. Hermione dashed towards the Granger couple, and they embraced warmly for a considerable while. The trio exchanged conversation, occasionally glancing at William, who instinctively straightened his posture. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind his actions. William, the Smiths approached him, enveloping him in their embrace. Having not seen them for quite some time, William too missed the Smiths dearly. Who was that person just now? Mrs. Smith appeared quite intrigued. Hermione Granger, a dear friend of mine, William replied. Is she like us? I mean, are her family members ordinary as well? Mr. Smith inquired. Indeed. Just then, Hermione and the Granger couple arrived. Greetings, Wendell Granger, sir. Oh, hello. I am John Smith, a pleasure to meet you. And I am Rose Smith. The Smiths and the Grangers engaged in conversation. Hermione, what is it? Well, my parents would like to invite your family to visit us after Christmas. If you are free on Christmas Day. Hermione seemed somewhat distracted. Perhaps a tad nervous. Christmas at her home typically involved just her father, and her mother. Though our family is also 3 members. I shall need to consult my parents. Before William could finish his thought, Mr. Smith's voice reached his ears. That is fine. Of course, we would be delighted, Mr. Granger. Mr. Smith and Mr. Granger shared a hearty laugh. Is that so? What do you mean by that? William, perplexed, was led away by Mr. Smith. Goodbye, William. See you tomorrow. Oh wait. Father, what exactly did you discuss? Didn't that little girl tell you? We are going to their house to celebrate Christmas. And the turkey? What about our turkey? Is there a chance that I did not make a reservation? Do you really expect me to believe that, Father? No reservation means no reservation. Mr. Smith's tone was resolute. Canceling a reservation was, after all, tantamount to not having one. So what time do we rise? How do we get there? Naturally, I will drive. Rest assured, you will have ample time to sleep tonight. Are you certain? Mrs. Smith observed the playful banter between the father and son with a gentle smile. William returned to a home he had left for over 3 months, feeling as if he had stepped into a different world. Unlike the ancient castle of Hogwarts, William's home was simple yet warm. There is no place like home, he thought, as he set down his suitcase and lay on his bed. William, come for dinner. Soon, Mrs. Smith's voice echoed from downstairs. All right, mother. Hermione's home was a considerable distance from London, requiring a 4-hour journey. Hermione sat in her family car, cheerfully humming a little tune. Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged a glance and chuckled softly. Hermione, are you friends with William? Mr. Granger inquired. Of course, Dad, she replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Mrs. Granger's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. That's wonderful, Mr. Granger added, feeling a surge of happiness. "What's wrong, Dad?" Hermione asked from the back seat, unable to see her parents' expressions. "Oh, nothing, just a bit joyful," he answered, pleased that his daughter had finally made a friend and had returned home much more obedient. Yet, he couldn't shake off a slight reluctance when he thought of that young boy. Why not a girl? Was he good to his daughter? Well, all right then, Hermione thought, unaware of the extent of her father's musings. "William, are you up?" Mrs. Smith called. "Yes, Mom," came the sleepy reply. Since the journey from London to Manchester would take over 4 hours, the Smith family decided to set off at 6 in the morning to avoid peak traffic. However, William, just back from his trip, was still adjusting and groggily got up. This dreadful distance. Next time, I must learn apparition, he lamented. Recognizing the convenience of magic at times, he recalled a previous outing when the Smiths almost left him behind. William's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, sure enough. The sound of the car starting echoed from downstairs. He dashed down, only to see the car driving away. "Dad, is this your idea of avoiding traffic?" The vehicle crawled like a snail. Mr. Smith felt a bit embarrassed. It was already prone to congestion, especially with Christmas approaching. However, he did manage to return after half an hour upon realizing William wasn't in the car, which he considered a small victory. Yet, when they finally set off again, they hit the peak hour. By 4 in the afternoon at the Granger residence, Mr. Granger apologized. "Sorry for the delay, we encountered some traffic." They were over 3 hours late compared to their earlier arrangement. "Not to worry, my friend. Just in time for afternoon tea. Everyone, come in for a meal, Mr. Granger welcomed the Smith family inside. Hermione looked at William with a questioning expression. William blinked and gestured that they would talk later. Afternoon tea, which was essentially lunch, turned out to be a delightful affair for both families. After the meal, while the adults chatted downstairs, William and Hermione retreated upstairs. Under Hermione's inquisitive gaze, William reluctantly recounted the morning's mishaps. "Ha!" Hermione burst into laughter, rolling on the floor, completely shedding her demure facade. How childish, William thought, oblivious to the fact that Hermione was also just over 12 years old. Although the Smith family arrived later than expected, the Grangers had already prepared the supplies needed for the coming days. All they needed to do was give everything a good clean. As William observed the adults engaged in conversation and the busy Hermione, he suddenly felt that a life devoid of the Wizarding World and Voldemort could be quite pleasant. Ordinary people have their joys, just as wizards have theirs. William, an individual of such unremarkable ordinariness, harbored little desire beyond the pursuit of a tranquil and uneventful life. In contemplating this, one might justifiably curse Voldemort. It was the sense of urgency he instilled that stifled William's inclination to simply lie back and relax. Nevertheless, Voldemort was a distant concern, and soon Hermione returned to direct him towards his tasks once more. William set aside his melancholic musings and resumed his role as a diligent worker. Why was magic prohibited outside the school? Chapter 18, Christmas. After dinner, William found himself struggling against drowsiness. Having risen early that morning and endured a lengthy journey, fatigue overwhelmed him post-meal. The 4 adults exchanged glances, communicating silently without uttering a word. Mrs. Granger was aware that Hermione had awakened early that day. After finishing her breakfast, she had perched herself in the attic, awaiting someone's arrival. However, as the appointed hour of 1 o'clock arrived without him, Hermione's face betrayed her disappointment as she continued to wait. It was not until 4 o'clock, upon seeing the Smith family's vehicle arrive, that her spirits lifted. Yet, upon his arrival, William remained drowsy and distracted. Succumbing to slumber once more, the adults refrained from speaking, wary of inadvertently causing offense. Hermione felt a pang of sympathy for William. She led him to the guest room upstairs, preparing a bed for him. The 4 adults tiptoed to the staircase, feigning conversation while keenly eavesdropping. "What are you up to, Mom and Dad?" Hermione inquired, glancing down the stairs with curiosity. "Oh, nothing much. Your Uncle Smith was just remarking on how lovely the staircase and this layout are," came the response. "Indeed, look at this arc, this aesthetic. I must contact the designer to have our home done similarly." Though Hermione remained slightly skeptical, she chose to remain silent on the matter and prepared to retire upstairs herself. The adults breathed a collective sigh of relief and resumed their discussion. It was evident to them that the 2 children were both rather lonely souls, and they hoped they might find solace in one another. Still, Mr. Granger felt a lingering sense of discontent. The following morning, William rose early, as they planned to go shopping that day. "Good morning, William." "Good morning, Mrs. Granger." "Good morning, Mom." Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Smith were busy preparing breakfast, while Mr. Granger and Mr. Smith had stepped out to clean the car, intending to drive into the city center. "William, breakfast will take a little longer. I'll go fetch Hermione," Mrs. Granger whispered before ascending the stairs. "All right, Mrs. Granger." William picked up a newspaper, scanning it for useful information. Yet, he was aware that a momentous event would unfold the following day. Hermione descended the stairs, clad in a brown pajamas, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "William, good morning." "Good morning. Did you not sleep well?" William inquired, puzzled. Hermione pouted, reluctant to engage in conversation. You seem to sleep quite soundly. After the two had finished their ablutions, Mr. Granger and Mr. Smith had yet to return. They gathered around the advent calendar. Hermione, what does your advent calendar contain? How should I know? It certainly doesn't have chocolate, Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that the child of a dentist was deprived of the delights of sweets. Not necessarily, Hermione. Take a closer look, Mrs. Granger's voice chimed in from behind. Chocolate advent calendar. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. I think you should have known that yesterday, Mr. Granger's somewhat forlorn voice floated in from outside. Their daughter had been utterly distracted the previous day, all thanks to that little rascal. Mr. Granger occasionally cast glances at William. Not bad. He bears a resemblance to my youthful self. William and Hermione selected some Christmas gifts at the market. Upon returning home, they wrote cards and entrusted them to the owl that had flown in from the post office, instructing it to deliver them to their senior, Penelope. In the afternoon, they collectively erected and adorned the Christmas tree. As evening approached, they began preparations for the Christmas dinner, which included roasted turkey, ham, roasted potatoes, Christmas pudding, and eggnog. William looked at his parents. Just look at this. He felt as though the Christmases he had experienced over the past 11 years had been mere facades. This is quite extravagant. Merry Christmas. Everyone raised their glasses. Of course, William and Hermione were drinking juice. They chatted eagerly while dining, looking forward to the new year. In the Ravenclaw common room of Hogwarts Castle, Helena sat comfortably on the sofa. An owl flew in, clutching a card in its beak. The card was laid upon the table, and after a prolonged gaze, it gradually vanished. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Helena's lips. The following morning, several gift boxes adorned William's windowsill, with a few owls flitting about outside. Hermione knocked on William's door, and together they began to unwrap the gifts. The Grangers had gifted Hermione a dental care set and a brown sweater. They presented William with Scottish biscuits and a box of handmade chocolate-covered nuts. What on earth is my father thinking? Hermione pondered, examining the dental care set and the chocolate-covered nuts in William's hands. Mr. Granger's preferential treatment left her feeling quite perplexed. The Smiths gifted Hermione an exquisitely crafted botanical book along with a delightful teddy bear. William knew immediately who had sent that teddy bear. They had given William a finely textured fountain pen and a pair of charming woolen socks. William opened Hermione's gift box, revealing a blue scarf. He wrapped it around his neck to test it, finding it exceedingly comfortable. William, what is this? Hermione also opened the gift William had given her, which was a coin. One side of the coin was smooth, while the other bore Hermione's likeness, adorned with a purple butterfly. This is a magical coin. William cast a quick glance at the object, upon which a transformation spell had been placed. He then produced a magical coin. Its reverse side adorned with his likeness and a purple butterfly. By merely holding it, and silently contemplating the intended message, the words would emerge on both coins. As he spoke, he demonstrated this process. Hermione observed closely, noting that both coins displayed the words Merry Christmas. However, the inscription on her coin appeared in a brown hue, while William's was in gray. Did Helena teach you how to do this? Indeed, communication devices are ineffective at Hogwarts, making contact quite challenging, so I sought Helena's guidance. Well, I really like it. Hermione's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. The butterfly coin? She pondered. Seizing the coin from William's hand, she exclaimed, shouldn't this be a gift for me? This coin bore William's visage. I'll return the other one tomorrow. Though their circle of friends was small, they had received a few gifts. William and Hermione reciprocated with replies, entrusting an owl that had come to deliver the gifts to return them. Within the castle, Helena felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the moment William presented the coin. Chapter 19, Special Training. In their studies of trolls, William and Hermione discovered that trolls possessed magical circuits capable of rendering them immune to spells, albeit with certain flaws. This led them to ponder whether wizards might also have similar magical circuits. If such circuits existed, understanding why wizards could not achieve immunity to spells would be imperative. One possibility was that a node within the magical circuit was malfunctioning, thereby preventing its efficacy. This would necessitate repairing the node before mitigating or eliminating negative effects, as otherwise, the repercussions for wizards could be dire. Conversely, if wizards lacked these magical circuits altogether, they might attempt to replicate them. If they could successfully create such a circuit and refine it, perhaps they could attach it to a wizard, granting them immunity to spells. However, the complexity of the undertaking was immense, requiring substantial knowledge and experimentation to yield any viable results. Given their current capabilities, even with Helena's assistance, William and Hermione recognized that they could not accomplish this endeavor. They temporarily set these thoughts aside, yet this did not prevent them from allowing their minds to wander further. For instance, ever since Hermione had instinctively kicked during the troll capture, she felt that physical prowess was far more effective than wielding a wand. Should they ultimately discover a method for spell immunity, rushing toward an adversary to deliver a punch would be far more efficient. Even without such a breakthrough, Closing the distance during duels and delivering a kick before the opponent could cast a spell seemed more advantageous than evasive maneuvers. Upon returning to the realm of ordinary people, Hermione's enthusiasm became insatiable. Following Christmas, she immersed herself within the confines of the combat club. Thanks to her relentless training sessions with William during the previous semester, her physical conditioning had significantly improved. Moreover, the magical essence transforms the bodies of wizards, and after a brief period of training, Hermione made remarkable progress. With a swift turn and a flying kick, she sent her sparring partner flying over 3 meters, leaving her increasingly unimpressed. The instructor had grown accustomed to her prowess. At first, he merely regarded her as a playful 12-year-old girl. However, to his astonishment, her physical capabilities were extraordinary, and within days, her training partners transitioned from females to males. Now, barely a week had passed, and seasoned fighters with 2 to 3 years of experience found themselves no match for her. If given a little more time, one could only imagine the extent of her prowess. Fortunately, she would be attending school the following day, sparing the instructor from further confrontations with her. This revelation left him with a bemused expression, as if to say, "It's not that I cannot defeat you. I simply have to go to school, dear girl." After Christmas, William returned to London and commenced his own training. During his studies of spells, he became acutely aware of the flow of magic within him, particularly when in a heightened state of concentration. He diligently recorded the movements of his magical energy, instinctively applying this knowledge when casting spells, thereby enhancing his proficiency. Yet, the question loomed: how could he perceive the flow of magic within him more distinctly? It required an even greater focus of the mind. William recalled the concept of meditation from his previous life, though it seemed somewhat unscientific given the existence of spells. What was science anyway? Through meditation, William gradually emptied his mind, his breathing acquiring an extraordinary rhythm. After several days of effort, he found he could perceive the magic within him with greater clarity, even exerting slight influence over it to better suit his needs. "William, look over here," Hermione called joyfully, waving at him. Today marked the end of the Christmas holiday. They had bid farewell to their parents and boarded the Hogwarts Express. "Do you notice any changes in me?" Hermione asked playfully. William scrutinized her closely. You're starting to grow up. Yet, you still remain a little brat. I can sense that you've become significantly stronger," he remarked sincerely. "Are you afraid?" she teased. "Who? You? Ha, little brat. Just you wait." Indeed, their banter proved to be addictive, serving as a means to vent their frustrations from training. Unbeknownst to them, they had both managed to release the pent-up irritation of those days. "Ouch, that hurts. You're not playing fair," William exclaimed as Hermione pinned him to the ground. He had not anticipated that their duel would commence with her delivering a swift kick, followed by a well-timed petrifying charm. William was swiftly subdued, and fearing his escape, Hermione held him down, even snatching away his wand. "So do you yield?" she inquired triumphantly. "Still think I'm a little brat?" Sigh, beneath this roof, one must bow their head. "I do not concede." He refused to back down. It was impossible for him to surrender to a mere girl, especially considering he was an adult. Ultimately, Hermione engaged in a spell duel with William. Helena observed their contest, nodding occasionally. Hermione's movements grew increasingly agile, while William's casting speed quickened. The two exchanged blows in a spirited manner, but eventually, William succumbed to exhaustion. It was his stamina that faltered. "William, you are struggling," Hermione remarked, shaking her head. Yet, she was somewhat taken aback by William's prowess. His casting speed had indeed intensified, and the power of his spells had become formidable. Consequently, William reluctantly acquiesced to Hermione's request to serve as her sparring partner. He recognized that the young girl aimed to instruct him in combat techniques, and in return, he shared his insights on meditation with her. "I truly envy you both." William and Hermione, Helena sighed, admiring their shared aspirations. However, that did not excuse their unexplained absence. "Helena, allow me to explain." In the Ravenclaw common room, the two, freshly bathed, lay languidly upon the sofa, utterly devoid of energy. Hermione, in particular, had endured the most rigorous training at Helena's behest. Understanding that Helena feared her becoming overly complacent. "William, I am utterly exhausted." "Indeed," he replied, having just unleashed a torrent of spells under Helena's demanding supervision. His mind now buzzed with fatigue. 2 weeks. The mere thought of Helena's insistence that he practice intensively for 2 consecutive weeks made him feel nauseous. Oh, what a disaster. Hermione was not faring much better, as she had to evade William's spells while also mounting counterattacks. They had only just begun, for Helena, the relentless instructor, had devised an extensive training regimen for them both. Yet meditation? She was enveloped in moonlight, gradually closing her eyes. Chapter 20. The Spectacle. How exhausting. William leaned back in his seat, as today he primarily intended to witness a splendid performance. After a month of intensive training, both he and Hermione appeared considerably worn, and to rejuvenate themselves, they sought entertainment. "William, what delightful performance awaits us today?" Hermione leaned beside him, her eyes nearly closing. She understood that he often pulled her away from her routine merely for amusement. She was not truly tired, merely overwhelmed by a sudden desire to be despondent. To be precise, they possessed no vitality whatsoever. It was only now that Helena had granted them a reprieve. A whole month, while others experienced a week of torment. Helena had subjected them to a veritable month of trials. Aside from classes, meals, and sleep, their time had been consumed within the confines of the demanding room. The results were evident. They had learned some advanced spells. However, such training was tremendously taxing. Helena insisted that in her era, wizards trained in this manner. For leisure was a luxury reserved for the deceased. Perhaps everything had changed since the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. Graduates of Hogwarts were now limited to mastering only rudimentary spells. William recognized that when the Ministry took control of Hogwarts, they permitted young witches and wizards to study only theoretical knowledge, intending to treat them like livestock. In a short while, a thrilling confrontation would unfold here. Hermione's eyes sparkled. She found Quidditch utterly uninteresting, yet the prospect of a brawl piqued her curiosity. "It's beginning, Hermione, look!" someone exclaimed. "Marvelous." Mr. Malfoy skillfully evaded a perilous punch. But wait, why was he standing still? Was he devising a new strategy? Oh, it turns out Mr. Malfoy was merely adjusting his hairstyle, nothing to worry about there. After an intense skirmish, however, his hair was once again disheveled. Hermione tilted her head to observe the tussle in the stands. Why were those two embracing? "Quick, throw a hook," she urged. "Ugh, what are they doing? Put some force into it. How disgraceful to poke someone's nostrils with a wand. Behind you, kick him." Hermione forcefully slapped William's thigh. "They can't even fight properly. It's truly unbearable. Let us go practice ourselves." After indulging in the spectacle, both William and Hermione felt rejuvenated. Yet, William couldn't shake the question of why she hadn't struck her own thigh. Her strength was considerable. In recent days, Gryffindor and Slytherin had clashed to mutual detriment, leaving Ravenclaw with the highest standings, much to the chagrin of a certain cantankerous professor who incessantly sought fault during potions class. What good does targeting us do? The house cup still hinges on that old beak, doesn't it? Back so soon. Helena hadn't actually left. Why abandon something midway? Playful banter aside, their training was earnest. "Let us begin," William declared, casting the armored charm, while Hermione prepared to attack, this time restricted to using only her fists and feet. Helena's training approach resembled that of a warrior rather than that of a student instructor. What was amiss today? Hermione sensed a somber atmosphere in the great hall. For individuals were apprehended last night. Penelope leaned in, lowering her voice. "Professor McGonagall is furious. I've heard she intends to impose detentions in the Forbidden Forest." Penelope expressed her confusion. Night excursions were a frequent occurrence. Why was Professor McGonagall so incensed this time? Had we reached the crux of the narrative? William understood the source of McGonagall's ire. They had become aware of dangerous figures encroaching upon the Forbidden Forest. Intriguingly, those detained were to accompany Hagrid on his patrol of the forest. Who orchestrated this situation? It was Sunday, a day devoid of classes, and the two basked in the sunlight on the sprawling lawn. "William, has something transpired regarding a certain gentleman's training agenda?" Hermione, upon observing William's expression, deduced that something was amiss. "Shall we go witness the spectacle this time?" "No, that's far too perilous," William interjected, wishing for amusement, not calamity. "I believe your reluctance stems more from a fear of inconvenience than from danger." Though unaware of the particulars, Hermione found William's thoughts all too predictable. The competitive lion, after facing defeat, would not yield. This implied that significant events were brewing in the days to come. Hermione fell silent at this point. "Voldemort? You have never attended Professor Quirrell's classes. I can sense your instinctive aversion towards him." Professor Quirrell, who previously taught Muggle studies, is indeed a man of considerable talent. However, I harbor doubts about his courage to serve as a professor cursed by fate. What transpired during that holiday? His transformation in character is truly remarkable. Is this the Quirrell controlled by Voldemort, or is he merely an imposter? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. "Horcrux," William murmured. Professor Quirrell could be considered a temporary Horcrux of Voldemort. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. Is this a clash between two Horcruxes? This gentleman is quite formidable. Clearly, Hermione disapproves of such reckless disregard for others' safety. What does Oldby mean? Hermione often hears William refer to Dumbledore in that manner. William flashed a mischievous smile. "Did I not mention that his relationship with Grindelwald is unusually intimate?" Hermione's realization brought forth a similar smile. The British have their own peculiarities. During the Easter holiday, Hagrid won a dragon egg from the disguised Professor Quirrell, while also being tricked into revealing information about a three-headed dog. After hatching the fire dragon, which grew too rapidly and began to breathe fire, Malfoy discovered it, leading them to plan its relocation. However, after sending the fire dragon away, they were captured by Filch. As for Neville, he was rather unfortunate, having been caught by Professor McGonagall while attempting to warn Harry Potter. Malfoy, on the other hand, did not betray them. He merely sought out Harry and his friends, only to be apprehended by McGonagall as well. Subsequently, Professor Quirrell, unable to endure much longer, was commanded by Voldemort to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, seeking to use their blood to restore his life. Coincidentally, during a period when the four were confined in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort pursued unicorns, only to be discovered by Harry Potter. It is worth mentioning that this serendipitous occurrence aided Harry Potter on numerous occasions. Later, under the protection of the Knights, Harry Potter bravely navigated the challenges, ultimately confronting the dark wizard Quirrell. At the climax, he obtained the Philosopher's Stone and uncovered the duality of Professor Quirrell. In a tragic twist, Quirrell met his demise at Harry Potter's hands. Shortly after, the venerable Albus Dumbledore arrived, ensuring Harry was sent to the hospital wing and destroying the Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter's valiant deeds inadvertently became public knowledge, and he was once again hailed as a great hero. Chapter 21, The Points Frenzy. Upon awakening in the hospital wing, Gryffindor hero Harry Potter quickly found himself at the end-of-year feast. William, Hermione, and the other young wizards sat in the Great Hall, engaging in quiet conversation amidst a bountiful spread of food. At that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore rose to his feet, appearing quite jubilant. "Another year has passed, my friends. I believe it is time to present the House Cup." Dumbledore's tone lingered in the air. The scores of the various houses are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 215 points. A hushed silence enveloped the hall. The Gryffindor Lions appeared dejected, and Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 376 points. A sparse murmur arose. Hufflepuff remained composed and did not seem disheartened. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 452 points. Hermione glanced at the old bat and whispered to William, 100 points. He has deducted a full 100 from us this month. But fear not, even without him, we have our points-boosting fiend. More than the House Cup William was preoccupied with when he could indulge in a meal. Our first place goes to Slytherin, with 465 points. The Slytherin wizards clapped vigorously, cheering with gusto. The old bat, too, clapped rapidly with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, the other houses wore expressions of discontent. Indeed, Slytherin performed admirably. Yet I believe recent events should also be taken into account, Dumbledore remarked gently as the applause and cheers from Slytherin gradually subsided. Snape's face displayed a look of perplexity as he turned to Dumbledore. Hermione nudged William's arm, casting an uneasy glance at Dumbledore, and whispered, "Is this the points-boosting fiend you spoke of?" She seemed to grasp the essence of William's sarcasm. "I believe we ought to congratulate Mr. Ron Weasley for his splendid game of wizard's chess, awarding him 100 points. Mr. Harry Potter, for your bravery and audacity, I shall grant you 150 points. Mr. Neville Longbottom, your steadfastness has earned Gryffindor 10 points. Therefore, let us cheer. I believe this year's House Cup should rightfully belong to Gryffindor." Hermione pursed her lips, while William, having anticipated this scene, remained unperturbed. At that moment, apart from Slytherin, students from the other houses erupted in cheers. Slytherin was not particularly well liked. "William, Hermione, you must be cautious. Apparition is quite perilous. Are you certain you wish to learn it now?" "Indeed, Helena," William and Hermione replied earnestly. "Perhaps only a madwoman would agree to teach 2 first-year wizards to apparate." Helena fell silent for a considerable time. "Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you." She happened to be that very madwoman. Long ago at Hogwarts, students could use apparition, flying broomsticks, or magical mounts to traverse the grounds. Since the establishment of the Hogwarts Express, these methods had been banned, and the castle was imbued with anti-apparition charms. However, this does not imply that we cannot practice. There exists a place where the anti-apparition charm does not apply. Helena's gaze suddenly turned complex. "It is here, in what you refer to as the Room of Requirement." She raised her hand slowly, gracefully sweeping through the air, and a vast hall gradually materialized within the Room of Requirement. Helena extended her hand, grasping William's shoulder. "Helena, is this a ghost able to touch the living? Attention, allow me to guide you through the art of apparition." Helena was reluctant to discuss these matters. William obediently sealed his lips, seemingly thrust into a conduit, and subsequently ejected, finding himself transported several meters away. Gasping for breath, William appeared as though he had just been fished out of water, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Seizing the moment of his respite, Helena resumed her instruction of Hermione in the delicate nuances of apparition. "William, what is happening?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Helena, Hermione, we shall know in due course when Helena wishes to enlighten us," William reassured, and Hermione nodded, relinquishing her concerns. In a cluttered room, Helena's silhouette materialized slowly. Her gaze fixated upon the familiar yet dull diadem, her expression somber. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the diadem, coalescing into a striking young man bearing a gentle smile. "Long time no see, Miss Grey. Tom, you did not deceive me. You have indeed brought it back." Yet, Helena's brow furrowed as she regarded the diadem, shaking her head, seemingly conversing with herself. "But you should not desecrate it, Tom. in the peculiar gaze of the young Voldemort. Helena gradually lifted the diadem, placing it upon her head. "What is this?" he queried, an ominous premonition creeping over him. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from the depths of his soul. "What have you done? What is happening?" A horrific cry escaped Tom, reverberating throughout the cluttered room. After a protracted silence, Tom's form reverted to a swirling mass of black smoke, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Helena's ethereal form grew increasingly translucent, beads of sweat glistening upon her brow. Gently, she removed the diadem and advanced slowly. Before Helena, the scenery began to shift, revealing a quaint cottage surrounded by a sea of blossoms. She settled upon a wooden swing, cradling the diadem as if she were a young girl, swinging back and forth. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers, intertwining with Helena's flowing hair. A week after the examinations concluded, their results were announced. 2-6. Hermione wore an expression of disbelief. "Wasn't it enough just to pass? I scored 8. You are being overly deliberate. Excessive attention draws scrutiny," William remarked earnestly. "Consider this. As an ordinary student, grades are bound to reflect certain disparities. Thus, in the grading process, there must be highs and lows." Finding his reasoning sound, Hermione retrieved her notebook, meticulously documenting William's words. William regarded the girl before him, whose perceptions he had so cleverly distorted, with a mischievous grin. Once the results were revealed, the young wizards gathered their belongings and departed from Hogwarts. In a secluded corner of the Hogwarts Express, William and Hermione concealed themselves. "Are you prepared? You may still reconsider." William observed intently, noting the slight tremor in the girl's frame. "Perhaps it is merely the weight of anxiety. If you are unprepared, do not force it. Doing so may lead to injury. Do not push yourself, William. It is quite all right," Hermione softly reassured him, her gaze fixed upon him. The two inhaled deeply. Apparate. Moments later, their figures vanished. Chapter 22. Beach Vacation. Beneath a sunshade, William lay on the beach, adorned with sunglasses. What a vibrant scene. He observed a group of young individuals engaged in a game of beach volleyball. A hint of melancholy crossed his face. It seemed that after Christmas, the Smiths had become exceedingly busy, now entrusting their care to the Grangers. Mr. Smith appeared to be quite leisurely. Hermione lay beside him, noteworthy in her swimsuit as well. Yet, William merely cast a fleeting glance her way before returning his attention to the volleyball players. "Not bad, Miss Granger," he remarked, taking a sip of his soda. Burping with satisfaction, Hermione regarded him with an expression of disdain, stretching languidly. "Mr. Smith, would you mind applying some sunscreen for me?" "Mind? Very much so. Go find Mrs. Granger," William replied, remaining motionless. "Are you certain, Mr. Smith?" Hermione flexed her wrist, scrutinizing him. "Fine, I shall do it. You need not threaten me, a civilized person," he retorted. Not out of fear, but rather to avoid disturbing the intimate world of the Grangers. Hermione settled contentedly, slowly closing her eyes. "Dinner is ready. We are having barbecue." Mrs. Granger's voice called from a distance. The two opened their eyes to find that evening had fallen, the sunset painting the sky with splendor. "All right, we're coming," Hermione said, tugging at the still drowsy William. "Come on, let us go." Oh. Mr. Granger sat before the barbecue grill, while Mrs. Granger arranged the ingredients. William and Hermione gathered around the grill, watching the sizzling skewers, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. "You've arrived just in time. These skewers are freshly grilled, Mr. Granger said as he handed them a skewer each. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mr. Granger." The freshly cooked skewers were hot, yet both took a large bite. Exhaling steam and delight, they simply could not resist the aroma. "Take care, be cautious of the heat," Mr. Granger gently reminded, observing the amusing scene before him. "No worries. It's delicious," Hermione mumbled through a mouthful. As twilight descended, the charcoal dimmed, and Hermione patted her full belly, teasingly gazing at William. He chose to ignore her childish antics, assisting the Grangers in tidying up. The exuberance of youth was ever present. After a day of play, they were invigorated once more. Hermione and William engaged in sparring on the field. Ever since her holiday began, she had persistently dragged William to practice. Recently, word had spread in the local martial arts community about two exceptionally skilled youngsters seeking challenges, prompting many to avoid them. Consequently, the duo had resorted to training in an open space of their own. Outside the venue, onlookers marveled at the spirited exchanges between the two, occasionally gasping in astonishment. However, some individuals discerned that the girl was indeed letting loose her powers. Although William had also honed his skills quite well, Hermione possessed an undeniable talent in this regard. During a break, Hermione lowered her voice conspiratorially and said to William, "William, I have discovered an alternative method to wield magic." William cleaned out his ears, unsure if he had truly heard her correctly. "Let us discuss it upon our return." That night, after dinner, the two locked themselves in Hermione's room, leaving the Grangers with expressions of perplexity. Hermione hurriedly drew the curtains and, with an air of mystery, whispered, "William, look." Though her voice was subdued, William could sense her excitement. Hermione clenched her fist. Initially, William was oblivious to her intentions until a soft, white glow enveloped her hand. Is this magic? Indeed. Striking someone with this wouldn't cause any pain, and it requires minimal effort. However, I am uncertain about its power. I have yet to test it. Having only discovered it today, you won't feel pain, but I might, William thought, observing the exhilarated Hermione, increasingly bewildered. Surely, Hermione had not taken a turn for the bizarre? The following morning, after hastily finishing their breakfast, they dashed out, with Mr. Granger watching his little cabbage. They made their way to a relatively secluded, abandoned building, where William surveyed the surroundings. That one, he indicated, pointing at a piece of hard plastic board. He picked it up and nodded at Hermione, taking a deep breath. She unleashed a punch that shattered the board effortlessly. William watched in horror as her glowing fist nearly collided with his nose, a cold sweat almost breaking out from fear. He had been careless. He should have held the board sideways, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow. William discarded the board and continued to search for more objects to test. He picked up a wooden board and glanced at Hermione, who nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, wood chips flew as Hermione struck, and the wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. Run! She grasped William's hand, and they fled, as if she had committed a grave misdeed. William assessed his physique and then glanced at Hermione's hand, deciding it was best not to provoke her ire. After they had sprinted a considerable distance, Hermione gasped for breath, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Once she regained her composure and reflected on her actions, she pondered why they had run. After all, she hadn't harmed anyone, and there were no professors present. She examined her hand and then looked at William's astonished expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Since that revelation, Hermione's training had intensified. They could not frequent the combat arena, as their magical dueling left too evident a trail, and the destructive potential was a bit excessive. William had also come to realize that he lacked a natural talent for fighting. However, amidst the scuffles, he discovered another gift of his own: resilience. In simpler terms, he had a remarkable ability to endure blows. As for how he came to this realization, it is a tale best left untold, a chapter filled with bittersweet memories. As for the first talent, it is a low sense of presence. If William were to enhance his speed, he would become a perfect assassin, not merely a fragile one. It seems that William has misallocated his talents, as if he has taken a wrong turn in his development. William, what are you pondering? The usually quiet Hermione holds a book, gazing at it silently. Nothing much. How infuriatingly sweet it is. Hermione, approaching 13, has grown a little more, yet her tranquility remains her most enchanting trait. William observes her, marveling inwardly. Leaning against the sofa, he inspects the little fabric pouch hanging from his bracelet. This is a birthday gift from Hermione a few days prior, enchanted with a subtle extension charm. While Hermione reads, she catches a glimpse of William staring blankly at the bracelet, and suddenly, she breaks into a sweet smile. Chapter 23, The Mad Girl. Hermione and William are engaged in training when two owls swoop down. They pause their activities to accept the letters from the owls, which contain a book list sent from Hogwarts. Standard spells level 2, traveling with vampires, wandering with ghouls. What are these? Hermione frowns at the works of Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart, the new professor for defense against the dark arts. William wipes the sweat from his brow. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten that we even have a defense against the dark arts class. Hermione shakes her head, uninterested in the subject. Moreover, she is no fool. Apart from standard spells level 2, all 7 books are his, clearly indicating that he intends to profit from Hogwarts. She is aware of the curse surrounding the defense against the dark arts class and had no intention of attending. Why are you still here? Hermione glances at the two owls. They fluff up their feathers and quickly take flight. William feels a tinge of regret. Scotland's round-faced, chubby owl could be steamed or braised. Should we still go to Hogwarts? Hermione asks, disappointed and helpless. With the Dark Lord's intrusion and the unjust house allocations, now even money seekers have arrived. Hermione feels a genuine anger towards the headmaster's actions, coupled with a deep sense of fear. Perhaps Dumbledore is indeed great, but is he truly an excellent headmaster for a student? She is uncertain and uninterested. All she desires now is to grow continually, to gain the ability to protect herself, her parents, and a certain individual. Hermione, we still have Helena, don't we? William gently reassures her. The adoration Hermione once held for someone has now morphed into profound disappointment. I'm sorry, William, I lost my composure. Hermione apologizes earnestly. It's all right, Hermione. Some matters are not worth such anger. Yes, you're right. Perhaps you could let me have a good punch at you now, and then I wouldn't be angry anymore. What? Apologies, Miss Granger, I did not catch that. As dusk approaches, William glances at the blazing sun outside and speaks nonsensically. Let us hurry home for dinner. Don't run. The figures of the two individuals vanished in an instant, leaving behind only 2 crumpled pieces of paper, which the wind swept away into ashes. Farewell, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Throughout this holiday, William had not encountered the Smiths, and he found himself yearning for their presence. The Hogwarts Express, in truth, traveled at a leisurely pace. William and Hermione had previously returned home directly via apparition to platform 9 3/4. As for the reason they could not return home directly, one would have to inquire with the Ministry of Magic. Hermione gazed back, a hint of melancholy in her expression, as if she and her parents belonged to entirely different realms. Hermione, that is not the case, William reassured her, fully aware of her thoughts. The magical world and the realm of muggles need not be so distinctly separated. We merely attend school and shall return. Indeed, as long as we are strong, no one can dictate our fates. At that moment, I shall give Dumbledore a piece of my mind, Hermione declared fiercely. It seemed she still harbored resentment towards Dumbledore, and William chuckled resignedly. She truly was just a child. This semester welcomed new students, and Penelope, being a prefect, could no longer share a compartment with William and the others. Long time no see, Autumn. It's been a while, Hermione, William. Autumn, a year their senior, had matured considerably, exuding a gentler demeanor. William was not particularly familiar with Autumn, while Hermione engaged in lively conversation with her. He found himself idly observing the farewells outside the window. Is there a vacant seat here? A ethereal voice permeated the compartment, prompting William to turn. With blonde hair and adorned with whimsical carrot-shaped earrings, was it Luna? There is, Autumn replied, glancing at William and Hermione without hesitation. Thank you. Once seated, Luna paid little attention to the group, softly humming a tune. What an eccentric individual. Hello. I am Autumn Zhang. Autumn sought to enliven the atmosphere. Hermione Granger, this is William Smith. William was about to make the introduction. Luna Lovegood. Luna, a moon goddess or a madwoman? William found her intriguing. She appeared eccentric, yet was undeniably sensitive and perceptive. Was this insight innate? Or had it awakened in her after witnessing her mother's demise? What was the principle behind it? Was it due to magic? William regarded this enigmatic individual with fascination. Luna, may I address you as such? Of course. Are you a new student? I don't believe I have seen you before. Yes. Hermione and Luna's inconsequential small talk interrupted William's contemplation. Have you been troubled by a pesky bug? Luna suddenly directed her gaze at Hermione. What is that? It's a type of insect. It becomes invisible and flits near your ear, causing a nuisance. As she spoke, she waved her hands through the air, as if attempting to swat away something bothering Hermione. Indeed, Luna, she has been plagued by that bug for several days, William replied. How unfortunate, Luna said, looking at Hermione with sympathy. William, Hermione asked quietly, her expression perplexed. A peculiar child, is she not? William whispered back. They always seem to perceive more than we do. Hermione couldn't help but nod, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Luna. Although she felt perplexed, it was evidently not the appropriate moment to inquire. Autumn found herself at a loss for words, as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. William harbored a multitude of questions for Luna. Yet to voice them now would be rather presumptuous. The long train journey, while not particularly jarring, had rendered them weary, and several had begun to close their eyes. Suddenly, Luna opened her eyes, first surveying Autumn, then scrutinizing Hermione with a tilted head, clearly bewildered. She turned her gaze towards William, her expression growing even more puzzled. Why could she not see him? After studying William for a considerable time, she glanced back at Hermione, who had closed her eyes. The train was gradually making its way to Hogwarts. Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family, had overheard Lucius Malfoy's words and was aware of the dangers facing Hogwarts. Admiring Harry Potter, the savior, Dobby resolved to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts to avoid any harm. Initially, he attempted to warn Harry, but upon failing, he sealed the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley missed the Hogwarts Express and decided to take Mr. Weasley's enchanted car, leading them to miss the sorting ceremony and the welcoming feast, causing a significant ruckus with the Whomping Willow and getting both the Ministry of Magic and Mr. Weasley into considerable trouble. Chapter 24, The Furious William. The opening feast of the second year bore little change. Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Ginny naturally joined Gryffindor. However, that showy peacock, Harold, was incessantly performing, much to the chagrin of many. Moreover, this year's sorting hat exhibited a rather cantankerous disposition, its tune rivaling that of the ostentatious peacock. William paid little heed to these distractions, knowing he was there primarily to enjoy his meal. Besides, the professors would soon depart, as Harry Potter's escapades were anything but trivial. In the morning, Hermione stormed into the common room, interrupting William, who was engrossed in a book. What is the matter, Hermione? It's Luna. Is Hermione still disliking Luna? William poured Hermione a glass of water, which she gulped down in one go. It's utterly appalling how they treat Luna. Oh no, I mean her roommate. Is that so? William understood that due to Luna's eccentric nature, her roommates had little affection for her and even bullied her. What happened next? Then Hermione chased them all away. Luna nestled beside Hermione, leaning towards her. If it weren't for Luna pulling me back, I would have confronted them myself. I swear, anyone who dares to bully Luna again will face my wrath. William gazed at the irate Hermione and suddenly found her quite endearing. Luna remained silent, gently swaying with a faint smile on her face. So where will Luna live now? William was aware that they could no longer reside together. Rest assured, she will stay with me. Huh. Of course, it's because of Senior Penelope. Hermione suddenly appeared a bit bashful, adding, besides, I was meant to live alone. Although I possess a certain assertiveness, I have offered my apologies to them, and they have graciously forgiven me. Yet, for reasons unknown, they remain reluctant to return. William comprehended the situation. It seemed that someone had previously aimed to target Hermione, only to be slightly chastised by her, leading to their capitulation. Women truly do have their complexities. However, there exists another dilemma concerning the ladies. While William could overlook various matters, the diary must be utterly obliterated, along with that serpent-like creature. In a forsaken lavatory, a young witch with fiery red hair entered, her spirit somewhat disoriented. However, after taking only a few steps, she suddenly collapsed onto the floor. William gazed at the diary that had fallen beside her. Cease your pretense of demise, Tom. Open the chamber. With disdain, William kicked the diary several times, grinding it beneath his foot with force. You filthy mudblood. You claim your lineage is noble? Do not waste my time. Do you believe I won't flush this thing down the toilet? Tom, clad in Slytherin robes, emerged from the pages of the diary. What do you mean, what? Have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? William retracted his spell, raised his fist, and delivered a punch to Tom that nearly destabilized him. A mudblood, is it? William struck him again. You consider yourself noble, do you? Another kick followed. Slytherin? Heir. Honestly, who still regards bloodlines in this day and age? Are you merely a pet of some noble house? In our realm, only pets concern themselves with lineage. You repugnant, noseless socket. You appear every year to stir trouble, seeking to maintain your relevance. You have caused me undue anxiety in the past. If you wish to conquer the wizarding world, then do so. Why resort to the mudblood rhetoric? Let us be honest. Are you not merely seeking an excuse? Do not pretend that your pureblood status exempts you from violence. It is utterly revolting. You are not even worth a fraction of Grindelwald's merit. William's every utterance was accompanied by a blow. Although a soul cannot be physically harmed, his hands were imbued with magic. Tom lay there, his essence nearly dissipated. Cough, cough. William turned to see Hermione, standing behind him. Hermione, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while, watching you thoroughly enjoy your altercation with that noseless socket. I did not wish to interrupt. Would you like to test your own prowess? William asked, almost impulsively. I've been eager to do so. Hermione rolled up her sleeves and began to pummel Tom with fists and feet, wiping the sweat from her brow, her face alight with excitement. The Dark Lord, even in his youth, suddenly made her feel invigorated. How did you get here? William was certain he had not been followed. Hermione pointed to the necklace around William's neck. It was the butterfly coin he had crafted before Christmas, which Hermione had transformed into a necklace with fine string. I fashioned a means of locating myself, she jested. You can know my whereabouts as well. Hermione suddenly adopted a serious expression. Now tell me, why were you following a lovely lady into the lavatory at such a late hour? Never mind, we shall discuss it later. Hermione is not devoid of reason. It is prudent to deal with this individual first. William nodded in agreement. Tom, I am not insistent on opening the Chamber of Secrets. I could achieve my goal by eliminating you instead. Perhaps, upon its opening, the basilisk could slay us both? Tom glared resentfully at William and Hermione. William, unyielding, delivered another kick to him. Suddenly, Tom's mouth hissed like a serpent, and a dark passageway materialized before William and Hermione. They exchanged glances, and Hermione conjured a flickering flame in her hand. Incendio. No, you deceived me, she exclaimed as the diary was swiftly consumed by flames, the fire spreading rapidly into the passage. Who deceived you? I merely instructed you to open it. I made no promises. Besides, it is evidently perilous down there. Who would venture forth? Let Dumbledore and his team handle it. The two hastily escorted Ginny away. That night, Hogwarts was abuzz with activity. The professors were roused from their slumber, and Dumbledore gazed at the blazing passage, beside which 3 lines of text were inscribed. The Chamber of Slytherin, the Basilisk, Moaning Myrtle. Was this the truth from years past? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. I must avenge my students, albeit belatedly. Moaning Myrtle stared blankly at the 3 lines, her spirit beginning to purify. It seems she has chosen to move on, Professor McGonagall reflected, recalling that Myrtle had been her senior. We must swiftly vanquish that basilisk. I shudder to think of the dangers lurking here. Look at what we have wrought. McGonagall felt a wave of guilt. This time, Dumbledore did not disappoint William and Hermione. Otherwise, they would have seriously contemplated leaving Hogwarts. The basilisk was soon slain, and representatives from the Ministry of Magic arrived, confirming Hagrid's innocence from years past. Chapter 25, The Great Thieves. In an empty classroom, William and Hermione sat opposite each other, while Ginny lay on the floor. What transpired, William? Hermione inquired, eager for clarity. That diary was Tom's, and it is also a Horcrux. William glanced at Ginny on the ground. The diary was originally kept at the Malfoy residence. However, due to recent ministry investigations into dark artifacts, Lucius Malfoy was compelled to dispose of it. He took advantage of a scuffle with Mr. Weasley, Ginny's father, to secretly slip it into Ginny's textbooks, blending it in. Hermione nodded. A frame-up then? Indeed, they have always been arch-rivals, and Mr. Weasley was in charge of the search this time. Hermione frowned, casting a concerned look at Ginny. What a despicable act of framing, to exploit an 11-year-old girl. The chamber of Slytherin, Parseltongue. She recalled Tom's serpentine hissing, truly chilling. And Myrtle? She had not forgotten the 3 lines William had inscribed. Myrtle was a student of Ravenclaw during Voldemort's time. Once, when she was bullied and felt wronged, she had run there to weep. However, the secret chamber fortuitously opened, and upon gazing into the serpent's eyes, the Myrtle perished instantly. Hermione remained silent. If it is so perilous, why would you still venture forth? You mentioned that William was oblivious to Hermione's implications. Is it due to this enchanting girl? She is under Tom's control. Hermione, what are you saying? Is it possible that she too could meet her demise? William? Is it truly that dangerous? Death lurked near, and they could be inexplicably slain. Hermione, it's all right, I understand. I merely needed to vent. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Hermione's face, and she vigorously wiped them away. Nevertheless, Mr. Smith, you were quite gallant just now. Just now? Oh, of course, when am I not charming? William tossed his hair with a flourish. Indeed, quite dashing. You certainly could enchant a multitude of lovely girls. Certainly not. How could that be? What nonsense. And what of the beautiful Miss Ginny lying there? Was she not captivated by you? Why the bitterness? William pondered before replying. I fear she might discover my true identity. Her family are staunch supporters of Dumbledore. Besides, I did not enchant her. I merely incapacitated her. If you will. Is that so? Could it not be that she is simply too beautiful, prompting Mr. Smith to wish for a heroic rescue? Please. She is but a child. How could I entertain such thoughts? That would be illegal, you know. Illegal? Then why? Could it possibly be due to me? Hermione retorted casually. However, she pondered William's earlier words and the term mudblood. A muggle-born wizard from Hogwarts. Could it be that he is truly concerned for her? But that is far too chaotic. To gaze into the serpent's eyes could lead to death. What was he thinking? I was merely jesting. Hermione's gaze wandered, and she soon found herself in a quandary. But tell me, what do you plan to do next? William remained silent for a long while before addressing Hermione. Then it will require Miss Granger to accompany me in a performance. You mean the infamous duo? Yes, indeed. Ginny felt a flutter of anxiety as a group of professors surrounded her, as if she had committed a misdeed. The professors turned their attention to Dumbledore. Oh, the infamous duo? I have encountered them. They are 2 formidable thieves I met during my travels, and they hold me in high regard. The peacock displayed its plumage once again, though sadly, no one acknowledged it. Dumbledore remained contemplative, seemingly deep in thought. Very well, everyone. Miss Weasley, please take a seat. Dumbledore's gentle voice soothed Ginny. I believe you could use a warm beverage. How about hot chocolate? That would be lovely, Professor. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a cup of hot chocolate atop the table. Ginny cradled the cup in her hands, gradually calming down. Miss Weasley, may I trouble you to recollect? Though it may seem presumptuous, it is of utmost importance to us. After all, strange individuals have infiltrated Hogwarts, and we remain uncertain of their intentions. Certainly, sir. A multitude of professors wore grave expressions. Miss Weasley, are you suggesting that they infiltrated through secret passages? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Yes, Professor. I heard them after I regained consciousness. They paid me no heed, so I feigned unconsciousness. They also mentioned that Ginny appeared somewhat apprehensive as she gazed at Dumbledore. They referred to him as the old bee. Though she did not fully comprehend the meaning, her instincts told her it was not a compliment. Professor McGonagall gently stroked Ginny's hair, her usually stern countenance softening. Do not worry, Miss Weasley. The professors are all here. There is no need to be afraid. Ginny nodded and continued. They said that Hogwarts in England poses no challenge whatsoever, that it is as easy as a sieve, which has rendered them disinterested. Furthermore, Ginny, troubled by the presence of the professors, dared not speak freely. They claimed that the professors were nothing but hollow pretenders, particularly as she hesitated to continue. Her gaze fixated on a peacock displaying its feathers. How outrageous. They actually, they looked down upon us. The peacock immediately ruffled its feathers in indignation. They also asserted that one professor's experiences were entirely fabricated, merely appropriated from others, with his only noteworthy skill being the oblivion charm. The peacock refrained from speaking, lest it betray itself. Very well, I believe Miss Weasley has grown weary, Dumbledore interjected, halting Ginny's flow of words. A pang of regret washed over Ginny. She had much more to convey, thoughts of the unkempt old bat and the cat lady flickering through her mind. McGonagall nodded in response, leading Ginny away, as she needed to take her to the infirmary for an examination to rule out any lingering effects. In the late hours, Ravenclaw common room. William. Do you think this will be effective? Not particularly, he replied. Most of the professors have resided here for quite some time and are well aware of the numerous hidden passages within Hogwarts. Yet it remains exceedingly challenging to uncover them all. William shook his head, his words intended as a cautionary reminder for the professors, urging them to remain vigilant. For it was the innocent young wizards who were most at risk amidst their negligence. William, did you learn of these matters through prophecy? William turned his gaze to Hermione, pondering whether understanding the plot could be considered prophetic as well. Indeed, he responded, offering only this clarification. In the prophecy, do I meet my end in this encounter? Much like Myrtle, slain by a mere glance. Hermione fixed her eyes upon William. Is this why you sought that diary? Aye. William quickly averted his gaze from Hermione's. I suppose so. He was undoubtedly motivated by the fear of the basilisk inflicting harm upon Hermione or even leading to her demise. After all, only an indirect gaze would spare him from being petrified. He was not willing to gamble with his fate. Hermione could not be harmed, which meant the basilisk would have to be the one to perish. Thank you, William. Hermione had received the answer she had longed to uncover. Chapter 26. Snape. After the professor's collaborative efforts to cleanse the chamber, Professor Dumbledore resolved to keep it sealed. Despite the eradication of the basilisk and numerous dark enchantments within, the uncertainty of other sinister curses lurking inside remained. Nevertheless, secrets within Hogwarts seldom remained concealed for long, and the tale of the chamber soon circulated swiftly among the young wizards. Even the moniker of the dastardly duo began to spread. At the Ravenclaw table, William and Hermione exchanged peculiar glances over their breakfast. Indeed, Hogwarts could not safeguard its secrets, yet they were not particularly concerned. Recently, they appeared to be experiencing a stagnation in their progress. Although they made some advancements in spellcasting and dueling, the improvements were painfully slow. Helena had summarily dismissed them, urging them to take a proper break. Naturally, they found it hard to be idle, spending their time immersed in the library, venturing even into the restricted section. While Madame Pants kept a watchful eye during the day, she was absent at night. Their disillusionment charm easily thwarted Filch, with the only slight challenge being Mrs. Norris. Lately, each time they emerged, Mrs. Norris would invariably detect them, prompting William to bribe her with dried fish. Mrs. Norris now appeared considerably plumper, and her fur glistened more than before. They bore no ill will towards Filch, for the simple reason that he had never caught them. Had Filch been a powerful wizard, their nocturnal escapades would not be so effortless. In recent days, both William and Hermione found their lives quite fulfilling, striving to refine the spells they had learned to better suit their individual styles. When different wizards cast the same spell, subtle variations often arise, a testament to the unique magical essence each possesses. This implies that a personal interpretation is essential for a spell's potency to experience substantial enhancement. Perhaps this was why Helena had insisted they take a break. Relentless practice without reflection is unwise. Recently, life without the Dark Lord had been rather pleasant for William and Hermione, unburdened by the oppressive weight of his presence. However, others did not share this sentiment. Particularly during the lesson with the peacock, the young wizards squirmed beneath the pompous display of the inept instructor, who boasted incessantly, leaving them utterly disgusted. On the first day, the peacock, in a display of misguided bravado, unleashed a cage of Cornish pixies, resulting in chaos throughout the classroom as he fled, abandoning the students to fend for themselves. Complaints to the Ministry of Magic yielded no results. In fact, the ministry might even lavish praise upon the fool. Their intent was to ensure that Hogwarts students did not possess significant power, thereby maintaining a firm grip on the British wizarding community. It could be said that they were merely a repugnant, self-serving cadre of politicians, utterly disregarding the welfare of ordinary wizards. Regardless, William and Hermione would not attend. Even if it meant losing points or being confined, they would prefer to withdraw from school altogether. Besides, they could convince Harrot not to impose confinement on them. For instance, one day, a peacock adorned with a flamboyant mask attended class, refusing to remove it despite the circumstances. By the Black Lake, William and Hermione were fishing, having brought their rods this semester. Here you go, William. Hermione offered him a sandwich. Thank you, William said, setting down his book to accept the sandwich. That old bat is targeting the savior again, Hermione teased. Isn't that quite normal? William replied, gazing at the still waters of the lake, where fish had yet to bite. If you ask me, the savior should grow his hair long and wear women's clothing. What's that about? Hermione inquired, intrigued. There's nothing much to it. Only the parties involved can truly feel the bitterness within. William sighed, pondering the distasteful narratives that emerged. Hermione, what do you think the relationship between Snape and Harry is? Hermione considered this carefully before responding, adversarial, yet entangled in a peculiar way. Their entanglement is far from simple, William countered. As outsiders, we need not judge the rights and wrongs. I merely wish to articulate their entanglement. Much like those tragic protagonists, Snape also endured a dismal childhood. It is rather peculiar. William mused. How many share such sorrowful beginnings? Whether it's Dumbledore, Snape, Voldemort, or Harry Potter, even the eldest daughter of the Gaunt family was dealt a woeful hand. Unable to comprehend, William chose to set aside his thoughts and continued. In Snape's youth, fate, that vexing force, bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope in the form of Harry's mother, Lily. Hermione gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Is that truly the case? Perhaps it is fate's cruel jest, he replied. Childhood friends do not always end up together. Lily's presence illuminated his life, yet also plunged him into darkness. Harry's father and friends held Snape in contempt, targeting him for laughable reasons. They even employed cruel, misguided humor to wound him, trampling upon his dignity. On one occasion, a friend of Harry's father led Snape to a werewolf, where he nearly met his demise. Had they not returned to rescue him, he might have been lost to us forever. During that time, Lily stood by Snape's side, defending him. However, after Snape referred to Lily as a mudblood, their relationship could never return to what it once was. Lily and Snape parted ways completely, and what pained him the most was that Lily chose to be with his adversary. The matters of the heart are complex,
and some grievances cannot be brushed aside with youthful folly. In time, Snape followed the Dark Lord, becoming a Death Eater. Yet, when the Dark Lord took Lily's life,
the Snape of your perished, leaving only a vengeful specter behind. Hermione, unable to quell her inner turmoil, gently spoke to William. Do not worry. She silently added a vow to herself. Should anyone seek to harm you, I shall ensure that they face dire consequences. William, bewildered by Hermione's penetrating gaze, tentatively inquired. Are you still listening? Yes, I am, she affirmed. But why so much resentment? Prior to Lily's demise, Snape had allied with Dumbledore under the condition of safeguarding Lily and her family. After her death, this obligation transformed into the protection of Harry. William found himself at a loss for words to commend Snape, yet he could only express that he truly loved Lily. For her sake, he quietly shielded Harry, ultimately sacrificing his own life. This implied that Snape and Dumbledore maintained their cooperative relationship, and did Snape also comprehend that the Dark Lord had not perished? Hermione voiced her uncertainty. As the Dark Lord's most trusted lieutenant, how could he possibly believe that the Dark Lord would so easily succumb? Did he then expose himself? Hermione pondered aloud. Of course not, she concluded with a nod. This indicated that Snape would indeed return to the side of the Dark Lord, acting as Dumbledore's spy. If Snape had not revealed himself, this would be the most prudent course of action. Hermione had faith that Dumbledore would endorse Snape's decision. After all, William had previously remarked that he was someone who would risk even his own life. Chapter 27, Harry Potter. Helena. Is there a potion that can transform a boy into a girl? Helena set down her book, looking at William with an expression of perplexity, then glanced at Hermione. She appeared torn, hesitant to speak, but more than anything, she seemed reluctant to articulate her thoughts. William, I understand that at your age, you might be confused about gender. However, you shouldn't feel this way. You ought to consider that being a boy can be quite splendid, and you must also think of Hermione. Huh, Helena, you misunderstand. William does not mean that. Hermione's face flushed slightly. Not that. Helena scrutinized Hermione with intensity. Could it be that Hermione is actually a boy? That would explain her affinity for combat. What about those two gentlemen? Helena's excitement surged. William recognized that Helena had misconstrued the situation and felt compelled to reveal the truth. The truth is, we wish to transform Harry Potter into a girl. You could consider this a prank. Hermione fervently nodded in agreement. Please acquiesce. Do not allow the old bat to remain sullen. She has been rather intimidating in class lately. Helena promptly lost interest, tossing a book at William and Hermione. There is no such potion, but you may experiment based on the concoctions within this tome. Hermione and William exchanged dangerous smiles as they huddled around the freshly created potion. Suddenly, the kind-hearted Hermione could no longer contain herself. William, do we truly wish to proceed with this? William felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he was indeed curious about the old badass reaction, was it truly right to do so? Perhaps we should allow him to choose for himself. Lately, Harry had been quite troubled, as the difficulty of the second-year potions class had escalated significantly, and Snape was more prone to finding fault with him. Harry once again felt the vial of potion in his pocket, a swirl of conflict within him. It had appeared unexpectedly on his bedside one fateful evening, claiming to enhance others' affection towards him. However, it bore a significant side effect. It would transform him into a girl for 2 weeks. Even more absurdly, he was concerned the dosage might be insufficient, prompting him to take 10 vials without understanding the rationale behind such an action. It was as if he intended to consume it, a ludicrous notion. Harry vowed internally that he would never drink it. To do so would compromise his very identity as a male. One must admit, Harry's reasoning was rather fanciful. Harry, what have you done? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed upon his close friend. With hair cascading down to his waist, a gentle visage, and eyes resembling emeralds, Ron was momentarily entranced. Ultimately, Harry succumbed and drank the potion. He harbored no doubts about its authenticity. After all, during their confrontation with Quirrell, he had mindlessly gulped down a potion without deciphering its riddle. In the Great Hall, Members of Gryffindor stared in disbelief at Harry Potter, especially Ginny, whose heart seemed to shatter into a million pieces upon witnessing him. It appeared yet another dreadful day awaited her, for she would once again be confronted by the foolish Harry Potter, akin to a troll in intellect. Snape strode in with an air of arrogance, instinctively seeking out Harry, only to behold a girl strikingly reminiscent of Lily. His mouth fell agape, even his usual impassive demeanor faltering, his eyes resembling a pie chart of astonishment. Lily? He murmured to himself, convinced this was a divine gift bestowed upon him. No, it's not her. It's Harry Potter. Snape quickly regained his stoic expression. Present, Professor. Harry instinctively stood, her voice now remarkably soft. It was Lily's voice. Snape suppressed a surge of joy. What are the ingredients of the swelling solution? I don't know, Professor, Harry replied despondently, lowering her gaze. This is it. I'm going to lose points again. Fear not, Harry. 5 points to Gryffindor for excellence. 10 points to Gryffindor. Huh. The Gryffindor students gaped in disbelief. What had come over Snape? Surely, their ears were deceiving them. Even the Slytherins wore expressions of incredulity, utterly perplexed by their headmaster's behavior. During mealtime in the hall, young witches and wizards were left agog, for Snape was smiling, a rare sight indeed. Moreover, Gryffindor's points were mysteriously on the rise. Even Professor McGonagall regarded Snape with a look of sheer disbelief. In the room of requirement, laughter echoed as Hermione rolled on the floor, disregarding her dignity. Snape laughed. He actually laughed. William calmly observed from his book, watching Hermione with the bemusement of a spectator at a circus. Is this what you call a spectacle? Yet, Snape, this must surely be a cherished memory for you. In the dimly lit basement, Snape gazed at a slightly yellowed photograph illuminated by a glimmer of light. Is it you, Lily? No, he is not you. He is your child. However, his eyes truly resemble yours, especially when he transforms into a girl. I almost mistook him for you. Lily, I vow to protect your child. Beneath the unseen shadows, Snape's tears slowly trickled down. Harry felt that these days were the best he had ever experienced at Hogwarts. A Hogwarts devoid of Snape's scrutiny was utterly perfect. Yet, he recently noticed that Ron's gaze towards him was consistently peculiar. At times, when Harry glanced at Ron, he could detect a certain evasiveness in Ron's eyes. Although this struck him as odd, he dismissed it, reasoning that they were both boys, and what more could there be? Harry, here is the food I brought you. Thank you, Ron. Harry, this is my homework. Huh, thanks. Even Harry, despite his usual obliviousness, understood the implication. And thus he dared not drink that peculiar potion again. After all, he feared that Ron might engage in further actions that would send shivers down his spine. Another source of distress was the increasing number of boys surrounding him. Initially, he found it amusing, but upon witnessing their awkward expressions, he realized something significant was amiss. Naturally, some boys approached Harry inquiring about his transformation, to whom he readily handed the magical potion. Consequently, a rather bizarre scene unfolded at Hogwarts, with an influx of beautiful girls garnering Professor McGonagall's attention. However, by that time, the magical potions had all been exhausted, and Professor McGonagall merely advised against consuming any unknown potions. Following the potion's effects, although Snape still regarded Harry with disdain, he ceased his previous antagonism. Moreover, Harry often found himself unable to spot Snape, likely preoccupied with some experimental elixir. Nevertheless, Harry felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Indeed, it was a wondrous potion. Chapter 28, Perception. Ever since the incident with the magical potion, William and Hermione had immersed themselves in the library, driven by a notion they wished to validate. Time had become rather insignificant, and soon it was Halloween once again. The young wizards were buzzing with excitement, and Hagrid had crafted several pumpkin carriages. William and Hermione indulged in the experience, finding it rather peculiar. After all, being thrust into a pumpkin head adorned with blue flames felt akin to inviting a monster to devour them. That night, William and Hermione were partaking in the Halloween feast in the Great Hall. Last year's Halloween had been disrupted by Quirrell's antics, leaving William with a sense of regret as the feast had barely begun. This year, despite the incessant chatter of a peacock, they regarded it merely as an embellishment to the Halloween ambience. After all, its ghostly cries fit the festive spirit, and at most, they could sneak up on it in the dead of night for a bit of fun. Do you have any questions for me? An ethereal voice whispered in William's ear. His attention shifted from the lamb chops on his plate to Luna, who had somehow taken a seat beside him. The boy who had originally sat beside William reluctantly sought a new position, for he could not provoke Luna, as she was under Hermione's protection. Luna? Hermione gazed at her with a look of curiosity. I sensed your intrigue. You seem to have questions for me, yet you are held back by hesitation. Luna did not direct her gaze towards William and Hermione. Instead, she fixated on the food laid out on the table, her hands resting gently on her thighs. William, please shift over, Hermione said, exchanging places with him and taking Luna's hand. Luna, I sincerely apologize for reminding you of sorrowful memories. Hermione was well aware of Luna's circumstances. Her mother had perished in a tragic incident. Luna shook her head. I miss her dearly, yet I know I shall see my mother again one day. So I am not truly sad. If you wish to know about my perception abilities, I can share with you. No, Luna, I believe you misunderstand, William interjected softly. I am sorry for any distress I may have caused you. He paused, adding, as friends, we have long desired to present you with a gift. Hermione nodded and retrieved a crystal ball from her small pouch, within which resided a peculiar little creature figurine. The Snorkack, Luna exclaimed joyfully, lifting the crystal ball. As candlelight danced through it, illuminating the creature within. Witnessing this childlike delight in Luna brought happiness to both William and Hermione. Hermione then produced several sheets of parchment. These are findings we have compiled over the past few days regarding perception and some methods of training it. Though still quite rudimentary, we believe it may be beneficial for you. Initially, William had many questions for Luna, but during discussions with Hermione, he had been deterred from asking. Upon reflection, he realized that perhaps his adult, rational mindset had hindered his empathy, or perhaps the detachment of the situation made it difficult for him to connect. Now, contemplating further, he recognized that his inquiries could have inflicted greater harm on a young girl. Thus, he and Hermione dedicated themselves to studying perception, its formation and development, endeavoring to bestow a thoughtful gift upon Luna. William had previously experienced something similar during last year's Christmas. He had sensed the magic within himself through mental perception. Luna's formidable perception was a manifestation of her mental influence over reality. Observing the gleeful expression on Luna's face, he felt reassured in his decision and thankful that he had not caused her pain. Luna was no ordinary individual, should she overcome her trials. Her future accomplishments might indeed be extraordinary. After the Halloween feast, William and Hermione strolled together across the expansive lawn, where other young wizards engaged in wizard chess or animated discussions. Couples, too, could be seen enjoying each other's company, the scent of their infatuation palpable even from afar. Hermione, thank you, William suddenly said, fully aware that she understood the sentiment behind his words. She shook her head gently, casting a playful glance at William, and inquired, so how does Mr. Smith intend to express his gratitude? Mere words will not suffice. This caught William somewhat off guard. Well, close your eyes for a moment. All right, Hermione, without any reservations towards William, promptly shut her eyes. Of course, should William indulge in mischief, it would depend on Hermione's willingness. Otherwise, her fist would impart some valuable lessons. Nonetheless, she was generally amenable, indulging him. Fireflies. Hermione suddenly opened her eyes, exclaiming with excitement. William felt puzzled. Honing one's perception might not always be a blessing. A myriad of fireflies danced around them as Hermione tugged William to a spot where they could sit, lying upon the soft grass. A few young wizards gazed in astonishment, while some couples engaged in romantic gestures, sharing kisses. William, do you know? I am truly happy and fortunate. Hermione rested her head on William's shoulder, and he turned to glance at her. Indeed, so soft and fluffy. Fortunate? I am as well, immensely fortunate to encounter you here, above in the tower. Luna and Helena observed the two lying on the meadow. Have William and Hermione shared their method for developing perception with you? Helena inquired of Luna. This is a combination of meditation from William and Hermione, compiled from various records and experiments, along with your insights. Though somewhat rudimentary, it still offered a degree of training for perception. However, a breakthrough in the realm of perception is not so easily attained. Indeed, your perception is remarkably strong, a trait inherited from your mother, who possesses elven blood. Elves? Yes, elves are a nature-loving race, able to listen to the whispers of the natural world. Thank you, Helena. You seem quite different from the other spirits. Luna regarded Helena, confident that her eyes did not deceive her. This is a gift from her to me, which I shamelessly accepted in full. Helena was unwilling to delve further into the matter. They are both quite peculiar. Luna again turned her attention to William and Hermione. I cannot see William. He appears to be non-existent. As for Hermione, she should not be like this. Who knows, Luna? Helena gently patted Luna's head. History may be immutable, yet the future brims with infinite possibilities. Not everything can be discerned clearly. As long as your heart knows who they truly are, that suffices, does it not, Luna? Luna did not respond to Helena's words, lost in her own murmurs. Unchangeable? Luna shook her head. I do not know, but the future. Her brow furrowed in contemplation, a hint of anguish shadowing her features, yet she paid it no mind. Chapter 29, Experiment. The development of perception had a profound impact on both William and Hermione. Thus, they sought various methods to train their perception. In the realm of ordinary mortals, enhancing perception is a formidable challenge, yet in the magical world, it proves to be less daunting. Initially, both of them found themselves somewhat disoriented, akin to a blind person suddenly regaining sight, perceiving the world anew through their eyes. A peculiar sensation enveloped them, a cacophony of sounds and fluctuations surging into their minds, nearly overwhelming their senses. Yet, William and Hermione chose not to suppress this feeling. Instead, they endeavored to expand the range of their perceptions. The efficacy of their heightened awareness was profound. For instance, the magical fluctuations within each individual varied, allowing them to discern the presence of others nearby, and even to identify who they were, which proved advantageous in combat. They could also perceive the magic flowing within their own bodies, akin to an introspective vision. This exploration of the secrets within the human form captivated both William and Hermione. They felt a surge of joy as they began to sense the magical circuits coursing through the human body. While this discovery was inherently positive, they were troubled by the sheer multitude of these circuits, densely intertwined. Understanding the specific functions of each magical pathway represented a monumental undertaking. Moreover, they were hesitant to alter any nodes within these circuits, for the potential repercussions on their own abilities could be dire. The thought of inadvertently rendering themselves unable to cast spells was a source of great concern, one that would surely invite ridicule. Perhaps future tomes would recount tales of the human body as a complex domain, explored by numerous wizards. Once, there were 2 wizards whose names faded into obscurity. They perceived the secrets of the human form and endeavored to study them. However, after numerous attempts, they faltered, losing the most vital aspect of a wizard, their magic, ultimately succumbing to despair. This served as a cautionary tale for future generations, instilling a sense of reverence for the mysteries of the human body. Naturally, William and Hermione were reluctant to become such cautionary figures. Thus, they resolved to commence their studies with magical creatures instead. Consequently, the magical beings within Hogwarts Castle soon found themselves embroiled in their experiments. William wiped his freshly washed hands, removed his mask, and dabbed the perspiration from his brow. He had uncovered several more functions of the magical circuits. He glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in organizing experimental data. Hermione, do you notice any differences compared to the magical circuits in the human body? There are subtle distinctions, though they are not substantial. This particular circuit facilitates earthward movement, while others serve as enhancements to this function. So, not all magical circuits correspond to a singular special function. Some are indeed auxiliary. That would be an oversimplification. While they may be auxiliary for the subject of experiment number 7, it may not hold true for other beings. Further experimentation is required. This complicates matters. It resembles a web, yet each thread contributes to a greater tapestry. Hermione, it seems we were overly simplistic in our previous considerations. Once Hermione had organized her materials, she rubbed her temples. The exertion of employing her perception had taken its toll. William, at least we now have a direction, do we not? We have identified the corresponding magical circuits within our bodies. For instance, we can now traverse the earth. As she spoke, Hermione vanished from her original position, reappearing in front of William, though her countenance appeared somewhat pale. Indeed, the consumption is considerable. Perhaps the reason wizards wield wands lies precisely in this. You dare to accuse me? At present, it is you, Hermione, who acts with reckless abandon. William hastily supported Hermione, guiding her to a chair and carefully administering a potion to restore her vitality. They had prepared numerous potions, for their experiments were indeed mentally taxing. This also explains our struggle to adapt to these magical circuits. We possess a treasure trove, yet remain unable to unearth its potential, William continued. You are right, William. Hermione soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber, clearly under the influence of a sleep-inducing agent that William had added. Given Hermione's stubborn nature, she would not have taken a rest willingly. William laid her gently upon a nearby bed, covering her with a blanket. He picked up the experimental data from the past few days, meticulously organized by Hermione. Alas, she criticizes me, yet she is no different herself, he mused, shaking his head as he immersed himself back into his research. Of course, neither of them were malevolent individuals. After their experiments, they would ensure that the magical creatures were returned whole. The earlier incident with the troll had merely been an unfortunate mishap, William assured himself, though not entirely convincingly. Hermione opened her eyes, observing the industrious William without interrupting. Are you awake? William inquired, his back to her as he continued his work. Not awake, she retorted, muttering softly in her mind about his lack of charm. Oh, William replied nonchalantly. I must inform my mother. No, I shall tell my father. Someone has drugged his obedient daughter, a certain Mr. Smith, whose name is unknown to me. William shuddered at the thought of that scenario. It was certainly unnecessary. Very well. Very well. I understand. I shall rest for a while too, if that is acceptable. Though slightly annoyed, he recognized that Hermione's chatter was rooted in her concern for his well-being. He suddenly recalled the times at work when his mother would insistently urge him to eat. William tidied the experiment station, and together with Hermione, they exited the responding room. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the corridor, prompting William to reminisce. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a beautiful sunset in his previous life? Is it beautiful? Indeed, quite exquisite. Am I beautiful? Average. Oh, the misfortunes of my father's daughter. Beautiful. But who is more beautiful, me or Ginny? Who is Ginny? That girl from Gryffindor. I am not particularly interested in Gryffindor. Who would have thought Mr. Smith possesses a knack for charming young ladies? Average, average, third in the world. Do you prefer Ginny or me? I prefer you. I did not hear that. I prefer you. Still did not hear. If you remain hard of hearing, we shall both go hungry tonight. The lovely Miss Granger. Indeed, quickly. Hurry, hurry. William chuckled as he watched Hermione's retreating figure. Ah, she truly is like a child. He recalled the moments spent with her. Miss Granger, I like you. I heard that, Mr. Smith. Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. Such a bothersome perceptiveness. William pouted, quickening his pace to catch up. Chapter 30, Dobby. The sky is draped in rain as the Quidditch pitch hosts a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In a secluded corner, a house elf prepares to cast a spell on the quaffle. Suddenly, darkness envelopes its vision, and it collapses to the ground. In the room of requirement, Dobby lies upon the experimental table, while William and Hermione exchange knowing glances, nodding in agreement. The magical circuits of a house elf differ from those of a wizard. While Hogwarts can restrict a wizard's apparition, it cannot do the same for house elves. William and Hermione delve into the magical pathways within Dobby's body. The complexity is notable, though not surpassing that of a human. With no time to explore every detail, they focus on identifying the circuits related to apparition. They find similarities, yet several nodes differ. William gestures for Hermione to record the experimental data in her notebook. In an empty classroom, Dobby gradually awakens, recalling its intention to cast a spell before succumbing to unconsciousness. Startled, Dobby springs to its feet, scanning the surroundings warily. Dobby, you are awake. A masked figure appears before it. Attempting to apparate away, Dobby realizes it is ensnared. Another masked figure materializes behind it. Dobby, we adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, for there are no free lunches in this world. However, since you have rendered a service, we shall attend to your affairs. Dobby quivers, feeling the weight of the situation. I have stated that you have already paid, and we have agreed to assist you. The terms are no longer negotiable. The man's voice leaves no room for dissent. In an opulent manner, Mr. Malfoy leisurely sips his coffee, his spirits lifted since the recent trouble has been dealt with, dispatched to his arch-nemesis. He chuckles softly, bemused by the thought of associating with muggles, a true disgrace for a pure-blood family. Suddenly, a pair of hands grips his shoulders, rendering him immobile. A figure beside him confiscates his wand. Mr. Malfoy, you would not wish for your deeds to be exposed, would you? Such revelations could prove quite distressing for you. Who are you? Mr. Malfoy struggles against his captors, but their grip holds him fast. You are threatening me. The Malfoy family does not succumb to threats. He retorts with indignation. Regrettably, sir, you seem to have misjudged the situation. We are certainly not benevolent individuals. The voice behind him turns icy. I am unaware of what you are insinuating. Mr. Malfoy feigns calmness, though the tremor in his shoulders betrays his facade. The man gives a firm pat on his shoulder, his tone reverting to a congenial one. Do not be anxious, Mr. Malfoy. We greatly enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. As for those lacking in wit, I presume you would prefer to avoid their company, would you not? The man slowly steps before him and draws out a chair to sit, while another masked figure similarly drags a chair to join him. Mr. Malfoy's actions are hardly commendable, I think. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern your treachery. Upon hearing this remark, Mr. Malfoy instinctively widened his pupils, his expression maintained through sheer force of will. It appears Mr. Malfoy could consider replacing his informant. Perhaps he has betrayed you, has he not? The man paid no further attention to Mr. Malfoy, continuing to speak to himself. Mr. Malfoy knew that the true Albus Dumbledore was not the benevolent elder he pretended to be. Tell me, what do you think would happen if Dumbledore were to discover your misdeeds? Or, should that pack of greedy hyenas from the Ministry of Magic catch a whiff of your situation? I dare say they would not hesitate to demand more galleons from you. After all, who in the Ministry does not recognize Mr. Malfoy as a remarkably generous philanthropist? At last, Mr. Malfoy could no longer contain himself. The veins in his temples throbbed, his fists clenched tightly. He glared at the man with malevolent intensity, growling, "What do you want from me?" Did I not mention our purpose to Mr. Malfoy earlier? The man turned to his companion beside him. Did I fail to inform Mr. Malfoy of our intentions? Not at all, sir. The voice was mature and gentle. Oh, my apologies. The man swiftly rose, removed his hat, and bowed respectfully to Malfoy. My sincerest apologies, good sir. However, I believe it matters little, for Mr. Malfoy would undoubtedly have initially refused, wouldn't he? Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the notorious thieves. As for our business, it consists of equivalent exchange. In other words, we collect our remuneration first, and then consider whether to undertake the task at hand based on our mood. Isn't that quite intriguing? The man suddenly became animated, bouncing in place. Oh, I beg your pardon, good sir. I was merely reminded of something delightful. The man dashed back to Mr. Malfoy, placing a hand on his shoulder. We have accepted Mr. Dobby's payment, which is why we are here. Mr. Malfoy, I believe it requires one of your old garments. Dobby trembled as he appeared before Mr. Malfoy. Dobby, you wretched slave, how dare you betray me? Mr. Malfoy shouted furiously at Dobby. Now, good sir, please mind your tone. Mr. Dobby is currently our employer. Should you continue in this manner, we would not hesitate to engage in some rather unpleasant actions towards you. The man squeezed Mr. Malfoy's shoulder, speaking in a colorless manner. I will do it. Mr. Malfoy gritted his teeth, forcefully removing his outer garment and tossing it directly onto Dobby. Is Dobby free now? Dobby is free. Dobby initially stood in shock, then began to excitedly circle the room. Is this satisfactory? Just for such a despicable slave, Mr. Malfoy had yet to finish his sentence when a woman kicked him directly. His wand was also flung away by her, landing perilously close to his groin. Not only Mr. Malfoy but even the man broke out in a cold sweat, concealed only by their masks, remaining undetected. Good sir, have I not mentioned before that we are no mere gentlemen? The man gently patted the fallen Mr. Malfoy on the shoulder, a note of resignation in his voice. He took a few steps away, doffed his hat once more, and said, then farewell, generous Mr. Malfoy. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. We eagerly anticipate our collaboration. The two vanished, leaving Dobby to gaze at Mr. Malfoy. The house elf swiftly approached Mr. Malfoy and delivered a sharp kick before disappearing as well. Scoundrel! Mr. Malfoy's impotent fury echoed for miles around Malfoy Manor. In an open space, two figures suddenly materialized. Very well, Mr. Dobby, it is time for you to emerge. One man declared. Thank you for your assistance, sir. Dobby responded with a deep bow. I have already stated that you have been compensated. The man paused. If you find yourself without a place to go, you may consider Hogwarts. I am certain Dumbledore will offer you a satisfactory reward, though earning his trust will be entirely up to you. The two disappeared once more, and this time, Dobby did not follow. William and Hermione removed their disguises, their appearances and forms reverting to their original selves. Hermione suddenly laughed. I did not expect Mr. Smith to portray his role so convincingly. Are you, perchance, a great pervert? William was tempted to display a lecherous grin, but the memory of Mr. Malfoy's near extinction quelled his desire. How could that be? I am a paragon of virtue. Is that truly the case? She teased. Oh, could I possibly assert otherwise? Would I dare? If only I could best you in a fair fight. Alas, I must maintain the demeanor of a gentleman and not engage in a quarrel with a young lady. Hermione observed William's conflicted expression, and her heart lightened a bit. Mr. Smith, you know, regardless of your appearance, I shall stand by you. Chapter 31, The Blizzard. After November, the weather turned quite frigid, and William and Hermione remained within the castle, reluctant to venture outside. The peacock was incessantly seeking attention and resolved to establish a dueling club. At breakfast, numerous young witches and wizards engaged in spirited discussions about the topic. After all, the defense against the dark arts lessons over the years had been rather lackluster. Perhaps the dueling club would prove more engaging. With Professor Snape present, it might actually be worthwhile, Hermione remarked to Penelope, her dark circles betraying her fatigue. However, Harold is rather inept. I wonder what antics he will conjure this time. William, sporting his own dark circles, absently munched on a sandwich, his mind somewhat adrift. Whether Harold is inept or not is of little concern to me. What intrigues me more is what has transpired between the two of you. Penelope scrutinized William and Hermione with keen interest. Do we have anything to discuss? Hermione queried, perplexed. Penelope pointed at Hermione's eyes and said, How long has it been since either of you had a proper night's sleep? Or perhaps you have been out on clandestine rendezvous. Her eyes sparkled as she adopted a gossiping demeanor. Hermione had not returned to sleep for many days. Luna chimed in. What else could they be up to? Once a certain witch becomes engrossed in her studies, it is impossible to pull her away. One can only follow along. William felt somewhat helpless. This situation could not persist. Yet what could be done to persuade her? In the evening, Penelope and Luna attended Harlow's combat club, while William and Hermione opted not to conduct any experiments. At this moment, William was seated with Hermione, sharing a hot pot while gazing at the falling snow. They were not indoors. They had ascended to the tower's summit. Indeed, they had succumbed to a minor illness. William, what inspired you to dine atop the tower? One cannot light a fire within the castle. I am a staunch adherent of school regulations, Hermione remarked. William, boiling water, marveled at the utility of magic, which kept the snow at bay. Moreover, the scenery was exquisite. As he surveyed the snowy landscape, he found it beautiful. Hermione lifted her gaze to the heavens, acknowledging its beauty, yet noted that a certain Mr. Smith was not one to adhere to school rules. Suddenly, her tone turned somber. William, I find myself yearning for home. I too miss home, William confessed. Longing for both of his abodes, though one was now forever out of reach. What do you think we should do in the future? Hermione asked, hugging her knees. Feeling lost. Do whatever you wish. I will accompany you, William replied, scooping a piece of meat that was not yet cooked. Hermione tilted her head, observing William. William, you look quite handsome. What nonsense. That is called being dashing, he retorted, playfully ruffling her hair. Be gentle. I've been quite tired lately, Hermione complained, attempting to tidy her disheveled locks. And you dare say that? What has been happening? You're hardly getting any rest, William chided. Hermione made a face and stuck out her tongue, refusing to respond. William conjured a pair of chopsticks with transfiguration, deftly offering the meat to Hermione. Stop being mischievous and eat. She replied softly, mimicking William's actions, clumsily attempting to eat with her own pair of chopsticks. Hot, she exclaimed, exhaling steam and waving her hand to cool herself. Serves you right, William teased. I'm sorry, William, those spells are simply too enchanting. It's only natural to be captivated by them, Hermione murmured. William, resigned, acknowledged that he too was not immune to such enchantment. We must not continue like this. You are still growing, he admonished, eyeing her with disdain. You, what do you mean by you? Can you not silence your own mouth while you eat? I can eat, Hermione retorted. You must understand, we need not only to study but also to live and enjoy life. Otherwise, existing in such a manner becomes excessively burdensome. Stop. I do not wish to hear it. You are more nagging than my father, she interjected. Very well. After they had satisfied their hunger, they reclined atop the tower. William, are you angry? Hermione inquired, her eyes closed, comfortably resting on his arm. No, I could never be angry with you, William replied, gazing at the sky as the snow fell heavily. I admit I have been rather impatient. However, it is only through strength that I can safeguard those I cherish, including you, Hermione. I am truly happy, William, for I have encountered you. Yet, I fear losing you. I do not wish to be powerless when that time comes. You are the only one who will indulge my whims and accompany me in my folly. William observed Hermione muttering to herself. He understood her sentiments. Yet he too felt similarly. Alas, Voldemort. Oh, Voldemort, how detestable you are. William, let us engage in a snowball fight, Hermione suddenly declared, raising her fist as if to strike the heavens. Are you insane? William remarked, watching the snow fall ever more heavily. I am not insane. If you agree to my terms, I shall promise to eat and sleep on time. No magic, no cheating, Hermione insisted, not allowing William a moment to ponder before she seized his hand and soared into the air. All right, I shall accompany you, William conceded, realizing that he had just promised to stay by her side no matter what she did. A madcap fool and a simpleton began to engage in a snowball fight amidst the swirling snowflakes. Achoo! Having just returned from the infirmary, both William and Hermione had smoke rising from their ears. Hermione placed her hand beside William's ear, gently fanning away the smoke. Miss Granger, are you truly so childish? I am indeed a child. I am only 13. You pervert. Indeed. William instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Do you despise me? Hermione's large eyes glistened with tears, her lips pouting adorably. So cute. What a sentence this deserves. William pinched her cheek and gave it a gentle rub. Do you really think I would despise you? Why, you let go? Not a chance. You dog. Release me. No. Release my mouth. You let go first. No. You let go first. Together. 3, 2, 1. William's hand broke free from Hermione's mouth, and her face escaped his playful grasp. The two turned their backs to one another, ignoring each other. After a long silence, William felt a gentle poke. What is it? He turned to see Hermione suddenly leap into his embrace. I'm cold, William. Hermione wrapped her arms tightly around him. He reciprocated the gesture. William, I will eat on time, sleep on time. Oh no, except for night wanderings. Very well, so shall I. They both erupted into laughter, snowflakes drifting upon them, with no intention of using magic to shield themselves. Look, your hair has turned white, Grandpa Smith. You too, Grandma Granger. No, that sounds terrible. Let us change it. To what? Guess. I suppose it should be Grandma Smith. Exactly, Grandpa Smith. Chapter 32, Harriet's Curtain Call. In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna and Penelope were slumped over the table in a stupor. What's the matter with you two? William and Hermione had just returned from the library. Oh, don't mention it. Last night's dueling club was utterly horrendous, Penelope replied, lacking any enthusiasm. Hermione, you were right. I should never have held any illusions about Harrod's dueling club. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Penelope perked up and said mysteriously, Do you know what we saw yesterday? William and Hermione exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward. Surely they hadn't witnessed the two of them acting like fools in a snowball fight? However, Penelope did not keep them in suspense for long. She excitedly exclaimed, Harry got pummeled by Professor Snape. Indeed, they were all quite disgusted by Harry, to the point of neglecting to address him with any formality, treating him merely as a source of amusement. What transpired, one might wonder. Hermione, seated beside her, played the role of a supportive listener. Penelope continued earnestly, last night, Harry intended to demonstrate a duel with Professor Snape for our benefit. However, he was unable to cast a single spell and was promptly sent flying by Snape's disarming charm, crashing against the wall. Harry even claimed that this was merely an illustration of what it feels like to be struck by a disarming spell. Yet, who could fail to see that he was simply caught off guard? You should have seen Snape's face during Harry's flamboyant display. It was considerably darker than usual. At that moment, We all hoped Snape would give it another go, ideally leaving Harry incapacitated for weeks. Suddenly, Penelope felt a pang of sorrow. Throughout their years in defense against the dark arts, they had learned little of value. After graduation, how would they protect themselves when faced with danger? The thoughts she kept to herself revealed their shared belief that Hogwarts had been rather frivolous regarding their training. Moreover, they were on the cusp of graduation. Even if a competent professor were to arrive next year, how much could they possibly learn? Hermione and William exchanged glances as she produced a notebook, playfully winking at Penelope. These are some of our training insights, along with weaknesses of magical creatures. Do be cautious not to let anyone else discover this, Senior. Oh, Hermione. You are truly my savior. Penelope exclaimed dramatically, enveloping Hermione in a tight embrace and playfully pushing her onto the sofa. Penelope recognized Hermione's prowess. She was the acknowledged leader of Ravenclaw and sometimes more resourceful than Penelope herself. She treated Hermione with genuine respect, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. And she had never intended to pry. At that moment, Hermione felt genuinely touched. Were it not for her gender, she might have wished to claim Hermione for herself. William observed the playful antics of the two girls with amusement, his eyes wide open, captivated by the scene of their light-hearted frolic. Luna, however, did not join in the fun. She simply watched quietly. Are you planning to deal with Harry? She asked. Yes, although it doesn't directly concern me. I'm open to taking action, came the response. You intend to use someone to confront Harry, Luna stated with certainty. Rita Skeeter. My father has encountered her and described her as a green fly. Mr. Lovegood's words rang true. She was indeed quite insufferable. Nevertheless, individuals like her can also be useful. Can't they? William remarked with a smile, suggesting that perhaps Rita Skeeter would take a keen interest in Harry. William, I didn't expect you to be so wicked. Penelope said, her playful banter with Hermione having ceased. I believe that if we provide Rita Skeeter with some guidance, she will willingly investigate Harry. What of Harry? He is merely a novelist who boasts about himself, isn't he? Penelope was still unaware of his true nature. Sister, the events described in Harry's novels have indeed occurred in reality. The protagonists of those events were not Gilderoy Lockhart, who had cast a memory charm upon them. This implies that not only does Lockhart crave the limelight, but he is also a deceiver and a criminal. How could Dumbledore allow a felon to be our professor? Penelope was incensed. She held the professor in high regard, and such a person was an affront to that respect. However, her frustration soon waned. For she was no naive little girl. Complaints about Lockhart had indeed been lodged, yet whether directed at the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts, they bore no fruit. Along with me, I refuse to believe we cannot deal with Lockhart. She channeled her fury entirely towards him. Recently, Rita Skeeter received an unsigned letter. She found it unremarkable, as many had previously revealed intriguing matters to her in similar fashion. Gilderoy Lockhart, memory charm, deception. Rita's excitement surged. Transforming into a beetle, she flew out the window. Did she capture it? The figures of William, Hermione, and the persistent Penelope gradually came into view. Indeed, she had uncovered that Lockhart was an illegal animagus. Penelope raised her magical camera. This secret was one she could cherish for a lifetime. Rita Skeeter remained oblivious to her exposure, as she sought the true protagonist of Lockhart's novels. Although they had lost their memories, she believed she could find some trace of evidence. Thus, after a touch of her pen's embellishment, it would become a sensational story. Moreover, if even one among those who had fallen victim to Lockhart's memory charm regained their recollection, Lockhart would be finished. The best-selling author. The professor at Hogwarts. Lockhart's dual identity thrilled Rita. Rita did not disappoint. Before the Christmas break, she unearthed numerous overlooked traces of Lockhart's misdeeds. She published an article on the front page of the Daily Prophet, exposing Lockhart's nefarious actions. In passing, she also ridiculed Dumbledore, labeling him a senile old coot. That day, a multitude of owls flocked to Hogwarts, with Lockhart responding to each of his readers and clarifying the allegations. It was indeed a spectacle, Penelope mused, feeling particularly pleased. Hermione closed the Daily Prophet in her hands and shook her head. These revelations alone would not suffice to convict Lockhart. Rita had failed to procure substantial evidence. Allowing those who cast memory charms upon heroes to go unpunished would render the Ministry of Magic devoid of public support. Penelope asserted angrily. Casting memory charms on wizards could potentially incur irreversible harm. Not to mention that many of Lockhart's targets were heroes who had safeguarded ordinary people. In the headmaster's office, a gathering of professors, including McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, convened. Dumbledore unfolded the day's Daily Prophet and spoke softly. I trust you have all seen this article? Professor Dumbledore, I do not believe that Professor Harrow can continue to teach, at the very least. You are all aware of the kind of person he is. The usually mild-mannered Professor Flitwick now wears a countenance of rage. Professor McGonagall also purses her lips with great seriousness. She has disagreed with Harrow's appointment from the very beginning. Dumbledore offered no response, but merely stated, Patience, everyone. Professor Harrow seems to have been quite busy lately. The dueling club has been quite the burden for Severus. I dare say I would not work so hard if that insufferable fool were not around, Professor Snape retorted. Then allow me to contribute as well. I rather enjoy those children, Professor Flitwick volunteered, having been a champion in dueling competitions during his youth, eager to mentor the young wizards in the art of combat. His previous reluctance stemmed from his disdain for that peacock in full display. It is my honor, Professor Flitwick, Snape replied with a slight nod. This uproar had garnered significant attention. However, a devoted faction continued to support Harrow. William sighed, realizing that alternative measures needed to be taken. His thoughts drifted back to the letter he had just penned to Mr. Malfoy. What would be Harrow's fate should he offend the Malfoy family? William was no fool, and he believed that Mr. Malfoy would be quite pleased upon reading that letter, for it was an earnest expression of goodwill. After their previous threat to Mr. Malfoy, they had refrained from publicizing the matter out of respect for his noble dignity. Mr. Malfoy would surely be grateful. After all, asking him for a small favor should not be an insurmountable task. Hermione looked at William with exasperation. His audacity was truly remarkable. What kind of predicament was he attempting to place Mr. Malfoy in? She conveniently forgot her own exhilaration while writing that letter. At present, William had no intention of concerning himself with Harrow. Tomorrow marked the beginning of a holiday, and there was no need to let such a person affect his mood. In a study at Malfoy Manor, the noble Mr. Malfoy seethed with rage, veins bulging and teeth clenched. Damn it! Where do these audacious rogues come from? Do not let me catch you. Before him lay a crumpled piece of letter, containing a few lines. As a nobleman, Mr. Malfoy, you surely would not wish for the matter of your intimidation to become public knowledge, would you? Mr. Harrow is our closest friend, and we wish to fulfill his desire to spend the remainder of his days in Azkaban. I believe Mr. Malfoy is capable of such a task. Yours sincerely, the audacious rogues. Under the machinations of the Malfoy family, Harrow soon found himself facing charges from the Ministry of Magic. Following treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a victim gradually regained their memory and recounted the details of Harrow's crimes. Naturally, numerous eyewitnesses came forth to identify Harrow, who now faced the grim prospect of imprisonment in Azkaban. Chapter 33. William's home. Long time no see, William. The Smiths embraced him. It has been quite a while. Father and mother, they had not seen each other for a year, with their last meeting occurring during last Christmas. Hermione had grown increasingly beautiful. Mrs. Smith gently patted Hermione's head. They had made arrangements with the Grangers to vacation together at William's ancestral home this year, and Hermione would stay at William's house first. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. It's been a while, Hermione replied somewhat shyly. Mr. Smith also gave William's shoulder a friendly pat, commenting, William, you've grown quite a bit. And you look much sturdier. How could he not be sturdier? William instinctively shot a glance at a certain little witch. All right, let us get in the car. I trust the children are quite hungry, Mrs. Smith urged, tugging at her husband's arm. Oh, my apologies, children, it was my oversight. William and Hermione settled into the back seat, gazing out at the streets beyond the window. The festive spirit of Christmas was already palpable, with various shops adorned in decorations. William, this time we're heading back home for Christmas, and we have a bit of free time this year. We plan to do our shopping tomorrow and return the day after. Mr. Smith shared their plans with William. All right, Dad. William had initially intended to sleep in until he awoke naturally the next day. Mrs. Smith then addressed Hermione, saying, Hermione, Mr. Granger and the others will also arrive the day after, and we will meet in town. I know, Mrs. Smith. Dad has already written to inform me, Hermione replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. There's no need to be so formal, Hermione. Just consider it a return to your own home. William, you can take Hermione out to have fun tomorrow. Your father and I can handle the shopping, Mrs. Smith instructed her son. All right, Mom. William gently took Hermione's hand and looked at her. Why are you so anxious? You weren't this nervous when we visited your home before. Mind your own business. I'm not. Ugh. Fine. I'm nervous. Hermione couldn't quite understand why she felt particularly anxious in front of the Smiths, especially when William held her hand. Mr. Smith glanced in the rearview mirror. Well, young man. The distance from King's Cross Station to William's home wasn't too great. If they avoided peak hours, they could reach home in about 30 minutes. Didn't you bring any luggage? Mr. Smith inquired curiously. It's all packed in here, William said, shaking the small pouch attached to his wrist. What a marvelous bit of magic. That means we can buy more things and stay a few extra days at home, Mr. Smith remarked, noting the matching bracelet on Hermione's wrist. He pondered for a moment before rising to help his wife with the cooking. Hermione let out a long sigh. What is wrong with you, Miss Granger? Ever since we left the station, you've become such a lady. William couldn't resist teasing her. Hermione shot him a reproachful glance, her fists tightening before she rationally relaxed them, choosing to ignore him. She felt a bit more at ease as she surveyed William's home. It was elegantly understated, with a touch of charm that reflected William's personality. Mrs. Smith's inner character seemed to embody a gentle and somewhat youthful spirit. She recalled the last Christmas gift they had given, a delightful little teddy bear. Hermione seemed to have an idea. William, why not invite me to see your bedroom? William, taken aback by Hermione's bold remark, wondered what her intentions were. Nevertheless, he led her to his room, which he found to be quite tidy, though it did not meet her expectations. William had already discerned Hermione's motives and took her up to the attic, saying, "Follow me." He opened the door to a small room adorned with an array of delightful toys and gifts. Rest assured, after spending some time with my mother, you'll realize that her intellect is merely a facade. She is quite easy to get along with. William picked up a doll, which he begrudged slightly, yet he cherished it, as it provided him solace. "This is my secret hideaway, Miss Granger." During dinner, William observed with a peculiar gaze the lively interaction between Mrs. Smith and Hermione. Was it truly possible for a woman's affections to develop so swiftly? "Hermione is a wonderful girl, you know that, William," Mr. Smith remarked, also watching them. "Father, how did you and Mother meet?" William inquired, intrigued by the contrast in their personalities. Mr. Smith reminisced, his expression softening. "It was a chance encounter while I was at work. We coincidentally met a few more times, and eventually decided to travel together. We visited many places, and through our experiences, we grew close. Isn't it fate, Father?" William mused. "And you, William?" Mr. Smith asked with a hint of curiosity. "Me? What could I possibly have?" William shook his head. "William, you must seize the opportunity of fate. If heaven has granted you this chance, you must hold on tightly. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Mr. Smith, having experienced many regrets himself, now sought only to be with his wife and to witness William grow. After dinner, with plenty of daylight remaining, the Smiths encouraged them to go out and enjoy themselves. "What did your mother say to make you so cheerful?" William noticed the radiant smile on Hermione's face. "Oh, nothing much, just sharing amusing stories from our journey," she replied. "William, let us travel together," Hermione exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "That sounds delightful, but how shall we go?" William rubbed his hands together as the snow began to fall lightly. "We could drive, or perhaps fly on a broomstick," Hermione suggested with enthusiasm. "What did your mother say to get you so exhilarated?" William's curiosity intensified. "I can't tell you," Hermione teased, darting away. "I simply cannot reveal it. Otherwise, there would be fewer surprises in store." "Be careful, Hermione. It's slippery." William quickly pursued her. "John, have you noticed how much William has changed?" Mrs. Smith observed the two figures outside through the window. "Indeed, I noticed last Christmas. He has become much more cheerful, Mr. Smith replied, wrapping his arms around his wife. It seemed that his decision to send William to Hogwarts had indeed been a wise one. Mrs. Smith leaned against Mr. Smith's shoulder. "Yes, William was quite reclusive back then, and now he is so joyful." "And what of that girl?" Mr. Smith inquired. "She is remarkably kind and exceptionally intelligent. It is evident that she harbors feelings for William. This is a positive development, yet William seems to exhibit a hint of reluctance. After all, they are merely children." Mrs. Smith rolled her eyes in a playful manner. "What is wrong with being 13? I was 13 once myself. Ah, never mind. The snow is truly beautiful." Chapter 34, A Date. As the morning sunlight streamed in, William instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand and stretched languidly. "Mr. Smith, have you finally risen?" Hermione inquired, perched at the head of the bed, engrossed in a book. Without thinking, William wrapped his arms around her waist and nuzzled his face against her, drifting back into slumber. What is going on?" William murmured, puzzled, as he lifted his head to behold Hermione's flushed face. "What's wrong?" Hermione stuttered, her words fragmented. He was still disoriented, unsure of what was amiss, and mumbled, "Stop teasing, let me sleep a bit longer." How did Hermione end up here?" William opened his eyes again and suddenly realized the situation. Oh no. He quickly released his hold around Hermione's waist, now fully awake, more startled than anything else. "I apologize. I was still half asleep and thought I was cuddling a teddy bear." He sat up, feeling somewhat uneasy. No worries. Your parents have already left. They prepared breakfast. And I'm here to fetch you." Hermione dashed out of William's room as if fleeing, her book forgotten on the floor. William buried his head beneath the covers, contemplating a desire to escape to another world for a moment. Hermione's heart raced as she gulped down some water, refilled her glass, all the while glancing nervously towards the staircase. What was happening to her? Was she coming down with something? She pressed her hand against her chest, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, appearing distant from afar. "Good morning, Hermione." Despite the awkwardness, William, possessing a thicker skin, sat across from her and began his breakfast. "Good morning, William." Hermione, startled, released her tightly gripped water glass and joined him for breakfast. Neither mentioned the earlier incident. "William, where shall we go today?" After finishing her meal, Hermione had regained her composure. "Let me think. This morning, we should prepare Christmas gifts and cards, and in the afternoon." Hermione suddenly proposed, "How about we go to the movies together?" William awaited Hermione. The Smiths would not return until midday, as they planned to dine out. "All right. I'm ready. Let us set off." Hermione donned a fitted brown coat, a blue scarf wrapped around her neck, and her hat concealed her fluffy long hair. She approached William, adjusting the scarf around him and gently smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing. Noticing William in a daze, she linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "Let us go. What are you still pondering? Don't get the wrong idea. This is merely to prevent you from getting lost," Hermione added with a playful tone. Oh. William, somewhat dazed, allowed her to lead him outside, wondering if she was flirting with him. The shops lining the street were adorned with various ornaments and colorful lights, promising to be a splendid sight come nightfall. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, yet Hermione, leisurely linking arms with William, strolled without haste. Adults accompanied children, while a few youngsters frolicked about, their laughter echoing in the air. Snowdrifts piled high along the sidewalks, with some having crafted snowmen in various whimsical shapes. Suddenly, Hermione tugged at William's arm, her enthusiasm palpable as she guided him to a spot to build a snowman. "How hideous!" she exclaimed, gazing disdainfully at the awkwardly charming snowman William had created. "This will do," she declared, placing her own snowman beside his, as if the two were nestled close together. "Come on, let's go have lunch," she urged, pulling William along as they dashed down the street. "Slow down, it's slippery, you mustn't fall," he cautioned, aware of the icy conditions that winter had bestowed upon the pavement. Although the snow had been cleared, some areas remained treacherous. With time on their side, William led Hermione to a cozy little restaurant he frequented. It was not large, but it radiated warmth and comfort. He noticed that dining with Hermione made the food seem even more delightful. "William, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Hermione inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. No, he stammered, feeling a bit shy as this was his first outing with a girl, even more so in a familiar setting. Hermione gently ruffled his hair. "Hurry up and eat. We have a movie to catch." "All right," William replied, obliviously savoring his meal, unaware of the subtle tension in the air. The owner and his wife were enjoying a snack, both familiar with the Smith family. "Little William is quite a handful," the wife remarked, unable to contain her concern as she considered waking the oblivious lad. "Hold on," the husband interjected, "let the young ones enjoy their romance. What business is it of ours?" She rolled her eyes, recalling how he had been whispering in her ear moments ago. I am so full. William, I suddenly feel too lazy to move. Carry me," Hermione declared, slumping in her chair after their meal. The warmth inside made it tempting to remain still as they gazed out at the icy world beyond, where the wind howled from unknown directions. "Let us go. The movie is about to start," William urged, taking her right hand and slipping it into his coat pocket, effectively pulling her to her feet. Hermione ambled along, nearly leaning against him. "So unromantic," she muttered softly. "Mr. and Mrs. Jones, we're off," William called as he bid farewell to the owners. "Take care, young William," the Joneses responded warmly. "Darling, when will you take me to see a movie?" Mrs. Jones remarked, eyeing the departing couple. Mr. Jones suddenly turned serious, taking his wife's hand and executing a gentlemanly gesture. "My dear lady, might you be free this evening?" Mrs. Jones swatted his hand away in mock disdain. "At our age, must you be so cheesy?" Yet, as she looked at her endearingly goofy husband, her heart swelled with sweetness. As night gradually descended, William and Hermione emerged from the cinema, a brisk wind brushing past them as William instinctively clasped Hermione's hand. Hermione, flushed with excitement, was still immersed in the film's narrative. The streets at night sparkled with various colored lights, and curious children gathered around a few reindeer. "William, look, mistletoe," Hermione exclaimed, suddenly yearning to grow up quickly. She gazed enviously at the couple standing beneath the mistletoe, then glanced at a certain someone nearby, perplexed. Alas, when would he finally awaken to the moment? Meanwhile, William pondered the nature of mistletoe, wondering if it was edible. He refrained from delving into that line of thought, considering their tender age. Moreover, that would be illegal, wouldn't it? William looked at the girl beside him, wishing that time could hasten its passage. Chapter 35, The Old Tavern. William and his companions were seated in Mr. Smith's vehicle, en route to a town in the countryside. "John, Rose, it has been ages. Almost 2 years, if I recall correctly," greeted the tavern owner. "Henry, we've all been terribly busy," Mr. Smith replied, embracing him warmly. "Little William, it's been a while since I last saw you. Have you brought your little girlfriend along?" Henry nudged William's arm. "Uncle Henry, you remain the same," William responded with an expression of exasperation at Henry's lack of boundaries. "Still the same, I presume?" Henry did not take offense, turning his attention back to Mr. Smith. "No, just something casual. I must wait for a friend, Mr. Smith shook his head. "We must have a few drinks together soon, John. It's been far too long since we last shared a drink," Henry remarked, smirking. "Drink less. Your father was always opposed to you inheriting his tavern," Mr. Smith advised. "What a killjoy you are. That old man." Henry trailed off as he walked toward the kitchen. Hermione surveyed the tavern, which was small yet tidy. The walls were adorned with teeth and pelts of unknown creatures. Observing the tavern and its decor, she sensed an extraordinary essence within. "These are trophies from Henry's father, a formidable hunter," she mused. A hunter? William echoed, puzzled, for he had never heard his father speak of such matters. Mr. Smith, seemingly reminiscing, softly stated, indeed, I would say he was the most formidable hunter I have ever encountered. In his youth, he often led the young men of the town into the mountains for hunting and safeguarded the town's safety. The town was not peaceful then. Wild beasts frequently attacked, and several lives were lost. Henry's father, filled with rage, ventured into the depths of the mountains for over half a month, seeking traces of the beasts. Mr. Smith pointed to a pelt on the wall and said, this is a trophy from that particular hunt. What good does that do? In the end, he remained lost in the mountains. Henry grumbled, visibly displeased. That old man boasted to me about that ragged trophy before he set off. Who does he think he is? Henry, I'm fine. Let us have some pastries. You all must be weary from the long journey, he added, turning to William. Henry patted William on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Henry. Father, Mother. Hermione waved at the Granger couple as they entered the tavern, pushing the door open. It's been a while, Hermione. The atmosphere was filled with joy. William, you too? Mr. Granger took a seat beside William. Long time no see, Mr. Granger. William greeted them in return. Let us warm ourselves with some hot soup. This year's Christmas is particularly cold. Henry presented several steaming bowls of hearty broth. Thank you, good sir. The Granger couple expressed their gratitude. No need for formalities, just call me Henry. I am also a friend of John. Henry politely nodded at them. You all chat. I have more dishes to attend to in the kitchen. With that, Henry departed with a tray. They were all quite hungry, and without further ceremony, they began to eat together. The Smith family residence was not grand, but it occupied a large area in the village. 2 cars were parked in the yard, and Mr. Smith brushed the snow off his clothes. This year's snowfall is indeed significant. He warmed his hands by breathing into them and rubbing them together. Yes, it's the same over in our area. Mr. Granger tightened his coat. The interior was modest, a 3-story cottage adorned with furs and 2 hunting rifles in the hall. In the past, it had not been particularly safe, often beset by monstrous creatures. The Smith couple had tidied up a bit. In truth, the house was not disordered, as they would return for a few days to enjoy their time together whenever they could. We didn't prepare ahead for your visit, Mr. Smith said somewhat sheepishly. How could that be, my friend? The essence of Christmas is in the shared preparations, is it not? Mr. Granger nudged Mr. Smith playfully, and everyone shared a hearty laugh. William, do you sense it? Hermione gazed solemnly at the distant mountains. Yes, the creatures lurking within those deep woods are likely not to be trifled with. William also cast his eyes toward the snow-covered mountains. The tavern housed magical creatures, and despite the passage of time, remnants of magic still lingered. Hermione recalled the teeth she had seen in the tavern, exclaiming, I have seen one of those teeth in a book. It belongs to a werewolf. How can they perform such feats without magic? She found it utterly perplexing. William gently stroked Hermione's hair, smiling at her, but remaining silent. Hermione wrenched herself from his grasp and shot him a look. I see now. Perhaps I was being a bit arrogant. Magic is indeed powerful, but ordinary people are not easily dismissed. William reflected. Those haughty pure-blood wizards may have forgotten the history of their ancestors, who were once driven into hiding by ordinary folk. Can wizards and non-wizards coexist peacefully? Hermione pondered, somewhat troubled. In truth, wizards are merely humans endowed with magic. The true barriers between them and ordinary people are fear and ambition. William took Hermione's hand, suggesting, why dwell on such matters? Let us simply live our lives well. If someone attempts to disrupt our peaceful existence, why not ensure they also experience unrest? You truly are mischievous, my dear Mr. Smith. Hermione suddenly laughed, her demeanor radiating warmth. Mediocre at best, third in the world, William responded with an air of arrogance. As nightfall gently descended, the village sky appeared less lofty. Yet the stars shone with remarkable brilliance. The group tidied the house, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Christmas. From a distance, the little cottage amid the snow glowed with a warm light, evoking a sense of comfort. Inside the tavern, Henry was drinking alone, raising his glass and toast to the wall adorned with pelts. You cantankerous old man, Christmas is upon us again. Let us share a few drinks together. If you deny me, I shall drink in defiance. May it vex you. Henry had ventured into the mountains multiple times, but had failed to locate his father's remains. Unwilling to hang a portrait, and even more reluctant to accept the truth of his father's demise. Stumbling drunkenly, he leaned against the window sill, gazing at the enigmatic mountains, eventually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 36. Visitors from the Ministry of Magic. During the Christmas season, William and Hermione enjoyed a delightful experience at the old residence, enveloped in tranquility. Not only the Smiths, but even William and Hermione found themselves reluctant to depart, though their schooling beckoned. On the Hogwarts Express, William and his companions indulged in snacks while discussing the amusing events of the holiday. William perused the Daily Prophet. Harlot is to be tried next week. I hear the Ministry of Magic intends to send representatives to Hogwarts for an investigation. Penelope expressed her concern to William. I can't shake the feeling that it's not so simple. I've heard that a prominent figure will be coming, but to investigate harlot seems excessive. Indeed, I'm suggesting harlot is undeserving, William remarked, observing Penelope's indignation. How had this once gentle beauty transformed into such a figure of ire? He instinctively glanced at Hermione. Why are you looking at me, William? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Ah, the evidence is indisputable. One is influenced by their surroundings, and it seems Hermione, this vibrant kaleidoscope, has tainted Penelope, this delicate white flower. He refused to bear that burden, disregarding Hermione's gaze and returning to the Daily Prophet. At this moment in Hogwarts, Cornelius Fudge was warmly greeting Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to have you host us. How is Professor Dumbledore's health? McGonagall pressed her lips together, reflecting on the indifferent old man, feeling suddenly weary. He is quite well. Thank you for your concern, Minister Fudge. Shall we proceed? Professor Dumbledore awaits you in his office. McGonagall concealed her impatience, leading the ministry officials toward the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore, it has been too long, Fudge exclaimed, approaching to shake Dumbledore's hand. It brings me joy to see you as well, Fudge, Dumbledore replied gently. Given the cold weather, let us enjoy a warm drink together. Before them appeared steaming cups, and they all raised their glasses to drink. Professor Dumbledore, you must be aware of the situation concerning Harlot, correct? Indeed. It is quite regrettable that he has acted in such a manner. I too feel a profound sense of sorrow, as he was once my student. However, I trust that your visit is not solely due to this matter? Dumbledore's gaze was fixed upon Cornelius Fudge. Certainly not. We have come regarding another issue. You see, Professor Dumbledore, this situation involves many complexities, and we have only recently reached our decision. Fudge glanced around, inquiring whether Mr. Hagrid was present. I'm afraid Hagrid was unaware of your arrival and is currently not at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. That is unfortunate. This matter stems from the Ministry's oversight, and we are here today to express our apologies. A look of sorrow crossed Fudge's face, as if he bore a heavy heart. I shall convey your sentiments to Hagrid. I am certain he will be pleased to hear them, Dumbledore continued, offering reassurance to Cornelius Fudge. Additionally, regarding the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, we have since sealed it once more, and nothing shall emerge from there again. However, we can entrust the basilisk to the Ministry, Dumbledore interjected, cutting off Fudge's speech. Fudge appeared somewhat displeased, but quickly masked his emotions. He smiled and said, That would indeed be a task for you, Professor Dumbledore. But we must also take Harry Potter with us today. That is within your jurisdiction, Fudge, Dumbledore nodded, turning to Professor McGonagall. I imagine you are all quite hungry. Please follow Minerva to the Great Hall for your meal. I shall not delay you any further, my dear friends. This way, please, Professor McGonagall led the ministry officials away. Fudge seemed poised to say something more, but thought better of it, and followed McGonagall out. Professor Dumbledore remained, staring vacantly at the door. I have heard that Harry Potter is also here. Is he staying for the Christmas holiday? Fudge inquired of McGonagall. Yes, you might encounter him in the Great Hall. Though she answered with a hint of impatience. What an honor that would be, Fudge exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone, for he had brought along the most professional photographer. He believed their photograph together would grace the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Indeed, they encountered Harry Potter in the Great Hall, where he was heartily enjoying lunch with Ron. Mr. Potter. Fudge approached, shaking Harry's hand as the photographer discreetly captured the moment. Who are you, sir? Harry asked, unfamiliar with Cornelius Fudge. The minister? Ron looked astonished at the sight of the Minister of Magic, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yes, I am Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. And you are? Fudge inquired gently. Ron Weasley, Ron replied, shaking Fudge's hand, though he held a certain disdain for him, recognizing his status as the minister. Oh, I remember now. You are one of the Weasley children. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard commendable things about your brother Percy, Fudge remarked. Ron felt a twinge of discomfort. While it was true that his brothers were all quite accomplished, his relationship with Percy was far from cordial. Fudge lingered at Hogwarts, and once all the young wizards had arrived, he commenced his fervent speech. Now, Fudge had wrapped himself in a well-crafted facade, and the young wizards did not seem overly impatient. Was it truly the minister himself? Penelope felt a twinge of surprise. Cornelius Fudge was a politician. William glanced at Penelope, his meaning unmistakable. Did she think he was unaware? The most favored candidate for minister had not been him. His ascension to the position was far from straightforward. Penelope curled her lips. I am not as foolish as Hermione. Senior, who are you referring to? Hermione inquired, wrapping her arms around Penelope, who felt an inexplicable chill at her back. But then she pondered, what was there to fear? After all, with so many people around, could Hermione truly harm her? Was it not true that she was merely a naive fool, ensnared by someone's deceit? She pinched Hermione's cheek. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hermione, I was wrong. One could only conclude that Penelope was both inexperienced and playful. William observed the playful scuffle between the two before shifting his gaze back to the impassioned Fudge, finding it all rather tedious. He redirected his focus to the food before him. After all, one must eat with enthusiasm. Furthermore, the house elf's culinary skills seemed to have improved once again. Chapter 37. The Rhythm of Nature. Upon returning to Hogwarts, William and Hermione resumed their studies, training, and research, their days becoming busy once more. In the Ravenclaw common room one evening, the three of them were engaged in conversation. Helena, how can magical circuits be affixed to objects? William and Hermione had long been curious about this matter. The efficacy of spells cast on objects varied. Some lasted mere minutes, while others could endure for years. To ensure that the magic applied to items was more stable and had a longer duration, they recalled the concept of affixing magical circuits. Helena regarded them thoughtfully, perhaps reminiscing. Not only animals possess magical circuits, all objects might harbor them as well. In fact, the existence of such magical circuits had been noted long ago. Some had emulated them to create magical scripts, while others had utilized them to construct magical arrays. The endeavor of affixing magical circuits to objects is, in truth, a rather intricate task. Etching a magical circuit demands considerable effort, alongside constant testing and modification. You must ensure that the new magical circuit does not disrupt any pre-existing ones. This necessitates a significant investment of time to enhance your perceptual abilities. You currently lack the perception of the magical circuits within objects, so how can you possibly affix them? Helena's words were somewhat disheartening, yet both William and Hermione recognized that their considerations had indeed been rather superficial. They had been honing their perceptual skills, capable of sensing the magical circuits within living beings and magical creatures. However, the magical circuits of plants or other objects had remained imperceptible to them. Perhaps their perceptual abilities had reached a plateau. Helena sighed and remarked, "The rhythm of nature is inherent in all things. It cannot simply be grasped through another's description. The natural world moves in rhythm." William and Hermione exchanged a glance, for they had not heard of such a notion. "You may seek out a certain individual. Perhaps she can assist you," Helena suggested as she observed the contemplative expressions of William and Hermione. Luna reclined on the eaves, her eyes closed, extending her hand upwards as the wind gently caressed her fingertips. "There are numerous pesky flies surrounding you," Luna remarked, now opening her eyes to regard William and Hermione. "Indeed. It has been rather bothersome lately. I wish for a respite," William replied. They extended their own hands, feeling the playful and slightly cool breeze slip between their fingers. Yet, how might they listen to the rhythm of nature? Luna was attuned to various rhythms. In her perception, every entity, be it living or the very wind itself, possessed its own breath. Here, Luna offered a seed to William and Hermione. "Plant it, and that shall suffice." "A seed?" the pair questioned, bewildered, yet instinctively felt compelled to plant it. Winter was not a suitable time for sowing, so they awaited the arrival of spring, as the ice and snow gradually melted away. After a day filled with lessons and training, they returned to the common room, gathered around a flower pot where the seed had yet to sprout. However, they were not anxious. They had perused numerous books on planting. They understood that it was an exceedingly difficult seed to germinate, with no specific conditions documented for its sprouting. Moreover, it was a seed with a fleeting lifespan, destined to sprout, grow, and wither within a single night. The realization of Luna's intent seemed to dawn upon them. Their hearts had remained restless. Hermione stifled a yawn and looked at William. "William, are we perhaps too inept? Or have we simply been too hasty? Perhaps we ought to proceed gradually." She gazed at the stubborn seed. They had only been in contact with magic for a little over a year. Yet they had learned so much. At times, she wondered if they were too impatient. The adept use of numerous spells, controlling their innate magical energy, honing their physical prowess, and enhancing their perception of magical circuits. These were feats not typically achieved by a normal adult wizard within 2 or 3 years. William shook his head and set down his book, sensing Hermione's confusion. "Hermione," he began, "what do you believe has driven us thus far?" He continued, "It is not merely the pressure of the Dark Lord or other dark wizards." He gazed at his hands, feeling the surge of magic within. "It is because our world is wondrous. We yearn to be seekers of knowledge. We have transitioned from the realm of ordinary people into the magical world, discovering the ability to wield magic, which ignites our curiosity. For magic is profoundly mysterious and exquisite, irresistibly drawing one to dissect its nature." Hermione smiled, seamlessly taking up William's thought. "Thus, with the opportunity to explore it, how could we ever relinquish that chance?" They exchanged knowing glances. Helena was correct. They were kindred spirits, fervent in their pursuits of knowledge. Yet, they could not be blamed, for magic was undeniably enchanting. "I believe this seed will surely sprout," William, Hermione affirmed, her gaze fixed on the seed. "I believe so as well," William nodded in agreement. On that tranquil night, the Ravenclaw common room was enveloped in silence. As young wizards retreated to their respective dormitories for rest, the moonlight, gentle and soft, caressed a particular seed, as if tenderly cradling it. The seed, sensing something profound, quietly sprouted delicate shoots, quickly extending branches that soon blossomed, only to wither away. Its bloom was exquisite, seemingly dedicating its entire existence to flourish in just a single night. In the girls' dormitory, Luna opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from Hermione to the direction of the flower. She could sense the flowers blooming and pondered what blossoms might emerge from the two individuals. William and Hermione appeared to be transported into a realm of flowers, envisioning a singular bloom at the very center. Its life, though fleeting, was remarkable. After sprouting, it unabashedly showcased its pride and beauty, ultimately accepting its inevitable decline with grace. Both William and Hermione felt a profound resonance within, as if they could perceive the flower's joys and sorrows. They simultaneously opened their eyes to find it was the deep of night, each in their respective beds. As if in silent accord, they slipped on their shoes and made their way to the common room. Under the moonlight, the flower had already withered, yet they could sense it was smiling in spirit. Hermione closed her eyes, feeling the presence of the common room and the world beyond, sensing the existence of a blade of grass and a pebble. "Congratulations to you both," Luna said, emerging from her cloak, her eyes fixed on the wilted flower. "It is beautiful. I once witnessed a flower that blossomed with its very life." As she gazed at the flower, she was unaware of a tear trickling from the corner of her eye. Chapter 38, The Flying Skateboard. In recent days, William had been acting rather peculiarly, leaving Hermione curious about his activities. "Mr. Smith, are you up to some mischief behind my back?" she inquired, observing his cheerful demeanor. "Not at all, Hermione. Tonight, I have something splendid to show you," William replied mysteriously. "What could possibly warrant such secrecy?" Hermione asked, intrigued. "Why, it's a surprise, Miss Granger," he declared with pride. "Are you certain it isn't a fright?" Hermione expressed her skepticism regarding his surprise. Later that night, two figures stealthily approached the astronomy tower. Under Hermione's curious gaze, William produced a wooden board, upon which she could sense numerous enchantments had been cast. However, the board was rather unsightly, its edges jagged as if gnawed by a dog. William, slightly embarrassed, acknowledged, "Its appearance is indeed peculiar. The wood is exceptionally hard, making it difficult to cut neatly." "Then what exactly have you been researching, Mr. Smith?" Hermione questioned, bewildered. With excitement, William exclaimed, "This is a flying skateboard, and it is my very first successful creation. Can it truly fly?" Hermione was doubtful, wondering why one would study flying skateboards when there were broomsticks available. "Of course it can fly. The purpose is simple. Crafting one's own flying apparatus is a man's romantic endeavor." William's eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden light. "Alas, it is a choice I made. So I shall not be angered. Of course, I choose to forgive him." Hermione gazed at the boy before her, suppressing the urge to strike him. Under William's guidance, the flying skateboard gently ascended, as he performed a gentlemanly bow and extended his hand. "Would this lovely lady care to join me for a ride?" "Who would want to?" she retorted. "Well, it is not entirely out of the question, Mr. Smith." Hermione, lacking resolve, took his hand. As William pulled her onto the flying skateboard, he cheered like a child. "Then, let us take off." The skateboard soared swiftly into the air, only to quiver momentarily, sending them both tumbling to the ground with a thud. "William, never mind, I shall assist you as well." After William's surprise morphed into fright, Hermione did not deter him from continuing his research. Rather, she joined him in the endeavor. That previous flying skateboard was far too perilous. It had no railing, Hermione proposed. "Indeed, and we must also increase its maximum weight capacity, or it shall prove impractical." William nodded in agreement. "Merely having a railing is insufficient. There will inevitably be occasions when both the rider and the skateboard tumble down. To enhance safety, we should inscribe some shock-absorbing magical circuits and reinforce the skateboard," Hermione suggested. "Additionally, standing for prolonged periods is exhausting. Perhaps we could design it for sitting or reclining," William added. "However, that would necessitate an expansion of the skateboard surface area." Hermione did not oppose. "Hermione, I believe the most crucial aspect is that we could incorporate automatic navigation." "You are correct, but that alone is insufficient. What if it rains? We must also design a canopy." Suddenly, Hermione recognized something familiar. "A canopy? No. My ultimate aim is to create a house, or rather, a flying abode," William declared with a smile. Hermione felt a sense of unease, fixing her gaze on William's eyes. "William, you cannot possibly be considering this because I expressed a desire to travel, can you?" "What nonsense. How could that be?" William could not admit the truth. Hermione stared at him blankly, remaining silent. "Well, if the time comes that we wish to use it, it could be arranged." William instinctively touched his nose. "William, you are lying," Hermione said with a triumphant smile. "Then I must contemplate what other features we might require. Invisibility is, of course, paramount. Furthermore, even when not cloaked, it should be able to disguise itself as something else. Spring has arrived, the ice and snow have melted, and the weather has begun to warm. Recently, many older young wizards have been gathering in pairs as Valentine's Day approaches." William and Hermione sat idly on the lawn, observing the couples flaunting their affection, dispelling the chill within them. The ice on the Black Lake would soon thaw, and they would soon be able to fish there again. Hermione, let us go ice skating next year. It is a pity I forgot this year, William lamented, eyeing the ice with regret. That sounds wonderful. But I do not know how. Will you teach me when the time comes? Hermione certainly showed William some consideration. After all, I am quite adept on the ice. I still remember how painful it was when William halted the conversation back then. Watching him skillfully redirect his words nearly made her laugh. Though she maintained a facade of seriousness, it appears that Mr. Smith is quite popular. I wonder who he wishes to spend this year's Valentine's Day with? Of course, he desires to be with Miss Granger. You know me well enough. William boldly asserted. Who knows? I am rather difficult to arrange a date with. Hermione's lips seemed to curl mischievously. So, Miss Granger, do you have plans tomorrow morning? I would like to watch the sunrise with you, he inquired, holding her hand. I suppose I can make time, Mr. Smith, she replied with a calm demeanor, though her heart danced with joy. Valentine's Day? Around 4 a.m. The two night owls stealthily made their way out of the Ravenclaw common room towards the astronomy tower. At this moment, they gazed at the flying skateboard they had crafted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The flying skateboard was modified and could indeed soar, yet it fell short of their expectations. It resembled a box that could accommodate two individuals. It seems there is a distinction between ideals and reality, William couldn't help but remark. However, while there may not be a roof just yet, at least there are railings. Don't you think? Perhaps we should give it a try. It must be far superior to your version 10, Hermione asserted confidently. Then let us take off. The flying skateboard ascended over Hogwarts Castle, the lawns, and the Black Lake. Mr. Smith, it seems we have succeeded. The wind tousled Hermione's hair, and her expression radiated excitement. It was just past 4 a.m., and they still had to wait over an hour for the sunrise. Shouldn't we be sleeping at this hour? William yawned, suddenly filled with regret. Yet, you are here with me, sharing in this madness, aren't you? Hermione replied nonchalantly. On the horizon, the sun began to rise slowly, casting sunlight upon the thawing earth, resembling a beautiful painting. It's so lovely. Hermione leaned against William's shoulder. Indeed, William reached out to smooth her windblown hair, gently pulling her closer. Chapter 39, Chaos. The weather began to warm, yet Hogwarts had been anything but normal lately. The conflicts among the houses were particularly severe, especially between Slytherin and Gryffindor, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Ever since Harrow was taken away, defense against the dark arts classes ceased, and many wizards opted to join the dueling club. Recently, Slytherin had often been paired with Gryffindor students for practice in the dueling club. One wonders if this was a deliberate arrangement by Snape, as the duelists frequently harbored grievances against one another. In essence, the dueling club and Quidditch matches often served as platforms for young wizards to resolve their disputes. However, this did not guarantee effectiveness. William and Hermione attended the dueling club once, but they found themselves feeling quite overwhelmed. What is the purpose of pinching noses, tugging hair, and even rummaging through trousers? Can such actions truly resolve conflicts? Moreover, as wizards, one would expect them to wield wands rather than engage in brawls like common ruffians. Consequently, William and Hermione maintained a respectful distance from the dueling club. However, their departure did not quell the tensions among the various houses. Rather, they intensified with the passage of time. Aside from the placid Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw also sought to join the fray. William and Hermione were aware that although the wizards of Ravenclaw were known for their aloofness, they were by no means docile. Not to mention, Professor Quirrell and that Herald were both graduates of Ravenclaw. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw ultimately made little impact, as they were swiftly subdued by Hermione before they could fully engage. William remained uncertain whether Hermione was intervening to prevent conflict or simply wishing to deliver a sound thrashing. Despite Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's withdrawal, Slytherin and Gryffindor were far from backing down. The animosity between the two houses had long been entrenched, especially considering Slytherin's biased headmaster, which emboldened their audacity. Indifferent to the unfolding chaos, William and Hermione regarded the situation as mere entertainment, unconcerned for their own troubles. During the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, which initially had nothing to do with Slytherin, the latter chose to provoke trouble. As Gryffindor scored, the snakes in the stands jeered, even taunting the other lions present. The lions, unwilling to tolerate such insolence, rushed over to engage in a heated exchange of words, with insults flying in all directions. The Slytherin snakes abandoned their usual gentlemanly demeanor, descending into a cacophony of vulgarity. In a moment of escalation, one young wizard, perhaps incited by the fray, resorted to physical confrontation. This served as a signal, prompting wizards from both houses to roll up their sleeves and unleash both fists and spells upon one another. The stands erupted with a chorus of curses and a dazzling display of colorful spells. The Ravenclaw Eagles contemplated joining the tumult, but a mere glance from Hermione transformed their eagerness into trepidation. To avert collateral damage, the Eagles were swiftly escorted by Penelope, their head girl, to a location far removed from the melee. While Ravenclaw's wizards remained unscathed, the Hufflepuff Badgers, slower in their retreat, found themselves unjustly bullied. Though the Badgers were known for their good-naturedness, they could not be trifled with. When roused, they retaliated decisively. Thus, the skirmish expanded from 2 houses to a chaotic brawl involving 3. William and Hermione, both disdainful and entertained, observed the fracas with keen interest, even offering critiques of the combatants. They seemed to have procured pastries from somewhere, sipping afternoon tea as they reveled in the spectacle. Penelope's lips twitched in disapproval. She scorned the behavior of William and Hermione before swiftly joining the fray. The Eagles, sensing a new adventure, began to imitate the trio, finding the situation most delightful. He raised his gaze to the Quidditch pitch, observing the tumultuous skirmish among the spectators. In comparison, the chaos among the stands was indeed far more captivating. A peculiar scene unfolded in the Quidditch stands. 3 houses engaged in a fray, while another house spectated their clash. Occasionally, a few individuals would be sent flying. Yet the Eagles compassionately returned them to the fray, akin to benevolent bodhisattvas. This entire spectacle transpired swiftly. Professor McGonagall's focus remained on the game, and she had initially noted their quarrel. However, such behavior was commonplace. It was easy to become exhilarated while watching a Quidditch match, making disputes and cheers inevitable. It was only upon witnessing the brawl that Professor McGonagall realized it had escalated into a full-blown melee among the 3 houses. Her anger flared instantly, and she bellowed, "Cease this at once." Her commanding voice compelled many young wizards to halt. Nevertheless, a few, caught up in the excitement, continued and even launched a surprise attack on their halted opponents. The fray reignited, and this time, the combatants were reluctant to cease. Fortunately, the professors arrived promptly, separating the young wizards from the various houses. Professor McGonagall's expression was grave, and Professor Snape's countenance was equally stern, as it was their 2 houses that had instigated the conflict. Gryffindor and Slytherin both lost 200 points, while Hufflepuff lost 100. McGonagall's voice trembled with indignation. The Badgers, having merely been caught in the crossfire, felt little consequence from the point deduction. In contrast, the young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin bore bruises, glaring at each other with animosity. One could easily surmise that once the professors departed, hostilities would resume. However, after a brief moment of reflection, under the watchful eye of their respective head of houses, they managed to temper their tempers. McGonagall's ire subsided somewhat as she escorted them to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey. Although bruises were not particularly severe for wizards, the chaotic spells they had cast were another matter entirely. The uproar seemed quelled, yet beneath the surface, tensions simmered. During class or in the Great Hall, the atmosphere remained tense. They were fortunate not to have resumed fighting. Of course, this was of little concern to William and Hermione. Such occurrences were rather typical, especially for those 2 houses. To put it plainly, the young wizards from those houses were simply bored and seeking mischief. A few missed meals or a good thrashing would likely resolve their antics. They ought to observe how well-behaved the young wizards from Ravenclaw were, entirely devoid of rebellious phases. Chapter 40, The Blockade. During the Easter holiday, the school informed the second-year wizards that it was time to decide on their course selections. William found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to choose 2 classes that conflicted with one another. He harbored a keen interest in the Time Turner. However, upon reflection, it appeared that only exemplary students could apply for it. Without further ado, William chose an Ancient Runes course along with a Divination class. Divination? Hermione was intrigued by William's choice, as Ancient Runes served as a prerequisite for studying ancient magical texts, making his selection rather sensible. Yet, his inclination towards divination was decidedly unusual. Alas, there was no option to ponder. If given the choice, he would have preferred to select only one course. After all, next year, the Care of Magical Creatures class would be taught by Hagrid. The lovable giant as a professor made William envision the kind of environment that would prevail in his class. As for the Arithmancy and Muggle Studies courses, they were hardly worth considering. In truth, William's greatest desire was to enroll in potions, but regrettably, that was reserved for 6th-year students. And the esteemed Nicholas Flamel had presumably passed away. Ever since the chaotic brawl in the Quidditch stands, tensions among the houses had escalated, turning Hogwarts into a veritable powder keg. William, do you possess any means to quell the unrest? Penelope collapsed onto the sofa in the common room. Recently, the most harried individuals were those in their year, and witnessing the brawling young wizards only added to her agitation. Although Ravenclaw had been subdued, other houses frequently stirred up a myriad of troubles that left them frazzled. Why would you think I would know of any solutions? William continued perusing his book, unwilling to engage in such troublesome matters. Seeing that William remained unresponsive, Penelope sought out Hermione, imploring, "Please help me. I truly wish to give those ruffians a good thrashing." Nevertheless, Hermione merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no reply. Penelope, feeling somewhat abandoned, gazed at Hermione with teary eyes. "Senior, did you not say to give them a good beating? If one thrashing is insufficient, then several shall suffice." Hermione calmly responded to Penelope. I believe they are simply bored and in need of a good scolding. Otherwise, how could they possess such exuberance? She added. Hermione was correct. I initially considered suggesting that the professors assign additional homework, but what benefit would that hold for me? William closed his book. A beating? Penelope's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, I am a prefect. Would that not be rather inappropriate? Penelope hesitated, confident in her abilities, and thus dismissed any notion of being outmatched by those two houses' young wizards. It would indeed be improper. William tossed a mask to Penelope, reminding her to maintain her image. Would you not agree, senior? This is quite embarrassing. Penelope tucked away the mask and swiftly departed. Await my good news. In the evening within the Slytherin common room, a young wizard clad in Slytherin robes was unceremoniously kicked in by a shadowy figure. The Slytherin students, engaged in discussions on how to stir trouble, simultaneously lifted their heads to regard the newcomer. Penelope, already formidable in her own right, often practiced alongside Hermione and William, making these young wizards no match for her prowess. It seems you all are rather unwelcoming, are you not? A voice resonated, indistinguishable in its gender. Have you not been brimming with anger lately? Allow me to administer a proper thrashing. Do you intend to engage in a duel or mount an all-out assault? The masked figure arrogantly proclaimed such shameful lines. Someone remarked that before throwing a punch, one must deliver a grandiloquent speech. The more ostentatious, the better. One must not appear weaker than others, for otherwise, the thrill of combat diminishes significantly. Was he mocking us? A passerby hastily drew his wand and stepped forward, only to be swiftly dispatched by a kick from the masked individual. The passerby had not anticipated the utter disregard for the etiquette of dueling, and before he could utter a word, he collapsed into unconsciousness. What do you mean? I did not come here to duel. I came to stir trouble, Penelope exclaimed, feeling a significant release from the pent-up frustration of recent days. And indeed, William was correct. The sensation was quite gratifying. The Slytherin common room was enchanted by William and Hermione from outside, ensuring that no sounds of the ruckus within would escape. As for anyone attempting to warn others, did they think the duo blocking the entrance was merely decorative? Wasn't Penelope once a gentle and beautiful soul? How had she transformed into this? William glanced at Hermione beside him. Mr. Smith, what do you imply by that? Hermione feigned ignorance. William refrained from exposing Hermione's pretense. After all, life must continue, mustn't it? Shortly, Penelope emerged from the Slytherin common room. I am utterly exhausted. She stretched her weary limbs, though anyone could perceive her underlying excitement. Exhausted? Then let us return, William. Hermione whispered as she linked her arm with his. No. I was mistaken. Let us visit another place. Penelope responded with an air of charm towards Hermione. At breakfast the following day, the Slytherin and Gryffindor students entered the dining hall with bruised faces. Upon witnessing each other's disheveled appearances, they found an odd sense of equilibrium. Moreover, the students from both houses had lost the inclination to target one another. Hermione, I must tell you, they are pathetically weak. They cannot even cast a complete ironclad charm. When I fought them yesterday, their spells were woefully ineffective. In fact, I hardly needed to evade. Their incantations could not touch me. Penelope's tone began with excitement, only to fade into disappointment as she recalled the presence of seventh-year wizards among them. Yet their skills remained at such a low level. Thankfully, she had encountered William and Hermione. Sister, do not dwell on this, Hermione consoled Penelope, recognizing their accustomed complacency. They primarily resided within the wizarding world, separated from that of ordinary people. Except in exceptional circumstances, they merely existed from day to day. I am well aware that their current weakness is but temporary. Once they truly apply themselves, their potential is remarkable. Penelope understood these truths. Yet she found herself in a state of confusion. Sister, do you aspire to be the Minister of Magic? Hermione suddenly inquired. Penelope looked at her in astonishment. I had intended to work at the Ministry of Magic after graduation, but we could never become the Minister of Magic. No, what Hermione means is, do you wish to take on the role? William remarked, glancing at Penelope. Of course, who wouldn't? Penelope replied, looking at the two of them. Was that even a question? Then you surely can, Senior. William nodded. You must have some friends. If they become powerful too. Are you suggesting that? Penelope was taken aback. A leader ought to have followers. Compared to that wretched Ministry of Magic, aren't your friends more trustworthy? Rest assured, we will all support you. After all, your ascension to the position of Minister of Magic would bring us great joy. William harbored disdain for Fudge's self-serving politics. He himself had no aspirations to be minister. Nor did Hermione at this moment. Though Penelope hailed from a humble background, becoming a prefect and potentially the president of the student council next year would not come easily. Sometimes I think you two are mad, but who isn't mad in their own way? Penelope suddenly laughed. I promise I will. Chapter 41, the end of the academic year. After Penelope had blocked their way last time, the young wizards had indeed quieted down considerably, and with the end of the term approaching, assignments had increased. Penelope had been quite busy recently, reaching out to her friends and even organizing a study exchange group. Aspiring to become Minister of Magic was a rather audacious ambition. The opposition from pure-blood wizards alone would be enough to daunt Penelope. However, sometimes people simply require a catalyst, even if she ultimately did not become minister. At least she would have no regrets. Certainly, the likelihood was substantial that during the Wizarding War, the ministry would be purged by the Dark Lord. Following the war, the pure-blood families that had supported him would also be swept away, and by that time, many powerful wizards would have perished. It was a tragic thought, yet it was likely that this would be Penelope's greatest opportunity. William and Hermione refrained from intervening, as this was Penelope's affair, and their support felt more like encouragement than subservience. They had been busy in their own right, attending classes, practicing, and occasionally indulging in leisure. Time flew by swiftly, and final exams were upon them again. The library had become perpetually crowded, with many students scrambling to cram at the last minute. They had enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Yet as exams loomed, the joy faded. The Gryffindor twins seized the opportunity to sell contraband items to the younger witches and wizards. However, they had barely completed a few transactions before Professor McGonagall almost caught them. In truth, their magical contraptions could only deceive the naive first years. After all, cheating with magical items during the Hogwarts exams was no simple feat. Such individuals likely no longer needed to study at Hogwarts, as it would be a waste of talent. William felt a twinge of regret. Originally, due to the Chamber of Secrets incident, they were exempt from exams. But now only the defense against the dark arts class remained excluded. Perhaps Dumbledore had not found a suitable target for mischief, which is why the defense against the dark arts class was abruptly halted after Christmas. Although, whether the class was held or not was rather inconsequential. In the second year, there is no flying class, and students are required to take 7 examinations. The assessments consist of answering questions on paper, with some subjects also involving practical applications. This year's exam papers lacked novelty, primarily covering previously taught content, interspersed with some more profound inquiries. Some questions were rather peculiar, leaving William to ponder the mental state of the professor who crafted them. The examination for the Headmaster's Curse class requires the casting of a spell that is not particularly difficult, while the Potions class exam demands the brewing of a potion specified by Snape. As for the Transformation class taught by the Catgirl, students are tasked with transfiguring objects into designated shapes. Last year's exam involved turning a mouse into a snuff box. Hogwarts does not entertain the notion of retention, leaving William uncertain if anyone might falter outright. The examination period is not fixed, generally spanning 3 days, and post-exams is when the young wizards experience their greatest joy. During this time, the number of students caught out at night tends to peak, a rather enthusiastic attempt to lower their house points. Notably, recent days have been uneventful, leaving the point-obsessed individuals with little opportunity to bolster Gryffindor's score. Furthermore, Gryffindor lost a staggering 200 points during the chaotic skirmish, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin incurred significant deductions amid their mutual provocations. Although Ravenclaw did not clinch the Quidditch Cup, they still led Slytherin by nearly 200 points. One particular old bee would hardly be so brazen, William mused, though he remained uncertain of what mischief the old bee might conjure. Indeed, the anticipated mischief emerged, manifesting as a dueling tournament to be held after the exams, with points awarded to the houses. William felt embarrassed to speculate on the old bee's intentions. Realizing this, he and Hermione chose to ignore him completely. Penelope, too, lacked the inclination to engage with the young wizards in their games, being preoccupied with the search for like-minded companions. This dueling tournament was particularly popular among the young wizards, as it provided a legitimate opportunity for conflict while also earning points. Interestingly, the objectives of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students converged. Both sought to confront the masked individual who had bested them, eager to reclaim their pride. However, they were unlikely to succeed in their pursuit. With no classes for several days, William and Hermione devoted much of their time to the Room of Requirement, engaging not only in dueling, but also in conversations with Helena. A ghost who has existed for over 1,000 years is not easily fathomed, especially one who is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Despite living in the shadow of Lady Ravenclaw, comparisons hinge on the subjects at hand. Occasionally, they would accompany Luna to immerse themselves in nature, listening to its rhythms, which elevated their spirits considerably. Of course, they also enjoyed gatherings with a select few friends, sharing meals, conversing, and unwinding. The Black Lake teems with various creatures, yet William consistently finds himself empty-handed, while Hermione consistently reels in fish. Initially, William believed it to be merely a novice's protective phase, yet he soon relinquished any self-deceptive notions. Amidst Hermione's teasing laughter, William savagely grilled the fish she had caught, nearly consuming every single one. Hermione, concerned he might choke, had eaten a fish herself and, feeling somewhat greasy, could only watch as he indulged in his whims. It can be said that the days spent by William and Hermione were filled with joy. As for the year-end banquet, they both chose not to attend, showing no desire to participate. During this time, Harry Potter and his knightly companion garnered considerable attention, accumulating a significant number of house points. Under Snape's meticulous guidance, their disarming charms were notably refined, enabling them to triumph over many adversaries. The young wizards of Gryffindor felt a tinge of regret for not locating the masked individual, as they were still contemplating ways to regain their prestige. However, upon realizing their house had won the House Cup, they set aside their disappointment and jubilantly celebrated. Conversely, the Serpents of Slytherin, having failed to secure the House Cup once again, were understandably disheartened. Yet, with their head of house remaining silent, they had no choice but to endure, too intimidated to voice their grievances to the formidable Old B. On the Hogwarts Express, William and Hermione initially planned to apparate directly home, but they were intercepted by Penelope, who chattered incessantly about her recent accomplishments, leaving them with no choice but to listen. However, Penelope possessed genuine talent and had indeed gathered a circle of supportive friends, beginning to guide them in their training. The pair exhibited remarkable patience, with Hermione occasionally discussing intricate details with Penelope, while William cast a spell to muffle the sounds around them. He observed these two carefree individuals with a sense of weariness. Did they not fear that walls might have ears? Unbeknownst to them, Penelope held a deep trust in William and Hermione, genuinely considering them reliable friends. She was no fool. She only shed her facade in their presence. Chapter 42. Return to the Old Mansion. This holiday season, William and Hermione planned to spend time at William's ancestral home, a place they had long found intriguing. Naturally, despite their eagerness, their parents were not so carefree as to allow two boys, still shy of 14, to traverse the old mansion unaccompanied. The duo exerted considerable effort to persuade their parents to consent, who were more amenable given that William and Hermione were no ordinary children. They recognized that certain matters were beyond their control, ultimately allowing the two to venture forth. In stark contrast to the snow-covered Christmas, the summer countryside unfolded in a lush, verdant panorama. On the path leading to the old mansion, the two walked along a small trail, catching sight of the distant cottage, nestled within a valley. The mansion awaited at the end of the path, where a bridge spanned a gentle stream. On the other side lay a soft meadow, followed by a fenced garden and the old mansion itself. Standing on the bridge, William and Hermione could observe the babbling brook below, teeming with lively fish. If only I could, I would wish to reside here forever. I do not relish the air of London. William took a deep breath, relishing the freshness of the air. The scent of fragrant grass washed over him, invigorating his spirit and rendering him remarkably at ease. That is not out of the question, Mr. Smith, Hermione said, extending her arms and closing her eyes as if embracing something ethereal. William gazed at Hermione, a gentle breeze playing with her hair, and marveled at her visage, which was blossoming with beauty, reminiscent of a lovely sprite. He refrained from interrupting her, simply observing in silence. William, encountering her, must feel like having saved the entire galaxy. Come, let us tidy up first. I am quite famished, Hermione urged, grasping William's hand and hastily leading him across the meadow to the old manor. After several months away, the garden had become overgrown with weeds, yet some flowers had bloomed, creating a picturesque scene. Inside the house, a layer of dust had settled, but their cleaning efforts proved to be a trivial task, easily managed with the assistance of magic. This place was considered the outskirts of the deep woods, where magical creatures dwelt, and they harbored no fear of the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny. Even if they were discovered, they could easily cast a silencing charm. They were, after all, two renegades at heart. As they prepared a meal, William felt a surge of joy at the prospect of showcasing his culinary skills once more. His cooking was neither exceptional nor poor. However, in a country like England, it was deemed quite commendable. Hermione expressed a desire to lend a hand, though William initially hesitated to allow her involvement, fearing it might complicate matters. Yet her determination was unwavering, as she boldly proclaimed her intent to take on the role of head chef. Reflecting on her culinary prowess, which he had yet to witness, a foreboding sense crept over him. Trusting his instincts, he opted for a compromise, permitting her to assist him. Surprisingly, they discovered an unexpected synergy in their collaboration, and William even entertained thoughts of a future life together with her. He quickly stifled these fanciful notions, unaware that Hermione had detected his thoughts and was smiling softly. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, and what they prepared could be classified as dinner. As dusk descended, the two of them reclined on the grass, Hermione resting her head on William's arm while gazing at the distant sunset. "It is so beautiful, William," she exclaimed, leaning closer as if wishing to nestle into his embrace. Her tousled hair brushed against his chin, creating a ticklish sensation. "Hermione, one ought not to recline right after a meal," William gently reminded her, feeling a slight numbness in his arm from the weight of her head. "You are such a spoilsport," Hermione replied, although her tone was playful rather than disappointed. "Alas, my fate is truly unfortunate." William chose not to disrupt the atmosphere further. After all, what was a bit of numbness in his arm? As the evening glow waned and night enveloped the surroundings, the stars began to twinkle in the clear sky, casting a veil of darkness over the old manor. In the distance, the chorus of croaking frogs and the calls of unseen creatures began to rise, composing a symphony of the night. Is this what rural life is like, William? Hermione's words, soft yet distinct, reached William's ears. With her eyes closed, she immersed herself in the natural rhythms surrounding the old manor. I heard the melodious chirping of birds, the gentle hum of insects, the flickering glow of fireflies, and the croaking of frogs. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. But in an instant, realization dawned upon her. William, there are two frogs engaged in a tender embrace. You should take note, Hermione teased, casting a playful glance at William. He was left speechless, muttering to himself, when do I have the leisure to listen to the serenade of frogs? You didn't even point me in the right direction. He promptly closed his eyes, seeking to explore the sounds, driven solely by a spirit of scientific inquiry, with no ulterior motives. What if we were to settle here in the future? Hermione suddenly proposed to William. I would love that, but wouldn't we become mere third wheels to my parents? William replied, contemplating the idea, yet aware that this was a sanctuary for his parents' romantic interlude, and he had no desire to be a spectator to their affections. Then let us find a place even more beautiful than this, where we can live in seclusion. She mused with enthusiasm. And we shall create our own castle. Oh, but I still yearn to travel, Hermione lamented. There is no conflict in that, my princess, William responded with a smile. Who says a princess must be confined to her castle? His sweet words stirred a flutter in Hermione's heart. However, you must not be absent when the time comes. You promised to accompany me. As William listened to her, gazing at the star-studded sky, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. I shall certainly not be absent, he assured her, perhaps viewing this journey as a destined adventure. He often pondered how he had arrived in this realm and recalled his mother's words from his childhood. She had once remarked, almost carelessly, that his existence was an anomaly. Had it not been for him, they might still be journeying. William shook his head, contemplating the possibility of parallel universes. Who could fathom how many existed? Time and space are intricate enigmas, and William found himself incapable of deciphering the odds of his arrival here, nor the chances of encountering someone special. Was this truly fate? He mused, casting an involuntary glance at Hermione, smiling softly. Let it be, he decided. As long as I am here with someone I cherish, that is enough. This marked their first solo excursion together, and William affectionately ruffled her hair. Hermione did not shy away. Instead, she leaned into his touch, eyes closed, seemingly drifting into slumber. Fool, he whispered fondly. Chapter 43, The Rhythm of Vacation. Life at the old residence was far from the frenetic pace of the city. They would sleep soundly until the sun beckoned them awake. William, stifling a yawn, sat on a wooden stump at the doorway, gazing dreamily at the rising sun, reluctant to stir. Shortly thereafter, Hermione joined him, yawning as well. They had both retired early and enjoyed a restful night. Their yawns were not born of fatigue, but rather a refreshing vitality, as the rural ambience seemed to rejuvenate their spirits. William, are you not hungry? Hermione inquired, cradling her face in her hands, squinting slightly as she inhaled deeply. I'm hungry. Yet I find myself reluctant to move, William lazily remarked, leaning closer to her. Shall I prepare breakfast for you? Though the words slipped from her mouth, Hermione remained utterly still, sharing the same reluctance to stir. After all, hunger would not claim them. They could attend to it later, William suggested. Indeed, Mr. Smith concurred. While their existence here afforded them a sense of freedom, they were still tasked with maintaining the old estate. The lawn had grown somewhat wild, in need of trimming, and the wooden fence had not been painted in ages. Neglecting it would render it vulnerable to pests and decay. The garden, too, required pruning of its old branches and the removal of wilted flowers, and William was fortunate to witness a less delicate version of the flower-collecting maidens. This was a responsibility entrusted to them by William's parents, a small grievance for having encroached upon their holiday retreat. Nonetheless, the two found joy in the labor, opting against using magic for a swift tidy-up, as that would diminish much of the enjoyment. William, I have brought you some meat, Henry's voice echoed from afar, prompting the duo to pause their work and turn towards him. Uncle Henry, what brings you here? William inquired, puzzled by Henry's unexpected visit. I do not wish to intrude upon your little world, but your father sent me to deliver some provisions, Henry jested, scratching his head as he assessed the pair. Evening safety is not guaranteed. Do take care not to approach the deep woods. It has improved since the past, yet solitary wolves still wander here. It's best to remain indoors after dark. Though Henry could not fathom why the Smiths were so at ease allowing the two youths to vacation here, he remained respectful of their choices. His amicable relationship with William's father did not grant him the liberty to impose his opinions. Furthermore, his still intact hunter's instincts whispered to him that William and that girl were no ordinary individuals. However, this did not preclude him from offering a word of caution to William, while also taking a moment to observe how much young William had grown. Perhaps not as adorable as before, yet undeniably more handsome, he remarked, though he maintained a level of decorum. Well then, I shall not keep you any longer. Farewell, young William, and to your little girlfriend." Henry waved as he departed, not missing the chance to tease them one last time. What an odd fellow, the two mused, watching his retreating figure with mixed feelings. They sensed the underlying sorrow within Henry, masked by his carefree exterior. The meat he brought was abundant, enough to last them for days. William intended to prepare it simply and hang it up to create rudimentary cured meats, a taste he had long missed. He stretched lazily, surveying his surroundings. "All right, let us push through. We should complete our tasks today." Once more, the pair immersed themselves in the upkeep of the old estate. As dusk settled, William and Hermione collapsed onto the lawn, gazing at the freshly repaired fence and the tidied garden, along with the manicured grass beneath them, a wave of satisfaction washing over them. The exterior of the old residence has been nearly attended to, and tomorrow's task will involve repairing the roof and tidying up the interiors. They currently possess no energy whatsoever, resembling two desiccated fish. "Hermione, did you not express a desire to become the head chef? I entrust this task to you." William, with eyes closed, made not a single motion. "Is that so? William, you must be mistaken. It is clearly you," Hermione retorted vehemently. "You are being unreasonable." Ultimately, they resorted to a bit of magic, and the pots and pans in the kitchen began to stir to life on their own. However, in the realm of wizards, employing magic can hardly be deemed cheating, can it? They were sincerely grateful to those who invented the household spells. How convenient it was. The following day, they rose early to continue their work on the old house, and by noon, it had been transformed. In the afternoon, their attention turned to the brook. They rolled up their pant legs and focused intently on the water, which was shallow enough to reach their ankles. They would avoid the deeper sections, for if they were not wizards, William would never permit Hermione to enter the water. What if the Granger couple discovered he had taken Hermione to play in the water? The dangers of deep water are well known. Even if the bottom is visible, it could easily deceive them, and drowning is no trifling matter. In a brook, one would undoubtedly find fish and shrimp, yet it had been over a decade since William had attempted such a venture, and he felt rather clumsy now. They refrained from employing their magical senses. Otherwise, the joy of the experience would be lost. "William, look!" Hermione exclaimed as she caught a small crab, calling out to him. It appeared to be a brown crab, and while the Chinese mitten crab had long since invaded Britain, it had not yet reached alarming numbers. Nevertheless, William felt an overwhelming desire for it, and they immediately sprang into action. At the dining table, William and Hermione gazed at the small fish, shrimp, and crab they had caught, and their appetites surged. With no outsiders present, they began to nibble on their catch. Indeed, it was just as he remembered. William recalled sneaking out to catch fish in his youth, only to receive a thorough scolding from his parents afterward. In those days, he was blissfully unaware and fearless. But ever since hearing about a child who drowned, he had refrained from swimming again. These were precious memories, a beautiful part of his childhood. Lost in thought, his hands continued to move, and eventually, a playful contest ensued between the two. As for the outcome, it mattered little. "William, let go of that. It is the fish I specifically grilled." Hermione glared at him. Yet, William feigned ignorance and playfully declared, "I shan't release it, if you can. You tell me who truly grilled it." "William." Hermione stretched her limbs, declaring, "It seems we must have a contest. Who is afraid?" The two began to spar. And at that moment, the fate of the fish became inconsequential. In summary, they were two well-fed individuals with nothing better to do. Chapter 44, Pendle Mountain. After restoring the old residence, William and Hermione spent a leisurely time there, which brought them a sense of tranquility. However, they remained steadfast in their purpose, eager to explore the mysterious deep mountains. Although they found no records of these mountains in the Hogwarts library, they were not without alternatives. "What deep mountains?" Henry inquired, gazing at William and Hermione with a look of confusion, unsure of the intentions of these two children. "Indeed, we seek to uncover the stories hidden within," William offered. Finding a pretext, Henry scrutinized them with a skeptical eye, acknowledging that this was no secret. Their father should be aware of it too. According to the hunter's tales, the deep mountains had appeared suddenly, transforming what was once an ordinary hill long ago. Henry seemed to reminisce. "My father once told me that even they were unsure of the truth behind that legend. However, in his youth, the deep mountains were visible to all. They were perilous. While the outskirts posed little threat, those who ventured into the heart of the mountains seldom returned. We had reported it to the authorities, yet the officers found nothing amiss, dismissing it as merely an ordinary hill. Likewise, not everyone in the town could behold the deep mountains. Only a select few hunters and their descendants were granted this sight. Consequently, the townsfolk believed we hunters had offended the spirits and spoke ill of us. It was not until a monstrous creature attacked the town and we hunters saved their lives that they ceased their slander." Henry scoffed, deriding the rumors. "I have encountered those beasts. They were merely a pack of monstrous wolves. They are no spirits. They can be slain, merely formidable beasts. Were the attacks and the deep mountains both sudden occurrences?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Henry pondered, shaking his head. There have been similar incidents mentioned in the tales, yet they did not coincide with the sighting of the deep mountains. The discovery of the mountains is a story passed down from my grandfather's generation. They supposedly formed one fateful night a century ago. Of course, that legend is likely a fabrication to amuse children. How could a mountain simply materialize? I believe the deep mountains have always existed, concealed for reasons unbeknownst to us, rendering them invisible. As for why we hunters can perceive them now, we remain uncertain. Perhaps it is due to our heightened senses as hunters. William and Hermione listened intently to Henry's words, contemplating. It seemed to relate to a gradually weakening invisibility charm and a banishing spell. They had observed such traces around the deep mountains. However, both were puzzled, sensing that Henry possessed no magical power. If he was not a wizard, how could he, or those hunters, perceive the places hidden by enchantments? The deep mountains resembled a cage, with an array of intricate spells woven upon them. Magical creatures are not meant to roam freely. Those occasional beasts that appear must be the result of ancient temporal rifts that allowed them to escape. William and Hermione were astonished to realize that casting such an array of spells upon that vast, deep mountain was an exceedingly arduous task. It was even further complicated by the artificial alteration of magical ley lines, which had been transformed into a colossal magical array deep within the mountains. They could scarcely believe that anyone possessed the prowess to accomplish such a feat. Surely, such a person could not remain inconspicuous. Who could he possibly be? Uncle Henry, could you share with me the way to enter that mountain? William ultimately decided to pose this question. Henry suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon William. Young William, you must understand, this is not a mere child's game. Yet, he then murmured something under his breath. But that is his son, perhaps. Are you serious, William? I cannot divulge this information to you. It is far too perilous. No, I must inform your father. Henry abruptly grew agitated and rushed into the tavern's inner chamber. Would he refuse? Hermione tugged at William's sleeve and whispered, "No, that is too dangerous." Before William could respond, a stern voice emanated from the inner room. After a few moments, Henry emerged, a perplexed expression upon his face. Goodness, they actually agreed. He shook his head, muttering to himself, I should have known. They are exactly that kind of people. He looked conflicted as he regarded William and Hermione. Though your parents have consented, I find I have no reason to obstruct you. William. Henry produced several well-preserved manuscripts, meticulously folded. This was drawn by that old codger upon his return. Take good care of it. He handed it to William. However, just as William reached for it, Henry grasped it firmly. I will give it to you, though I am uncertain of your capabilities. But remember, do not act recklessly. Safeguard yourselves, do you understand? William and Hermione nodded solemnly as they accepted the manuscripts. By the way, Uncle Henry, does that mountain have a name? William instinctively inquired. Henry's expression turned grave. Indeed, my father referred to it as Pendle Mountain. The two procured some supplies in town, bid farewell to Henry, and returned to the old manor. Inside, William and Hermione were both puzzled. Why did he agree upon hearing your father's words? Hermione wondered. William shook his head, uncertain. If my senses are not deceiving me, neither my parents nor Henry possess any magical power. Yet how do they, or rather the hunters, perceive the places concealed by spells? Hermione added, I do not know, but for them, this cannot bode well. Perhaps it is a curse in disguise. Hermione gazed once more at the distant mountain and posed another question. Why did Uncle Henry's father name it Pendle Mountain? He must have discovered something significant. But whether that is true remains a mystery, William replied, shaking his head. Well, Mr. Smith, do you still dare to jest about me, a witch? Hermione playfully winked. Rumors had it that an evil witch dwelled within Pendle Mountain, accompanied by numerous demons. Yet, with William by her side, she feared neither the wicked sorceress nor the fiends. The atmosphere lightened, and the two began perusing several manuscript pages left by Henry's father, revealing their route into the mountains, detailing various dangers lurking in the depths, and recounting their encounters with wild beasts. William and Hermione felt a sense of admiration. These ordinary individuals were the true heroes. Chapter 45, The Cabin. After acquiring Henry's draft, William and Hermione refrained from hastily exploring Pendle Mountain. They resolved to refine their flying apparatus, specifically the much-anticipated flying skateboard 20 version. Within the old dwelling, they found ample time and energy to devote to the study of this contraption. Their plan involved constructing a small cabin the size of a telephone booth, within which they would inscribe the intricate magical circuitry for a seamless extension spell. The cabin would comprise 4 rooms, 2 for their sleeping quarters, a spacious laboratory, and a converted storage room. The observation deck was designed for the top floor, offering them a view of the outside world while providing a delightful space for afternoon tea. Of course, this was not a venture they could undertake alone. They invited Helena to assist them. The ghost of Hogwarts was not confined to the school grounds. She could venture out, though she preferred the familiar corridors of academia. Are you planning to create a flying magical tent? Helena inquired, surveying the small cabin. William nodded, affirming their ambition. Traveling with one's own home was undeniably appealing. Helena offered little objection. For her, this endeavor was hardly daunting. What could be more complex than a room of requirement? Under Helena's guidance, the pair learned numerous spells and intricate magical circuits, dedicating countless hours to etching them into the cabin structure. Ultimately, their creation exceeded their initial plans, incorporating a living room filled with books Helena had mysteriously acquired. This ample space also served as a training ground for magical practice and testing. It must be said, Helena was an excellent mentor, reminding them not to neglect their training even amidst their travels. Their sleeping quarters were sufficiently spacious, accommodating a bed, wardrobe, and bathing area. The room featured an inscribed temperature-regulating magical circuit, while the bathroom boasted enchantments for both fresh spring water and heating. William marveled at how magic could simplify so many tasks. The cabin was ingeniously designed to assume two forms, one as an ordinary wooden structure and the other as an observation deck. The latter's exterior resembled the previous Flying Skateboard 20 version, allowing William and Hermione to interact with others, while the cabin form appeared as a telephone booth-sized wooden house, capable of shrinking to the size of a pendant. After the renovation was completed, the two diligently organized the items within the old residence. With the passage of several days, their adventure was about to commence. Uncertain of the duration of their expedition, they prepared an ample supply of provisions. Although the wizard could procure water from a crystal-clear spring, they also stocked sufficient clean fresh water, better to be prepared than to find themselves wanting. After all, these supplies could be neatly stored in a small enchanted bag that had been imbued with a spell of seamless expansion, occupying little space. Inside the quaint cabin, William and Hermione gazed at their achievements with palpable excitement. Nearby, Helena regarded them with a bemused expression. "William, it seems we are ready to embark on our adventure. Are we not?" Hermione, undeterred by Helena's curious gaze, replied, "Indeed, Hermione." William, inspired by her enthusiasm, felt a surge of excitement as well. "Are you not considering naming it yourselves?" Helena suggested with a playful wink, recalling how names are often bestowed by chance. She thought of the aptly named Wish-Granting Cottage, which had a delightful ring to it. A name? The two exchanged puzzled glances, neither particularly adept at nomenclature. "Let us simply call it the cottage, shall we, Mr. Smith?" Hermione proposed with a sudden inspiration. Once everything was in order, William took Hermione's hand, leading her to the observation deck atop the cabin, which had been transformed into a viewing platform. The space was ample enough to accommodate two, along with a small table adorned with their snacks. Helena, intrigued by her surroundings, decided against joining them, preferring not to be a third wheel. "Onward," Hermione proclaimed dramatically, straddling the railing. "Aye, Commander," William replied with a mock salute. The cottage lifted them into the air, swiftly soaring into the depths of the mountains. They were in no rush, intending to follow the path once traversed by Henry's father, familiarizing themselves before exploring uncharted territories. In the sky, their view expanded magnificently. The flora was towering and diverse. They inhaled deeply, the air refreshingly pure, invigorating their magical energies. Contrary to their expectations of lurking dangers, perhaps on the ground one must remain wary of ferocious beasts, peculiar plants, venomous insects, and toxic mists. Yet in the heavens, their attention was only required for soaring birds of prey and the unusual trees that surrounded them. As William reveled in the scenery, Hermione tugged at his arm, prompting him to look at her with a questioning expression. "There's a pack of wolves," she exclaimed, pointing toward the ground. Following her gaze, William spotted a sizable pack, numbering over 20, quite a formidable gathering. The wolves were feasting, blood still staining their fur, likely having just completed a hunt. These were no ordinary wolves. Each was nearly the size of a mature lion. William noticed that the alpha wolf was even more robust, adorned with a singular horn upon its head. "I've never seen a wolf pack like this, especially one fresh from a hunt," Hermione remarked, her excitement palpable as she spoke to William. William nodded, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure of the Wolf King, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The modest cottage soared not too high, and the Wolf King, along with its vigilant pack, swiftly alerted their comrades who were still feasting. In an instant, the entire wolf pack ceased their meal, regarding the two intruders with wary eyes. The Wolf King, brimming with hostility, let out a brazen howl. The pair merely passed by, harboring no enmity towards the wolves, and neither William nor Hermione bore any murderous intent. Yet, was it not rather audacious for the Wolf King to act so defiantly? They deftly maneuvered the cottage and soon departed. However, just as they flew away, a spell hurtled toward the Wolf King. Struck, the Wolf King stumbled, nearly collapsing, and took a while to regain its composure. "What a shame, Mr. Smith," Hermione remarked, observing William's expression, then shifted her tone. "If it were me, I would have delivered a solid punch." "Is that bad? Who told that Wolf King to be so foolish?" William considered himself not one to harbor grudges. He believed in addressing grievances promptly. Yet, it seemed that Hermione's transformation was indeed a consequence of his actions, the once wise and kind girl no longer present. Alas, It was true. Once one encountered William, the depths of affection were replaced by indifference. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he resumed perusing his father Henry's manuscript. According to the writings, the true adversaries of the townsfolk were a pack of monstrous wolves, or rather, a group of werewolves. Chapter 46. The Unicorn. The two continued their journey along the route for quite some time, yielding little in terms of discoveries. Many creatures spotted them from afar and scurried away. William felt a tinge of frustration. They were not demons, merely seeking to extend an invitation for a visit and offer a health check. Most of these magical beings consisted of creatures like the cat-mink, gnomes, and sniffles. William found them uninteresting, particularly following their recent experiments. Hermione busied herself tidying their newly constructed workstation, organizing the fresh experimental data they had gathered. The sniffles possessed the ability to dig and seek treasure, while the cat-mink could assess suspicious entities. These abilities were commendable and merited further exploration. Hermione involuntarily scrutinized William, musing that the cat-mink's skills might discern if someone were a scoundrel. Just as William removed his mask, he felt an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck, as though foreboding misfortune loomed. As night fell, the cottage nestled in a tranquil part of the forest, where William and Hermione found themselves atop the platform, indulging in snacks and engaging in conversation. They had grown accustomed to this lifestyle over the past few days, traveling, and when encountering rare magical creatures, conducting research. Occasionally, they experimented with new dishes, which tantalized their appetites. They were grateful for following Helena's advice to construct a living room where they could train. Otherwise, with such indulgence, they would likely gain several pounds. Speaking of Helena, both felt a sense of longing for her, wondering where she might be now. Somewhere in the forest, Helena involuntarily sneezed, startled by an unsettling sensation. Who could evoke such a foreboding feeling in a specter? However, she currently lacks the time to delve deeper into her thoughts. As she gazes at the documents in her hands, demons, vampires, and other magical beings she has never encountered before, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. She surveys her surroundings. This place is far from ordinary. Hermione is still engaged in conversation with William, when suddenly, her peripheral vision catches sight of something. Confirming her suspicion, Hermione's excitement surges. "William, look over there. There's a unicorn," she exclaims, pointing towards a serene grove with fervor. "A unicorn?" William, equally curious, follows Hermione's gaze but sees nothing beyond the trees. Just as he opens his mouth to inquire further, Hermione pulls him up. "Wait, William, don't ask. What if it runs away?" Her tone carries an urgency. William nods, silencing his questions, and follows Hermione as they swiftly exit the cabin, making their way toward the woods. Indeed, it is a unicorn, William marvels. Were it not for Hermione, he might have never spotted it. By the stream, a mature unicorn drinks. Its coat as white as snow, its physique akin to that of a horse. However, unlike a horse, a long, pointed horn adorns its forehead, lending it an air of elegance. A hazy glow emanates from its body, suggesting a certain magical aura that feels profoundly sacred. To put it more plainly, a unicorn is a treasure trove of magical materials. Its horn, mane, and even its blood hold immense value. Their horns possess detoxifying properties, capable of neutralizing even the most potent poisons when one drinks water infused with them. Their hair can be crafted into wands. Indeed, the core of William's wand is made from their hair. Furthermore, their blood can extend life and replenish a person's vitality. However, those who consume it will bear a curse. The unicorn notices the two of them but remains unperturbed, choosing not to flee. Its speed is unmatched. No creature could hope to catch it, and with its formidable horn and magic, it feels no threat from two young adolescents. Should anyone be deceived by its appearance and assume it to be weak, the consequences would be dire. Hermione approaches, and the unicorn does not shy away. Instead, it moves closer to her. "May I ride you?" she softly inquires, stroking the unicorn's mane. The unicorn offers no objection, nodding in assent and even kneeling slightly to accommodate her. As Hermione mounts its back, the unicorn rises gracefully and begins to trot joyfully along the stream. Bathed in moonlight, they appear to gallop forward, soaring through the air like birds, free and unfettered. William watches Hermione atop the unicorn, momentarily lost in reverie. All right, William. Stop looking at me like that," Hermione exclaims, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze. William found himself in a state of bewilderment, not due to any discontentment, but rather because he had yet to fully grasp the situation, still lost in reverie over that beautiful moment. However, in the next instant, the unicorn lay motionless upon the ground, having been rendered unconscious by someone's actions. The true culprit bore no connection to the innocent-looking young witch. "What are you waiting for? Move quickly. It's a unicorn," Hermione urged. Her intentions were not to capture the unicorn for a reward, but rather she had sensed William's desire to study the creature. Thus, the unicorn had to endure some inconvenience. "Rest assured, we shall not mistreat such a gentle being," Hermione tenderly patted its head. They were well aware of the unicorn's elusive nature, which is precisely why Hermione had taken advantage of its unguarded moment to subdue it. After all, they were not particularly virtuous individuals. Oh, pardon. They were certainly not malevolent either. Moreover, aside from a certain selfless giant, their experiments had thus far been devoid of unexpected mishaps. Sighing, William had grown accustomed to such circumstances, no longer pretending to be a paragon of virtue as he carried the unicorn back to their laboratory in the cottage. Another night of overtime awaited him, yet who could resist the opportunity to study a unicorn? Hermione had indeed executed her plan splendidly. As dawn broke, a unicorn stirred by the stream, awakening from what felt like a dreadful nightmare, its head still aching slightly. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could recall nothing. How peculiar, it thought, as it slowly departed, puzzled by the newfound strength coursing through its body, enabling it to run faster than before. William and Hermione observed the departing unicorn from their vantage point, a tinge of regret swelling within them. After sharing several days together, they had grown rather fond of the unicorn. Yet, friendships must sometimes part ways, and they could only offer silent blessings. To lessen the creature's sorrow, they bestowed upon it some parting gifts, hoping it would not dwell too long on their separation and that they would all fare well in the future. With crocodile tears in their eyes, William and Hermione found their appetites slightly diminished that day, resulting in an unusual consumption of 3 bowls of rice. Chapter 47. In the Rainy Mountains. The past few days had been shrouded in relentless rain, the skies perpetually overcast, confining William and Hermione to their cottage. They resolved to review their recent findings and take some time for introspection. "Breakfast is ready, Hermione," William called out, but Hermione lethargically slumped in her chair, lacking the motivation to move. The continuous dreariness of the weather had taken its toll, leaving them both with little appetite. Nevertheless, this did not deter William. He prepared a large pot of medicinal porridge. "What is this?" Hermione inquired with curiosity, gazing at the pot on the table. It resembled porridge but contained ingredients she had never seen before. "This is medicinal porridge, just eat it. It won't poison you. Please don't waste it." "I've been cooking it for several hours," William replied with a yawn, his weariness evident after several nights of restless sleep due to the dreary weather. Today, he awoke early once again, lying in bed, unable to find solace in sleep no matter how hard he tried. He scooped up some porridge from the bowl with a spoon, blowing gently on it before tasting a few spoonfuls. The timing is just right. He craved this flavor. This medicinal porridge could easily confound one. If undercooked, it lacked that delightful texture, while overcooking would lead it to burn. There was no malice in the preparation. Yet had Mr. Smith perhaps forgotten something? Hermione blinked at William, her gaze questioning. William, taken aback, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Do you need me to jog Mr. Smith's memory?" Hermione smiled playfully. William sighed, feeling a sense of exasperation. After all, his intention had merely been to allow her a moment's rest. "It's delicious. I want some tomorrow too," Hermione remarked half-jokingly, noticing that William had risen early. "Don't even think about it. This is a one-time affair." Were it not for Hermione's recent weary appearance, he wouldn't have bothered to cook at all. Wizards fall ill just like ordinary folk, their bodies also requiring care and nourishment. "Could you teach me? Perhaps one day I might prepare it for you," Hermione said eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at William. That's quite unfair, William thought, captivated by the glimmer in her large, expressive eyes. All right, I shall teach you," he conceded, knowing she was adept at charming him. After satisfying their hunger, they reclined on the chaise lounge atop the small cabin. "It has been ages since I've eaten so contentedly," Hermione remarked, patting her stomach, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, leading her to yawn. William, feeling quite helpless, observed that the little which had nearly devoured the entire pot of porridge, no amount of persuasion had been effective. Originally, he had intended to reserve some for lunch, but alas, that plan had vanished. He decided to ignore Hermione, pulling up the blanket and drifting off to sleep on the chaise lounge. He was utterly exhausted, and the oppressive weather weighed heavily upon him. Hermione turned to her side, gazing at William as he slept beside her, quietly watching him until fatigue overtook her, and she too succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, they awoke languidly, exchanging a glance that conveyed a mutual understanding of their shared thoughts. Their senses sharpened, allowing them to perceive the relentless downpour outside without the need for words. The rain washed over the foliage, cleansing the nutrients that had settled on the surface, sending them into the earth, where they would be absorbed once more by the thriving root systems. Fish in streams and lakes leapt from the water, gasping for fresh air. Magical creatures sought refuge from the torrential rain, hiding beneath branches or nestled in crevices. Occasionally, hailstones would plummet to the ground, startling them into frantic movements. The heavy rain seemed to carry away the summer swelter, bestowing a refreshing coolness upon the mountains. The two of them rose and stepped out of the small cabin, choosing not to summon their magical powers, yet the rain instinctively parted around them. Standing amidst the rain, They appeared to be listening intently to something. The rain seemed to express tales of events long past, mingled with a sense of lament, and they could feel the rain's sorrow. Simultaneously, it whispered of cherished memories, suffused with joy, allowing them to sense the rain's delight. The rain was influencing their thoughts, washing away everything, including the dust that lingered in their hearts. At that moment, the rain seemed to possess an emotion, or perhaps it was they who sensed the rain's sentiment. The two understood the rain's feelings, attempting to communicate with it. Clearly, William and Hermione's perceptive abilities were on the verge of an evolution. They could now feel the rain's breath. Hermione, do you feel it? William inquired, glancing at her. I do. Perhaps this is the world that Luna perceives, Hermione replied, captivated by the experience. This must be the third stage of perception. They had previously encountered a bottleneck. While there were methods to gradually cultivate perception, transcending to a higher realm depended on the opportune moment. She extended her hand, allowing raindrops to fall into her palm. When she turned her hand, the water did not slip away but circled around her fingers. Hermione threw a punch, and the rain seemed to explode, creating a large crater in the ground. Indeed, a punch is quite effective, she mused, glancing at her hand. The gaping hole in the earth, and then smiling at William. William, discreetly channeling the rainwater onto his body, formed a watery armor, feeling a sense of reassurance. Hermione, wake up. William had called her early. As promised, he was determined to teach her. The still drowsy young witch followed him to the kitchen, somewhat groggily. Before long, they were bustling about. Chop the pieces evenly, he instructed. This needs to soak overnight. I've taken care of that for you. Low heat, low heat. Switch to low heat now. It's almost burnt. The young witch listened attentively, devoid of complaint, knowing she could retaliate during their training later. William seemed oblivious to this, or perhaps was merely postponing the matter. Outside, the torrential rain that had begun at some unknown time gradually ceased. After the rain, there was no rainbow in the sky, yet in the depths of the mountains, beams of light emerged, exceedingly beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, cascading down as if to adorn the mountains, and the forest path appeared to blossom with vibrant hues. At that moment, light streamed through the window into the kitchen. William extended his hand, and a beam of light playfully landed upon it, weaving through his fingers like a ribbon. He grasped at the light, unable to capture its essence. Suddenly, Hermione took his hand, and together, they basked in the sunlight. William could not help but gaze at Hermione's face, where a smile graced her features. Indeed, she was William's light. Chapter 48. The werewolf. Following the continuous downpour, the flora in the deep mountains burgeoned rapidly, and the fauna soon became lively. On this day, William and Hermione encountered an old acquaintance. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say an old familiar wolf. The wolf pack they had encountered upon entering the mountains had now migrated close to their vicinity. At that moment, the two were basking in the sunlight. Hoping to dispel the lingering gloom of the past days, they encountered a pack of wolves, and now their gazes intersected. However, rather than feeling fear, they were filled with excitement. The two individuals stood up, stretching their limbs as they approached the encircled wolves. To their surprise, a wolf king trotted over, nuzzling William like an affectionate husky. Had they been more observant upon their initial meeting, they would have noticed the wolf king's peculiar gaze. Ah, was there no need for a confrontation? William felt a twinge of regret. What was the meaning of this from the wolf king? Where was its pride? If the wolf king could hear his thoughts, it would surely retort. What of its lack of spirit? It was not a deranged wolf. Initially, it had been rather arrogant, only to be swiftly subdued by that man. What could it now wield in battle? Its head? Thus, the wolf king surrendered without hesitation. The other wolves, though somewhat embarrassed by their leader's capitulation, were unable to oppose their alpha and had no choice but to retreat. Since a fight was off the table, they allowed the pack to disperse. However, to William's astonishment, the wolf king bore news pertaining to werewolves. You mean to say you once saw humans alongside werewolves in a cave? Hermione furrowed her brow. Although the wolf king and the two humans could not comprehend each other's words, they possessed an innate understanding. Both William and Hermione could sense the wolf king's thoughts and convey their own meanings directly to it. It involved two humans and a group of werewolves. When did you see this? William inquired, increasingly puzzled. During the last full moon. William glanced at Hermione, sensing her eagerness to delve into this matter. They did not allow the wolf king to lead the way. Instead, after inquiring about the cave's location, they resolved to investigate themselves. They cast illusions and spells to mask their presence, knowing that even without transformation, werewolves had keen senses. As anticipated, the cave revealed no signs of humans or werewolves. Utilizing their perceptive abilities, they scoured the cavern, and simultaneously, their brows furrowed. An underground passage lay exposed, and both William and Hermione hesitated at its entrance, their anger simmering. The tunnel was littered with an accumulation of bones, prompting them to seal it once more. The next full moon would arrive in 3 days. Perhaps the werewolves could be found then, waiting here. They remained unhurried, as a small cabin materialized in a corner of the cave. Entering, they rendered the cabin invisible. The full moon hung high above the mountains, and distant howls echoed in the night. Two agile figures slipped inside. They were werewolves, and William and Hermione watched from their concealed vantage point. The two werewolves searched the cave but found nothing. Eventually, one of them departed. To their astonishment, a man wearing a gentleman's hat entered, and all the werewolves stood guard over him. 6 werewolves hefted burlap sacks and cast them onto the ground with a degree of agitation. The sacks were opened to reveal 6 men, 2 of whom appeared rather disheveled, resembling vagrants, their hands and feet bound, and their mouths silenced. They did not struggle. Instead, they glared with palpable animosity at the man adorned with a gentleman's top hat. Do not regard me thus, gentlemen. You ought to be grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon you to become the new humanity. Should you refuse to cooperate, we shall be compelled to seek out your families. Gentlemen, you still have time to contemplate your choices. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man clad in a beige coat emerged behind the gentleman in the top hat. Sir, the injections may commence. The middle-aged man bowed to the man in the hat, then turned his gaze upon the 6 test subjects, a cruel smile gracing his features. Gentlemen, you should express your gratitude for our mercy. The injections will enhance your chances of evolving into the new humanity. Truly, what a spectacle this is, you wretched muggles. A mocking voice interrupted the unfolding drama. The werewolves quickly reacted, yearning to rend the 2 men before them, but the gentleman in the top hat halted them. Muggles, it appears you too are the so-called wizards, he remarked with a youthful smile. You possess knowledge of the magical realm's existence. You are not benign characters, I see. Indeed, they are a much-envied group. He cast a peculiar grin in William's direction. Are you here to thwart us? He inquired, scrutinizing the 2 men. Yet, you are hardly qualified to impede my endeavors. How many of you can you truly contend with? A throng of werewolves encircled them. Indeed, this poses a slight complication. But with you all being werewolves, the task becomes considerably simpler. Enormous convex lenses materialized in the sky, refracting beams of moonlight, plunging the werewolves into a frenzied state. They found themselves ensnared in a confined space, turning against one another in violent chaos. For the past 3 days, they had not merely waited idly. They would have certainly made preparations. However, they had not anticipated the presence of a vampire. I mentioned before, I am not one to be trifled with. Oh, it occurs to me, I have yet to formally introduce myself. My apologies. Pray tell, when did your endeavors commence? The masked man gripped the top-hatted gentleman's mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. How rare it is for vampires and werewolves to intermingle, he remarked disdainfully, wiping his hands. Do not harbor any illusions. You will never know. Furthermore, should you slay me, I will be marked, and retribution shall follow. I never claimed I would personally kill you. It is not my place to do so. The masked man retreated a few paces. The bound men, unbeknownst to them, had somehow freed themselves from their restraints. They approached the gentleman in the top hat with malicious intent, uniting to hurl the vampire into the throng of werewolves. TSK, how gruesome. No, wait. What are they doing? The masked man tensed, instinctively shielding the eyes of the nearby lady. Truly, the werewolves are remarkably savage. He had never intended to heed what that man had to say, for utterances are not necessarily truthful. Thus, why bother listening? Chapter 49, Using a Knife to Kill. The middle-aged man clad in a beige coat witnessed the scene and hastily begged for mercy. So, you are still here. The masked man nonchalantly kicked him, sending the middle-aged man sprawling to the ground. Please, don't kill me, I beg you, sir. Upon seeing the wretched state of the vampire, the man trembled as he spoke. I can tell you anything. I can divulge all. Yet, the masked man expressed his disdain. I have no desire to listen. No. The middle-aged man seemed rather pleased to follow in the vampire's tragic footsteps. As for the 6 sacks, they were disregarded entirely. Both had long realized they had been played. This was a meticulously orchestrated drama. Indeed, when they sought the wolf pack again, they had vanished without a trace. William, those 6 individuals just took the reagent from the middle-aged man. Clearly, they had made their own choice, despite being aware of the flaws. The allure of power was too tempting to resist. They had just tested it, discovering it to be a substance akin to an emotional suppressant. Its purpose was to prevent them from losing control during their transformation into wolves. However, these reagents were largely ineffective. Moreover, it was evident that the vampire and those were merely expendable pawns, their strengths pitifully feeble. Although the emotions of these werewolves were somewhat stable, they were still weak. Only slightly stronger than ordinary humans, resembling failed experiments. Their understanding of sorcery was superficial at best, rendering any further investment of time on them unnecessary. Yet, they were despicably cruel, a group of lunatics aspiring to utilize the new humanity for their dominion. They were simply minor players thrust into the limelight, and they were far too inept, their movements easily tracked by others. When it comes to conducting experiments, one ought to seek a secure location, preferably a secluded estate, rather than a mere cave. Moreover, regarding the Wolf King, They felt something was amiss upon their chance encounter, particularly during their conversation with it. It seemed to deliberately lead William and the others toward that cave, as if it intended for them to witness something. Were they planning to have the two marked by the vampire and then draw the fire away for themselves? What manner of individuals were they? And what were their true intentions? However, scheming against the two would not bring joy to these shadowy puppeteers. In a certain secluded area of the deep mountains, the Wolf King lay weakly on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. A figure tended to it, a look of concern upon their face. Master, it seems my mission has failed, and I have been outmaneuvered. The Wolf King could converse like a human. Previously, to avoid detection, its memories had been sealed, and false memories implanted. They did not attempt to kill you, but can you still recall their appearances? I cannot remember, Master, the Wolf King replied. Its head lowered in dejection. Do not fret, focus on your recovery. This is merely a mental injury. You will heal. Their plan cannot be deemed a failure. For although they did not successfully divert attention away from themselves, they managed to siphon off a portion of the enemy's focus, thus alleviating their burden somewhat. William and Hermione chose to disregard past concerns, for such worries proved futile. How did you come to know that moonlight can combat werewolves? Hermione inquired, gazing at William. I am not entirely certain. It was merely a bedtime story my mother recounted to me during my childhood, William reminisced. She comforted me by saying that moonlight could burst a werewolf, so I decided to give it a try. It seems those werewolves were rather feeble, as the moonlight merely drove them into a frenzy. How could your mother have shared such tales with you? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. They enjoyed traveling and often spoke of peculiar matters. I have grown accustomed to it, William replied, shaking his head. He felt no concern for his parents at that moment, believing that even if he were to encounter peril, they would remain unharmed. Perched atop a steep cliff loomed a foreboding black castle, where bats occasionally flitted about, either lingering or preying upon their meals. One of my descendants was slain by a coven, which typically would bear little consequence, yet they were betrayed by their own kin. A particularly handsome young man sipped from a goblet of red wine, his tongue flicking across his lips, revealing an expression of obsession. I have warned you against toying with those loathsome werewolves, a beautiful woman remarked with a hint of mockery. They are far too prone to losing control, and should a true werewolf discover your antics, how do you suppose they would treat you? Evelyn, you are hardly in a superior position, he retorted. It matters little. At worst, I shall merely abandon that descendant of mine. However, there seemed to be a hidden agenda at play. He sensed a rather juvenile scheme afoot. He licked his wine goblet clean, yet remained unsatisfied, suppressing his impulses. Evelyn, have there been inquiries into our affairs of late? He asked, directing his gaze towards the beautiful woman. Evelyn furrowed her brow, her tone laced with displeasure. Indeed, we have been targeted, and there are even reports of my fledgling being abducted. Oh, are you certain it was abduction? Perhaps they simply chose to slip away, the young man teased. Do not forget, this is my castle, Evelyn warned, her eyes flashing dangerously. The man fell silent, acutely aware of the possibility that he might remain imprisoned here indefinitely, deprived of the exquisite taste of fine red wine. Sister, do you require further study? Is my blood sufficient? A young girl queried, addressing Helena. The girl extended her arm, adding, if it is not enough, you may draw more. I am untroubled by it. Helena glanced at the documents in her hand, then at the young girl, grappling with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Sister, what is the world of humans like? I have never been there. I have heard tales of the delectable foods in the human realm. What are they truly like? I long to taste them, yet they never permit me. It has been ages since I last ate. Helena, visibly troubled, thought to herself, I am but a specter. It has been an eternity since I last partook of sustenance. Oh, sister. The young girl seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of topics, and once again, she began her incessant chatter. Helena felt a twinge of regret. She shouldn't have brought this girl along. These matters had no bearing on William and Hermione, who continued their exploration of the deep mountains. They engaged in training, research, and offered kindness to their neighbors, alleviating their solitude. Occasionally, they basked in the sunlight or indulged in fishing. Their lives were rather idyllic. Their days unfolded as they always had, and those minor interludes did not intrude upon their existence. Chapter 50, Return. With just over a week remaining until the holiday's conclusion, their adventure was drawing to a close, and it was time for them to return home. They arrived at the long-neglected old residence, which had accumulated a fine layer of dust over the month. The following day, their parents would gather at the old house, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Simultaneously, they needed to rest adequately in preparation for the impending new term. This year marked their third year, and they had 2 elective courses, requiring them to visit the leaky cauldron to purchase books and other necessities. With over a week left in the holiday, time was not pressing, allowing ample opportunity for thoughtful planning. Hermione, it has been quite some time, remarked Mr. Granger, observing his daughter, who had grown considerably. At this age, children sprout quickly. Each holiday, they sometimes scarcely recognize their own offspring. And you as well, William, he greeted, acknowledging the boy with a nod. The two families, having not seen one another for a while, engaged in conversation. William cast a glance at Mr. and Mrs. Smith, sensing an underlying complexity about them. However, he was unsure how to broach the subject and ultimately decided to wait for them to divulge any information. Some matters, if not willingly shared, would remain elusive, and sometimes ignorance could be bliss. Their parents also brought them letters from the holiday, including the Hogwarts book list and correspondence from friends. Owls, unable to locate the two of them, had delivered their letters to their home, where their parents received the correspondence on their behalf. First among these was the Hogwarts book list, which had expanded this year, as the transition to third year typically necessitated new textbooks. As for the letters, Penelope boasted of her election as student president and recounted various occurrences from her holiday. Luna had also sent some small trinkets, presumably handcrafted by her own hands. Both felt a surge of joy. While many might deem these items peculiar, they found them rather delightful. They tucked away the letters, knowing that upon their return to London, they would need to reply promptly, having been out of touch for over 2 months. After 3 days of rest at the old residence, William returned to his home in London, while Hermione's family journeyed back to Manchester. They intended to spend a few days at their respective homes, planning a visit to Diagon Alley the following Saturday to procure the necessary items. William took advantage of these few days to meticulously review the unfolding narrative, for much was set to transpire in their third year. Suddenly, he pondered a question. He needed to confirm that the storyline had remained unchanged. With his parents absent from home, William had no choice but to take a cab to Diagon Alley, where he intended to examine the latest edition of the Daily Prophet for the holiday. He sighed in relief as he spread the newspaper across the table, pressing down with both hands, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, Sirius Black had escaped from prison. William even stumbled upon the edition featuring a photograph of the rat, Scabbers. The Weasley family graced the front page, with Scabbers attempting to hide, but still captured in the frame. He gazed at Scabbers, noting its plump form and the missing digit on its front paw. The mere thought that this was merely a greasy middle-aged man, coupled with the fact that the Weasley family cohabited with it and even kissed it, made him shudder. He could only imagine the expressions that would adorn the Weasley family's faces once they learned the truth. However, as he contemplated this, a wave of revulsion washed over him, raising goosebumps on his skin. He hurriedly dismissed the nauseating images from his mind, fearing he might lose his appetite for dinner that evening. Reflecting on the plot, the main events unfolded predominantly within the Gryffindor common room and the Shrieking Shack. This narrative would also evoke the complex love-hate relationships from Harry Potter's father's generation, a truly intricate web of emotions. The Ministry of Magic believed that Sirius's escape was to eliminate Harry Potter, using this rationale to dispatch Dementors to Hogwarts. Yet, the true circumstances behind this situation might be far more convoluted. Dementors are perilous. Although they cannot infiltrate the castle, they remain unpredictable and can betray at a moment's notice for sustenance. In reality, there exists a symbiotic relationship between the Dementors and the Ministry. Yet some arrogant officials remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After Harry inadvertently inflated his aunt into a balloon, he should now be residing at the Leaky Cauldron, awaiting the commencement of the school term. It is worth noting that Harry Potter, as a scion of the Potter family, possesses considerable wealth in the Gringotts vault. Moreover, it is said that the Potter family's enterprises monopolize the Wizarding World shampoo market. Their product, smooth and sleek, is quite popular. One individual, reluctant to use the Potter family shampoo, has hair that is perpetually greasy. Of course, this was merely a jest directed at Snape's oily hair. The old bat enjoys studying potions in the dungeon, and regardless of how clean his hair may be washed, it soon becomes greasy again. Yet, the greasiness could also stem from the shampoo used. William contemplated whether he should discreetly send him some shampoo. He would need to label it as non-Potter shampoo, of course. Without hesitation, William promptly ventured to a nearby mall to purchase a bottle of lily-scented shampoo to send to Snape. The owl, bearing the gift box, took flight, and William eagerly anticipated Snape's reaction upon receiving the present. Naturally, William did not intend to be overly malicious. The gift box also contained a photograph he had painstakingly obtained from someone. He mused on the effort he had expended, perhaps a testament to his own foolishness. Yet, it was also a reflection of his yearning for that cherished memory. If given the chance, who would not wish to grant them a splendid conclusion? He gazed heavily towards Surrey, as his acerbic sister harbored a longing for magic, yet simultaneously loathed the magical realm. In her garden, the lilies bloomed resplendently, yet they cruelly tormented the only remaining vestige of her lineage. Humanity is indeed intricate. At the Snape residence in Cokeworth, the old bat was concocting a potion, seemingly sensing something amiss as he approached the window. An owl flew in from outside, bringing with it a gift box. Snape, slightly perplexed, scrutinized the box thoroughly, detecting no curse before he gradually opened it. He found himself frozen in place, for besides a bottle of lily-scented shampoo, he also discovered a photograph of Lily from her childhood. Snape found himself murmuring, "Lily, Lily." Within the gift box lay a note that read, "If you wish to exact revenge with your own hands, keep an eye on Mr. Ron Weasley's rat." Chapter 51, The Dementor. The Hogwarts Express glided steadily towards the castle, where Penelope sat in the compartment, proudly displaying her student council president badge. "So what does that matter?" William closed his book, gazing at her with an air of resignation. It seems not much, but at least there could be luxurious bathing facilities." Penelope's voice trailed off. Faced with the two before her, she felt utterly drained. She might as well wish herself well. "All right, William, stop joking," Hermione interjected, casting a mysterious glance at Penelope as she presented a gift box. "This is our present for you." Penelope beamed with delight, staring at them in disbelief as she pointed to herself, saying, "Me? This is for me. If you don't want it, then forget it." William pretended to reclaim it. She quickly clutched the gift box to her chest, looking pitifully at Hermione. "Look, Hermione, your boyfriend is bullying me." She cunningly wrapped her arms around Hermione. Throwing a defiant glance at William, Penelope opened the gift box to reveal a small pouch. She looked at the two in confusion, then peered inside the pouch, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Shoo!" Hermione quickly covered Penelope's mouth and winked at her. Indeed, these two were outlaws, disregarding the Ministry of Magic's regulations. No wonder they were indifferent to the student council president. "Future Minister of Magic, do not squander our heartfelt gesture," William chuckled. The pouch was filled with numerous magical items that the two had crafted during their holiday. These enchanted tools were primarily for her self-defense. Having more of these could indeed save her life at critical moments. "Rest assured, once I become Minister of Magic, I will undoubtedly protect you both." Penelope excitedly pinched Hermione's cheek. The latter, exasperated, swatted away her hand that took advantage of her. Even before becoming Minister of Magic, she was already painting grand visions. She certainly possessed that potential. As the student council president, Penelope was quite busy and prepared to leave shortly, yet the two held her back. "What is it? Is there something else?" Penelope inquired with a hint of confusion. "Be cautious as we approach Hogwarts," William murmured, his voice subdued. "I have a foreboding sense that danger may arise." Both were acutely aware of Penelope's nature and did not impede her departure. "I must return promptly," she asserted, gesturing to her position as the head girl. "Rest assured, I shall prioritize my safety." The Hogwarts Express was gliding along, the sky gradually darkening, while rain fell outside the train. Having been aboard since 11 in the morning, the young witches and wizards were nearly succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, Luna opened her eyes and gazed into the inky darkness beyond the window. William and Hermione also stirred, exchanging glances, instinctively encircling Luna to shield her. Before long, the train came to a gentle halt. The young wizards within were oblivious to the situation, clearly not having arrived at their final destination, and began to murmur among themselves. "Please, settle down and refrain from panic. The train will resume shortly." Penelope's voice resonated throughout the carriage. "I am Penelope Clearwater, your head girl. There is no need for fear. The prefects are already attending to each compartment. All students capable of casting the Patronus charm, please proceed to the prefect's carriage." The prefects moved from carriage to deliver the message, as mere announcements could easily incite panic. Their presence was a source of reassurance for the young wizards. Penelope stood atop the Hogwarts Express alongside several upperclassmen, their expressions tense as they remained vigilant against the Dementors. The absence of ministry officials heightened their resolve to prevent the dark creatures from approaching. Ultimately, Dementors were beings of dark magic, and they had not heard of them having the authority to enforce the law independently. "Leave swiftly, do not approach. You have no jurisdiction over the Hogwarts Express," Penelope commanded, her wand directed at the hovering Dementors. "If you advance any closer, we shall consider your actions an act of aggression." The upperclassmen also brandished their wands, aiming at the creatures in the sky. "Penelope, must we truly resort to this?" One lad, trembling with fear, remarked. "Dementors heed only the ministry's orders. If you are afraid, feel free to leave," she interjected decisively. "I only know they are a horde of dark beings, and the train is filled predominantly with underage wizards." She continued, "We have no need of your input. Go inform the conductor to resume our journey. Everyone, take heed. We cannot allow the Dementors to approach the train. The responsibility rests with me, as I am the head girl." Within the Hogwarts Express, aside from the conductor and the vendors, the passengers were solely students, lacking any security personnel. When William questioned the utility of her position as head girl, Penelope refrained from answering. However, she believed that the head girl must lead the students when necessary and stand at the forefront to protect them, should any young wizards be harmed. She would never forgive herself. "Truly, I wish I had never taken on this role as head girl," she lamented. "Forget it. If I have to resign from the position of student president and abandon the Ministry of Magic, then I might as well be sent to Azkaban." Penelope's frustration grew as she pondered the absurdity of the ministry's actions. She surveyed the upperclassmen beside her, acknowledging that their fear was entirely reasonable. "You are free to leave. I shall not hold it against you," she reassured them, fully aware of the perilous nature of their actions. I cannot ascertain whether obstructing the Dementor's search is in accordance with the regulations. After this incident, you may report it to the ministry. The responsibility lies solely with me. Do not speak such words. We are friends, are we not? Despite their trepidation, they remained steadfastly by Penelope's side. The train began to move slowly. Yet the Dementors paid no heed to Penelope's warnings, approaching the train with ominous intent. The wizard who had alerted the driver returned, despite his fear, along with several prefects who rushed back to maintain order. Without hesitation, they cast the Patronus charm at the encroaching Dementors. Numerous patron uses erupted from their wands, charging towards the dark creatures. While their patron uses lacked the potency to vanquish the Dementors, their intent was merely to drive them away. With the train still some distance from the station, the strength of their conjured patron uses was insufficient to disperse all the Dementors. However, by taking turns casting the charm, they successfully impeded the creature's advance. A somewhat tattered adult wizard emerged from the train, and upon witnessing the scene, he drew his wand. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his wand, causing the Dementors to recoil. Penelope looked quite impressive, did she not? William and Hermione remained motionless atop the train, their reasons clear. They had yet to master the Patronus charm and needed to watch over the situation. Should a Dementor attempt its kiss, the wizards defending against it would be in grave danger. They had entertained thoughts of capturing the Dementors, but tonight, the greatest responsibility fell on Penelope, and they felt it inappropriate to place her in jeopardy. Chapter 52, Divination Class. Penelope sat leisurely on the sofa, having enjoyed a remarkably relaxed few days. In the wake of the Dementors' attack on the Hogwarts Express, she had undeniably become the center of attention. Initially, she had been fervent in her efforts to repel the Dementors, but in the aftermath, she found herself filled with regret. She had never aspired to be a hero. As a Ravenclaw, she valued reason and weighed the consequences carefully. In hindsight, her impulsive decision to lead her fellow students in resistance against the approaching Dementors seemed reckless. She felt a profound relief that none of the students had been harmed or killed. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss when confronting their families. After the Hogwarts Express reached the station, she had dreaded the punishment she might face from the ministry. To her surprise, before she could utter a word, the upperclassmen who had fought alongside her spoke on her behalf. They firmly asserted that the Dementors had initiated the attack, and in a bid for self-preservation, they felt compelled to retaliate, neglecting to mention Penelope. Even the Slytherin wizards, who had always looked down upon their origins, remained silent and did not voice any opposition. Ultimately, the Ministry of Magic failed to procure the evidence they sought, especially with the professors from Hogwarts observing their proceedings, which restrained their fervor. In fact, Professor McGonagall seized the opportunity presented by this incident to propose the removal of the Dementors from Hogwarts, although her endeavor was in vain. Nevertheless, the ministry was obliged to assure them that such occurrences would not transpire again and promised that the Dementors would not approach Hogwarts henceforth. To be candid, throughout this process, Penelope did not utter a single word. She instinctively felt like an outsider. She was inadvertently overshadowed by the other students and Professor McGonagall, who commandeered the discussion, leaving her without a chance to speak. Once the ministry officials departed, the professors refrained from revisiting the incident and simply awarded each house an additional 100 points. Recently, Penelope's responsibilities had also become considerably lighter. Many mischievous young wizards became obedient upon noticing her presence. The prefects tended to heed her opinions as the head of the student council, and although minor disagreements occasionally arose, they were generally easily resolved. Thus, after her ascension to the position of student council president, her workload not only did not increase, but in fact became more manageable. This newfound ease afforded her greater time to prepare for examinations, study, and train. Moreover, she could finally hold her head high in front of William and Hermione. However, it was somewhat disheartening for her that the two of them paid no heed to her newfound confidence. The third-year curriculum introduced 2 new subjects. While it may not seem significant, William and Hermione felt considerably busier. After dining in the Great Hall, they had to hasten to the divination classroom to listen to a certain seer's ramblings. The methods of wizarding divination were varied, encompassing crystal balls, tarot cards, tea leaves, and astrological predictions. Professor Trelawney specialized in crystal ball and tea leaf readings, having prophesied Dumbledore's demise using tarot cards during the narrative. The centaur professor who succeeded her was adept in astrological divination. Utilizing a crystal ball for divination is a classic technique in the wizarding world, albeit quite challenging. Tea leaf reading is comparatively simpler. The young wizards found the divination class quite intriguing, and although some students were skeptical about divination, their curiosity remained piqued. A slender woman entered the classroom, gently cradling a crystal ball, and a hush fell over the room. William observed the crystal ball in her hands, an object capable of both foresight and serving as a weapon. Professor Sybil Trelawney gazed at the seated Hogwarts students, her demeanor appearing somewhat dazed. "Welcome, everyone. I am Sybil Trelawney, the professor of divination," she said while gliding into the room. I believe the ability to pass the divination class is of little consequence. Divination is a sacred art. Many witches may possess great talents in various realms, yet they remain oblivious to the future, for they lack the gift of foresight. Hence, I do not believe you shall master the art of divination, as you are devoid of such an innate ability. Professor Trelawney, in a sudden fit of eccentricity, began to utter vague proclamations, lamenting that the burdens of life had rendered her visions exceedingly unclear. If it were possible, she expressed a desire to remain in her attic for eternity. Abruptly, she let out a belch, found a chair, and slowly settled into it, falling silent thereafter. The young wizards exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism regarding whether Professor Trelawney had indeed drifted into slumber. "William, this Professor Trelawney is rather peculiar, isn't she?" Hermione remarked delicately, having previously heard William praise her accurate prophecies, yet now finding herself questioning her reliability. Awakening from her stupor, Professor Trelawney propped herself up and murmured, "Oh, my apologies, I was merely engaged in a prophecy." The young wizards likely grasped the essence of her character, had she not belched. One might have believed she was genuinely predicting the future. It seemed she had regained her composure and addressed the seated wizards, stating, "Let us commence our lesson formally." Subconsciously, Professor Trelawney scrutinized William and Hermione, her eyes appearing to sting. She opened her mouth as if to utter something, but then resolutely closed it. For her gift of foresight seemed to caution her. Should she voice her thoughts, it might herald her own demise. A shiver coursed through her. Moreover, she appeared to have forgotten her intended words, shaking her head in confusion. She recalled the incident involving that eavesdropping lad. Although she had forgotten what she had discussed with the headmaster, the Dark Lord had perished. This time Professor Trelawney regained her focus, dismissing those thoughts. As she anticipated another drink, the rambling nature of her lesson proved to be somewhat torturous for Hermione, who found it impossible to comprehend Professor Trelawney's words through any logical lens. "Don't take it so seriously, Hermione. Just think of it as listening to a story," William whispered. Hermione nodded, casting her gaze back to Professor Trelawney, sensing that the professor had been peering into her soul. It seemed as if Professor Trelawney longed to articulate something, yet was stifled by her own restraint. Could it be a portent of significant events to come, or perhaps a matter too daunting to be spoken aloud? She glanced at William beside her, pondering whether he might be entwined in such an eventuality. Looking at her own hands, Hermione lamented her own fragility. If only she were stronger, would prophecies even matter? She envisioned vanquishing all dangers with her fists, rendering prophecies mere whispers of the past. William's lips twitched at the sight of Hermione, who had suddenly become invigorated, her thoughts seemingly veering into the realm of the absurd. In Chapter 53, Professor Babbler. During the divination class, the young wizards found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend Professor Trelawney's cryptic musings, often feeling utterly bewildered. Yet, William found amusement in treating her words as a narrative, for at the very least, he did not find the experience dull. Hermione gazed at the assignment left by Professor Trelawney, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She was at a loss as to where to begin. "Do you know how to weave a tale?" William inquired, his own work long completed. Weaving a tale? Hermione seized William's parchment and discovered his predictions of a series of unfortunate events. "What is this?" Upon reading, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would stumble? Who would face calamity? When it comes to the divination assignment, one must indulge in the grim. "Don't you think Professor Trelawney will verify these one by one?" William remarked. Moreover, the language should be vague, and the events need to be trivial. He imparted the legendary art of slacking off. You could also embellish your words, making them appear somewhat esoteric, just enough to give the impression of depth. Hermione swiftly took out her quill, jotting down notes while her mind raced with the task of crafting predictions. Currently, the subject that piqued both William's and Hermione's interest was ancient runes, with William particularly intrigued by their instructor, Professor Babbling. This professor was an enigmatic figure, scarcely mentioned in the original text. However, what could be so simple about teaching ancient runes or even magical scripts at Hogwarts? Professor Babbling was punctual, adorned in attire that gracefully transitioned from classical to modern styles of the late Victorian era. Her garments were neither excessively voluminous like the classical nor revealing like contemporary fashion, yet they perfectly accentuated her form. Clad in a fitted wizarding robe, her crimson hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, exuding a unique charm. William observed her. While Professor Babbling regarded them, there were only 12 students present. Ancient runes was a challenging subject, typically chosen by a select few, yet she did not seem disheartened. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Professor Babbling, your instructor for ancient runes." Her voice was gentle, and her youthful visage suggested a surprising vitality. Ancient runes is a profound discipline that will require considerable time and effort for contemplation and study, should you choose to delve deeper. Reaching a level where you can learn and utilize magical scripts, your future accomplishments may well be remarkable. William scrutinized Professor Babbling, fixating on her lips, seemingly lost in thought. Time passed, and he felt a gentle nudge, awakening him from his reverie. William, do you prefer older women? Hermione's voice reached him, laced with a hint of tremor. No, Hermione, you misunderstand, William reassured her. Look at Professor Babbling's lips. They were seated towards the back, and Professor Babbling remained oblivious to their whispered exchange. Is there a problem? Hermione furrowed her brow. No, she hasn't tea-applied lipstick, yet her lips appear remarkably red. You notice too. Observe her attire and hair, alongside her porcelain skin and strikingly youthful face. Are you suggesting? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. A vampire? It is hard not to be suspicious, William remarked. His brow knitted as he regarded Professor Babbling, who was engrossed in her lecture. Our lesson concludes here for today. After class, you may continue your studies. You are now free to leave. Mr. Smith and Miss Granger, please remain for a moment. Professor Babbling suddenly called out to the two of them. William and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Professor Babbling's intentions. The other young wizards said little, gathering their belongings and departing. Please follow me, Professor Babbling said, nodding slightly as she walked gracefully out of the classroom. William and Hermione shared a glance, nodded, and followed her. Professor Babbling's lounge was dimly lit, the windows obscured by heavy curtains. Upon entering, a few scattered candles flickered to life. Her desk was cluttered with parchment, and with a wave of her wand, Professor Babbling neatly stacked the papers. However, as William and Hermione stepped into the room, the door closed automatically behind them. They immediately became wary, watching Professor Babbling with suspicion. At that moment, the elegance she previously displayed vanished. Her lips appeared crimson, and her nose twitched as if catching the scent of a rare delicacy, visibly intoxicated by it. What a delightful vintage, she murmured, licking her lips. William and Hermione grew tense. Who are you, and why are you here at Hogwarts? Professor Babbling seemed to find their concern amusing, covering her mouth with a laugh. That's a question you cannot ask me. I am equally curious. Suddenly, she reclined in her chair, placing her legs on the desk, comfortably resting her head against the backrest, her eyes narrowing with pleasure. William and Hermione chuckled and relaxed, pulling out 2 chairs to sit. Professor Babbling, how old are you? William inquired with curiosity. Mr. Smith, do you not know that a girl's age is a secret? Professor Babbling replied without lifting her gaze. Girl? Hermione questioned. I had heard the professor began teaching at Hogwarts quite some time ago. Oh dear, you two are utterly dull. I summoned you for a reason. I have been quite troubled lately. Professor Babbling rubbed her forehead. That child is quite a handful, even if she is a vampire. It's too much to bear. Come forth, Mina, she called towards the wall. Slowly, a door emerged from the wall, and a beautiful young girl stepped out. Aunt Babbling. Did you call for me? The girl exclaimed. Are you going to take me out for a meal? Call me sister. Professor Babbling playfully tapped Mina on the head. Am I really that old? Sister Babbling. Mina whimpered, rubbing her head, her eyes glistening with tears, murmuring softly, at this age, you could be my grandmother. Professor Babbling shot Mina a stern look before turning her attention back to William and Hermione. You have both witnessed this, she said with exasperation. This is the irresponsible Helena who brought her to me. After sending this child to my care, she vanished without a trace. Since Helena brought her here, you may take her away. William and Hermione shook their heads, asking, who is Helena? Do you know her? William looked towards Hermione. Unfamiliar. Though the name suggests she is a woman, Hermione pondered. Enough of this, Babbling exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his tone. We will take turns caring for this child. When you are unavailable, I shall assume the responsibility. This is my ultimatum. Very well, Professor Babbling. The two quickly acquiesced before he could retract his statement. They were well acquainted, having been guided by him during their studies of magical circuits. Chapter 54, Vampires. Vampires are indeed perilous beings. They sustain their youth through the consumption of blood and maintain a relatively amicable relationship with wizards. They are not immortal, but possess an extended lifespan, entering lengthy periods of dormancy at intervals. The method by which vampires develop their first-generation progeny is known as the embrace, typically performed on humans before they can form memories. In comparison to werewolves, vampires exhibit greater stability, though the process of creating offspring is considerably more challenging, and they bear a responsibility for their descendants. When they bite the neck of an adversary, their inclination is often to slay the enemy rather than transform them into a progeny. Furthermore, they command a cohort of thralls or blood servants, who provide blood and obey their master's commands. Should a blood servant receive the gift of blood from their master, they may also become a vampire, albeit far weaker than true offspring. Vampires are generally more controllable, and their rapport with human wizards is relatively positive, though this is contingent upon the circumstances. In the world of Harry Potter, vampires tend to adopt a neutral stance, while their arch-nemeses, werewolves, align themselves with Voldemort. Undoubtedly, just as humans possess both good and evil, so too do werewolves and vampires, making it imprudent to judge solely based on their species. Thus, William and Hermione harbored no resistance toward caring for Mina, In fact, they felt a sense of anticipation. Through Helena's research, the scent of Mina's blood had been effectively suppressed, rendering it difficult for vampires to trace her. Consequently, William and Hermione felt little trepidation regarding a vampire's potential visit, and both were rather intrigued by the creatures. Professor Babbling surveyed William and Hermione, then glanced at the Navi Mina, unsure where to begin his critique. He could only wonder if the unfortunate Mina was aware that, in addition to having her blood drawn by Helena, she would also be subjected to their dubious experiments. However, if William and Hermione suggested exchanging food for blood, this innocent child would likely acquiesce without hesitation. Mina had been transformed into a vampire at a tender age, having been on the brink of death prior to her transformation. Becoming a vampire offered her a second chance at life, and she had seldom encountered the darker aspects of existence, maintaining a pure disposition. After her transformation, her craving for blood was minimal. Rather, she yearned for human food, often insisting on her desire to eat. Britain is renowned as a culinary wasteland, with its dishes often leaving much to be desired. Yet the meals prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts are truly delectable. Moreover, the young wizards may convey their preferences and needs to the house elves, who seem to be quite content with their culinary offerings. William and Hermione, of course, cannot escort Mina directly to the kitchens of Hogwarts for a leisurely feast. Likewise, they wouldn't dare bring Mina into the Great Hall, for they are at a loss as to how to explain her origins. Should they admit that Mina was abducted? Could a mere ordinary meal entice a vampire? In Professor Babbling's lounge, Mina is currently indulging in her meal with great pleasure. Yet, as she savors her food, she extends her left hand. William and Hermione exchange bewildered glances at the outstretched hand, perplexed by Mina's gesture. Mina tilts her head and curiously inquires, "Aren't we supposed to draw blood?" Mina isn't afraid of pain. Witnessing this scene, despite considering themselves not particularly virtuous, they momentarily feel like brutes. Furthermore, what exactly has Helena done to Mina to render her so accustomed to this? They both exhibit a degree of compassion, recognizing that this is merely the beginning. And there is no need for haste. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. William carefully places the freshly filled syringe into a box for low-temperature preservation. "Let us start with one vial," he remarks. Professor Babbling, engrossed in her study of magical texts, observes this exchange and muses, "What a delightfully naive little girl." With a resigned shake of her head, she seems to recall someone from her past, along with memories she would rather forget. On the Saturday, third-year students and above are permitted to visit Hogsmeade, provided they have their guardian's consent. Hogsmeade Village was established concurrently with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, originally to evade the persecution of Muggles. Its layout is reminiscent of Diagon Alley, comprising a main thoroughfare flanked by peculiar shops. Both Hogwarts professors and students relish visiting Hogsmeade to procure enchanting magical items or enjoy a refreshing drink. It is indeed possible to access Hogsmeade through the Room of Requirement. But this time William and Hermione intend to venture there with their friends. As they sit in the carriage drawn by a thestral, it is the first time for William and Hermione, while Penelope animatedly shares her knowledge about the village. Luna has also secretly joined them, having stealthily climbed aboard the carriage. The trio observes the thestrals with curiosity. "Why can you all see them?" Penelope and Autumn ponder aloud, only to regret their inquiries the next moment. "Yes, William and I are both executioners with blood on our hands, hence we can see the thestrals. Be cautious, senior sisters." Hermione warns Penelope and Autumn with a dangerous glint in her eye, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "How ugly." Penelope pinches Hermione's cheek, clearly undeterred by Hermione's intimidation. They quickly realize they have broached a topic better left untouched and swiftly shift the conversation. However, Luna remains calm and invites them to gently touch the thestrals, assuring them of their gentle nature. Penelope and Luna extended their hands. Although the thestral was not visible, Luna held their hands, allowing them to make contact, which they found quite intriguing. The thestral was slender, lacking any substantial tactile sensation, and even felt somewhat smooth. Surprisingly, the thestral did not react with anger to their touch. Instead, it seemed to cooperate willingly. They were remarkably intelligent creatures, possessing a truly gentle disposition. Some claimed that encountering a thestral was an unfortunate event, yet it served as a source of solace for those who had endured tragedy. Previously, every journey to the station or from the station to Hogwarts involved riding a thestral. Yet this topic had never been broached before. William and Hermione held a deep admiration for Luna, as she appeared impervious to any adversity, a feat they believed themselves incapable of achieving. In Luna's perspective, death was merely another form of existence. She exhibited a level of rationality that belied her age, and the shadows of her childhood did not seem to affect her. She remained indifferent to others' opinions, persistently pursuing her desires. At times, William and Hermione found her perplexing, yet they endeavored in their own ways to protect this extraordinary girl. Chapter 55, The Escaping Scabbers. The thestral speed was remarkable, reaching Hogsmeade in no time. The young wizards buzzed with excitement, wandering off in small groups to explore. Upon passing the Hogsmeade train station, the first establishment encountered was the Three Broomsticks, the charming tavern run by Madame Rosmerta. It was warm, clean, and comfortable, a favored locale for young wizards who enjoyed its offerings of lemonade, hot mead, and butterbeer. Would you care for some butterbeer? Penelope jested. Oh, but you cannot. You are not of age yet. You are merely 17, a few months shy. And don't think we are unaware that butterbeer is simply a beverage, Hermione retorted. How dreadfully boring. So what will you drink then? Allow me to treat you. Penelope exclaimed with a hearty laugh, patting her chest. Then we shall have the most expensive one, William declared, until we can drink no more. Due to Sirius's escape, Harry Potter was not permitted to venture to Hogsmeade without a guardian signature. However, Harry and Ron devised their own reckless plan. They resolved to traverse the secret passage to Hogsmeade, indifferent to the potential dangers. Recently, Ron had felt the weight of Snape's gaze fixated upon him, particularly during potions class. Moreover, Scabbers seemed unwell, displaying signs of restlessness. Determined to procure some food for Scabbers, he set off for Hogsmeade. Once Harry and Ron departed, Scabbers, exhibiting an unexpected degree of sentience, contemplated an escape. The Weasley home no longer felt safe, as he sensed he was being watched. With his short legs moving swiftly, he dashed out of the castle, his corpulent body surprisingly agile. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure quietly followed in his wake. Meanwhile at Honeyduke's, William and his companions were busy selecting sweets. The confections were rather peculiar, particularly the mound of cockroaches favored by the old bee, which made William feel quite uneasy. Why did the taste of these wizards lean towards the grotesque? He could not comprehend it, although he recognized that these were merely candies. Was it truly necessary to craft sweets in the shape of cockroaches? Nonetheless, the group managed to select a few more conventional treats. William and Hermione were not particularly fond of sweets. They intended to purchase some for Mina. Yet, an idea struck them. Wouldn't it be amusing to procure some of the more bizarre candies? After all, they were not the ones consuming them. Ultimately, they refrained from making a purchase, considering that Mina was already quite oblivious. They felt it would be unkind to tease her further. Suddenly, both William and Hermione seemed to sense something, exchanging a knowing glance. Under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, they swiftly separated from Penelope. She regarded them with curiosity, sensing something unusual, yet did not intervene. It felt as though they were sneaking off to witness some hidden spectacle. Paws waited at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room for an extended period until a young wizard finally arrived to unlock the door. Following closely behind, Paws dashed out. He could sense the presence of that dog nearby, aware that its escape was directed towards his demise. His ruse of feigned death had been discovered. He must flee. Otherwise, it would be a dead end for him, as the dog would not relent. Once he managed to escape Hogwarts Castle, he could utilize apparition to vanish from sight. At that point, no matter who sought him out, he would no longer be afraid. He would find a place to hide, a sanctuary where none could find him. He could not be blamed for this. He merely wished to survive. If Voldemort were still alive and wielding his former strength, he would still be Paws' master. Paws had never been loyal to anyone. He could sense the pity others held for him. He had always yearned for power, believing that only through allegiance to the Dark Lord could he attain it. However, the more he ran, the heavier his body felt. Was he truly ill? Or was it a result of the strange potions Ron had previously administered? For days, that Weasley boy had insisted he was unwell, employing bizarre remedies to treat himself. Paws feared he might meet his end at the hands of that boy before ever encountering the dog. Panting heavily, he resolved to rest for a moment. Hogwarts Castle felt overwhelmingly vast for his weary body. Two robust mice approached Paws, oblivious to his presence, suddenly finding the plump rodent before them irresistibly tempting. They drew closer, one on each side, while Paws remained unaware, on the brink of fainting. He fought against his drowsiness, slowly moving forward. If he could just escape the castle, he would succeed. Suddenly, Paws sensed an impending danger looming behind him. Squeak! It turned around to discover two robust mice behind it. However, Banban remained unperturbed. It was naturally unafraid of them. Although now merely an ordinary mouse, devoid of magical prowess, its physique was remarkably strong. Yet, in the next moment, it regretted its bravado. Realizing that it could muster no strength whatsoever, Banban seemed to recall the warm embrace of its mother, feeling a comfort that made its entire body relax. William and Hermione, witnessing the scene before them, shielded their eyes with their hands, though upon closer inspection, one could discern that their fingers were slightly parted. Sometimes, emotions could be so pure and fervent, a sentiment they struggled to comprehend, and truthfully, they did not wish to understand it either. The two sturdy mice appeared to have discovered a new realm, their excitement palpable upon encountering this good brother. However, their newfound companion seemed unwell, as it fell asleep after merely a few exchanges. Naturally, they could not allow their good brother to sleep on the streets and resolved to take Banban home, where many other brothers awaited. They believed that this good brother would provide ample conversation, and together they would share heartfelt discussions, creating a delightful tale. The two robust mice carried Banban away, while Severus Snape, who had been following, revealed himself. It was evident that the perpetual expression of shock on Snape's typically stoic face was unmistakable. After days of investigation, he had formed some conjectures. However, if his suspicions were correct, then this mouse was indeed significant. Snape's body instinctively tensed. This was truly an eye-opening experience. He pondered whether he should seek revenge on that loathsome mouse. Although devoid of conscience, he surprisingly felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 56, The Duel. Banban limped out of the mouse hole, still feeling a searing pain within. It had never encountered such humiliation and resolved to confront the Dark Lord, intent on obliterating Hogwarts. A flash of red light swept by, causing Banban to fall to the ground, shrieking in agony as it felt excruciating pain radiate through its limbs. Peter Pettigrew. It is indeed you, filthy mouse. I knew that worthless creature would never forsake that vile individual. Do you have any final words? Snape's figure materialized behind Banban, kicking it mercilessly. Banban struggled, transforming into an ugly man who bore a striking resemblance to a mouse. It attempted to resist, but was rendered immobile. Snape ignored Banban's plight as he utilized the Cruciatus Curse. After a considerable time, Snape's fish-like face grew tranquil. So it was, Peter Pettigrew, you are truly damned. A black dog twitched its nose, catching a whiff of a familiar scent, and swiftly darted in a particular direction. The black dog beheld Peter Pettigrew sprawled on the ground, along with Snape's cold gaze fixed upon him. After a prolonged absence, the atmosphere was thick with the palpable gloom that surrounded Severus Snape. The black dog bared its teeth, glaring at him. If you dare to look at me like that again, I shall shatter each of your fangs, Snape coldly warned. You know what I am capable of. Enraged, the black dog lunged at Snape, attempting to bite the arm that wielded the wand. Expelliarmus. Snape sidestepped the attack and retaliated without hesitation. Though the spell did not strike the dog directly, it grazed its body perilously close. Snape, cease this at once. A sharp reprimand interrupted the confrontation between man and beast. Professor Lupin, who had been searching for Sirius, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Professor Snape, I believe you are already aware of the truth from that fateful day. Sirius is innocent. Lupin brandished his wand, eyeing Snape with caution. How amusing, Snape sneered. Innocent? Do you find this jest entertaining? Come at me together. Do not accuse me of bullying you too. You vile marauders, how utterly contemptible. Ignoring Lupin's words entirely, Snape dragged him into the fray. Lupin quickly countered, while the black dog charged in to assist in the assault on Snape. Should we intervene? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. William shook his head. We must leave, Hermione. Soon a certain old bee will arrive. Disheartened, Hermione nodded, and the two vanished from sight. The struggle between the trio continued. Yet Snape's intent was not to eliminate them, but to stall the dog. Following the recent train incident, Dementors could not approach Hogwarts, thus they had not arrived immediately. Upon discovering the clash, Ministry officials were perplexed, unsure why two professors at Hogwarts were dueling. However, upon seeing Peter Pettigrew lying on the ground, they swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. They hurried to inform Minister Fudge, while simultaneously commanding nearby Dementors to enter Hogwarts. They were well aware they lacked the strength to confront Hogwarts and understood that this was beyond their capacity to resolve. Enough, both of you. Albus Dumbledore's figure interposed itself between the combatants. The black dog lay on the ground, panting heavily, having suffered a broken foreleg from Snape's spell. In the Wizarding World, losing a limb was a trivial matter, unless struck by irreparable dark magic. Coincidentally, Snape's Expelliarmus was such a spell. It was not classified as a dark curse because it possessed a counter curse. However, Snape had no intention of casting that counter curse on the loathsome black dog, and might even seize the opportunity to break a few more legs. Upon hearing Dumbledore's command, Lupin halted. Snape locked eyes with Dumbledore, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he chose to relent. He gazed at Professor Lupin, then turned his gaze back to Professor Dumbledore, stating with an utter lack of emotion, I shall no longer brew that potion. Snape turned to leave, having long recognized the unreliability of Dumbledore. He pondered whether he ought to consider ceasing their collaboration. The memory of a gift received during the holidays, accompanied by a note, surfaced in Snape's mind. Fudge arrived at Hogwarts swiftly, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. Oh, Merlin, what on earth is happening? He beheld the fallen figure of Peter Pettigrew. Professor Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't Pettigrew killed 12 years ago? Fudge. I believe it is not for me to explain, Dumbledore replied, his eyes shifting towards the large black dog. The dog gradually transformed into a scruffy one-armed man, his visage still bearing a menacing countenance. Dumbledore, what is going on? Fudge's tone grew grave as he recognized Sirius Black. Is Hogwarts harboring a criminal? Fudge instinctively retreated, suspecting that the day's events might be part of a conspiracy against him. Do not be alarmed, Fudge, Dumbledore said, meeting Fudge's gaze with a sigh. Evidently, I was entirely unaware until today, and I am equally astonished by this revelation. Professor Lupin, catching Dumbledore's subtle cue. began to recount the truth of those past events alongside Sirius. Fudge found it hard to believe, yet a flicker of excitement stirred within him. This could indeed be a monumental development. Sirius had been sent to Azkaban without a trial, a grave injustice attributed to his political adversary. If Fudge could rectify this, it would serve to undermine that rival and bolster his own reputation as Minister for Magic. Moreover, Sirius was the last male heir of the Black family, a lineage of considerable wealth. Fudge's mind raced with possibilities, though he maintained a facade of composure, concealing his inner elation. This is not an easy matter, you know. Professor Dumbledore, he said, appearing troubled. This is merely one side of the story from a professor and a criminal. It cannot serve as evidence. He cast a glance at Professor Lupin, but his attention remained fixed on Sirius. While I am inclined to believe Mr. Black is innocent, the situation is now bereft of witnesses. Pettigrew is dead, Fudge thought, dismissing the matter, as he had long since ceased to be of concern. His demise would stir no significant repercussions. Fudge's focus lay not on the truth, but rather on his own power, though the prospect of monetary gain was even more enticing. I believe Mr. Black should accompany us. Considering his status as a fugitive, Fudge narrowed his eyes. The immediate objective was to secure Sirius under his control. If the trial resulted in acquittal, he could exonerate Black. If guilty, he would have captured a thoroughly dangerous criminal. As for whether Sirius Black is indeed a true criminal or an illegal animagus, it holds little significance for him. Even the accidental death of that muggle during their battle is of no consequence. It is merely a matter of forgetting a spell. With this thought, Cornelius Fudge could not help but smile, reassured that, rest assured, Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic will deliver justice for Mr. Black. Fudge felt a newfound firmness in his posture. Addressing Dumbledore directly, Sirius did not object. His objectives had already been fulfilled. Peter was dead, and he had relinquished all hope. However, Sirius felt a twinge of regret for not having met James's child, his godson, Harry Potter. In Chapter 57, Capturing the Dementors, Sirius is recaptured, and simultaneously, the Minister of Magic calls for a retrial. For the young wizards at Hogwarts, this news is exhilarating, but the most joyous aspect is that the Dementors would soon depart. However, for William and Hermione, this was not a favorable development, as their time to capture the Dementors was rapidly dwindling. In Professor Babbler's lounge, Mina was happily indulging in the snacks that William and Hermione had brought back. Do you have something you wish Mina to do? Professor Babbler, observing their eagerness, suspected ulterior motives. How can you say that? William could not confess his curiosity about the Dementors, but they were exceedingly difficult to capture. Dementors are perilous dark magical creatures, possessing the ability to suppress souls. They are human, and while they can attempt to capture Dementors, it is fraught with danger and noise. It is said that vampires lack souls, and while this rumor may be inaccurate, it is true that vampires tend to exhibit muted emotions. If a vampire were to assist in capturing a Dementor, the task would be greatly simplified. Moreover, they planned to conduct the capture at night. Their research indicated that vampires possess exceptional night vision and formidable tracking abilities. Vampires could easily ascertain the location of Dementors and strategize their capture. Although the two could achieve similar results through their own perceptive skills, why not utilize an available ally? It seems you would prefer me to take action, Professor Babbler remarked, rolling his eyes at William. How embarrassing. William quickly nodded, as that was precisely his intention. You might as well abandon that thought. I cannot act freely within Hogwarts, Professor Babbler said with resignation. Although Mina appeared somewhat simple-minded, her abilities were commendable. As for her strength, those Dementors could not harm her. Professor Babbler scrutinized the Na'vi Mina, thinking she could use some experience. Otherwise, she might fall prey to someone else in the future. William and Hermione were not disheartened, as their original plan was to sneak out and capture the Dementors, and this had turned into an unexpected boon. Despite Mina's appearance, they had discovered through their research that the magical power within her was quite remarkable. As night fell, the representatives from the Ministry of Magic did not depart immediately. They had matters to discuss with Hogwarts. The Dementors withdrew from the castle once more, typically resting on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest or in other areas inaccessible to young witches and wizards. Under the cloak of darkness, 3 figures stealthily approached the Forbidden Forest, having already scouted the area during the day. The presence of Dementors here was sparse, and their leader was notably absent. Ordinary Dementors were incapable of speech or communication. The Ministry primarily engaged with their leader. From a distance, one could occasionally spot 2 or 3 cloaked Dementors on the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, feasting on the remnants of joy that wafted from Hogwarts Castle. Were it not for the Ministry's efforts to suppress them, they would have surged into the castle in a ravenous swarm. Initially, they had hoped for a sumptuous feast, yet they had managed to stealthily siphon emotions in significant quantities, an endeavor difficult to detect. Moreover, had they not been thwarted during the Hogwarts Express journey, they would have indulged themselves long ago. Recently, they had been unable to approach Hogwarts or venture far, rendering them noticeably gaunt, despite their naturally emaciated appearance. However, tomorrow they would return to Azkaban, where they could operate with impunity, even if the inmates offered little in the way of joy. Occasionally, they would surreptitiously drain the souls of prisoners, a matter the ministry chose not to investigate deeply, simply attributing it to the prisoners' inability to withstand the death grasp. The three figures crept closer to the Dementors, with Mina assisting William and Hermione in masking their presence, allowing them to remain undetected. They intended to use a magical cage designed to contain Dementors, originally crafted by William and Hermione for the purpose of trapping vampires. It was unnecessary to specify which vampire, as any creature ensnared within such a cage would be held captive for a time. Now, this magical cage had been modified for the specific purpose of capturing Dementors. The cage was quietly set, and William nodded to Hermione, who then distanced herself before unveiling her concealed presence. Soon, the nearby Dementors caught a whiff of the potent human emotion emanating from her, and one quickly zeroed in on her location. There was no need for Hermione to panic. She slowly guided the approaching Dementor toward the magical cage. The cage was discreetly concealed, and as Dementors are not particularly intelligent magical beings, they unwittingly wandered into the trap laid for them. Once the Dementor was completely ensnared within the magical cage, William immediately cast the spell. The cage materialized, gradually constricting into a spherical form. Mina hastily re-established Hermione's concealed presence and then determined a suitable location for their next endeavor, ensuring that the number of captured Dementors remained manageable to avoid drawing suspicion from either the Dementors or the Ministry. After a night of diligent effort, William and Hermione had successfully captured 3 Dementors. Upon capturing the third, they resolved to cease their attempts. It was not due to an inability to capture more, but rather a concern that further captures would arouse the suspicion of both the Dementors and the Ministry. The following morning, after breakfast, the personnel from the Ministry of Magic hurriedly departed. They remained oblivious to the absence of the Dementors, as their concern for these ghastly creatures was minimal. Once the loathsome Dementors had vacated the Great Hall, the young witches and wizards erupted in jubilant cheers. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow but did not quell their merriment. In truth, she too felt a sense of elation. William and Hermione were absent, engrossed in their research on the Dementors. Mina observed the industrious pair with curiosity, perplexed by their fascination with such repugnant and foul-smelling beings. If given a choice, they would prefer to study vampires instead. However, they felt somewhat sheepish considering they had recently extracted a substantial amount of blood from a certain vampire. Nonetheless, despite their disdain for the Dementors, understanding how these creatures could siphon emotions was undeniably significant. Emotions are crucial for a wizard, directly linked to the eruption of magical power. Intense emotions can amplify the potency of spells, though the drawback is their fleeting nature. Additionally, the kiss of a Dementor is capable of consuming souls. Yet, the essence of a living being's soul remains an enigma to them. What form do ghosts take, and how do they persist in existence? These questions ignited a profound curiosity within both William and Hermione. Chapter 58, The Peculiar. William found his life at Hogwarts to be quite joyous, surrounded by breathtaking scenery and the company of friends. Have there been any updates on Helena? He inquired of Professor Babbage, as he and Hermione had not seen Helena in quite some time. No, there has been no word from her lately, Professor Babbage replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Both were apprehensive, yet there was little they could do, as Professor Babbage was the only one capable of contacting Helena. Let us go out and have some fun, Mina whispered to William and Hermione. Where do you wish to go? Hermione gently probed, noticing Mina's clumsy attempt to change the subject. I want to visit Hogsmeade. You both didn't take me last time. Mina feigned displeasure, casting a mock sulk at William and Hermione. Very well, we shall take you, Hermione said, affectionately ruffling Mina's hair. Mina leaned into the gesture, her face lighting up with happiness. This evening marked Halloween, which also fell on a Sunday, preventing the young wizards from venturing to Hogsmeade unless they set off from the room of requirement. The trio marveled at the Halloween decorations adorning Hogsmeade, where wizards donned even more peculiar attire than usual, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. However, Mina was delighted, finding the ambience rather familiar, a testament to her upbringing within a vampire castle. Cockroach clusters. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, recalling the time William had bought them for her. Initially, she had adamantly refused to try them, but after tasting them once, she had persistently begged William to procure them ever since. William felt a pang of regret. He had merely intended to play a prank, yet this child possessed such peculiar tastes. William, Hermione, shall we scare someone too? Mina suddenly suggested, her gaze fixed upon them. She observed the oddly dressed figures and proposed the idea, for she had yet to experience Halloween. Is it frightening? How intriguing! Hermione's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. During the banquet, Penelope had been unable to locate either William or Hermione. It was evident they had wandered off to amuse themselves. She turned her attention to Luna beside her, grateful for her unwavering companionship. Senior, I think I shall return now, Luna suddenly declared to Penelope. With tears welling in her eyes, Penelope implored, Are you abandoning me too, Luna? Luna remained silent, simply turning away, her departure cold and unfeeling. At that moment, Penelope felt a profound sense of solitude in the hall. Hence, she resolved to return to the Ravenclaw common room. As she traversed the corridor, it must be said that Halloween indeed possessed an eerie ambience. Penelope drew her arms closer to herself, quickening her pace. A chill breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Suddenly, an unusual sound seemed to emanate from behind her. She turned to see a little girl clutching a doll, staring blankly at her with wide eyes. The moonlight illuminated half of the girl's face, revealing streaks of blood cascading down. Will you play with me? The girl asked in a childlike tone devoid of emotion. Penelope fought to suppress her fear and approached, only to discover the girl had vanished. Will you play with me? The voice echoed again, this time very close, as if whispered directly next to her. Hello, little one, what do you want? Penelope stammered, trembling slightly. However, when she turned once more, she found herself alone again. Not daring to linger, she hurried towards the Ravenclaw common room. The little girl reappeared, grinning widely as she watched Penelope flee. Found you. I'm coming to find you now. In the Ravenclaw common room, William, Hermione, and Luna were engaged in conversation when a frantic Penelope burst in, eliciting curious glances from her companions. Senior, what's wrong? Hermione inquired, handing Penelope a cup of tea, which she quickly gulped down. You must listen to me. Hogwarts has a ghost. Penelope trembled as she spoke. William and Hermione exchanged glances, bemused, as if regarding her with pity. Haven't there always been ghosts here? Don't confuse spirits with phantoms, William remarked, scrutinizing Penelope's visibly shaken countenance. No, she is not a ghost. She might be something far stranger, Penelope insisted, noticing their disbelief. Just now, as I was walking down the corridor, I saw her. She kept asking if I wanted to play with her. I didn't respond, and it seemed she was intent on bothering me. Whenever I tried to seek her out, she vanished. You have to believe me. After Penelope finished speaking, she became somewhat anxious. We believe you, she said. William and Hermione regarded Penelope with expressions of affectionate condescension. Suddenly, William noticed something and pointed behind Penelope, speaking nervously. Is she a girl holding a doll? How did you know? Penelope regretted her impulsive chase. Penelope, don't look back. Hermione urged anxiously. If you do, she'll cling to you, and you'll never be rid of her. Penelope froze, sensing a pair of small hands wrapping around her neck, and she broke into a sweat. Sister, will you play with me? William and Hermione stood still, while Mina joined them on the side. Luna sat quietly on the sofa, observing Mina without uttering a word. So this is the reason you all frightened me? Penelope ground her teeth, the veins on her temples bulging. She genuinely believed she was being haunted by something strange. Sister, it's all my fault. I suggested scaring people on Halloween, Mina said with a soft voice. Hearing Mina's sweet tone nearly melted Penelope's heart, and she embraced Mina tightly. Is that you, Mina? Such a lovely girl. Remember, don't follow the bad examples of those two. They will lead you astray. Penelope patted Mina's head, glaring at William and Hermione. They remained silent, realizing that if Mina became attached to them, they would indeed be unable to shake her off. Well, in light of Mina, I suppose we won to retaliate, Penelope conceded. Having regained her composure, she looked at the obedient Mina and mischievously remarked, Mina, shall we give someone else a surprise? Her eyes seemed to sparkle. It couldn't be just her being frightened. Throughout Halloween night, Hogwarts echoed with the startled screams of little wizards, and many would likely find themselves sleepless that evening. Luna sighed at the mischievous group and decided to join in. This year's Halloween was so eventful for the young wizards that they all arrived at class on Monday bearing dark circles under their eyes. Chapter 59, The Holidays. Since Black's arrest, spurred by Fudge, the trial was set to commence swiftly, with Dumbledore and Professor Lupin in attendance. Recently, the young wizards noticed that Snape's demeanor had noticeably improved, and he was no longer targeting Gryffindor House as much. Harry felt troubled, having learned about Sirius and that he had gained a godfather. Deep down, he should have been delighted, for he might not have to return to his aunt's house, where they had fallen out during the summer. However, Sirius was still unaware of the circumstances, and Harry was uncertain about how Sirius would be judged. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to William and Hermione. They were merely teasing Mina, conducting experiments, and savoring campus life. William seemed to have a premonition that this tranquil existence would not last much longer. As Christmas approached, William took a deep breath and gazed out at the snow-clad scenery beyond the train. He observed Penelope, who appeared somewhat unsteady, alongside the ethereal Luna, and an unexpected wave of melancholy washed over him. Hermione placed a comforting hand on William's shoulder, sensing his thoughts, for she often experienced such premonitions herself. The train gradually came to a halt, and after a heartfelt farewell, William watched Penelope and Luna retreating into the distance before he stepped out with Hermione. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, both Penelope and Luna turned back to gaze at the silhouettes of the two leaving figures. The winter weather in London had grown quite frigid, prompting them to don their attire suitable for the human world, devoid of any warming charms. They rubbed their hands together and exhaled puffs of breath into the chilly air. As both families' cars were parked along the roadside, William cast a glance back at the wall, the very place where their dreams had commenced. Hermione extended her hand, taking hold of William's without uttering a word. The Granger family planned to spend this Christmas holiday in London with the Smiths, a decision that posed no issues. The two families engaged in conversation, discussing how flourishing the dental practice had been lately, and both Mr. and Mrs. Granger had been quite busy. Occasionally, they inquired about William and Hermione's experiences at Hogwarts, and the two recounted their tales in terms that their audience could comprehend. Overall, the time spent together was filled with warmth. However, it was evident that William's spirits remained rather low. William found himself lost in thought in the upstairs corridor, watching Hermione converse with the adults below. At some point, Mr. Smith had approached William's side, sipping from his drink as he leaned against the banister. "William, I rarely see you like this. You've never seemed like an ordinary child. You appear quite lost at the moment, am I correct?" "Yes, Father," William sighed, a weight heavy upon his heart. "It is natural to feel lost and vulnerable at times," Mr. Smith replied with a long sigh. "Regardless of the decisions you make, we will support you, and you need not worry about our safety." Mr. Smith gazed earnestly at William, speaking softly. "Rest assured, we will not be your Achilles heel. We are not individuals to be easily manipulated, even within your magical realm." Downing the last of his drink, Mr. Smith jested, "Of course, we will also protect the parents of your little girlfriend." "She is not just a little girlfriend," William attempted to retort, but he found his voice dwindling. "William, we are not foolish. We are aware that your relationship is anything but ordinary." "But, Father, we are still young," he protested, feeling incapable of making any promises that would be deemed credible at such a tender age. "Your ability to think this way is commendable, William. You are not one to take matters lightly. Remember, love is a profound emotion that requires time to nurture and sustain. That girl, Hermione, is straightforward and courageous, yet she possesses a kind heart. Should you dare to let her down, we shall not spare you. Moreover, as you all know, both parties are still quite young and must be mindful of their boundaries. I certainly do not wish to become a grandparent at such a tender age." Mr. Smith playfully shifted his usual tone, almost teasingly. Naturally, William chuckled as he observed Hermione enjoying a lively conversation with her mother. Hermione seemed to sense something. Glancing towards the second floor, her gaze meeting William's. They exchanged glances, and William felt his heart race. In the attic above, William sat on the floor, looking up at the delightful gifts, his tumultuous thoughts appearing to calm. With a creak, the door opened, and Hermione settled beside him, leaning against him. "William, your mother is quite a gentle woman," she remarked, relaxing. "Of course, just look at whose mother she is," William replied cheerfully. Hermione narrowed her eyes playfully. "Oh, Mr. Smith, are you suggesting that my mother is not gentle?" "Perish the thought. I meant to say that our mothers are both very gentle souls," William clarified. "That's more like it. If you bully me again, I shall tell our mothers," Hermione declared with a hint of mischief in her voice. "All right," William responded with an elongated tone. "But I have not bullied you." "Who said you haven't? From the very first time we met, you were bullying me. I remember it distinctly. Come now, is it necessary to remember so vividly? That is none of your concern. Merry Christmas." Once again, it was Christmas Eve. The first had been spent at Hermione's home, the second at William's ancestral residence. This year's Christmas was to be celebrated in London, and after dinner, they planned to take a stroll. It was easy to spot a group of children surrounding a Santa Claus, eagerly asking for gifts, while small stalls lined the square. The Christmas tree, the twinkling lights, and the carols harmonized beautifully in the snowy night. William felt that a life like this would bring him immense joy, yet they had chosen a different path. Hermione held William's hand, cheerfully stepping through the snow. The Smiths and the Grangers were engrossed in their own romantic worlds, leaving William and Hermione to themselves. "Come on, William. Cheer up. Don't wear that long face," Hermione urged, propping up his smile with her fingers. "I'll always be by your side. Have you forgotten?" Hermione seized the opportunity to playfully squeeze his cheeks, a habit she often indulged. "I know you're worried about Helena. I am too, which is why I intend to help you find her," Hermione said earnestly, "and my parents have already agreed." "Humph, it's all your fault." Hermione's tone shifted, feigning anger. "I was a good student, and now look what you've done to me. Not only skipping classes, but now I might even skip school." William couldn't help but laugh at Hermione's exaggerated expression, which eased the tension from her face. "Forgive me, Hermione, for worrying you on such a festive occasion," William apologized sincerely. Hermione did not heed his apology. Instead, she grasped William's hand and took off running. "If you truly feel remorse, then join me in play." Chapter 60, A Strange Letter. On Christmas Day, William and Hermione, as was their custom, began unwrapping gifts. However, one letter intrigued them both. The envelope appeared somewhat worn, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Yet, its cover bore the inscription, "Christmas 1993, London, for William and Hermione." This cryptic message left them puzzled. The owl that delivered it must have long since departed, leaving the letter to blend in among the numerous gifts until it was finally discovered. William meticulously examined the letter, confirming it bore no curses or malicious enchantments. They opened the envelope, revealing aged paper, yet the handwriting remained legible. Dear William and Hermione, I trust that by now you have encountered this letter we sent. We apologize for intruding upon your Christmas holiday. However, we must, at this moment, convey certain matters to you, albeit with limited detail due to the peril involved. Remember, they are not your enemies. Exercise caution, but do not confront them directly. The true adversaries have yet to reveal themselves. They are still searching for you, and it is imperative that you mature swiftly. Time is of the essence, and do not squander it on trivial nuisances. Rest assured, you need not fear. This is not solely your battle, as you have trustworthy allies at your side. We regret our inability to disclose more. Lastly, please cherish this holiday. From your most reliable friend. William and Hermione stared at the enigmatic letter, perplexed yet uncertain of how to respond. They carefully set the letter aside, choosing to keep this matter concealed within their hearts. During this Christmas holiday, William intended to take Hermione ice skating, a promise made the previous year that he could not forsake. In winter, London boasted numerous ice rinks, with Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Mr. and Mrs. Granger also expressing interest. As the evening sun cast its warm glow over the ice rink, it became one of the most enchanting spots in the city, nestled within the moat. Many adults brought their children, creating a lively atmosphere. Hermione awkwardly glided along with William's assistance, her body swaying like a clumsy penguin. Dressed in a black down coat, she resembled one even more, prompting William to stifle his laughter. You're still laughing? Hermione pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't be laughing. Let us take our time. William reassured her, gently guiding her forward. He feared that if they did not start moving soon, Hermione might suffer from the cold, as their attire lacked any warming enchantments. The two glided for quite some time, and now Hermione was barely able to pull William along, gradually gaining confidence in her movements. After several laps, William suddenly grasped Hermione's hand, winking as he asked, Miss Granger, would you like to experience the sensation of flying? With a swift motion, he propelled them forward, speeding across the ice rink. William, slow down, it's dangerous. The cold wind rushed into Hermione's mouth, making her words somewhat unclear. What? Go faster? William feigned ignorance and accelerated again. Humph, serves you right for always threatening me, she thought. Gradually, as she felt the breeze against her cheeks and William's hands gripping hers, Hermione found herself growing less afraid. Her nose reddened from the brisk wind, her heart raced, and exhilaration bubbled within her. After several more laps around the rink, William finally let her rest, and she sat on the edge, gasping for breath. William, that was thrilling, just like riding a flying broomstick. Hermione exclaimed excitedly. William remained silent, gently taming her tousled hair, beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks, some strands sticking to her skin. Hermione quieted, observing William intently. What was happening? Why was her heart racing again? Suddenly, William puzzledly retrieved a letter from the hood of her puffy jacket. Both of them furrowed their brows. This envelope resembled the one they had received on Christmas Day, albeit this one was new. Scanning the ice rink for any suspicious individuals, they exchanged a glance before opening the envelope. Inside, there were no other contents, just two folded sheets of paper. As they began to read, the first page bore a single line. Perhaps you do not believe what we said in our previous letter, but please trust us. We can provide evidence. With curiosity, they unfolded the second sheet. William, there has always been a secret in your heart that you have not spoken of, hasn't he there? You should not belong to this era. I believe you know what I mean. William's heart tightened with sudden apprehension as he glanced at Hermione, who was now furrowing her brow in concentration. Do not worry, your girl will not see these words. Likewise, you will not uncover the secrets she conceals. We merely wish to convey that we are not deceiving you. As for whether we are foes or allies, we find ourselves at a loss to prove it. However, we hope you will contemplate our words. This is merely advice. It presents a choice, and different choices may lead to varied outcomes. Of course, whatever you decide holds little consequence, as long as you do not regret it. They carefully tucked the papers back into the envelope, both lost in thought. As night fell, the surrounding lights illuminated the scene, creating a beautiful nightscape. Yet, at that moment, neither of them felt inclined to appreciate it. William, do you think the contents of the letter are true or false? Hermione's gaze flickered, hesitating to meet his eyes. This may indeed be true. However, what could their intentions possibly be? William felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet, what troubled him most was not the motives of the other party. Logically, he could not easily disclose the fact that he had traversed time and space. Thus, two possibilities remained, and William's heart sank at the thought. One possibility he was willing to entertain was that the two letters were sent by individuals from the future, perhaps by someone with whom they were quite familiar. It was even conceivable that this person might be Hermione, or, perhaps, himself. The second possibility was far more unsettling. Their secret could have already been uncovered by another. If that individual were a friend, it would be manageable, but if they were an adversary, the situation would be dire indeed. Chapter 61, Helena's Message. William and Hermione had little clarity regarding the origin of the letter, yet they had formed some conjectures about its authenticity. However, their immediate focus was not on analyzing the letter, but rather on where to seek out Helena. Helena was undoubtedly someone of significance to both William and Hermione. After consulting with their respective parents, they devised a plan to visit William's ancestral home. William's parents offered no objections, while Hermione's parents were initially resistant but ultimately acquiesced. Post-Christmas, the Granger family departed from London, and William and Hermione found themselves in Mr. Smith's vehicle en route to the old estate. Hermione appeared somewhat dejected, if circumstances permitted. She longed to share all that she knew about the magical world with her parents. However, she had attempted this before, and her parents had not grasped the concepts. Their understanding of the magical realm limited to Diagon Alley. William could offer no words of comfort. He simply held Hermione's hand in silence. Mrs. Smith was unable to accompany them, as she was quite busy following the Christmas festivities, while Mr. Smith quietly assumed the role of driver. The silhouette of the old estate gradually emerged before them, prompting Mr. Smith to bring the vehicle to a halt. He gazed at the estate for a considerable time, opting not to enter. William, remember what I said. Do what you believe is right, and do not be afraid, Mr. Smith spoke gently. Hermione, you need not worry about your parents. Auntie Smith and I will visit them frequently. They will not be alone. Sometimes we shall travel together as well. Mr. Smith smiled kindly at Hermione. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Hermione expressed her gratitude sincerely. No need for such formality. However, you must keep a close eye on this rascal William. He has been growing increasingly handsome lately, Mr. Smith remarked playfully, sensing the serious atmosphere. Goodbye, Dad, William said as he assisted Mr. Smith into the car, kindly closing the door behind him and waving farewell. Ah, William, how heartless you are. I suppose I shall return home to find your mother. The child has grown wings. Mr. Smith chuckled as he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Alas, Hermione, do you see such a father? William scoffed. I actually think your father treats you quite well. Hermione replied. Hermione gazed at the amusing father and son duo, chuckling softly as she spoke. Alas, William had just been on the verge of making a jest about Mr. Smith when he recalled something, abruptly ceasing his thoughts. Indeed, Mr. Smith was a commendable individual. William observed the direction in which Mr. Smith's car had departed. The road was somewhat winding, and Mr. Smith had not yet ventured far. Fixating on the somewhat antiquated vehicle, William appeared to reminisce about his own childhood days within this body. Sigh. Could it be that having lived twice had rendered him too mature for his age? Now prone to bouts of sentimentality? He shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dislodge the turmoil festering within his mind. Come, let us enter. William beckoned Hermione towards the house. Hermione sensed something peculiar in his words, yet instinctively followed him into the old residence. Little William, Hermione, it has been quite some time. Greeted a woman seated elegantly on the sofa, delicately holding a wine glass filled with a deep crimson liquid. Professor Babbling, what brings you here? Both William and Hermione inquired with a hint of confusion. Additionally, there was Mina, who had been hiding behind the door. The two had sensed her presence long before. How did you discover me when I was so well concealed? Mina blinked her large, inquisitive eyes. Mina, pay them no mind, Professor Babbling quickly interjected, wishing to steer the conversation away from the potential trickery the two might impose upon Mina. William smirked. How dull. What is it, Professor Babbling and Mina? Hermione gently urged as she seated Mina beside her. What brings you both to seek us during the Christmas holiday? It is, of course, to share some news that you have long been eager to hear, Professor Babbling replied, taking a sip of her red wine. Are you referring to Helena? Hermione suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thigh and rising from her seat. Do not cry. Mina must be strong, she consoled, rubbing her own thigh, which likely bore the mark of her palm. Indeed. I have received news regarding Helena, Professor Babbling said, her demeanor growing solemn. However, this information did not come from Helena herself, but rather from Evelyn, she added, her gaze resting on Mina, her mother. Professor Babbling, what on earth is going on? William urged as he gently coaxed Hermione back to her seat, also offering comfort to Mina. In truth, Helena has been investigating vampires, and she has uncovered that certain vampires have grown overly ambitious, Professor Babbling stated calmly, seemingly unfazed by her own vampiric nature. The relationships among different factions of vampires are not particularly amicable. They are divided into three distinct groups. The first is the faction of Evelyn and myself, which could be termed the moderate group. We do not indiscriminately attack humans and maintain a cordial relationship with wizards. The second faction is the radical group, which permits their descendants or followers to assault humans. As for their clandestine activities, we remain largely uninformed. Their rapport with us is neither particularly good nor bad. Lastly, there exists the neutral faction, which refrains from engaging with humans and spends most of their time in slumber. Professor Babbling paused after her remarks, allowing the two to digest her words. What connection do these matters have with Helena? Or is it that Helena is now ensnared by them? Hermione voiced her uncertainty. Professor Babbling regarded Hermione with an approving gaze. Indeed, Hermione, if this were in class, I would be inclined to award you extra points. Helena had uncovered that the radical vampires seemed to be conducting experiments, and her curiosity compelled her to investigate further. However, to her surprise, she found herself trapped shortly after discovering some leads. As for the specifics of her confinement, Evelyn had not inquired, for she learned of Helena's predicament from a radical vampire. Professor Babbling expressed disdain when mentioning that vampire, as though it were something repugnant. What could possibly be so formidable that it ensnares even ghosts? William wondered with great intrigue. William, do not underestimate vampires, Professor Babbling admonished, casting a glance at Mina. With the exception of Mina, of course. Mina, with her large eyes, glared at Professor Babbling in a manner that suggested she was rather displeased and in need of consolation. Nonetheless, Professor Babbling was accustomed to this and continued with her discourse. The vampire's prolonged existence is both a blessing and a curse. Not all vampires are mere creatures who indulge in base desires. Many are astute beings. They possess remarkable abilities, their research often shrouded in mystery, with their true power remaining unknown. Professor Babbling narrowed her eyes, her voice lowering, adding that such an extended lifespan could lead to an emotional detachment, resulting in the erosion of moral constraints. Thus, it follows that many vampire studies delve into taboo and malevolent realms. Chapter 62, A Remembrance. William and Hermione were processing Professor Babbling's recent insights, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Professor Babbling, are you suggesting that our adversaries are those radical vampires? William asked gravely. Professor Babbling shook her head, finishing her glass of red wine. Not us, but you. These radicals have not encroached upon our interests, so you shall receive no assistance. However, she abruptly shifted her tone, looking at them both with significant implication. Unless, of course, you can provide evidence of their interference with other factions of vampires. Then the situation would become considerably more complex. William and Hermione exchanged skeptical glances for a moment, then shared a wicked smile. Mina observed the three with confusion, instinctively tightening her garment, sensing that they were not to be trusted. They could not rush into the mountains. Thorough preparation was essential. Wow, is this the little house you crafted yourselves? Mina gazed in astonishment at the interior of the cottage, then turned her attention to William and Hermione. Professor Babbling nodded in appreciation, though still somewhat immature. It was commendable. In due time, I shall teach you how to enhance it further. He assessed the cottage, noting that its defenses were inadequate and its invisibility feature possessed certain flaws. William and Hermione, rather than feeling disheartened, were instead filled with joy, for this space could be deemed their home. Under Professor Babbling's guidance and with Mina's assistance, they dedicated 2 days to perfecting their abode. Mina, we are now set to visit your home. Hermione gently ruffled Mina's hair, who was equally exhilarated. Let us take off. Mina watched from the viewing platform as the cottage soared swiftly into the sky. Professor Babbling, guided by Mina's lineage and her mother's instructions, assumed the role of navigator, directing them towards the vampire castle. Typically, the vampire castle served as a fortress of war. Unless granted permission by its master, it was exceedingly difficult for outsiders to locate. The cottage flew at a remarkable speed, yet it took them 3 days to reach a land shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere here was oppressive, causing William and Hermione to feel a sense of unease, while Professor Babbling and Mina appeared quite at ease. We have arrived in the domain of the vampires, Professor Babbling explained to the somewhat perplexed William and Hermione. Vampires often lived in colonies, yet some chose solitude, each typically possessing their own territory. Within these realms, the Lord would wield unique abilities, making it challenging to vanquish them in their own lands. Acknowledging this, William and Hermione nodded, recognizing their limited understanding of vampires. After half a day had passed, Mina finally expressed her excitement, for she had returned to a place she knew intimately. At the edge of a cliff stood a black ancient castle, its spires piercing the sky, and numerous bats roosted nearby, exuding an aura of malevolence. The cottage descended gently, and they all disembarked, not intending to fly directly into the castle, as it was not feasible. The castle's grand door was firmly shut. Professor Babbling remained unhurried, pausing as if observing something, when suddenly, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, moments later, the castle doors swung open, revealing 2 exquisitely beautiful maidens who emerged gracefully. Taking their positions, a stunning woman stepped forth from the castle, elegantly striding with feline grace. She cast a fleeting glance at Mina before locking her enchanting gaze upon Professor Babbling, standing directly before him. Evelyn, it has been far too long. Professor Babbling extended his arms, yearning for an embrace. Evelyn displayed a hint of disdain, yet she maintained decorum in front of others. Indeed, it has been hundreds of years. Balthasar, though the scene appeared amicable, anyone could discern the underlying tension in Evelyn's tone. William and Hermione remained silent, akin to statues, while Mina, too, kept her composure, embodying her most obedient self in that moment. Apologies, Evelyn. I have been quite occupied with my teaching at Hogwarts over the years, Professor Babbling said with a hint of embarrassment. Surely, it cannot be attributed solely to that? The moment Professor Babbling mentioned it, Evelyn could not contain herself. Could it possibly be due to Helena? I had suspected for a long time that your relationship with her was rather extraordinary. Indeed, it is evident now. Upon hearing that Helena was in peril, you returned, yet you offered the excuse of being too busy as a professor. The eyes of William and Hermione sparkled with intrigue. They sensed a juicy revelation. Each produced a small stool and settled beside her. Hermione even retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds, and together they began to munch. Mina, observing her mother and the amiable Professor Babbling, felt a delightful surprise bloom within her small mind. Of course, that is not the case. Evelyn, please allow me to explain. Who would have anticipated that the usually composed Professor Babbling could find herself flustered? I never intended to be away for so long. It was circumstances that compelled me to depart back then. Professor Babbling felt quite helpless. She was merely too young at that time. Upon discovering the sordid activities of the radicals, she had yearned to resist them. Her eyes could not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand, yet the outcome was unmistakable. She had completely severed ties with the radicals. Subsequently, she chose to wander away for solace, during which time she encountered Helena, who was still a student at Hogwarts. At that moment, Helena lived under the shadow cast by her mother. Thus began the acquaintance between Professor Babbling and Helena. They became very close friends, with Professor Babbling often defending Helena against the wizards who mocked her. However, Helena eventually committed a grave error. She chose to steal her mother's crown and even fled, only to meet a tragic end. Upon hearing the news, she was heartbroken and sought Helena, yet she could not find her, ultimately receiving the news of Lady Ravenclaw's passing. With no success in her search, she decided to return to Hogwarts, only to discover that Helena had transformed into a ghost, thus returning to Hogwarts in a sense. Professor Babbling was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Ultimately, at Helena's urging, she resolved to remain at Hogwarts as a teacher. When Professor Babbling departed, Evelyn was still quite young. She had been the professor's shadow until her abrupt departure, which left the young Evelyn profoundly hurt, believing Professor Babbling had forsaken her. In the years that followed, Professor Babbling did not return to the realm of vampires, and their encounters became infrequent, mostly limited to correspondence. Professor Babbling did not retort, but listened quietly, recognizing her youthful foolishness. Yet she had been harboring resentment, inadvertently wounding the hearts of those who cared for her. Chapter 63, The Vampire Castle. Though Evelyn had not yet forgiven Professor Babbling, she did not impose undue hardship upon her. Furthermore, Evelyn personally attended to William and Hermione, expressing her gratitude for their care of Mina. However, her stay was brief, for as the mistress of the castle, she was quite occupied. Before departing, Evelyn instructed Mina to continue hosting William and Hermione in her stead. She left with Professor Babbling, the purpose of their departure unknown. Mina, brimming with joy, guided William and Hermione through the castle like a miniature adult. Although the castle bore an eerie air, it was steeped in antiquity, housing numerous ancient oil paintings and intriguing magical artifacts. "These are my mother's treasures," Mina declared proudly, her admiration evident. Evelyn was not as fragile and enchanting as she appeared. In truth, she was a renowned warrior, holding a position of great esteem and possessing formidable abilities. This was evident from her sole ownership of the grand castle. William and Hermione scrutinized the towering walls adorned with the teeth and pelts of magical creatures. They sensed that some of these beings had perished long ago, yet still emanated a potent magical resonance. Clearly, before their demise, they had been powerful entities. One could only imagine the extent of Evelyn's might. It was no wonder that Mina, in her innocence, held her in such high regard. Reflecting on it now, they were grateful that Helena had introduced them to Professor Babbling. Otherwise, the task of retrieving Mina would have been no simple endeavor. William and Hermione felt that not only Helena, but even they themselves, could have become mere decorations on that wall. "Esteemed guests, this is merely a fraction of the spoils of our mistress," the head maid respectfully informed William and Hermione. It was evident from her tone that she held Evelyn in high esteem. Naturally, Evelyn would not entrust Mina to entertain them alone. The head maid was clearly the true hostess. "We appreciate your assistance, Miss." William and Hermione graciously thanked her. "No need for formality, esteemed guests. I shall prepare afternoon tea for you now," the head maid replied, demonstrating her keen awareness of the situation. With her presence, the trio felt liberated from restraint. After the head maid departed, Hermione sighed in relief. She scooped Mina into her arms and playfully pinched her cheeks. "Mina, I've noticed you've become quite the little show-off since returning home," Hermione teased, ruffling Mina's hair. I was wrong, Hermione. I shouldn't be so proud." Mina pleaded for forgiveness, acknowledging her newfound exuberance upon returning home. In the depths of the vampire castle, A strikingly handsome vampire was screaming in agony, evidently undergoing interrogation. Evelyn and Professor Babbling observed this scene without a hint of disapproval. Is this the suitor you mentioned? Professor Babbling inquired, glancing at Evelyn. A suitor? Evelyn seemed to find amusement in the term. I suppose, but I believe it to be merely a ploy on their part. Recently, they have been persistently causing us trouble. It is evident that Evelyn refers to that group of radical vampires. Moreover, they have employed some unscrupulous tactics. However, they have executed them with such finesse that we currently lack evidence. With a playful glint in her peach blossom eyes, she glanced at Professor Babbling and said, "But you know all the type of person I am drawn to." Professor Babbling hastily diverted the conversation, visibly flustered. Enough of that, Evelyn. Do you have him in custody? And does anyone else know? He inquired, glancing at Evelyn with a hint of uncertainty. I trust you haven't taken it upon yourself to apprehend him, have you? Unfazed. Evelyn chuckled. How astute. Perhaps we share a certain telepathy. She deftly shifted back to the topic at hand, unperturbed by potential complications. That old rogue has been rather tight-lipped, failing to divulge any useful information. Furthermore, he refuses to disclose the whereabouts of your old acquaintance. Staring intently into Professor Babbling's eyes, Evelyn continued. Based on my understanding of this old chap, he is not as reticent as he appears. I have strong reasons to believe he was merely boasting. Perhaps your old companion is not even ensnared. In fact, she might have caused significant trouble for those radical vampires. And the information they provided could very well be false. Their motives, I suspect, are to capture your old friend, or even you. Suddenly, Evelyn's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference, her eyes flashing with an unusual crimson light as she murmured to herself, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. You belong solely to me. What are you saying, Evelyn? Professor Babbling, unable to decipher her words, asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing. She quickly regained her composure, offering him a gentle smile. Professor Babbling found her behavior peculiar, but chose to dismiss it. After a tour of the vampire castle, the two had yet to return, prompting the others to commence their afternoon tea without waiting for them. Traditionally, vampire afternoon tea can be quite peculiar. However, to accommodate William and Hermione, this gathering leaned more towards human tastes. The maids had no trouble with this, as Mina also had a fondness for human cuisine, and they often prepared such fare. So it was not a hasty arrangement. Mina and the others enjoyed their meal thoroughly, as it was their first visit to a vampire's abode. Despite the host's mysterious absence, my apologies for the delay, Evelyn and Professor Babbling finally made their appearance. They sat down together, having engaged in some conversation. But it was evident that their relationship had thawed since earlier. The three of them sighed in relief, for had a conflict arisen, they would have been at a loss as to whom to support. William instinctively observed Professor Babbling and Evelyn, both of whom were strikingly beautiful in their own unique ways. If they were to engage in a brawl, it would undoubtedly be far more entertaining. However, this time, William would regrettably not witness the beautiful combatants in action. Suddenly, he sensed someone was fixated on him, prompting him to abandon his errant thoughts and lower his gaze to his meal. Hermione forcefully severed a sausage with the back of her knife and presented both halves to William. William, do indulge. It is truly delectable, she said gently, and he could almost feel the cold gleam of the knife in her hand. Thank you, Hermione, William replied naturally as he accepted the plate, displaying no fear of her at all. Professors Babbling and Evelyn observed the two with faint, enigmatic smiles, while Mina remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding dynamics, simply enjoying her food. Chapter 64, The Town of Diverse Races. Having resided in the vampire castle for several days now, they had yet to uncover any useful information, with suspicions only multiplying. The vampires in the dungeon did not serve as their breakthrough, as their confessions were merely trivial details. This left William and Hermione in a state of inactivity. Nonetheless, it did not imply that they were devoid of leads. The town of diverse races, was it recently established? Evelyn's brow furrowed as she regarded them, seemingly deep in thought. The two remained patient, quietly awaiting her contemplation. Indeed, there is such a town, and its strength is commendable. But their rise has been alarmingly swift, Evelyn remarked with caution. They had drawn the attention of numerous factions, with some recently targeting them, albeit minor incidents. I had not paid them much heed. My awareness stemmed from the one in the dungeon. Your mention has only deepened my intrigue. The radicals had previously resolved to focus on that town, yet prior to this, many of their descendants or kin had met with strange misfortunes. A multitude of races were intertwined in this matter, and as events escalated, these races and the radicals began to turn against each other. Thus, they were compelled to expend considerable effort in gathering evidence to mitigate tensions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two remained serene, recalling how they had previously been ensnared during their time off. It now appeared likely that the owner of that town was behind those events, and one could not deny the audacity of that individual. After William and Hermione inquired about the location of the town from Evelyn, they planned to depart the vampire castle for a while by utilizing a cottage. However, the troublesome little Mina approached, insisting that if she were not included, she would stubbornly refuse to leave. Seeking Evelyn's assistance, they found her entirely unresponsive, even disappearing from sight. Due to Mina's relentless persistence, they ultimately had no choice but to take her along to the town of diverse races. This town had been established only recently, with its facilities appearing quite new. Yet it was bustling with liveliness. This place is not inhabited by a singular race. The town's residents and the diverse travelers passing through are comprised of numerous ethnicities. Many bear a striking resemblance to humans, yet distinguishing their true origins proves to be quite challenging. After all, humanoid races often share a considerable likeness, differing mainly in hair color and adornments, while largely maintaining the human form. However, some of these beings sport one or two-pointed horns, and intriguingly, even races typically devoid of such features exhibit them. This raises the question, could they be the so-called demon races from William's past life? If they indeed belong to such a lineage, might the architect of this quaint town also be one of them, perhaps even a demon lord? William pondered this notion, finding it rather intriguing. Yet, the dilemma remains. Distinguishing friend from foe is not so simple. Mina, Hermione, shall we take a stroll? Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she surveyed the bustling street. William and Hermione were unperturbed. Before their departure, Evelyn had generously bestowed upon them ample coins, for she was indeed a true benefactor. In this town of diverse beings, the predominant currencies were gold, silver, and copper, albeit in a decimal system, with copper coins being the most commonly used. Look, masks! Mina cried in excitement, darting towards a stall. The proprietor was a fairy, yet unlike the typical fairies, their stature and appearance were much closer to that of ordinary humans. These fairies were not as irksome as those encountered in Gringotts. Rather, they greeted customers with warm smiles. William, Hermione, what do you think of this mask? Mina asked, donning a fearsome demon mask and striking a menacing pose. Hermione refrained from commenting, swiftly snatching the demon mask away and selecting an adorably charming rabbit mask for Mina instead. This one suits you much better, Hermione remarked, her eyes narrowing playfully as she looked at Mina. You don't really like that mask. Please, no, Hermione, Mina pleaded, her expression one of desperation, yet Hermione remained resolute. William chose to disregard their playful banter, instead admiring the array of masks displayed at the stall. Some were charming, while others depicted demons and monstrous beings. Distinguishing between demons and the so-called demon races can be complex, but one notable difference is that masks adorned with horns on the forehead typically belong to the latter. Indeed, this place, or rather this region, seems inextricably linked to the demon lord. Mina, Hermione, let us cease this frivolity for now and seek out some sustenance, William suggested. For the lengthy journey had left them hungry, and the tantalizing aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Excellent, Mina responded eagerly, her demeanor transforming as her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Initially, they had intended to head directly to a restaurant, but the sight of the food stalls lining the street captivated Mina, rendering her immobile. William glanced at Hermione and noted her instinctive gaze drifting toward the stalls as well. Very well, he proposed, let us find some snacks to tide us over. The roadside stalls buzzed with activity, presenting an array of delectable treats that dazzled the senses, while Mina brimmed with vitality, darting here and there in delight. William and Hermione trailed behind her, observing Mina's excited demeanor. William, this place is rather delightful, Hermione remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, their leader must be an exceptionally formidable individual. William noted the harmonious coexistence of various races here. Even traditionally antagonistic factions refrained from conflict. Occasionally, patrol teams clad in distinctive uniforms could be seen maintaining order. So, do you wish to settle here, Hermione? William teased lightly. Huh, William, are you already contemplating a change of heart? Hermione shot him a skeptical glance. Did you not promise to embark on adventures with me? Or have you encountered someone new and intend to abandon me? William recognized her jest. However, he understood that an ill-chosen response could lead to discomfort in their future interactions. Ah, you've caught me. Truly, you are a clever little witch, he replied, resolute in his youthful spirit. Is that truly the case? Hermione inquired, a warm smile gracing her features as she stretched her limbs. Mina, why are you dashing off so quickly? Slow down. William hastily pursued the slightly ahead Mina, opting not to respond to Hermione. Watching William feign ignorance, Hermione could not suppress a chuckle. Yet, she quickly composed herself, casting a somewhat guilty glance around before following suit. William, sensing Hermione's reaction, lightened his stride. Huh, you think you can ensnare me without first discerning who I am? Chapter 65, The Puppeteer. The trio purchased an abundance of snacks, and upon entering the restaurant, they found themselves laden with items. The server greeted them warmly, escorting them to a private room on the second floor. Despite the bustling clientele, the establishment was impeccably clean and elegantly adorned. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. William and Hermione were drawn to the voice at the entrance, their attention shifting from the menu to the newly arrived figure. I apologize for my audacity in introducing myself. I am the constable of this quaint town. The newcomer was an elderly fairy, his hair streaked with gray, leaning on a cane as he addressed the trio with utmost respect. Pleasure to meet you, sir, William responded, puzzled as to why the constable sought them out. Is there a matter of offense we have inadvertently committed? I hope we have not caused any misunderstandings since our arrival. His tone was polite, yet tinged with detachment, prompting Hermione and Mina to adopt a more guarded stance. Oh, not at all, sir, and you two ladies. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My gaze swept over you all, and I took a moment to assess Mina once more before returning my focus to you. We are a hospitable folk, and when esteemed guests arrive, it is the duty of the constable to extend a warm welcome. William and Hermione understood precisely whom he referred to as esteemed guests, while Mina, though not widely recognized, appeared somewhat oblivious. However, the status of her mother, Evelyn, is widely acknowledged, and it is precisely because of Evelyn that the sheriff has taken the initiative to come in person. I beg your pardon for the interruption. All of your expenses today will be covered by the Lord's Manor. The sheriff paused momentarily. Of course, if the three esteemed guests wish, we would gladly welcome you to the Lord's Manor at any time. Our Lord is eager to receive you. The sheriff, his hands lined with age, produced a finely crafted invitation, the cover adorned with an exquisite shield emblem. Upon opening the invitation, they found no indication of time, only a note stating that they were welcome to visit whenever they remained in the town. It was evident that their sincerity was substantial through their actions. However, William remained unmoved. He had long harbored suspicions that this lord was the very mastermind behind their earlier troubles. If time permits, we shall certainly make our way to the Lord's Manor. I hope you will excuse any disturbances we may cause at that time, William stated, his tone unwavering. After all, having been previously schemed against, would he rush to offer them his warmest regards? Moreover, they were merely travelers, not subjects under his rule, and they had little desire to behold the so-called Lord's countenance. Furthermore, they sensed that apart from a certain individual associated with the Lord's Manor, none posed a significant challenge to them. What was there to fear? The sheriff merely smiled and exchanged pleasantries, as if their rapport was remarkably amiable. Nevertheless, he did not linger excessively and soon departed from the restaurant. Hermione gazed into William's eyes. They exchanged nods, communicating silently. As for Mina, she paid no mind, resuming her position as she awaited the arrival of their meal after confirming that no trouble was brewing, perhaps due to the sheriff's directive. The restaurant staff promptly served their dishes, their demeanor notably improved. William and Hermione cast aside the earlier incident. Dining was of paramount importance. At the heart of the town stood the Lord's Manor, which was not extravagant. Within the conference room, a multitude of officials awaited news. The sheriff, leaning on his cane, returned to the meeting room, respectfully bowing to the Lord, and without further ado, conveyed their words. Silence enveloped the room. No discussions ensued as all eyes were fixed upon the seated Lord. The Lord, unperturbed by the gradually mounting tension, nodded and remarked, "This is quite normal. After all, we have been rather presumptuous." He continued, "Recently, our town has been developing rapidly, and your subordinates must be overwhelmed with tasks. You may take your leave for now." "Yes, my lord," the officials responded, rising in a salute before departing. As the town progressed, an array of issues would inevitably arise, all of which required their resolution. Today, the sheriff had mentioned the arrival of distinguished guests, indicating discussions of cooperation, yet it seemed that matters were not proceeding smoothly. The sheriff did not leave. Both he and the lord remained in the conference room. "Are the recent vampires still engaged in their activities?" the lord inquired, looking at the sheriff. The sheriff shook his head and remarked, "It is not as rampant as you think. As you are aware, they have been in search of a phantom lately. Although they publicly claim to have captured this specter, who can truly ascertain the veracity of such a statement?" The Lord Mayor nodded and inquired further. "Are all three of them moderate vampires?" "Not quite. Only one possesses a high bloodline, while the dominant figures are two rare human sorcerers." The Lord Mayor appeared slightly puzzled. A vampire alongside two human sorcerers? While the moderate vampires maintain a decent rapport with human sorcerers, surely it cannot be to such an extent. He pressed on. "Is the vampire truly a descendant of Evelyn?" "Indeed. The vampire we rescued last time has had the fortune of meeting Evelyn and can confirm that he is indeed a progeny of that warrior goddess." After the sheriff spoke, he fell silent, while the Lord Mayor contemplated, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. "If possible, we should strive to cultivate a good relationship with them. We can also share some evidence we have gathered." The Lord Mayor recognized the internal strife among the vampires, as well as the irreconcilable rift between the town and the radical faction of vampires. "If they can offer us assistance, we welcome it. But we must not push them into opposition." The Lord Mayor felt a tinge of frustration. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that necessitated such intricate schemes and calculations. The vampires had already extended their influence over the townsfolk under his governance, and unless he relinquished his hard-earned authority, enmity seemed inevitable, unbeknownst to the Lord Mayor. It was precisely his actions that had drawn the attention of William and Hermione, making them reluctant to engage with him. Meanwhile, William, Hermione, and Mina had settled into an inn, though they were actually concealed within a small room. William, could they be the same shadowy figures from before? Hermione asked, gazing at him. It is quite possible. Although the sheriff is adept at concealing his intentions, I can sense that his visit today pertains to Mina. Mina listened quietly, refraining from any mischief. They must have discerned that Mina is a vampire, perhaps even a moderate one. They likely seek something from this faction, Hermione suggested. Indeed. While I agree that some radical vampires deserve censure, that shadowy figure may not necessarily be our adversary, William cautioned Hermione. Often, in times of shared interest, one can find allies. However, when conflicts of interest arise, it is all too easy for friendships to dissolve. Chapter 66, The Lord Mayor's Mansion. The trio continued to explore the small town for several days, enjoying their time undisturbed. However, on the eve of their departure, they resolved to pay a visit to the Lord Mayor's estate. Please, the three of you may enter directly. The guard respectfully addressed the three individuals. Having received their orders early on, under the guard's guidance, they gradually made their way into the Lord's mansion. To the trio, the mansion did not exude opulence, yet it possessed a certain charm. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at the conference room. At that moment, the constable and several officials awaited them at the entrance, some regarding them with measured scrutiny, though none spoke a word. Welcome, esteemed guests, the constable greeted, bowing his head slightly before them. The three responded with polite bows in return. Please, follow me. Our lord is already awaiting you in the conference room. The constable gestured for them to enter. William and Hermione exchanged a glance before leading Mina inside, with the officials trailing closely behind. Soon, everyone settled into their seats, each side occupying opposite flanks, while the lord took the prominent seat at the head of the table. William scrutinized the so-called lord, who appeared quite youthful and seemingly delicate. His visage did not align with the rugged image they had imagined, nor did he bear the sharp horns typical of the demon race. However, as they surveyed the officials, they noted a diverse array of races among them, with many sporting horns and varying hairstyles. If we are not mistaken, you must be of the demon race, William remarked calmly, directing his gaze towards the lord. The evidence was undeniable. This was indeed the mastermind behind the plot they had encountered earlier. William and Hermione exchanged another knowing glance, both sharing the same realization. Upon hearing William's words, the officials expressed a mix of surprise and pride, for to serve under this lord as a demon was an honor in their eyes. Do you intend to eradicate us, you two unfamiliar wizards? The lord inquired with a smile, seemingly jesting. The officials' eyes collectively turned towards them and Mina, their brows furrowing as if anticipating the lord's command to strike. Please, do not be so tense. We are hardly a band of warriors, and such games do not interest us, William replied with a composed demeanor. We are merely ordinary travelers here to express our gratitude for your town's hospitality. Moreover, to be frank, our relationship can be considered rather amicable. With an air of calm, William spoke, while Hermione and Mina remained vigilant. Should conflict arise, it was uncertain who would ultimately bear the brunt of it. The lord raised a hand towards the officials from the town, indicating they should ease their tension, and remarked that it was merely a jest, urging them not to offend their distinguished guests. Afterward, he inclined his head slightly towards the trio and, in a tone of apology, said, We should not be adversaries, should we? As the lord here, it is my duty to ensure the safety of those under my protection, which necessitates our invitation for you to discuss matters. This is our request. However, our investigations reveal that not only are we in danger, but you are as well. The dangers alluded to by the lord undoubtedly pertain to the radical faction of vampires, yet the most perilous threat undoubtedly emanates from the town itself. Should they mishandle the situation, the newly established settlement may swiftly succumb to decline. If fortune favors them, they might revert to their previous impoverished existence. However, should misfortune strike, their demise would be imminent. It is likely that you have also noticed the recent restlessness among the radical vampires, who have engaged in rampant capture and experimentation. They have grown dissatisfied with other races and have long turned their predatory gaze upon the moderate faction of vampires. The lord, of course, cannot divulge the dangers faced by his own faction and instead attempts to divert attention towards the moderate vampires. Yet, William and Hermione are not easily deceived. With even Mina lost in contemplation. Lord, this is not a calamity for us. Rather, it seems you are the first to be targeted by them, Hermione retorted. Moreover, our identities may disappoint you, for we are not at all acquainted with the moderate vampires. It is evident that you can easily discern we are merely ordinary humans. Ordinary humans? The many officials within the lord's manor exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Although they could not ascertain the true strength of the two, they certainly did not dare to underestimate them. Otherwise, why would they show such reverence to these two seemingly youthful individuals? Even the lord's demeanor faltered slightly. prompting the sheriff to interject. Our esteemed guest jest, you are indeed formidable. The sheriff's tone shifted to a more serious note. However, the radical vampires are no benign adversaries. If left unchecked, both our town and your moderate faction may find themselves in considerable peril. Yet, from our perspective, any aggression against our townsfolk will not be tolerated. And I trust you feel the same. The sheriff neither belittled his own faction nor targeted William and his companions, demonstrating a degree of capability. William and Hermione fell silent, their attention drawn to Mina, who appeared obliviously curious, her wide eyes sparkling with innocence. Weren't we just on the brink of conflict? What has transpired now? They sighed in resignation, realizing they had overestimated Mina's understanding. Truthfully, they were indeed outsiders, though not entirely ordinary. However, the decision to form an alliance was not theirs to make. Such a resolution would ultimately rest with Evelyn. William and Hermione had not forgotten that their primary objective was to retrieve Helena and to deliver a reckoning to certain individuals. The Lord felt a twinge of unease, sensing a chill creeping down his spine. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, confident that his clandestine misdeeds had left no trace of evidence. His true aim today was to persuade William and his companions to introduce him to Evelyn. However, William's Hermione did not acquiesce to his persuasion. Helena was not located, but they stumbled upon another individual, one whom they had long desired to confront and who had previously attempted to deceive both of them, the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 67, Sparring. The group engaged in yet another round of tedious banter, but no one made any commitments or promises. Following these monotonous exchanges, while William's side remained relatively composed, the officials from the Lord's Manor exhibited palpable impatience. It was said that the demon race revered strength. Was this truly the case? Seizing the moment, William directed his gaze towards the constable. The constable glanced at the Lord and the assembled officials before turning back to face William, momentarily bewildered by this unexpected shift. However, Hermione understood the implication of William's words, for she could no longer contain her restlessness, her temper flaring with the desire to engage in combat. Mina, reveling in the unfolding drama, clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we engage in a sparring match? We can discuss matters afterward. Upon hearing this, many officials, predominantly martial officers, buzzed with enthusiasm. Having long been weary of inaction, the constable recognized the situation was spiraling out of control and chose to remain silent, awaiting the Lord's decision. The Lord understood William's intent. If they did not showcase some genuine prowess today, the other party would not accept them as messengers. Naturally, they could not simply resort to violence. They first needed to maintain the facade of a harmonious banquet. William and Mina refrained from striking first, as Hermione possessed superior combat skills. Moreover, the officials from the Lord's Manor had not yet fully harnessed their abilities, so it was premature for all three to engage simultaneously. The Lord's Manor featured a designated combat area, and both parties made their way to the fighting arena. From an exterior perspective, the majority of the Lord's officials appeared to be robust warriors. In contrast, William and his companions seemed relatively slender. Yet the Lord was aware of the formidable magic coursing through their veins. Still, he was perplexed as to why they would propose a duel, as he perceived wizards to be inherently fragile. Even the most powerful sorcerers risked danger when in close proximity to an opponent. Their best strategy was to maintain a safe distance. However, within the confines of the combat arena, space was limited, making it difficult to create any significant distance, putting the adversaries at a clear disadvantage. Was this a deliberate attempt to find an excuse to retreat, swayed by his own charisma? Though the Lord was somewhat self-absorbed, his instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, the Lord's greatest fears materialized. The first challenger from his side was a woman wielding a dagger, her speed remarkable, her steps light, enabling her to close the distance with ease. Hermione appeared momentarily caught off guard, not even drawing her wand. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, seemingly aware of the impending outcome. This is my maid. Although she holds the title of maid, her abilities are exceptional, making her quite esteemed within the Lord's Manor. Although the Lord spoke commendably, William was not foolish. It was evident that apart from the Lord before him, this woman was the most formidable figure present. The woman had closed in, her dagger poised to strike. Yet she had already prepared to withdraw, as this was merely a sparring session. In her eyes, a wizard caught at such close quarters, unable even to draw his wand, was destined for defeat. However, the woman was taken aback when she realized that the seemingly harmless girl before her did not display the panic she had anticipated. In fact, Hermione directly seized the woman's wrist, rendering her unable to escape despite her attempts to break free. The spectators gasped in astonishment. The Lord, possessing a keen eye, remarked, "Impressive. Her strength is likely not to be underestimated." William maintained a smile, though internally he felt a strong urge to chastise the Lord. Was that all? Had he forgotten the numerous hardships he had faced at Hermione's hands? "Are you not wizards?" the Lord inquired, perplexed. "Of course, if this is a secret." You need not respond. How could magic be such an inconvenient affair? Who claimed that wizards were fragile? Close combat was, after all, the romance of a wizard. William cast a glance at the Lord. In truth, he wished to unleash his frustration upon him. Indeed, scarcely had William's words left his lips when Hermione released her grip, and they engaged in close combat. Yet, in terms of momentum, the woman appeared significantly weaker than Hermione. As the woman beheld her dagger, now bent and broken by Hermione, her face twitched involuntarily. What manner of adversary was this? Yet, she had no time for reflection, as Hermione's fist was already upon her. Drawing upon years of experience, she swiftly sidestepped the blow. However, Hermione's strikes were far from simple. The woman managed to evade, but she was still grazed by Hermione's fist, nearly sent flying. This compelled her to adopt a more cautious approach. It was evident that she was no match for her opponent. Yet, a thrill surged within her, for she had not made significant progress in a long time, and her recent performance exceeded expectations. There was a palpable urgency in their spar. Hermione, however, was not inclined to play the role of a sparring partner. This woman was no William. With a decisive punch, Hermione advanced, and while the woman narrowly dodged, she soon found her arm ensnared once more. Goodbye, Hermione whispered softly in the woman's ear before executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the ground. Though she did not lose consciousness, the woman realized she had been utterly drained of strength, lying there gazing up at the sky. Why is your prowess so formidable? Or is it simply that I am too weak? She lamented, her eyes devoid of spirit. It seemed she had indeed grown complacent. Hermione, feeling rather awkward, wished to cover her face. The woman's words were far too melodramatic. Was she to deliver a solemn oath next? Thus, Hermione swiftly interrupted the woman's incantation, assisting her to her feet and conjuring a towel to muffle her cries. The woman was escorted by a maid from the Lord's mansion to rest, her expression one of utter bewilderment. The officials of the Lord's estate were taken aback, some even itching to take action. Yet, considering that even the strongest among them would be no match, they surmised they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. What a remarkable display! The Lord could not help but exclaim, though a hint of frustration lingered within him. He felt his dignity was at stake. Must he intervene personally? Was the Lord also inclined to engage in a contest? William gazed at the Lord with a smile, having long desired to administer a good thrashing to the individual before him. However, the Lord objected, for his position was different. As a Lord, whether he won or lost would yield no benefit to him. Yet, it appeared that the Lord could sense a certain malevolence entwined within the smile of the individual before him. Chapter 68, The Ambush. Naturally, Hermione yearned for another challenge, surveying her surroundings with a gentle smile. Is there anyone else eager to join the fray? I would not mind a good brawl. She directed her gaze towards a particular group, which was evidently a small team. They looked to the Lord, who first assessed Hermione before glancing at William. My lord, this is merely a friendly spar. It shall not harm the amicable relations between us, William remarked with a grin. The maid who had just taken a brief respite stepped forward. Simultaneously, for others emerged, 2 men and 2 women. Clearly, when confronted by formidable foes, they typically engaged in coordinated assaults. One man, remarkably robust with black horns atop his head, was a warrior tasked with frontline melee combat and drawing enemy fire. Another rather stout and unattractive man bore a heavy shield, primarily to withstand the onslaught of adversaries. A woman with slightly pointed ears served as an archer, focused on disrupting enemies and providing support to her comrades. The most formidable among the maids was an assassin, skilled in stealth and surprise attacks. Lastly, a gentle girl acted as a priestess, capable of offering enhancements and swift remote healing. As the 5 launched their assault, Hermione initially found herself unprepared. Her response was somewhat hasty, yet she faced no immediate peril. Under the priestess's enhancement, the quintet's strength seemed heightened, but Hermione managed to hold her ground, countering their advances effectively. At that moment, Hermione cast an iron armor spell around herself, rendering her impervious to the maid's stealthy maneuvers, while the warrior frequently found himself repelled. Observing this, the burly man charged forward with his shield. Although he appeared rather solid, he wielded the heavy shield with surprising agility. Hermione's fist struck against the heavy shield, producing a resounding thud. Her hands remained unscathed, while the man wielding the shield staggered back a few paces, disbelief etched across his features. He hastily steadied his trembling shield, his hands now tinged with purple from the impact. It seems your companions are not to be underestimated, the Lord remarked with a sense of awe, realizing that even he would perform similarly against Hermione in a contest. I have always believed in her strength. William did not respond directly to the Lord of the city. Instead, he focused intently on Hermione, who was increasingly exhilarated by the battle, her techniques becoming ever more refined. As for power, the might of the ogre is not to be underestimated. Let us not forget that they first studied the ogre as a specimen. Moreover, through subsequent research, Hermione discovered that magic could be imbued into her fists. With her seemingly unfair talent for combat, Hermione was no longer the delicate girl she once was. She possessed formidable strength. Regarding the archer, his attacks were rather limited, merely serving to slightly disrupt Hermione. In truth, the archer was not weak. A direct hit from his arrows could inflict significant damage upon Hermione. However, the ironclad charm she cast could mitigate some of that force. Additionally, with her exceptional perception, she could discern the trajectory of the arrows the moment they were loosed, even adjusting their flight path with ease. This was not a daunting task for Hermione. It was merely a matter of will, for she had long been able to communicate with nature. In this battle, it was not the 4 attackers and defenders who contributed the most, but rather the priest. It was not that she weakened Hermione. In fact, her skills could not even approach Hermione. The priest's primary role was to provide various enhancements to her teammates and restore their stamina. After several rounds of probing, they realized that under normal circumstances, defeating Hermione was impossible. The only viable strategy was to exhaust her stamina and then seize the opportunity when she revealed a weakness. William shook his head at the scene before him. They were still too naive, a flaw that both he and Helena had long recognized. Hermione was well aware of their intentions and nearly laughed out loud. This was hardly her weakness. The advantages she displayed for all to see often masked her true vulnerabilities. What lay hidden might very well be her genuine strength. After all, she could have pummeled William all day without pause. Otherwise, how could he have developed such resilience? However, Hermione was in no hurry. Although she frequently sparred with William, often striking with intensity, she could not pass up the opportunity for free practice. As for the notion of being overwhelmed and exhausting her strength, I beg your pardon. It remained uncertain who would end up overwhelming whom. Who said it was impossible for her to take on all 5 of them at once. As time passed, Hermione primarily refrained from overwhelming her opponents. Yet at times, she had to feign a struggle. Otherwise, if the 5 of them believed they could not prevail against her, they might refuse to continue. Thus, the spectators could observe that while Hermione's attacks were occasionally fierce, there were moments when she appeared somewhat outmatched. There were moments when, after the 5 had launched their surprise attack, Hermione narrowly evaded their grasp, which only bolstered the confidence of her assailants. The officials of the Lord's Manor, witnessing the unfolding situation, were filled with excitement and encouragement, while the Lord himself wore a furrowed brow, perplexed by the events. William observed the Lord's demeanor with a sense of understanding. These were mere ploys, easily discernible. The 5 engaged in battle, along with the spectators, remained oblivious to the ruse. Caught up in the moment, watching Hermione's somewhat clumsy performance, William recognized her intentions and silently criticized her cunning ways. However, the Na'vi Mina was also misled by Hermione, frequently tugging at William's sleeve, urging him to assist her. William paid her little mind. Upon noticing this, Mina shouted her encouragement to Hermione, casting a reproachful glance at William, as if to imply that she would report him to Hermione once the fight concluded. Oh, the audacity of youth. Do you truly believe you comprehend Hermione's thoughts? William mused. He dismissed Mina's grasp and redirected his gaze towards Hermione, who, amidst the fray, appeared rather endearing. Yet, for the 5 struggling in battle, such sentiments were far from their minds. They perceived Hermione as akin to a prickly porcupine, and at times, they were tempted to concede defeat. Had it not been for their rapidly replenishing stamina, they would have long since surrendered. As twilight deepened, the 5 found themselves exhausted. Sprawled on the ground, they were not oblivious fools. They understood Hermione's strategy. Even with their quick recovery, they recognized their limitations, which paled in comparison to Hermione's monstrous endurance. William surveyed the scene. Both sides had reached their limits. In truth, from the outset, Hermione could have swiftly vanquished them. The confined arena allowed her to quickly reach the priestess and defeat her, leading to the inevitable downfall of the others. She could have even confronted them head-on. For in terms of power, numbers and combinations were not of paramount importance. However, this was merely a friendly spar, aside from the Lord's animosity. They bore no grievances towards these officials. There was no necessity for a life-and-death struggle. They ought to extend each other some courtesy. Mina, brimming with excitement, dashed over to Hermione to celebrate, intermittently pointing at William as if to indict him for his earlier actions. Hermione glanced at William, and their eyes met in a shared smile, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon Hermione, accentuating her brown hair and sweet smile. She truly was a vision of beauty. William felt a surge of happiness, his smile emerging almost involuntarily. Meanwhile, the Lord had no desire to witness their affectionate display and made his way towards his subordinates, prompting the 5 to lower their heads in shame. Yet, the Lord did not rebuke them. Instead, he offered a few words of comfort. He gently assisted his maid to her feet, and the other 4 were no longer surprised by such gestures. As the host, the Lord of the castle warmly welcomed the trio for a sumptuous dinner. Following 2 rounds of sparring, although the officials felt somewhat disheartened, the atmosphere was noticeably less tense than before, making the dinner more lively. The next morning, the 3 planned to return to the vampire castle. The previous night, They had stealthily confronted the Lord, thus resolving their prior grievances. Today, citing health issues, the Lord entrusted the sheriff to bid farewell to the trio, who expressed their willingness to convey intentions of cooperation. However, the decision to cooperate and the terms thereof were beyond their control. In truth, the town sought collaboration with Evelyn, and they were merely messengers in this matter. Nevertheless, William and Hermione hoped for this alliance to teach a lesson to the radical vampires. This was not a question of good or evil, but rather one of allegiance. Since those vampires had made choices against ordinary people, they had become adversaries. William and Hermione showed no mercy towards enemies and were indifferent to acquiring additional subjects for their research. They were not heroes. Furthermore, they had inquired about Helena from the Lord, but had yielded no fruitful information, only solidifying their belief that she was not imprisoned. They did not return to the castle immediately. Although they could have used apparition, they intended to gather more intelligence. In the afternoon, they unexpectedly received a letter from Professor Bubbling. Was Helena now in the vampire castle? William and Hermione exchanged a weary glance, pondering for whom they were undertaking this endeavor. Nevertheless, it served as a plausible excuse for their excursion. The trio did not wish to dawdle on their return. They opted for apparition directly into the vampire castle. Evelyn had long granted them permission for this, undoubtedly for Mina's safety. Long time no see, William, Hermione, and Mina. Helena floated joyfully before them, surveying William and Hermione. Oh, the man is quite handsome, and the woman has grown even more beautiful. So, Helena, where have you been these past days? Hermione inquired, her tone tinged with melancholy. Helena felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing it was due to her recklessness that she had been discovered by those old wretches, narrowly escaping their pursuit. Yet, could she divulge such details? She hesitated, offering a feeble defense. The two felt helpless. As long as Helena was safe, they had never truly harbored resentment against her. Are you suggesting this is related to Voldemort? William and Hermione listened in disbelief as Helena recounted her findings. The connection between Voldemort and vampires was unfathomable to them. Were not giants and werewolves his true allies? Helena, sensing their skepticism, continued in a subdued tone. Ambition is an ever-expanding force. Despite the vampires' prolonged lifespans, one cannot overlook their thirst for blood and aversion to sunlight. Voldemort has promised to provide them with ample sustenance and has allowed the vampires to transform a suitable area within the Wizarding World for their habitation. However, Voldemort's stipulation is that they must convert more controllable werewolves. William furrowed his brow in contemplation when a thought struck him. Wait, does this mean that the radicals have already established contact with Voldemort? Helena shook her head, indicating otherwise. Voldemort would not trust the radicals, who were already aware that he had not perished. Moreover, even if Voldemort were dead, their conversion of controllable werewolves would still serve their interests, as they also planned to seize control of the magical realm. William shook his head and remarked, I am not concerned with their ambitions to conquer the magical world. My focus lies on when Voldemort will finally meet his demise. Helena, you have previously destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, correct? William inquired, casting a glance at her. He had sought it out in the Room of Requirement, but had never succeeded in locating it. Fearing it might evoke painful memories for Helena, he had refrained from mentioning it. Helena did not remain silent. She produced the diadem of Ravenclaw. I tampered with the diadem, ensuring it never truly became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, thus allowing me to eliminate its residual soul. We have indeed destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. William and Hermione exchanged glances. That was a diary he wrote during his school days, Hermione interjected, succinctly recounting their previous actions. We can locate Voldemort's Horcruxes and subsequently eliminate him. But I believe we should refrain from doing so, William suddenly declared, eliciting puzzled looks from his companions. One of the Horcruxes is Harry Potter, a student at Hogwarts. His voice turned icy. While it may be feasible to kill Harry Potter and ultimately vanquish the Dark Lord, such an act would not address the root of the issue. Even if Voldemort were to die, other ambitious individuals would inevitably rise. The conflicts among pureblood families, half-blood wizards, and muggles are deeply entrenched, not to mention the ordinary people involved. However, if Voldemort does not vanish, and even resurrects, we shall strike when he gathers his Death Eaters. The number of malevolent wizards lurking in the shadows over the years is alarmingly high. It would be more advantageous to expose them all. Helena did not dispute this, but rather proposed. Firstly, we must focus on the Death Eaters within Azkaban. If they are released, the chaos they would unleash would be catastrophic. Then let us ensure they remain imprisoned forever, Hermione interjected suddenly. William and Helena stared at her in surprise, yet Hermione spoke with calm resolve. This is no trivial matter, is it? It is war, and we cannot afford to show mercy. Chapter 70. The Hunt. William and Hermione informed Evelyn about the situation in the otherworldly town. However, Evelyn did not immediately agree to collaborate with the town. Nevertheless, she intended to engage in dialogue with them first. This matter has little to do with William and Hermione. They are engrossed in devising a strategy to confront Voldemort alongside Helena. It is imperative to confront Voldemort. Otherwise, they all face dire consequences, and presently, Voldemort is at his most vulnerable. Should they fail to seize this opportunity, they cannot foresee what calamities may arise. Do you recall Professor Snape's true identity? William inquired of Hermione. Are you suggesting we entice Professor Snape back to Voldemort's side? Hermione responded, a note of uncertainty in her voice. But how can we persuade Professor Snape to agree? This, of course, necessitates revealing to him the truth regarding Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes, as well as his impending resurrection. Surely, upon learning this, Dumbledore would also encourage Professor Snape to intervene, for this is the optimal moment to approach him. And what of Harry Potter? Should we inform Snape that he, too, is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes? Hermione hesitated. Indeed, this must also be disclosed to Professor Snape. The choices they make thereafter are entirely theirs. Conveying this information is not of utmost importance to us, and even Voldemort himself does not hold excessive significance. A tiger, stripped of its claws, cannot stir up much turbulence. Informing them of such matters merely compels them to take action, regardless of their belief. It may divert some attention our way. Our immediate priority is to eliminate those dark wizards who have already emerged, as well as those who are likely to reveal themselves during Voldemort's resurrection process. Hermione interjected. William nodded, glancing at her. Thus, we shall have our hands full in the coming days. He stretched lazily and continued. We have always desired to lead a peaceful existence. However, the current reality is that Voldemort has no intention of allowing us to live in tranquility. Since we cannot escape this fate, we must focus on self-preservation. Are you referring to the Armand we wish to capture? Evelyn looked at William and Hermione, her brow furrowed in confusion. She did not direct her gaze towards Helena, feeling irked by her presence. Helena remained silent, quietly acquiescing to the plans of William and Hermione. Indeed, we require him to reveal Voldemort's whereabouts, and we must also undertake certain actions. At present, Voldemort is likely in a peculiar state. He is neither dead nor fully resurrected. They must first ascertain Voldemort's location before they can act against Azkaban. Otherwise, once Voldemort becomes aware of any disturbances at Azkaban, he may suspect someone is plotting against him. Should that be the case, Voldemort would likely continue to remain hidden. However, William and Hermione do not possess the luxury of waiting a decade or two for him. Ultimately, Evelyn acquiesced to the requests of William and Hermione, agreeing to stage a compelling performance when the time comes. In the shadowy depths of the dungeon, Armand had lost his former handsome visage, now marred by countless wounds. He could not fathom how much longer this tormenting existence would persist. As a vampire, he had once believed he could endure, yet he had underestimated Evelyn's capabilities. During this harrowing period, Armand had been unable to find respite, and coupled with the physical agony and hunger, he had grown exceedingly gaunt. Time had become an abstract concept for him within the dungeon. He was oblivious to whether it was day or night. However, on this day, he unexpectedly found a moment of reprieve. Without a second thought or concern for the potential trap, he succumbed to slumber. Armand felt that if he did not take this opportunity to rest and restore his body, he would soon reach his breaking point. With a sudden clang, the dungeon door swung open. Armand opened his eyes to behold a figure clad in a cloak. Who are you? He inquired, furrowing his brow. He was acutely aware that, within the confines of a prison, the appearance of a stranger could signify either a rescue mission or an execution. The cloaked figure kicked Armand, speaking in a tone both chilling and frenzied. It seems you are of no further use. You cannot fulfill the Dark Lord's bargain. Who are you? Armand retorted angrily. Though he was in a lamentable state, he would not allow anyone to mock him. Were it not for the fact that you still hold some value to me, I would relish the opportunity to slay you. You foolish and filthy vampire. The cloaked figure fell silent, lifting Armand as if he were refused, and their silhouettes gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, Evelyn, engaged in her training, instinctively glanced toward the dungeon, lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the castle, the cloaked man unceremoniously discarded the vampire onto the ground. Get up, stop feigning weakness. Vampires are not so fragile, he remarked casually, having now distanced himself from the vampire castle. After an indeterminate period, Armand, now belatedly aware, succumbed to a fit of impotent rage. He resented Evelyn for not only capturing him without honor, but also for interrogating him. His immediate instinct was to return to the vampire castle and summon his progeny and kin to wage war against Evelyn. Cease using your barren mind to ponder. That female vampire has already ensnared your castle in its entirety. Ever since Evelyn secured evidence from the radical faction against the other two factions from the town's lord, a reshuffling had occurred among them. Naturally, the process was not exhaustive, as some individuals had managed to escape amidst the chaos. One could hardly blame the factions, for the intricate web of intrigue among the three vampire factions made it no small feat to deal a significant blow to the radicals. Concerning the vampire's utility, Evelyn had initially intended to use him as bait, systematically eliminating Armand's descendants and kin. However, such an approach proved laborious and time-consuming. It would be far more efficient to have Armand gather his descendants in one place, simultaneously providing Voldemort with a declaration of loyalty. In the realm of vampires, it is exceedingly difficult for them to find refuge. At this moment, should he be pursued, he would be left with no choice but to surrender or flee. Thus, seeking refuge with Voldemort presents a tantalizing option for these vampires, as offered by William. Evelyn, in a most cooperative manner, issued a warrant for Armand and generously promised a substantial reward. Chapter 71, Voldemort. Professor Snape's countenance was grim as he received a letter that was both familiar and foreign. Horcruxes, Harry Potter, and the Dark Lord's impending resurrection. He pondered silently whether he ought to inform Dumbledore of these developments. Yet, who had sent this letter? The previous missive had unveiled the true identity of that wretched rat. Thus, how credible could this new correspondence be? The letter was meticulously detailed, specifying not only the nature of the Horcruxes, but also their locations and methods of destruction. Professor Snape felt a sense of mockery emanating from its sentences. Nonetheless, none of that mattered. The veracity of the information was all that counted. His current objective was to safeguard Harry and eliminate Voldemort. Professor Snape resolved to disclose the matter of the Horcruxes to Professor Dumbledore, as it was unavoidable. There existed a place he would never wish to visit, nor could he, and that was the ancestral home of the Black family. He had also made a decision to venture into the Albanian forest. He gazed out of the window, recognizing that the Albanian forest was the one place where someone like Voldemort could find ample security. Severus, from where did you obtain this information? Dumbledore inquired, his eyes fixed intently on Professor Snape. I believe this is rather irrelevant to you, is it not? Snape's words were blunt. He had no desire to divulge further information to Dumbledore. Moreover, the Dark Lord was re-emerging. Snape cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Dumbledore in the Albanian forest. Severus, I think this merits further consideration. Dumbledore acknowledged Snape's implication. However, Snape outright rejected Dumbledore's counsel. We had an agreement. I shall return to the Dark Lord's side, while you shall take care of Harry. As Snape turned to leave, he seemed to recall something distasteful. Dumbledore watched Snape's departing figure, furrowing his brow. Sensing that Snape was concealing something from him, he looked down at the parchment in his hands, which detailed what Voldemort had used to create Horcruxes and where they were located. The parchment even elaborated on how to utterly obliterate the Horcruxes. Dumbledore had long felt that someone was shrouding the truth from him, and over the past 3 years, he had observed a decline in his control over Hogwarts Castle. As the headmaster, he had the authority to investigate every aspect of the castle and command its defenses. Yet, he recently discovered that there seemed to be someone within the school wielding greater authority than himself. Dumbledore shook his head, resolutely choosing not to dwell on it any further. The paramount task now is to locate Voldemort's Horcruxes and subsequently obliterate them. As for Severus Snape, there is little that Dumbledore can do. After all, apart from Harry, Snape has little to concern himself with. Slowly, Armand began to awaken, finding himself sprawled upon an examination table. You are awake? The grim visage of Professor Snape loomed before him. Is it you? No, you should not be aware of our existence. Armand was certain that, apart from Voldemort, no one else knew of them. Such foolish self-deception. In the realm of magic, eternal secrets never truly exist. Snape coldly remarked. In truth, Snape had only just arrived here when he encountered the vampire. Analyzing the information he had, it became evident that someone had previously masqueraded as him to rescue this vampire. The connection between this vampire and the Dark Lord seemed rather significant. Although Snape was unaware of the specifics, deceiving this foolish vampire would pose little challenge. A decade ago, the werewolf clans were not limited to just one. There existed a pitiful yet controlled pack of werewolves. How could I possibly resist investigating further? Moreover, you appear to have forgotten your status. You are merely a stray dog now, Snape suddenly remarked with malice. The sole reason for rescuing you was to seek your master. Should you fail to locate him, I would not hesitate to take further actions against you. Armand glared at Professor Snape in indignation, yet he found himself unable to retort. Indeed, he was without a home. However, to be precise, he still had his connections. He could summon his descendants and kin through blood ties. Eventually, once they were secure, he could even reach out to the true formidable vampires, thus retaining a glimmer of hope. Although the vampire factions were currently embroiled in internal strife, it bore little consequence for the true elite. Should he garner their support in the future, his faction might very well retaliate, even eliminating the other two factions. Snape, oblivious to Armand's contemplations, merely tossed him a vial of potion. This is for your healing. Do not expire on me just yet. Huh. As the Dark Lord's most capable subordinate, you cannot locate him and seek help from a stray dog like me? Armand could not suppress a laugh. He accepted the potion and swallowed it. While vampires possess the ability to heal themselves, the process is protracted and often requires a period of slumber. With a readily available potion at hand, he felt no need to be polite with Professor Snape. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from occasionally throwing jibes. In the Albanian forest, a colossal serpent was preying upon its quarry. Suddenly, it seemed to detect a remarkably familiar scent. Abandoning its pursuit, it slithered rapidly in a specific direction. You had better not be deceiving me, Armand. Professor Snape glared menacingly at the vampire before him. The vampire, Armand, had inscribed a magical sigil with some blood and was now quietly awaiting the ensuing events. Severus Snape felt a twinge of impatience, yet in the next moment, he halted. Sensing a sharp pain in his arm, it had come, he had arrived. Snape had long since employed the art of mental occlusion. Despite his earlier harsh tone, he remained entirely vigilant. Severus, is it you? A raspy voice reached Snape's ears, accompanied by the slithering presence of a colossal serpent at his side. However, Snape sensed that any movement on his part would prompt the serpent to instinctively strike at his throat. Voldemort disregarded Armand, his focus solely on Snape. Yes, my master. Professor Snape replied with profound reverence. I never anticipated you would find me. You are indeed quite astute. Voldemort did not lower his guard. Instead, he drew closer to Snape. It was Armand. He has betrayed us, and all the vampires of his faction have been purged. Is that so, Armand? The serpent flicked its tongue, advancing toward the vampire. Voldemort, spare us your theatrics. We are not your servants. At that moment, Armand exhibited unexpected defiance. Their relationship had always been one of mere cooperation, and their power was hardly inferior to Voldemort's. Not to mention, Voldemort himself was not in a much better position now. Chapter 72. Horcruxes. Under the guidance of Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and the influence of Professor Dumbledore, Sirius Black was ultimately granted temporary bail. Harry Potter once again beheld his godfather. Although his memories contained no recollection of Sirius, he perceived this circumstance as vastly preferable to residing with his Aunt Petunia's family. This Christmas, Harry would not have to spend the holiday alone at Hogwarts. Sirius and Harry returned to the Black family home at Grimmauld Place to celebrate this special Christmas together. However, the Black residence had long been devoid of its rightful owner, and House Elf Creature had ceased to maintain the cleanliness of the abode. Creature often exhibited a blatant disdain for Sirius, unwilling to acknowledge him as his master. The Black home was in disarray, yet this did not dampen their spirits. It was certainly better than their previous circumstances. At that moment, Harry lay in his room, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on the past few days, which had felt like an unimaginable dream. He never anticipated that someone would share so much about his parents' past, nor that he would gain a godfather. In the distance, Sirius could be heard reprimanding Creature with some severity. Harry had grown accustomed to their ongoing friction over the past few days. However, the Black residence was about to receive a visitor whom they could not afford to treat lightly. Dumbledore scrutinized the two before him. Although Sirius's condition had improved, the evidence of his severed arm remained apparent. Clearly, Professor Snape had refused to lift the curse afflicting Sirius. Nevertheless, for Dumbledore, this was merely a matter of time before he could rectify the situation. Yet, his primary purpose for arriving that day was not solely for this reason. I am uncertain as to the purpose of Professor Dumbledore's visit. Sirius, observing Dumbledore's gaze upon him, inquired directly. Ah, gentlemen, I apologize for intruding upon your delightful time. Dumbledore said with a hint of cheerfulness. I have come to see both of you, and it is evident that you are enjoying a splendid holiday. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted as he glanced at Creature. I must admit I have other intentions as well. I believe Mr. Creature has been harboring a secret. At this moment, Creature paid no heed to Dumbledore or his words, instead murmuring discontentedly about Sirius. Noticing this, Sirius began to reproach Creature once more. It seems Mr. Creature does not welcome my uninvited intrusion, yet this matter is of utmost importance, and we must uncover it, Dumbledore continued, undeterred. He addressed Harry and Sirius. Might I trouble you both for a favor? We need to locate a pendant box adorned with a serpent. No, you cannot. Creature suddenly regained his composure, shrieking with his raspy voice, attempting to disapparate away. However, Dumbledore swiftly immobilized him, and he soon fell unconscious. Sirius observed the scene with confusion, but chose to remain silent. Horcruxes are artifacts of advanced dark magic that cannot be located via the summoning charm. They require a painstaking manual search. Thus, the trio decided to split up in their quest. As they searched, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar when he reached a particular spot, as if some unseen force was guiding him toward a destination. His mind momentarily hazy, he walked instinctively. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, sensing something, hurried toward Harry's location. Harry opened a cabinet to reveal a beautifully crafted pendant box, but the pain in his head intensified, as if it threatened to tear his very soul apart. Subconsciously, he extended his hand to grasp the pendant box. Just then, an ancient yet remarkably strong hand seized his arm. Harry, I think you are weary. It is time for you to rest, Dumbledore said as he lifted Harry. He glanced at the pendant box and then at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Had there been others present, they would have witnessed an unprecedented seriousness in Dumbledore's expression. The Dark Lord can only perish at the hands of Harry Potter, Dumbledore murmured. In the living room, Harry lay unconscious on the sofa, with Kreacher beside him. Professor Dumbledore, what has happened to Harry? Sirius asked, anxiety evident in his voice as he looked at Harry's unconscious form. Do not worry, Harry is fine, Dumbledore reassured softly. Soon, both Harry and Kreacher began to awaken, albeit in a state of confusion. However, in the next moment, Kreacher seemed to recall something and immediately vanished. Dumbledore did not attempt to stop him this time. Indeed, Kreacher returned, exuding an unusual calmness. Sir, if you could grant Kreacher one condition, he would reveal everything to you, he stated, gazing at Dumbledore. Bound by Regulus's command, Kreacher had been unable to bring his young master back from that place. However, he could only divulge information to one person, or perhaps to that Mr. Potter as well. After uttering these words, Kreacher fell silent, punishing himself by banging his head against the floor. It was evident whom this was directed at, and Sirius immediately erupted in anger, raising his fist with the intent to strike Kreacher. Dumbledore halted Sirius's action, saying, Very well, sir. I trust you have your reasons. Professor Dumbledore sensed that Sirius wished to say more, but upon meeting Dumbledore's gaze, he refrained from further words. Step outside for a moment, rest assured. I will provide you with an explanation, Dumbledore assured Sirius. With a glare at Kreacher, Sirius left, feeling somewhat frustrated. Harry was unaware of the unfolding events, and no one had instructed him to leave, so he remained to listen to Kreacher's words. As he did, his expression morphed into one of shock. Why didn't you bring Regulus back, Kreacher? Sirius had somehow stormed into their living room, gripping Kreacher's neck tightly. Until this moment, no matter how Kreacher had taunted him, Sirius had never exhibited such genuine rage. Yet, Kreacher seemed indifferent, still sobbing in distress over his inability to rescue his young master. Harry quickly intervened to stop Sirius. While Kreacher, upon seeing Sirius, appeared genuinely terrified for the first time. He resumed banging his head and began to hoarsely shout, Kreacher is a bad elf. Kreacher failed his young master's task and disobeyed his orders. Under Kreacher's guidance, they proceeded to the site of Regulus's demise, where they discovered the body of Sirius's brother in the water. However, Sirius was unable to provide Regulus with a proper burial, even though he had perished while retrieving Voldemort's Horcrux. This fact did not alter the reality that Regulus was a Death Eater. Moreover, Sirius himself had not entirely absolved his own guilt. Alone, he buried Regulus and lingered by his brother's grave for an extended period. Ever since Regulus had been brought back, Kreacher had vanished from sight. Harry wished to comfort Sirius, but was held back by Professor Dumbledore. Harry, I believe we should give him some time, shouldn't we? Dumbledore remarked, gazing at Sirius's silhouette, seemingly lost in recollection. Chapter 73, A Time for Leave. After much contemplation, Professor Dumbledore ultimately decided to divulge certain truths about Voldemort and the Horcruxes to Harry. Thus began their quest to locate the remaining Horcruxes. However, this undertaking was solely Dumbledore's concern and did not impede Voldemort's machinations. Recently, Voldemort had been preoccupied with the concept of resurrection, though it was not truly resurrection, but rather the restoration of his corporeal form. The existence of Horcruxes ensured that Voldemort would not perish after being struck by the Avada Kedavra curse. He lost his physical body. The components required for his revival included his father's bone, a servant's flesh, and the blood of an enemy, the latter of which he had yet to procure. This necessitated careful planning among the three involved, but Professor Snape was more than capable of handling it. Currently, the faction of vampires led by Evelyn was flourishing, leaving Armand with little choice but to temporarily align himself with Voldemort. Voldemort, on his part, refrained from possessing Professor Snape, recognizing that Snape was far from the ineptness of Quirrell. Instead, he opted to inhabit the body of a massive serpent, and their immediate plan was to establish a base in Hogsmeade. Following the incident with the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort had come to understand that Hogwarts was not to be trifled with, and he dared not venture into the school lightly. He chose to wait outside for Professor Snape to retrieve Harry Potter's blood. Time passed swiftly, and the Christmas holiday came to an end, with Harry returning to school. However, William and Hermione opted not to return to Hogwarts. They were able to track Armand, making it relatively straightforward for Voldemort to ascertain his whereabouts. Presently, the most pressing issue was that of Azkaban. Azkaban had once served as a site for the dark experiments of an infamous dark wizard. It was rumored to house not only Dementors but other terrifying magical creatures as well, though their primary objective extended beyond these entities. Within a small cottage, William and Hermione gazed out at the sea, searching for the location of Azkaban amidst the waters. Mina trailed behind them like a shadow. Meanwhile, Helena was in the living room, poring over books and research materials. Professor Babbler had returned to Hogwarts, fulfilling her duties as an instructor while also keeping an eye on Professor Snape. She had conveniently assisted William and Hermione in securing a leave of absence under the pretext of ill health. With Professor Babbler's testimony, Professor McGonagall found it difficult to dispute their claim. In truth, aside from their visit to her home during their first year, McGonagall was not well acquainted with William and Hermione. Evelyn, on the other hand, was orchestrating a purge of the radicals while simultaneously monitoring Armand and Hogsmeade. Muggles could not locate Azkaban, but wizards could, albeit with some difficulty. The group discovered the oppressive island that was Azkaban, yet they hesitated to approach it. Infiltrating this wizarding prison would prove to be no easy feat in the laboratory. William and Hermione gazed contemplatively at the gradually vanishing Dementor. Under normal circumstances, Dementors cannot be killed. However, if they are deprived of emotions to consume, they become weakened. Should their frailty reach a critical point, their forms may dissipate entirely. Nevertheless, applying this method in practical scenarios proves to be exceedingly challenging, necessitating further research. This realization underscores the arduous nature of infiltrating Azkaban through brute force, compelling them to abandon that notion. Conversely, should they opt for a more conventional approach, Mina could assist them in concealing their auras. Yet, they must also ascertain the reasons behind the Dementors' consumption of joy, as this knowledge could enable them to incite a riot, using chaos to their advantage. Such a diversion could lower the vigilance of both Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, it serves as a reminder to the bureaucrats of the Ministry that Dementors are not controllable entities. Thus, they must discern what lures the Dementors. While their notoriety stems from their ability to consume happiness, it appears they have been repressing their innate instincts. Dementors can influence human emotions through fear, compelling individuals to recall their painful memories, thereby inflicting mental distress. During moments of psychological instability, it becomes easier for them to siphon away joy, exacerbating the suffering of their victims. When emotions remain untainted, it is arduous for them to extract happiness. William and Hermione's intention is to entice them to attack specific Death Eaters, potentially even delivering the fabled Dementor's kiss. Since these individuals wish to see wizards of Muggle descent perish, they would be justified in taking preemptive action. Such malevolent Death Eaters should not continue to pollute the air of the magical realm. The two students' decision to suspend their studies garnered little attention. William was never particularly in the spotlight. As for Hermione, her absence elicited considerable sorrow among the students of Ravenclaw House. Some were visibly shaken, alternating between joy and grief, while others could not contain their emotions, bursting into tears. Penelope observed the reactions of these young eagles with a slight smirk. In front of Hermione, they displayed cowardice, but now that no one is watching, they seem ready to unleash their true selves. Luna and Penelope sat together, neither surprised by William and Hermione's absence. They had sensed it coming. "Luna, do you think it's inconsiderate of them not to return and inform us?" Penelope remarked, despite already being aware of the situation. Luna smiled gently and replied, "Senior, you two will soon graduate." Upon hearing this, Penelope's expression turned wistful. Graduation was just around the corner. However, thoughts of the ministry and the position of Minister of Magic loomed in her mind. Could she truly aspire to such a role? Did she genuinely desire to be the Minister of Magic? As she gazed at Luna, her thoughts drifted back to William and Hermione. She began to feel perplexed. Was the position of Minister of Magic truly suited for her? She was uncertain. Perhaps, if circumstances allowed, Penelope also yearned for the carefree existence that Luna, William, and Hermione enjoyed. Harry Potter was recently in high spirits, having spent a delightful and amusing holiday, during which he received an abundance of Christmas gifts. When Dumbledore took Harry on a quest to find those Horcruxes, he also guided him to numerous places of profound significance. However, what troubled Harry was the multitude of secrets he could not disclose. The burden of secrets weighed heavily on someone as vivacious as him. He could only share a few permissible details with Ron and the others. "Harry, is that really the firebolt your godfather gifted you?" Ron gazed enviously at the flying broomstick in Harry's hands. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, it was the Christmas present bestowed upon him by Sirius. Even a man with a vault brimming with gold coins would hesitate to purchase such a treasure. Yet, when the heir of the Black family acquired it, he did so without a flicker of concern. Ron gulped, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Harry, may I touch it? That's a firebolt. The most basic model is worth at least 500 galleons. That's nearly 3 months' wages for Mr. Weasley." Generously, Harry handed the firebolt to Ron, who eagerly accepted it, his gaze towards Harry transforming into something rather peculiar. "Come on, let us head to the Quidditch pitch to try it out," Ron exclaimed, tugging Harry outside. Chapter 74, The Dementor Uprising. William and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the conclusion they had drawn. They even laughed, as they found themselves utterly speechless. In truth, Azkaban resembled a cafeteria. Although the food was unpalatable, the joy it could absorb was scant. Yet, within those confines, they could occasionally feast, as no one would object to the occasional consumption of a criminal's soul. However, outside of Azkaban, one would have to seek sustenance independently. The collaboration between the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors was predicated on the availability of food, and the Dementors did not resist the Ministry for 2 reasons. First, the Ministry regulated the number of Dementors within Azkaban, resulting in a limited population that posed a minimal threat. Second, fear and suffering served as the breeding ground for Dementors, and Azkaban provided a natural advantage. They were dependent on its existence. In other words, it was their scarcity and reliance on Azkaban that prompted their cooperation with the Ministry. William and Hermione found the outcome rather ludicrous. Yet William understood that the rationale behind any future betrayal by the Dementors would be even more absurd. However, recognizing that they were dealing with Dementors, mindless dark magical beings, dissipated their concerns. At the very least, they had not squandered their time over the past few days. They had devised a method to expedite the disappearance of Dementors. Nonetheless, if a Dementor uprising was desired, perhaps there lay an exceedingly simple solution: impersonating members of the Ministry of Magic. It is not necessary for them to actually capture an official from the Ministry of Magic. They could directly bewitch the leader of the Dementors. Within the foreboding confines of Azkaban, the Dementors began to stir. There are Ministry officials stationed in Azkaban, primarily tasked with monitoring the Dementors and interring deceased criminals. These officials are equally averse to approaching the malevolent creatures of dark magic, eager to keep their distance. Uncertain whether the Dementors might succumb to madness and consume their souls. The Dementors have gone mad. A relatively young Ministry official rushed back to their office. Yet the others seemed unfazed. Quiet down, Alan. Is this your first day here? An older official admonished, halting Alan's outburst. The Dementors are intent on devouring the souls of the prisoners, and we can hardly control them. You would do well to remain silent. Otherwise, who can guarantee that we could escape if they were to encircle us? Alan instinctively covered his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He murmured, "Isn't it said that the Ministry can control the Dementors?" A few Ministry officials exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence, as if recognizing their younger selves in him. Alan, stop dwelling on such thoughts. To remain mentally sound while stationed in Azkaban is a stroke of fortune. One individual could not resist advising Alan, while the others remained silent. The group stayed within the office, pretending as if nothing were amiss in Azkaban. Nevertheless, the news must be relayed back to the Ministry. Their reports could be magically synchronized with the Ministry of Magic. However, they held little hope, knowing that by the time the Ministry responded, the incident might well be over. By now, it was deep into the night. Aside from a few duty officers and guards, the rest had returned home to rest. The on-duty officials were already drowsy when suddenly, one officer felt his companion tugging at him with urgency. What is it? The officer rubbed his eyes, weighed down by fatigue. Quick, notify Minister Fudge. The Dementors in Azkaban are in a frenzy. At dawn, Minister Fudge and a cadre of officials arrived at Azkaban. By this time, the Dementors had feasted and were now drifting apart once more. Cold sweat beaded on Fudge's forehead as the grim statistics emerged. Most of the deceased were Death Eaters. At least imprisoned under the accusation of being Death Eaters, their souls consumed. As for any potential oversights, William and Hermione's perceptive abilities were not for naught. However, after days of discernment, they had gleaned much about the inner thoughts of these criminals, which left them utterly repulsed. These individuals, confined to Azkaban, were fortunate indeed. Even subjecting them to repeated torment in the deepest circles of hell would hardly suffice for retribution. Fudge felt a surge of anxiety. Should he mishandle this situation, it could very well cost him his position as Minister of Magic. The current situation reveals that the Ministry of Magic exerts minimal control over Azkaban, and Fudge dares not dismantle the prison, fearing it would rupture the cooperation with the Dementors, lacking the fortitude to assume such a responsibility. The only recourse is to conceal this matter, which, in truth, offers a form of relief to the inmates of Azkaban. Penelope, now among the officials, has commenced her internship at the Ministry, only to encounter such disturbing events at the outset. Nevertheless, she has begun to grasp the intentions of the Ministry, or rather, those of Minister Fudge. Following the serious incident, Fudge's position within the Ministry has solidified considerably, rendering him virtually unopposed. Thus, Penelope finds herself unperturbed by the circumstances, though a nagging sense of disquiet lingers as she observes the hollow-eyed individuals around her. This sensation evokes memories of the two who vanished without a trace, William and Hermione. The familiarity of this feeling is unsettling, reminiscent of a prior encounter at the door. Furrowing her brow, Penelope contemplates the possibility that if those two are indeed involved, there must be a compelling reason behind their actions. Otherwise, why would they seek to eliminate these individuals? Azkaban is universally acknowledged as the most harrowing place. Their actions, paradoxically, provide a semblance of liberation to the wrongdoers. Within Azkaban, the inmates endure relentless torment, ultimately leading to the degradation of their souls. Such conduct could potentially alleviate their suffering. Might this herald the onset of a significant event? Death Eaters, the Dark Lord. Could a new Dark Lord be on the horizon? Are they signaling us to heed a warning? The turmoil of the Dementors in Azkaban remains unknown to the outside world. William and Hermione harbor no discontent, for they have achieved their primary objective, to eliminate a substantial ally of Voldemort. The remaining giants and werewolves have fled, and and unable to ascertain their whereabouts. The duo must await their emergence. As for the other concealed dark wizards, they have yet to reveal themselves. Otherwise, their alternate identities would be coming to light. The next step is to anticipate the Dark Lord's resurrection. William and Hermione exchanged glances, recalling an earlier event. It seems they must augment the potion intended for Voldemort's restoration. Chapter 75. The Seizure of the Giant Serpent. In the Riddle Graveyard, Professor Snape is diligently concocting the potion for Voldemort's resurrection, his body drenched in sweat. The flesh of the servant is naturally provided by Professor Snape himself. Master, this is Harry Potter's blood. Dumbledore is watching him and cannot be taken away. The giant serpent flicks its tongue, visibly displeased with this explanation, yearning to eliminate that indomitable boy in the meantime. However, this day has been long awaited. And as the serpent gazes upon the potion, a cold, frenzied gleam flickers in its eyes. The sky above the Riddle Graveyard gradually darkens. And it is not only Voldemort who is attentive to the unfolding events. William and Hermione sense from afar the moment of Voldemort's revival. They had prepared extensively for this day. The noseless wraith emerged from the potion, and Professor Snape draped him in the wizarding robes that had long been readied. Suddenly, Voldemort, touching the twitching muscles on his face, was bewildered. What was happening? He could feel this new body and exert control over it. Was it due to his soul? He sensed a profound weakness emanating from it. No. In a fit of rage, Voldemort recalled his childhood and the days when Dumbledore had threatened him. This was a greeting from the Dementors, as William and Hermione observed. Logically, Voldemort should have been beyond such sentiments. However, to destabilize his emotions, much effort had been expended by the two, along with Helena. Perhaps there were other Horcruxes that Dumbledore had destroyed. Moreover, Voldemort felt his magical power diminished to a pitiable state. Whenever he attempted to cast a spell, an unseen barrier thwarted him, making him acutely aware that his soul was misaligned with his body. William regarded this manipulator of souls, who perhaps no longer qualified as human. He seemed to perceive that Voldemort's soul was irrevocably fractured, with some parts completely vanished. After a considerable time, Voldemort's condition improved somewhat. It was indeed the Horcruxes that were at fault. Someone had obliterated nearly all of them, and he warily scrutinized Professor Snape and the vampire Armand. Ah, the giant serpent. He could still create another Horcrux. Even with a fragmented soul, as long as a Horcrux existed, he could not perish. As for his soul, Voldemort cared little. Its deficiency could be compensated with other means. However, that was not an option at present. Voldemort forced himself to stand, calling upon the serpent. His utmost trust did not lie with Snape or Armand, but with that serpent. He extended his hand, gently caressing the serpent's head. Soon it would truly become his Horcrux. William and the others had manipulated the potion for Voldemort's revival extensively, yet it seemed only a few alterations had taken effect. Fortunately, these troubles could somewhat restrain Voldemort's focus. They felt no regret, for they had exerted their utmost efforts to weaken him. However, should he resolve these troubles and Dumbledore fail to vanquish Voldemort, it would no longer concern them. For, unless the fragments of the soul attached to Harry Potter were eliminated, they could not truly eradicate Voldemort. Thus, Voldemort would be left to Dumbledore and the Chosen One. Their primary purpose in coming today was that serpent. After all, Voldemort's restoration of his body relied heavily upon their toil, and it was only fitting that they receive some recompense. A blood curse individual possesses the ability to effortlessly transform between human and animal forms in their early years, yet ultimately succumbs to the fate of becoming a serpent. This is merely a curse. However, in contrast to the Agamones, the blood curse allows for transformation into magical creatures. They had previously studied the Agamones, which can morph into ordinary animals, yet found themselves devoid of interest. At that moment, the colossal serpent's head nuzzled against Voldemort's palm, relishing the sensation. However, two unexpected guests abruptly appeared before them. Two figures emerged, and a masked man stealthily seized Professor Snape's spell, pressing it against his waist. The inconspicuous Armand was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the masked woman. Snape harbored grave doubts. A slight movement on his part might prompt the man to use his wand as a dagger. Ah, is that not Professor Snape? Whatever happened to your arm? The masked man glanced at Voldemort, whose visage appeared abstract. Once, he had been quite handsome. What had led him down such a dark path? You. The masked man said, pointing at Voldemort with a hint of ire. You deceived this old circus employee, did you not? Voldemort's cold eyes fixed upon the masked man. Yet the latter recognized that Voldemort was at his most vulnerable. If not now, when would be the right moment to express his grievances? Speak, how shall you make amends? Voldemort remained silent, a blend of fury and inability to control his body rendering him voiceless. The masked man poked the masked woman's arm, seemingly exasperated. What do you propose we do to collect our debt? If we fail to do so, we incur losses. He feigned distress. You there? Yes. The one with the most unfortunate appearance. If you continue to remain silent, I shall take matters into my own hands. The masked man produced a vial of elixir, casting a playful look at Voldemort. This is our newly researched potion, one that brings fortune. Its downside: you may transform into a beautiful woman for a time, though perhaps you might find it enjoyable. After all, it presents an opportunity to alter your fate, perhaps becoming a great beauty. Upon hearing these words, Snape felt a slight tremor within. He fixed his gaze upon the masked man, as if attempting to penetrate the veil of his disguise. The masked man advanced step by step toward the immobile Voldemort. Blood seeped from the corner of Voldemort's mouth as he hoarsely uttered, "I wonder what you desire for compensation." He forced the words through his injured throat, yet employed a tone reminiscent of his youth, albeit paired with a visage that evoked an eerie sense. Let us ponder this carefully. After all, the poor Misnagini has been deprived of so much venom by your deception. A fair compensation would only be fitting. Let us say, for the time being, 1 ton of each. A sheet of parchment materialized in midair, inscribed with a list of rather expensive magical ingredients. Very well. I acquiesce, Voldemort proclaimed without even casting a glance at the document. The masked man had no genuine intention of having Voldemort procure these items. He merely sought a pretext to approach the Dark Wizard. It was evident that Voldemort had been afflicted by several debilitating curses. The masked woman delicately tapped the head of the colossal serpent, causing it to gradually diminish in size until she finally stowed it away. Voldemort did not turn his gaze in that direction. His countenance remained disturbingly tranquil. Chapter 76. 3 years later, Voldemort had been resurrected, and the blood curse had been dealt with by William and Hermione, marking the conclusion of that chapter. Hogwarts continued its academic routines, with young wizards and witches spending their formative years within the enigmatic walls of the magical castle. Meanwhile, William and Hermione had their own pursuits to attend to: studying, training, and research, all while keeping a vigilant eye on Voldemort. Time slipped by swiftly, and 3 years elapsed quietly. Snowflakes danced gently through the air in London, blanketing the ground with a delicate layer of white. At this moment, 2 young individuals tread softly upon the snow-covered streets, walking side by side. They pushed open the door of a quaint restaurant and stepped inside. "Long time no see, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones," they greeted the proprietors warmly. "I believe it has indeed been quite a while since we last saw both of you," Mrs. Jones replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Mr. Jones also expressed his happiness with a nod in their direction. "So, this handsome gentleman and this lovely lady, are your plans to spend this year's Christmas here in London?" Mrs. Jones inquired, recalling that the Smith family had been absent for nearly 3 years. "Yes, Mrs. Jones. My parents will return to London tomorrow, and I expect they will join us for a grand feast," William responded, glancing at Mrs. Jones. "We have missed the flavors of your dishes during our time away." 3 years may not seem overly long, yet William discerned the subtle traces of time upon Mrs. Jones's face. The Jones couple were exceptionally kind individuals, maintaining amiable relations with their neighbors. The restaurant's cuisine was delectable, and the atmosphere was lively. William and Hermione soaked in the ambience, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. In those 3 years, they had undergone significant transformations. Many had forgotten about them, with the exception of the Joneses. The two had been on an extended hiatus from their studies and had not returned to Hogwarts. Their focus lay elsewhere, gleaning occasional news from Luna and Professor Babin's letters. Luna was now in her 5th year, a year behind William and his peers, who had progressed to their 6th year. Penelope had also sent letters playfully teasing them, remarking that upon their return, Luna would have become their senior. During their 3rd year, the Quidditch tournament held that summer did not witness a riot from dark wizards, as they were subdued before they could emerge by the formidable duo known as the Marauders. It is noteworthy that the Marauders have become almost mythical figures within the circles of dark wizards, instilling fear akin to that of demons. Whenever dark wizards dared to show their faces, the Marauders would invariably appear at their homes the night before, leading them to experience events they would never wish to relive, causing them to shy away from practicing dark magic ever again. However, some of these individuals were less fortunate, disappearing entirely, presumably to meet their great-grandmothers. The rest dared not inquire, nor did they even entertain the thought. The Marauders were either divine beings or demonic entities, possessing an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of men from great distances. Conversely, William and Hermione did not attract much attention, perhaps initially drawing the interest of the Ravenclaw students, but eventually, they were forgotten. Nevertheless, those young wizards who had progressed beyond their 3rd year remained instinctively cautious about causing trouble. In the past, any inclination towards mischief would have been promptly addressed by Hermione's fists. They had become accustomed to this reality, which was truly daunting. As they entered their 4th year, the Triwizard Tournament proceeded as expected. The young wizards were quite mischievous, yet they were unable to cross the age threshold. There was, however, one exception: Harry Potter. Indeed, despite young Barty Crouch having long been sent to meet Merlin, Harry Potter emerged as the 4th champion. The question of who orchestrated this anomaly could only be posed to a certain white wizard. In recent years, Voldemort had maintained a low profile, at least outwardly, and he had no intention of confronting Hogwarts just yet. In the wizarding world, aside from those he chose to contact, few were aware of his resurrection. Yet, the reality remained that any dark wizard daring to reveal themselves would meet the same unfortunate fate. The notion of 4 champions in the Triwizard Tournament was quite reasonable, culminating in Harry Potter's victory. Throughout the years, Harry had received special training, allowing him to progress rapidly, though overall, he still fell short of Cedric's prowess. However, their competition was not solely about winning. During the tournament, Harry aided Cedric, who then encouraged Harry to claim the trophy. By this time, Voldemort had already resurrected. They encountered no unforeseen calamities, and that good soul did not meet an untimely demise. Harry and Cedric jointly raised the trophy, with victory belonging to Hogwarts, marking the end of their 4th year. Yet, as they entered their 5th year, events began to take a troubling turn. Fudge's power grew increasingly formidable, and he began to exhibit a sense of arrogance, with the Ministry of Magic starting to meddle in Hogwarts affairs. The most outrageous aspect is that Umbridge, that old hag, managed to oust Dumbledore and imposed a multitude of rules targeting the young wizards. This led to considerable resentment among the students at Hogwarts, yet they dared not openly confront the Ministry of Magic. It is noteworthy that Penelope has established her position within the ministry, although her current title is not particularly high. She has demonstrated her unique capabilities and determination over the years. Gradually, her friends, along with some younger witches and wizards, began to rally around her, coupled with Umbridge's antagonism. This drew even more newly joined wizards in the ministry closer to Penelope. She has been training them, sensing that war is imminent. According to the usual timeline, this year marks the 6th year for William and Hermione. William gazed at Hermione across the dining table, noting how much she has matured. At 17, she has blossomed into an increasingly enchanting young woman. Is there something on my face? Hermione asked, not lifting her gaze as she dealt with her meal. No. I just suddenly realized that Miss Granger seems to be growing more beautiful by the day, William replied with a smile. Since I've become more beautiful, why do you still? Hermione felt a twinge of disappointment. What was William trying to convey? William shook his head, intuitively guessing what Hermione was about to say, but he sighed, helplessly brushing the matter aside. The more they studied, the stronger William's sense grew that something unacceptable was about to transpire. At that moment, how could he make promises to others? However, Hermione felt a surge of happiness, as she could clearly sense William's regard for her. Her demands were modest. This acknowledgement was enough for her. No one could stand in their way. Chapter 77. Lucius Malfoy. After their meal, William and Hermione returned to William's home, which he had been away from for 3 years. The furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust, evidently a sign that the Smiths had not returned to reside there. They would need to tidy up the house, but for them, it was a simple task. The next day, the Smith family and the Granger family gathered once more, as it had been over a year since William and Hermione had seen their elders. The adults had grown closer, having traveled together frequently. Clearly, the Smiths had led the Grangers into a bit of leisure. Professor Dumbledore held a ring in his hand, a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. This Horcrux had been destroyed by Dumbledore using the Sword of Gryffindor. However, what Dumbledore valued was the stone embedded within it, the Resurrection Stone. He was aware that the ring had been cursed by Voldemort. Several times, before breaking the curse, Dumbledore contemplated wearing it. As he gazed at the stone, he understood that the Resurrection Stone could not truly bring back his parents or his sister. It was indeed Professor Dumbledore. Professor Trelawney, inebriated, cradled a bottle of wine when Dumbledore approached her. Sybil, might you bestow upon me another prophecy? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze fixed upon her with an air of patience. Trelawney shook her head, mumbling incoherently. Prophecy? My inner eye has ceased to perceive anything for quite some time. Oh, it is truly terrifying. Everything has changed. Even my inner eye has turned away. With a belch, Trelawney succumbed to a fog of stupor. Dumbledore regarded her without imposing any further demands and quietly departed. During the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts felt notably desolate, with very few souls wandering its vast halls. Harry Potter was joyfully spending his time with his godfather. Dumbledore meandered through the castle, uncertain of his desires, shrouded in a thick mist of confusion. He suddenly felt an urge to share a drink with his brother, Aberforth. Raising his hand, he revealed a ring upon his left hand, a ring that bore the weight of anguish. In Malfoy manner, Voldemort was grappling with the curse afflicting his body, acutely aware of having been ensnared by treachery. Naturally, he harbored suspicions towards Snape and another named Armand, for the situation was far from ordinary. However, having employed legilimency upon them yielded no fruitful insights, and he resolved to abandon such thoughts. He had never placed his faith in anyone, and what gnawed at him was the theft of his most cherished pet. Lucius Malfoy found himself engulfed in confusion and dread, not due to Voldemort's resurrection, but rather because of 2 odious individuals. The fear they instilled stemmed from their masked visages and their persistent activities. Recently, they had sought him out, as someone who had previously dealt with them. Lucius yearned to distance himself from their presence. In their company, his wealth and influence held no sway. Aware that they were unequivocal villains, he had endeavored to investigate them, but had unearthed nothing. That very evening, he received a letter from the two, which was evidently a warning. At times, he felt compelled to disclose this to the Dark Lord, yet found himself unable to articulate it, as if ensnared by an unseen force. These individuals were not merely rogues. They were demons. He had inadvertently discovered that Voldemort's concealment within his own home was due to these two fiends. Furthermore, when they had approached him recently, they had issued threats, a reversal of his usual role of intimidation. In truth, he was powerless, bound to fulfill their demands, for they had uncovered his vulnerabilities. In fact, both the Dark Lord and those two were acutely aware of his weaknesses. Were Lucius Malfoy genuinely loyal to Voldemort? It is likely that Voldemort would be the first to doubt him. Lucius Malfoy has always been a fickle character, referring to Voldemort as his master out of sheer fear. His arrogance is pathological, and he cannot bear the thought of his bloodline being tainted. He has long held disdain for Severus Snape, a fellow Death Eater, simply because he knows Snape is a half-blood. Though he outwardly conceals his contempt, deep down, he harbors a strong dislike. Recently, he learned a secret from those two demons, one that leaves him feeling sullied. Although he has speculated about it for some time, it is rooted in the Slytherin lineage and Voldemort's terrifying power, which compels him to show respect. They, as Death Eaters, have been deceived by the Dark Lord, who is merely a half-blood, yet they have the audacity to call him their master. However, Lucius does not outwardly express these sentiments. Perhaps his strength is not formidable. Even those who have yet to graduate from Hogwarts could easily overpower him. Nevertheless, his true prowess lies in manipulating minds and utilizing others. His capabilities have always surpassed mere physical strength. Moreover, his astuteness allows him to navigate situations adeptly. In truth, he harbors little loyalty to Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy is loyal only to himself and his family. One could argue he is an extremist or even malevolent, yet his hands are not directly stained with blood. Lucius has always ensured a contingency plan for himself and his family. He holds a modicum of conviction, though not much. Often, many of his actions appear unwise to others. He fears Voldemort and those two masked figures, yet he does not hesitate to target Dumbledore, despite the lack of tangible benefit. As a self-proclaimed noble of an ancient pureblood family, Lucius Malfoy possesses a unique power, his wealth and exceptional ability to amass fortune. It is precisely this that makes him indispensable to Voldemort. He can navigate the delicate balance between Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic, even extricating himself from culpability. Yet, he now finds himself in a predicament, as Voldemort has instructed him to contact his supporters. However, those two demons are ever watchful. He has even attempted to reach out to one, only to find that he can no longer make contact. Moreover, he senses that they want him to uncover compromising information about certain wizarding families or ministry officials. As for why, Lucius prefers not to dwell on such matters. He knows all too well that knowledge can be perilous. He does not resist, for he understands the futility of defiance. Indeed, he finds a certain comfort in it. Regardless of who ultimately prevails, he is certain he will not be the one to lose. Chapter 78, The Ministry of Magic. Penelope felt a deep sense of unease today. It was her night to be on duty, and she walked out of her office in a state of vexation. Oh, my apologies. As she pondered deeply, she seemed to collide with someone. What is the matter, Penelope? You look rather distracted, inquired a woman with red hair. The red-haired woman was just finishing her shift and had intended to check on Penelope, only to be inadvertently bumped into by her. Apologies, Chris. I was just lost in thought. Penelope sheepishly apologized to Chris. In truth, the bond between Chris and Penelope has always been strong. Chris is merely a year older than Penelope and is one of her closest friends. By the way, Chris, is it not the night of the full moon? Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but Penelope has an uncanny feeling she hears the howls of a werewolf. Indeed, yet Chris gazed at Penelope with a look of concern. What troubles you? Have you been overexerting yourself? Should I take your shift tonight? Chris scrutinized Penelope with genuine care. No need for that, Chris. Penelope simply felt a bit unsettled. Suddenly, it seemed Penelope had a revelation. She pulled Chris aside into a corner. Chris, you must be cautious tonight. I have an unsettling premonition. Penelope's tone was grave. Something significant may transpire at the Ministry of Magic tonight. If you hear any news upon your return, do not come back here, no matter the circumstances. Penelope spoke with utmost seriousness. She had seen Lucius Malfoy today, who was accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals heading to Minister Fudge's office. What transpired between them was unknown to Penelope, but Lucius Malfoy's presence at the ministry surely boded ill. William and Hermione had chosen not to conceal the truth from her or Luna. Long ago, they had informed Penelope about Voldemort's resurrection and Lucius's allegiance to him, coupled with her earlier ominous intuition. It was highly likely that Voldemort intended to orchestrate something against the ministry. Chris placed her trust in Penelope, assuring her that she would inform their companions. If any trouble arose at the ministry tonight, they would gather at the location of their previous meeting. As midnight approached, the full moon cast its luminous glow upon the streets of London, and the citizens seemed to hear the distant howls of wolves. At that moment within the Ministry of Magic, Penelope stealthily followed two suspicious figures, having concealed her scent and sound. Over the years at the ministry, she had not idly passed her time. She had studied every wizard who joined during her tenure. In truth, there were always a few dubious characters that kept her vigilant, much like the two she was now shadowing. However, they were not among those who had previously joined the ministry. They were brought in today by Lucius Malfoy. After Lucius departed, these two had lingered. The veteran officials at the ministry were no strangers to such occurrences. Due to Minister Fudge's increasingly heavy-handed authority, they had been reluctant yet silent in their opposition to such matters. Nevertheless, what perplexed Penelope most was that these two did not appear to be ordinary wizards. Despite their adept disguises, Penelope's perceptiveness was keen, especially on this night of the full moon. Penelope followed the two into a concealed room. In her 3 years working at the Ministry of Magic, Penelope had never encountered a place such as this. Just before the door closed, she hurriedly slipped in alongside them. Indeed, the two individuals had transformed into werewolves, emitting chilling howls that sent shivers down her spine. Penelope observed the scene before her with a grave expression. So, this was the reality? Lucius Malfoy, was something of great consequence about to unfold at the ministry? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. However, the most pressing matter was her urgent need to leave. Suddenly, she sensed a pair of eyes lurking behind her. With little time to think, Penelope swiftly turned to confront the source. Yet, upon recognizing the two familiar figures, she halted. She exchanged nods with them and exited the room together. What are you doing here? Penelope inquired, glancing at William and Hermione. Throughout the years, they had remained in a state of suspension, and sometimes she was left bewildered by their intentions. William and Hermione did not respond to Penelope's question. Instead, they gradually transformed into entirely different appearances. The unspeakables! Penelope exclaimed in astonishment, her voice barely above a whisper. They nodded in affirmation. Among the many facets of the ministry, it was the Department of Mysteries that piqued their interest the most. Understanding the identities they were impersonating, Penelope soon grasped their purpose. She had always been aware of their true natures. If she could discern the underlying intrigue, surely William and Hermione would as well. In disbelief, she asked, "How did you manage this? Lucius is one of your own." Clearly, Lucius Malfoy's actions today were inconsistent with his character. He held disdain even for half-blood wizards, let alone two werewolves. William shook his head, reverting to his original form, and replied, "Not quite. Lucius Malfoy is a complex individual. However, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. The situation appears rather urgent. His personal arrangement of two werewolves at the ministry was a prearranged signal between us, indicating that Voldemort intends to take action against the ministry." William regarded Penelope, aware that he had many more discoveries to share. Yet, it was prudent not to divulge them. Considering Penelope still harbored a sense of justice, withholding information from her would be beneficial. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge had not returned home. Yet he sat in silence, doing nothing. "Minister, the department heads are waiting for you in the conference room," his assistant informed him. Though the tone betrayed a lack of respect for the minister, Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary, observed the exchange, tempted to reprimand the assistant. Ever since the failed scheme against Hagrid and Harry, she had been expelled from Hogwarts by Dumbledore, and Fudge had not reinstated her to any significant position. Umbridge feared that if matters continued to unfold in this manner, her esteemed position as the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic might very well be at risk. However, Fudge intervened, directing her assistant to escort him to the conference room. Chapter 79, Trapped. At this juncture, several department heads of the ministry were seated within the conference room, casting perplexed glances at Fudge as he entered last. Just moments before, he had abruptly summoned these officials back to the ministry for a meeting. It was now deep into the night, and most had already retired for the evening, arriving against their will. "Cornelius, is there some pressing matter that necessitated our presence at such a late hour?" inquired a short-haired witch with a square chin, directing her gaze toward Fudge. This witch was none other than Amelia Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This night coincided with the full moon, and there had been several reported attacks in Knockturn Alley. The situation was indeed suspicious, and Amelia had taken a personal interest in it, with Aurors diligently investigating. Yet, at this moment, Fudge had summoned them for a meeting without divulging any details. "Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, an important event has just transpired." Fudge seemed somewhat disoriented, but upon regaining his composure, he addressed the gathered department heads. "Dementors have once again gone rogue, more violently than their uprising 3 years ago." As soon as Fudge finished speaking, the conference room erupted into chaos. How could this be happening? I always knew Dementors were unreliable. The meeting of the ministry's department heads quickly devolved into bedlam. Fudge, seemingly lost in thought, did not respond to their outbursts. However, His assistant wore an expression of disdain towards everyone present. Cornelius, as the minister, shouldn't you say something? Amelia, valuing integrity over power, had always been critical of Fudge's conduct. It was evident that he was a politician, and privately, many believed Amelia would be a more suitable candidate for Minister of Magic. Fudge had previously categorized Amelia Bones as a political rival. The Dementor uprising 3 years ago had been something he chose to conceal to avoid inciting panic, and many had acquiesced to his decision. Amelia had voiced her dissent. But at that time, few supported her. 3 years ago, Fudge wielded significant power as minister, bolstered by the support of families such as the Malfoys. Yet, no one anticipated that another grave incident would occur. Wait, why was I not informed of this? Amelia's realization struck her, exposing the oversight. If Dementors were indeed to revolt once more, it would undoubtedly alert the Aurors, who fell under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Colleagues, this is certainly a consequence of our own actions. Fudge remained silent, but his assistant looked at them with contempt as he stood up, displaying an air of disinterest. Amelia, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly drew her wand towards the assistant, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and quiet. Who are you? And you too? Cornelius Fudge? Since Fudge took his seat, he seemed to be in a daze. It appeared that Cornelius had been subdued by them. Do you comprehend what you are doing? Amelia cast a cold glance at her assistant, incredulous that anyone would dare to abduct the Minister of Magic. There is no need for such haste, my dear lady. The assistant replied calmly, even performing a genteel bow to the assembly. His features gradually transformed into those of a young, handsome man. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Armand, a member of the bloodline, known to you as a vampire. The assistant, now Armand, looked disdainfully at Fudge and remarked, this foolish man is quite easy to manipulate. As for what I am doing, I am merely awaiting your fealty. Voldemort, your Dark Lord, sends his regards. Should you choose not to pledge your loyalty, dire consequences may ensue. Armand reclined casually in his chair, seemingly indifferent to their choices. The Dark Lord has long since perished. Even if he were alive, we would not submit to him, Amelia retorted firmly. The notion that Voldemort could be vanquished by a mere infant was beyond her belief. Nevertheless, in this situation, she could never concede that he still lived. The term Dark Lord had been a taboo within the British magical community for over a decade, with many daring only to refer to him as the Mysterious One. As soon as the phrase escaped, the department heads began to verbally assail Armand. Indeed, they are quite spirited subjects, Armand observed with excitement as he regarded the department heads. Suddenly, the conference room turned ominous as several Dementors drifted in from nowhere. This unforeseen development startled the heads. However, despite their years of privilege, they still possessed some skill, drawing their wands in defense. Umbridge quickly pondered her options and also brandished her wand. Not only Dementors, but also savage werewolves, various vampires, and their kin materialized within the conference room. The department heads grew anxious, their magical proficiency akin to that of a newly appointed Auror. Armand observed the scene before him with mild interest, sensing the fear emanating from the assembly. This was the effect of the Dementors, and deep down, they believed that Voldemort might indeed not be dead. They feared him. Lord Armand, it is my honor to serve the Dark Lord, Umbridge declared, flashing what she presumed to be a sweet smile at Armand. However, he promptly kicked her. For vampires are notorious for their aesthetic standards, and her visage repulsed him. Moreover, he did not consider himself a subordinate of Voldemort. Cooperation, do you understand? Armand could sense Voldemort's arrogance, but for now, he had to endure it. Umbridge, truly revolting. You are utterly unworthy of being a witch. Amelia cast a disdainful glance at Umbridge. Although she had harbored loathing for her in the past, it had never reached such depths. Yet, Umbridge paid Amelia no heed. Rising to continue her discourse, the Dark Lord seeks to control the Ministry of Magic and requires someone to manage it, a role I am perfectly capable of assuming. Umbridge's thirst for power was insatiable, indifferent to the source from which it was derived. Armand regarded Umbridge and suddenly erupted in laughter. He recognized the vile woman's ambitions. Yet he was unconcerned. His sole desire was to leverage Voldemort's influence to counter Evelyn and her allies. He had no intention of allowing the vampires to remain confined to their diminutive enclave. As for her ambition, what dark wizard lacked it? If possible, he wished their aspirations to be even greater, to further vex Voldemort. Very well, as long as you eliminate that woman. Armand turned his gaze to Amelia. She would never ally with Voldemort. Umbridge's flaccid visage contorted in discomfort. She was no match for Amelia Bones. However, before Umbridge could decide her course of action, an assailant had already commenced an attack on Amelia. Chapter 80, The Breakout. Amelia Bones could scarcely believe her eyes as she confronted her former colleague. Although they had often disagreed politically, she had never anticipated that someone would turn on her at such a moment rather than collaborate on an escape. Amelia endured a stunning spell, narrowly evading the second. I'm sorry, Amelia, I want to survive. The assailant's face bore a chilling indifference as he continued his incantations against her. Yet, someone intervened on her behalf. To onlookers, it appeared as though the heads of the ministry were embroiled in a brawl. Armand and the surrounding dark wizards were thoroughly entertained, erupting into raucous laughter. Penelope alerted her friends within the ministry to evacuate, then joined William and Hermione as they infiltrated the conference room. Penelope had witnessed the chaos unfold moments prior. Despite their usual animosity, she had not expected such infighting at this critical juncture. A sense of confusion enveloped Penelope. Perhaps she was ill-suited for the role of Minister of Magic. At times, working within the ministry felt overwhelmingly exhausting. Perhaps the carefree existence led by William and Hermione was more to her liking. Nonetheless, she anxiously observed the tumult, feeling an impulse to join the fray. Not so fast. Hermione halted her, sensing Penelope's rising impulsiveness. Put these on. William handed Penelope a pair of glasses, a product of their recent innovations. With curiosity, she donned the glasses just as the lights in the conference room extinguished, bringing the fighting to an abrupt halt. Aside from vampires who could adapt to the darkness and werewolves with their keen senses, all were rendered momentarily disoriented. The sudden turn of events left the human wizards utterly bewildered. Even Penelope, with her glasses perched on her nose, could distinctly observe the tension radiating from those around her. However, someone finally succumbed to impatience. A fool in the darkness unexpectedly unleashed a flickering glow, thus becoming the target of both factions, and tragically collapsed to the ground. William and Hermione gazed at their old friend Armand, and it seemed he had made little progress since their last encounter. They looked up to see the werewolves and vampires. It was indeed time for the harvest. Penelope, the dark wizards are yours to handle, William remarked as he and Hermione joined the fray. While they may not have been particularly adept at combating wizards, they were specialists when it came to werewolves, vampires, and Dementors. For the past 3 years, they had devoted themselves to studying these creatures, and William and Hermione understood them better than even the creatures themselves. Finally, Penelope thought, eager to engage. Harboring a long-held desire to teach certain officials and an elderly woman a lesson, the battlefield was intermittently filled with anguished cries, with one vampire's screams echoing most hauntingly. Amelia and her companions were oblivious to the current situation, but they recognized the werewolves by their deafening howls. Thus, they disregarded everyone else and focused solely on attacking the werewolves, confident they could not misidentify their targets. In the darkness, the sounds of conflict resonated, and the lights of spells intertwined. William observed those seated around, watching the brawl, notably Hermione and Penelope, who were reveling in the chaos. He inhaled deeply. Beside him, Armand lay on the ground, battered and unwilling to move. Clearly, Voldemort had not arrived, nor had Lucius and the formidable werewolves, vampires, giants, and various magical creatures they had recruited during these days were noticeably absent. Only the dark wizards, werewolves, vampires, and a few Dementors brought by Armand remained. Yet, this was sufficient, as the Aurors had already been lured away. Voldemort had spent 3 years infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. Coupled with the Death Eaters who had been concealed within the ministry for over a decade, seizing control of the ministry would not prove difficult. They could even manipulate the officials, gradually taking over the ministry. Ordinarily, Voldemort would not resort to such tactics. He would be more inclined to launch a brazen assault on the ministry. However, with his minions either dead or injured, the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, had completed their assembly and had been covertly opposing Voldemort over the years. This predicament compelled Voldemort to revert to the cunning schemes he favored in his youth. William contemplated the scene, occasionally providing support for Penelope, who lacked sufficient experience and was dangerously hesitant to deliver the final blow. Hermione, on the other hand, was far more adept, having executed 7 successful strikes before feeling reassured. However, William had no intention of continuing in this manner. He sensed that the conference room could not withstand much longer. If the confrontation persisted, their struggle would soon be exposed. Given Voldemort's dominion over the Ministry of Magic, both William and Hermione could indeed find themselves in dire straits. Penelope, you must go and rescue them. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. William halted Penelope and then pulled Hermione, who was deeply engaged in the fray, away from the conflict. He had no desire to become embroiled in disputes with the Ministry of Magic. What if those infiltrators falsely accused him? William would not tolerate such indignities, and eliminating those individuals would take considerable time, exhausting them all in the process. Fleeing swiftly, William carried Hermione out of the conference room. Amelia, who was still embroiled in battle, suddenly sensed someone pulling at her. Instinctively, she retaliated, only to be thwarted by the other party. It's me, Director, it's Penelope. Amelia ceased her attack, recognizing Penelope, who, after revealing herself, cleared a path for them. With her wand illuminating the entire conference room, William and Hermione had already departed, leaving her alone. Amelia and her companions stared in astonishment at the sight of this, which wielding her wand like a torch, striking at the dark wizards. Hurry up, Penelope exclaimed, feeling exasperated by the lack of initiative. She had taken the lead, Yet these individuals merely stood there, seemingly dazed. Had they grown complacent after a decade without significant incidents? Nevertheless, Amelia truly lived up to her title, sharing the burden of pressure with Penelope. Chapter 81. Reunion. Amelia and her companions managed to escape the Ministry of Magic in a somewhat disheveled state. Fortunately, their pursuers were few, and they quickly evaded capture. In a shadowy corner of the London streets, a handful of oddly dressed wizards cowered, too afraid to reveal themselves. Clearly, Voldemort's minions had exploited Minister Fudge's identity to issue a manhunt against them. Penelope, how did you know they were problematic? Amelia inquired once they reached safety. Director, I was on duty tonight. During my watch, I happened to witness two individuals transforming into werewolves within the ministry. They even attempted to attack me. After subduing them, I intended to notify you, but I stumbled upon you being besieged. Penelope's explanation contained several gaps, yet Amelia chose not to probe further, grateful for the timely rescue. Amelia glanced at her fellow directors, some filled with fear, others in confusion. You all should return home at once. I fear those individuals might target your families. She urged her colleagues. First, let us secure them, and then we can devise a plan to rescue Fudge and reclaim the ministry. The group nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and recognizing that Amelia's words carried an implicit urgency, all the directors nodded in agreement and swiftly employed their disillusionment charms to depart. Amelia, however, remained, for her sole niece was within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Her intention was not genuinely to rescue Fudge. Rather, it was a matter of ensuring that the Ministry of Magic did not fall into the clutches of Voldemort and his ilk. Miss Penelope, I wish to pose a question to you, and I hope you will respond with utmost honesty. With only Penelope and Amelia present, Amelia fixed her gaze upon Penelope's eyes as she spoke. Do you aspire to become the Minister of Magic? Penelope remained unflustered, offering a faint smile that seemed almost elusive. Director, I do not comprehend your inquiry. Amelia shook her head, maintaining her intense stare, her expression somber. I have known of you long before your arrival at the ministry. You were an exceptional head of the student council and demonstrated courage in perilous times. Your capabilities displayed within the ministry are remarkable. By merit alone, you could undoubtedly attain the position of director, or even that of minister. Amelia sighed with a hint of regret, shaking her head. Yet, in truth, they would never elect a wizard of Muggle descent. The singular Muggle-born minister faced considerable opposition and ultimately resigned due to illness. However, should you desire it, I would gladly support you as a token of gratitude for saving my life, Amelia remarked, half in jest. She recognized Penelope's talents and was aware of the rapport she shared with the younger employees, even knowing more than that. Nonetheless, Penelope shook her head, declining Amelia's offer. I believe you are more suited for the role, Director. Just as Amelia was about to respond, Penelope interjected. I apologize for interrupting, Director, but that position is not fitting for me. I once entertained such thoughts, but upon finding my circle of friends, I realized that what I truly desire is not that. I prefer delving into the study of magic, cherishing joyful moments with my friends, and safeguarding those I hold dear. You are more suited to be minister, for you possess both capability and fairness. Amelia gazed at Penelope in astonishment. She had initially urged her to pursue the ministerial position. Yet now it was Penelope urging her instead. When did the role of minister become so undesirable? First Dumbledore declined it multiple times, and now even Penelope was refusing it. Director, let us not dwell on this any longer. I shall introduce you to my friends. Within a church, a group of young wizards, all around 20 years of age, anxiously observed the entrance. A few paced restlessly. What has become of Penelope? Autumn, who had recently begun her internship at the ministry, anxiously grasped Clarice's hand. Stop shaking me. Autumn, how many times have you asked me already? I have no idea what is unfolding. They had just received word from the ministry that Amelia and several directors had betrayed the ministry, and they were to assist in the manhunt. Penelope had concealed her identity. Thus the ministry remained oblivious to her presence. They remembered Penelope's reminder and chose not to venture to the Ministry of Magic. Instead, they awaited her arrival in the church. Several times, individuals attempted to step outside to gather information, only to be pulled back by others. Finally, Penelope arrived. Just as their impatience peaked, one of them, ever watchful for her entrance, announced her presence loudly. Penelope entered alongside a cloaked woman, who was soon encircled by the crowd. Amelia, the woman in the cloak, was deeply moved by the scene unfolding before her. It was evident that she perceived the genuine concern reflected on the faces of the onlookers. I am fine. I am the one who has caused you worry, Penelope reassured her friends as she introduced Amelia to them. The surprise was palpable, and a sense of tension filled the air. This was not solely due to Amelia's current status as a fugitive, but also stemmed from the stern demeanor she had cultivated during her tenure as a department head. To dispel any misunderstandings, Penelope hastily recounted the events leading to this moment. The atmosphere in the church seemed to thicken with anxiety, the young wizards displaying a range of emotions, predominantly fear and apprehension. Is it true, Penelope? A small, pudgy boy stammered, looking up at her. Indeed. I believe I have no reason to deceive you, she replied. But wasn't it said that the Dark Lord had been vanquished? How can this be happening? Chris's voice trembled as she voiced their collective doubt. Penelope found herself at a loss for an answer, observing her friend's terrified expressions. She could not fully empathize. Having not been raised in a wizarding family, she had never felt the terror of Voldemort firsthand. Nevertheless, Penelope endeavored to soothe her friends. When I trained you, it was to ensure your survival in situations like this. As your friend, I sincerely hope you will refrain from impulsive actions. You should return home and safeguard your families and yourselves. The congregation remained silent, their gazes fixed on Penelope. Are you suggesting we leave? That we do nothing? One person exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chris, well acquainted with Penelope, inquired, You're not planning to send us away so you can confront those dark wizards alone, are you? Penelope paused, then burst into laughter, leaving everyone perplexed. What are you thinking? I intend to confront them, but who says I have to do it alone? Professors from Hogwarts and many wizards will not cower in fear of Voldemort. Count me among them. Autumn, possessing a gentle disposition, yet occasionally a bit petulant, firmly added. How could we possibly sit idle? Chris and the other young wizards began to echo her sentiment. Although fear coursed through them, they were spirited youths, and when danger loomed, who truly wished to retreat? Chapter 82, The Assault on Hogwarts. In the dimly lit alley, Voldemort found himself amidst Lucius and others within the confines of Borgin and Berks, a place he knew all too well. In his youth, he had toiled here in pursuit of Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. However, their presence here was not for nostalgia. The shop housed a vanishing cabinet, the other of which lay within Hogwarts, allowing Voldemort and his cohorts direct access to the castle. Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves, returned, his form stained with blood. To divert the attention of the Ministry's Aurors, Voldemort had commanded the werewolves to assail various establishments within Knockturn Alley. Severus Snape observed the scene with an inscrutable expression, though his grip on his wand tightened instinctively. Meanwhile, within Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat quietly in his office, acutely aware that Voldemort had been concealing many matters from Snape. He was only privy to the fact that Voldemort intended to assault the Ministry that night, unaware that Fudge had fallen under someone else's control. The internal dynamics of the Ministry were notoriously convoluted, making it difficult to discern who among them was a servant of Voldemort or merely under his influence. Furthermore, Dumbledore harbored an unsettling intuition that Voldemort's ambitions extended far beyond merely seizing the Ministry. Members of the Order of the Phoenix had gathered at Hogwarts, joined by several officials from the Ministry seeking assistance. Yet, they regarded Professor Dumbledore with confusion, as he displayed no intention of action. Professor Dumbledore, one official, visibly anxious, addressed him. With the Ministry devoid of support, he felt compelled to speak. The Ministry has been overrun by vampires and werewolves under Voldemort's command, and Minister Fudge is incapacitated. We require your aid. However, the professors and members of the Order exhibited little reaction, many indifferent to the Ministry's plight, with some harboring outright disdain for it. Sir, we are all aware of the perilous state of the Ministry, yet Hogwarts must prioritize the safety of its students. Dumbledore resolutely declined their appeal. But in the next moment, as if compelled by instinct, he shifted his gaze towards a particular direction. Nevertheless, I believe this old man can accompany you to the Ministry. The rest of you shall remain here to protect the children of Hogwarts. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore abruptly changed his stance. Professor McGonagall observed him, pursing her lips, choosing silence. Without the need for assurances, she would naturally safeguard Hogwarts. Only one would venture forth, yet the Ministry officials expressed no discontent. In fact, they were quite elated, for the presence of Dumbledore alone sufficed. Outside Hagrid's hut, a rustling sound emanated from the Forbidden Forest, as Fong, recently agitated, was being soothed by Hagrid. However, a colossal spider emerged from the Forbidden Forest, prompting Hagrid to intervene hastily. Oh, good child, you must return. Venturing out of the Forbidden Forest is strictly forbidden. Yet, the Acromantula paid no heed to Hagrid's words. Since the demise of Aragog, the colony of Acromantula had been unrestrained. Hagrid's admonitions fell on deaf ears, and the creature, perhaps contemplating something, surged towards him in an aggressive manner. Moreover, an increasing number of Acromantula followed suit, creating a dense mass from a distance. Simultaneously, giants, trolls, and other dark magical creatures surged forth from the Forbidden Forest. Under the luminous full moon, Dementors floated ominously above. It was evident that a coordinated assault on Hogwarts was underway, with their destination set firmly upon the castle. The commotion in the Forbidden Forest quickly captured the attention of Professor McGonagall, who promptly began alerting her fellow professors. Hogwarts Castle seemed to come alive, as barriers rose rapidly, and suits of armor transformed into soldiers. Giants, Dementors, and Acromantula swiftly encircled the castle. The giants and trolls were violently battering the protective barriers, while Dementors spread dread through the night, adding a chilling atmosphere. Their offensive against Hogwarts had commenced. Younger students were gathered in the Great Hall under the supervision of their prefects, while the older students remained vigilant, some hesitating to voice their thoughts. The number of defenders was still adequate, and the professors had yet to permit the students to engage in the conflict. However, the older students believed themselves to be formidable and yearned to confront the invading magical creatures. Even the house elves in the kitchen stood ready, wielding pots and pans in defense. Yet, amidst all the preparations, Harry, Ron, and Neville stealthily slipped away. Moonlight flooded Hogwarts Castle, and many wizards were drenched in perspiration. On the battlefield, a kaleidoscope of spells erupted. Professor McGonagall swiftly employed transfiguration to disrupt the enemy's advance, creating numerous obstacles. Professor Flitwick easily felled the giants, inflicting considerable damage upon them. Members of the Order of the Phoenix drove away the Dementors with Patronus charms. Harry, Ron, and Neville watched in exhilaration, quietly joining the fray. However, McGonagall grew increasingly perplexed. Where had the werewolves and Voldemort vanished to? The werewolves and dark wizards were lurking within Hogwarts, urgently seeking the students. Just as they hastened towards the Great Hall, 2 werewolves were sent sprawling by the upper-year students. Fenrir Greyback wore a particularly furious expression. Fenrir, accompanied by all his werewolf subordinates, charged swiftly towards the students of Hogwarts. The battle within the Great Hall erupted almost immediately, despite the Ministry of Magic's prohibition on dueling clubs for a year. However, the long-standing existence of these clubs over the years had significantly enhanced the prowess of the upperclassmen. In the heat of combat, although the older students felt a tinge of fear, they still managed to cast their spells with stability. The younger wizards, sheltered in the center, refused to remain mere bystanders, brandishing their wands at the adversaries, albeit with limited effect. Chapter 83, Arrival. Despite the bravery displayed by these still ungraduated wizards, they paled in comparison to the ferocity of the werewolves and the dark wizards lurking in the shadows. Soon, the defensive stance of Hogwarts began to falter. Suddenly, a charming upperclassman narrowly avoided being struck by a killing curse cast by a dark wizard. In her attempt to evade the perilous spell, she fell heavily to the ground. Her wand sent flying by another dark wizard's attack. "Sophie!" cried her fellow upperclassman in urgent distress. "Get out of the way." Another killing curse hurtled towards Sophie, who struggled to escape. Regrettably, she had already exhausted her strength before her fall. No, yet, just as the curse was about to hit her, a barrier of magical energy materialized just in time to shield her. A beautiful woman gently cradled Sophie in her arms. "It has been a while, little Sophie," Penelope remarked, gazing down at her. She recalled Sophie as a somewhat spoiled girl who often slacked off during training. However, it appeared that the girl now exhibited considerable courage by stepping up to protect her younger peers. "Is that Merlin?" Sophie murmured, rubbing her eyes in confusion, an exclamation escaping her lips. Penelope playfully flicked her forehead, prompting Sophie to regain her senses. "It is your senior sister," Penelope replied, somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, a group of young wizards swiftly appeared in the Great Hall, drawing their wands to engage in battle against the dark wizards and werewolves. "Get up, Sophie," Penelope urged, tousling her fluffy golden hair, reminding her that they were still in the midst of combat. Sophie buried her head, embracing Penelope tightly. "How warm." "Yet." She quickly withdrew from Penelope's embrace. "Thank you, Penelope, my student council president," Sophie said, retrieving her wand from the ground and rejoining the fray. She felt embarrassed from her earlier mishap and was determined not to lose face again in front of her senior. Penelope found Sophie's behavior somewhat perplexing, but chose not to dwell on it as she led her friends in the fight against their foes. "It's Senior Penelope, our student council president." Upon seeing Penelope, the students of Hogwarts felt invigorated, as if they had been imbued with newfound energy. In that moment, the enemy was caught off guard by their renewed fervor. Perhaps the younger wizards have yet to comprehend the significance of Penelope, yet the older students hold her in profound reverence. Fierce battles rage across various fronts. However, it is curious that Dumbledore, who ought to be aiding the Ministry of Magic, has found himself in the Forbidden Forest. He surveyed the unusually tranquil woods, calling out, "Come forth, Tom. I know you are concealed here. Indeed, you are Professor Dumbledore. But I believe you ought not to address me by that name." A flash of green light suddenly streaked toward Dumbledore's chest. Though Voldemort had not yet manifested, his killing curse was swift. Dumbledore deftly waved his wand, deflecting Voldemort's spell. The two engaged in combat. Meanwhile, William and Hermione sat in the booth of a small cabin, observing the duel while casually snacking on sunflower seeds. They were indifferent to the outcome. Both they and Dumbledore, embroiled in the duel, understood that even if Voldemort were vanquished, he could not be truly killed. Nevertheless, William and Hermione discerned a telling sign. It appeared that Voldemort's soul had been split once more, indicating that he had secretly crafted another Horcrux during this time. "Do not worry. I know where his Horcrux is," Helena interjected, materializing beside them. "It is a notebook belonging to Slytherin, concealed by Tom Riddle in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library." A thick, Black notebook appeared in Helena's hands, and both William and Hermione sensed its connection to Voldemort. This tome contains records of Slytherin's dark magical studies. Are you interested? Helena inquired. While Voldemort might have evaded Dumbledore's notice within Hogwarts, he could not escape Helena's vigilance. Thus, the ruse of operating in the shadows failed him. Helena gazed expectantly at William and Hermione, awaiting their response. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of indifference, and shook their heads dismissively. They were unwilling to delve into studies laden with negative implications, particularly since such dark magic appeared to affect a wizard's appearance. Originally, both Slytherin and Voldemort were not unattractive, yet they had transformed into their current forms. Therefore, even if William were inclined to explore this path, Hermione would inevitably thwart him. Especially troubling was that after Voldemort had crafted another Horcrux, his power seemed undiminished, perhaps even augmented. Conversely, Dumbledore's condition appeared quite abnormal. His mind was somewhat disoriented. Cursed. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Voldemort's eyes, wondering if the curse had been laid within the Resurrection Stone. Although he had dispelled the curse upon the ring, he was unable to ascertain the nature of the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore had never entertained the thought of inspecting the stone, for it could easily ensnare him in its allure. The battle between the two continued for an extended period. However, in a fleeting moment, both Dumbledore and Voldemort struck each other simultaneously, collapsing to the ground. Both struggled to rise. Draco Malfoy, I command you now, swiftly go and slay Dumbledore. Voldemort suddenly bellowed towards a certain spot in the Forbidden Forest. However, it was a long while before Draco stumbled out. He cast a fearful glance at Voldemort and then a guilty look at Dumbledore. No, he could not. Draco tightened his grip on his wand. He dared not raise it against Dumbledore. What a coward. Raise your wand at him. Voldemort's serpentine voice startled Draco, causing him to instinctively raise his wand, though his hand trembled uncontrollably. Draco, you are utterly useless. Severus Snape appeared beside Draco Malfoy, his expression dark as they both observed the duel between Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. My master, allow me, Snape said, drawing his wand, intent on attacking Dumbledore. Just then, a sound of applause echoed from afar. The group turned abruptly towards the two masked figures. Aside from Draco and Dumbledore, the others were no strangers to them. It is you. Voldemort's gaze fell upon the masked individuals, his demeanor calming. He struggled to rise but could not, much like the last time. Dumbledore, however, regarded the two masked figures thoughtfully. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have intruded upon your enjoyment. One of the masked men surveyed the assembly, finally addressing Voldemort. We have come to collect a debt, sir. You truly lack integrity. You promised so earnestly, yet you have betrayed our trust, Snape muttered, bemused. What trust could exist between them? Who would demand several tons of magical materials outright? Voldemort was indeed a wastrel and a rogue, having long forgotten this matter. Now, he was reaping the consequences. Nevertheless, the masked individuals were not here primarily to taunt them. They needed to act swiftly, as Dumbledore and Voldemort would soon regain their strength. Mr. Dumbledore, I believe we require a moment of your time, the masked man said, disregarding Dumbledore's potential consent, snapping his fingers as the three began to fade away. Next time we meet, do ensure that your debts are settled, or we shall not be so lenient. The masked woman produced a notebook, waving farewell to Voldemort and the others. This is all our shared property. In a fit of rage, Voldemort forced himself to his feet and cast the killing curse at the three. However, before his spell could reach them, their figures vanished entirely. Chapter 84. The Death of Dumbledore. Dumbledore and the two masked figures appeared in an open plain. The masked individuals regarded Dumbledore, who in turn assessed them. I suspect this is not our first encounter. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I must extend my gratitude to the infamous duo. That should be your title, correct? Dumbledore began. The two masked figures instinctively understood the implications of Dumbledore's words. He was referring to the Chamber of Secrets. However, their primary focus lay elsewhere. They were intent on studying the Resurrection Stone in Dumbledore's possession. Previously, when Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone had surfaced, they lacked the necessary power and thus missed a crucial opportunity for research. This Resurrection Stone, being associated with spirits, was an opportunity they could not afford to overlook. They recalled Helena. The stone warranted thorough examination. Given that Mr. Dumbledore had mentioned their past assistance, should they not be compensated for their involvement? The masked man exhibited no hint of embarrassment. At this moment, appearances were of little consequence. The masked woman recognized her prior oversight and hastily retrieved a notebook to document the encounter, impressed by his audacious method of debt collection. Even Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback, marveling at their audacity. He pondered how different his own demeanor might have been had he embraced the same boldness as the masked man in his youth. I believe this is only fair. However, I wonder what form of compensation you seek. Dumbledore inquired gently, showing no signs of irritation. That ring you possess. The masked man replied without preamble. Dumbledore examined the Resurrection Stone set within the ring, aware that the masked man may have already discerned its significance. Without hesitation, he He removed the ring and tossed it to them. The masked woman caught the resurrection stone and nodded to her companion. She produced a device to meticulously trace the stone's magical pathways, a tool they had refined over the past 3 years for the swift replication of magical circuits. Once the tracing was complete, the masked man promptly returned the resurrection stone to Dumbledore. Furthermore, regarding our recent assistance, Mr. Dumbledore, might we expect some form of remuneration? Although it was conceivable that Dumbledore might not have met his demise without their intervention, the possibility remained significant, did it not? Dumbledore, unfazed, readily acquiesced to the masked man's proposition. Of course, I am curious to know what you require as compensation, and I hope I am able to meet your demands. The masked man regarded Dumbledore silently, sensing no impatience in his gaze. In truth, this was merely a jest. Their true intent revolved around the resurrection stone. Observing the two, Dumbledore suddenly proposed, "You both might find interest in a particular matter, the demise of the White Wizard at the hands of the Dark Lord." He spoke as though an outsider. "If that is your line of reasoning, I shall take my leave. Are you suggesting we become your pawns?" The two masked figures appeared to have discerned Dumbledore's intentions. To vanquish the Dark Lord, the Savior must endure a profound tragedy to awaken. Dumbledore spoke softly. However, the masked man abruptly interrupted Dumbledore, saying, "You make a valid point. But what relevance does it hold for us? We have no desire to engage in any savior's game, as we have never regarded anyone as a savior. If those wizards do not rescue themselves, then it is futile for anyone to intervene, and there is no necessity to save them. However, we are willing to extend our assistance to those wizards who refuse to submit to the Dark Lord and whom we find agreeable. Anyone can be a savior. We shall not mold certain individuals into saviors. Mr. Dumbledore, it is evident that you have mistaken your audience." Dumbledore did not express opposition, nor did he choose to agree. "Perhaps you are correct, yet prophecies are as they are. Only a savior can vanquish the Dark Lord. That is a prophecy from the divine, and it is undoubtedly accurate. You may leave now, and I hope we shall not cross paths again." The masked man, along with the masked woman, vanished without a trace. Dumbledore stood in place, contemplating the direction in which the two had departed. Who were these individuals, and who had been concealing the secrets they bore? Most importantly, could they potentially become the new Dark Lords? Dumbledore shook his head and gradually faded from sight. Upon returning to their cottage, William and Hermione removed their masks. Clearly, their spirits were unaffected by Dumbledore's presence. William and Hermione had no intention of altering the choices of others, as those choices no longer influenced them. Moreover, neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore could inflict harm upon them. They merely sought to live the life they yearned for. "Oh, how I long for seclusion," Hermione sighed, reclining in the rocking chair, gazing at William. "William, once Voldemort is completely vanquished, shall we retreat into hiding?" "Certainly. I hope this all ends swiftly," William replied, expressing his desire to lead an ordinary life. He had never anticipated that an owl would usher him into the magical realm only to discover the looming threat of the Dark Lord. He was disheartened by the prospect of a multitude of dark wizards wreaking havoc. Thankfully, they had finally reached a point where they could not be manipulated. They could defend themselves and possess the ability to protect their loved ones. "Oh, wait. I mean the ability to safeguard Hermione's family, the Grangers." William recalled his own parents, pondering that they likely did not require the protection he could offer. Days later, the Dark Lord's followers temporarily withdrew from Hogwarts Castle. Nonetheless, regardless of whether they were students or faculty, no one felt the slightest joy. The greatest wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, had departed. According to the testimonies of Harry Potter and his friends, Dumbledore had been betrayed by Voldemort's spy, Snape. Snape had conspired with the Dark Lord to bring about Professor Dumbledore's demise. Though both the Dark Lord and Snape had sustained severe injuries, it was evident that Voldemort would soon rise again. By the time that moment arrives, no one shall be able to impede their advancing assault. Chapter 85, The Funeral. The Dark Lord has resurfaced. The Ministry of Magic has fallen into the hands of dark wizards, and news of Dumbledore's ambush and subsequent demise has swiftly spread. Not only within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding community of Britain has plunged into chaos. Numerous parents of Hogwarts students have sought to withdraw their children from the school, hastily retrieving them from the institution. They tremble in fear of Voldemort, desperate to vacate the magical realm of Britain at the earliest opportunity. However, not all students and parents wish to leave. Professor McGonagall has consented to their requests, showing no resistance. In truth, she harbors a desire for the children to depart. William and Hermione perused Penelope's letter, in which she conveyed the news of Dumbledore's passing and the recent upheaval. It was evident to them both that her words bore the weight of her inner turmoil. With a sigh, they exchanged no further words. In the next instant, they found themselves outside Penelope's residence. She resided not within the Ministry or the Wizarding World, nor with her parents, but had rented an apartment in London. Approaching the door, William and Hermione rang the bell. Silence echoed from within, and they were not taken aback. They simply stood quietly, awaiting a response. After a brief moment, The door swung open, and Penelope hastily ushered them inside. The apartment was not small, adorned with brown wallpaper, and the fire in the hearth blazed brightly. Yet, the living space was somewhat cluttered, with bags strewn across the floor. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Penelope tidied up, finally finding a place for them to settle. "What brings you two here so late?" Penelope inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as it was their first visit to her private abode, a location known to few. "Are we not permitted to come see you without a specific reason?" Hermione replied, picking up a piece of parchment, briefly scanning it to find it was a training schedule. Aside from her official duties at the ministry, Penelope had not forsaken her training. In the magical world, strength remains the ultimate safeguard, regardless of the circumstances. "Oh, my dear Hermione, how thoughtful you are," Penelope attempted to tease, but found herself devoid of the energy for such banter, collapsing wearily onto the sofa with a heavy sigh. "We're in quite a predicament now. Following Dumbledore's death, many have fled. Dark wizards are relentlessly attacking, and we have been particularly exhausted these days. Moreover, the ministry has been entirely overtaken by Voldemort. Each time we venture out, we must remain especially vigilant. It won't be long before Voldemort recovers and launches another offensive against Hogwarts. When that day comes, we shall have nowhere left to escape. Do you believe we can triumph? Especially now that even Dumbledore has fallen? As long as Voldemort desires it, no matter where they flee, they will easily fall into the clutches of those dark wizards. Thus, it is better to fight back. So, are you currently packing your belongings in preparation for Hogwarts?" Hermione observed the numerous bags scattered throughout the apartment. The Ministry of Magic has been temporarily established at Hogwarts by Chief Amelia Bones. It is unavoidable. I must keep an eye on those foolish individuals. The foolish individuals Penelope referred to were undoubtedly her friends. They were unwilling to be cowards, fleeing in disgrace, and Penelope felt the same way. What could Voldemort possibly do? In the end, it remains uncertain who shall be vanquished by whom. "William, Hermione, do you intend to confront Voldemort?" Penelope was unaware of the extent of their current abilities. However, 3 years prior, they had already surpassed her considerably, and they must be even more formidable now. Yet, William and Hermione sighed and shook their heads in resignation. "Regrettably, we cannot. I fear Dumbledore would prevent us from interfering with his plans." "Professor Dumbledore, he is not." "Shoo." Hermione covered Penelope's mouth, and Penelope nodded repeatedly. Nevertheless, anyone could discern the astonishment in her widened eyes. "Dumbledore intends for Harry Potter to personally vanquish Voldemort, thus staging a performance to inspire Harry and the others." William squinted at Penelope and continued, "Penelope, do you believe we should allow Dumbledore to have his way?" William and Hermione exchanged glances, suddenly sharing a mischievous smile directed at Penelope, who seemed to sense a drop in temperature within the room. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the remaining students and professors gazed mournfully at the still figure of Professor Dumbledore. Today, they were to hold Dumbledore's funeral, attended by nearly all who had not allied with Voldemort. Harry looked sorrowfully at Professor Dumbledore, who had personally guided him throughout the years. "Mr. Potter, I hope you do not grieve too deeply. Professor Dumbledore is merely embarking on a grand adventure," Professor McGonagall said to Harry. However, her voice trembled, and her eyes were slightly swollen. "Please do not leave immediately after the funeral. I still need to convey Professor Dumbledore's belongings to you, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom," Professor McGonagall said before departing to preside over the ceremony. "How does it feel, Professor Dumbledore, to attend your own funeral?" 3 figures stood within the hall, and the attendees seemed oblivious to their presence. These 3 were, of course, Professor Dumbledore and the 2 masked individuals. "Please, do not be so harsh." Dumbledore shook his head. "We must allow them to grow, mustn't we?" The 2 masked figures did not oppose this time. Yet they had never promised Dumbledore that they would refrain from taking certain actions. The masked man gazed at Harry Potter, perceiving that his soul was far from pure, tainted by fragments of Voldemort's essence entwined with his own. The adage "you are in me, and I am in you" held true. However, there existed a means to sever this connection. Harry had acquired a golden snitch left to him by Dumbledore, and even the sword of Gryffindor had been discreetly bestowed upon him. Ron received a lumos that absorbed light and could navigate autonomously, while Neville was gifted a collection of stories by Beedle the Bard. Upon receiving these tokens, they felt the weight of Dumbledore's expectations upon them, especially Harry, who longed to confront Voldemort in a decisive battle. These developments bore no relevance to William and Hermione, nor to Penelope, who was leading the remaining wizards of the ministry in training. Amelia had entrusted Penelope with the management of her Aurors. Meanwhile, William and Hermione were on their way to the Room of Requirement to seek Helena, having not returned there for quite some time. Chapter 86, Allegiance. In the ministry's conference room, Voldemort convened with numerous dark wizards. At that moment, Lucius lay on the ground in agony, writhing in torment, his suffering palpable. Voldemort brandished the Elder Wand toward Lucius, who was clearly unable to endure, letting out another anguished cry. Professor Snape remained expressionless, his gaze averted from Lucius, lost in contemplation. Although they had succeeded in killing Dumbledore during this attack, The operation had been compromised, allowing Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and others to escape. Ever since Voldemort's corporeal form had been restored, misfortune had plagued him. He sensed a malicious intent directed at him. Not only was he schemed against, but his servants were being eliminated one by one. It was only after they seized Azkaban that he realized those who had truly been loyal to him had perished in a riot, while Voldemort feigned indifference towards their fates. This led to a lack of capable subordinates. He sought to eliminate Harry Potter, yet was taken aback when his curse rebounded, resulting in the destruction of his own body. 5 years prior, he had attempted to orchestrate the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, only to retreat in humiliation to the Albanian forest. As Voldemort toyed with the Elder Wand, the dark wizards in the conference room sat in trepidation. In truth, Voldemort cared little for the genuine loyalty of his followers. He had never trusted anyone. He believed that none among his ranks would dare betray him, convinced that no one could deceive him, aside from Snape and Lucius. The other dark wizards were mere dimwits adept at fleeing. Although he harbored certain doubts regarding Snape and Lucius, they had consistently proven to be of great utility. Most importantly, Voldemort had scrutinized their memories. While memories may not always be reliable, Voldemort was unconcerned by such trivialities, for he was confident that neither would dare betray him again. One could furnish him with intelligence and potions, while the other could provide financial support and connections to wizarding families. Thus, their lives were of utmost importance. However, punishment was still an option. Inflicting fear upon them would mitigate any unwarranted thoughts they might entertain. Compared to Snape, Voldemort harbored a particular disdain for Lucius. Due to his past betrayal, unrelenting, Voldemort cast the Cruciatus curse upon Lucius, believing that instilling profound terror would prevent any future treachery. After what felt like an eternity, Lucius lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, before Voldemort finally ceased his torment. With his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Lucius, he rasped, "You must prove your loyalty to me, Lucius. If you ensure your son brings me Harry Potter, or eliminate him directly, I shall spare you this time." "Master, no. It cannot be." Lucius hastily scrambled to his feet, pleading in agony before Voldemort. At present, Harry Potter remained at Hogwarts, where the number of wizards guarding the premises was at its peak. If Draco were to kill Harry at Hogwarts, escape would be utterly impossible. "Lucius, you have no alternative," Voldemort reiterated, unleashing the Cruciatus once more upon Lucius. Stripped of the ability to plead, Lucius succumbed to the torment, screaming in agony until he ultimately lost consciousness. At Malfoy Manor, Narcissa Malfoy attended to Lucius, who had been carried back, feverish and unconscious, muttering incoherently. "No, master," he suddenly awakened, instinctively gripping his wife's hand and sitting upright. "Narcissa, where is Draco?" He disregarded any semblance of noble composure, tugging at her hand with urgency. Draco was still at Hogwarts. Initially, Lucius had chosen not to allow Draco to leave school, a decision Narcissa found perplexing. No, Lucius suddenly exclaimed, yet he faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "What is happening? Has our son encountered trouble?" Narcissa discerned her husband's anxiety and distress, yet Lucius offered no response, unsure of how to express his fears. He merely sought to soothe her. In the stillness of the night, Lucius donned a cloak and sat alone by the window. He gazed upon the snow-covered grounds beyond the castle, lost in thought amidst the crackling of the fireplace. Narcissa had been lulled to sleep by his gentle reassurances. In that solitary hour, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped him. "At last, you have arrived." After a considerable time, Lucius set down his teacup, this time exhibiting a calm demeanor. He sat quietly on the sofa, unable to suppress the memories of the first encounter when those two malevolent figures threatened him. Suddenly, 2 chairs appeared opposite Lucius, and 2 masked individuals took their seats. "As long as you can assure Draco's safety, I am willing to do anything for you." In that moment, Lucius did not embody the lofty demeanor of nobility. Yet, in the next breath, his tone shifted abruptly otherwise. "Do not expect me to assist you any further." Voldemort had perused Lucius's memories without detecting any anomalies, a testament to the cunning of these 2 strange beings. Lucius understood that these indistinct figures of both genders were not to be underestimated. Were it not for their nefarious nature, he might have considered aligning himself with them. Lucius was a complex individual. On one hand, he adhered to the supremacy of bloodlines, while on the other, he was a coward who feared the strong and sought favor. How dared he threaten them? The 2 exchanged glances. Were they too incapacitated to retaliate, or was this man before them audaciously overstepping his bounds? The masked man rose, stretching his limbs, and spoke gently. "Transactions must be equitable, yet we seem to have no use for your loyalty and detest threats." The masked woman, at the opportune moment, squeezed her hands, producing a crackling sound. Lucius felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye. He instinctively swallowed hard, having momentarily forgotten that these 2 were intolerant of any form of intimidation. "Please, allow me to explain. Do not strike," he implored, gazing helplessly at these fearsome individuals. However, their ferocity was merely superficial, far less damaging than the agony inflicted upon a wizard. I am aware of your grand ambitions. Do you intend to unite the wizarding families, or to seize control of the Ministry of Magic entirely? Lucius felt that he had just escaped peril only to step into a den of wolves. If things went awry, his family could suffer dire consequences. Yet, he had no choice but to plunge forward. Rest assured, we do not ask you to betray the entire pureblood faction. Rather, we seek to save you. Save us? Lucius did not perceive their intentions as benevolent, but rather as dragging him deeper into danger. Abandon your decayed notions. It seems you have forgotten that the Wizarding Protection Act is fundamentally designed to safeguard wizards. Yet you focus solely on opposition without striving for progress. And your abilities scarcely surpass those of a senior student at Hogwarts. Should you persist down this path, it will be the wizards who face extinction. And you will find yourselves akin to endangered species, confined and controlled. At that point, forget about the glory of wizards. Even living with dignity will be a luxury. Aside from the most powerful wizards, what distinguishes the rest but flesh and blood? Caught unawares, a single bullet could send them to meet Merlin. The metallic wands of the mundane world are no jest. Moreover, in the face of truth, the world is flattened. Wizards rely primarily on their individual prowess, while ordinary people depend on collective strength. Perhaps wizards possess the ability to exert influence over certain individuals, yet can they truly dominate the entirety of humanity? Following the liberation of thought, when faced with invasion and oppression, it is often not submission that individuals contemplate, but rather a fervent resistance akin to moths drawn to a flame. Furthermore, one must consider that wizards are often estranged from the societal fabric of ordinary people. Even if they manage to exert control over them, they would likely remain oblivious to the advancements of contemporary technology. Moreover, although wizards wield formidable and insidious spells and curses, who is to say that ordinary individuals lack corresponding countermeasures? More often than not, warfare is not solely a matter of brute force. It encompasses strategy and logistics as well. The time required to cultivate a wizard is significantly longer than that needed to train a soldier. How many wizards inhabit their realm? Juxtaposed against the vast number of ordinary people? In the magical world, individuals frequently engage in Machiavellian intrigues for personal gain, and it is quite possible that, even before hostilities commence, these noblemen may descend into internal strife. The masked man observed Lucius, whose veins were bulging with fury, and chose to remain silent. Lucius had encountered many individuals. Some were not ignorant, but rather unwilling to understand. Chapter 87, Nagini. William and Hermione were engaged in discussion with Professor Babbler in his lounge, while Mina indulged in roasted meat. Accompanying them was a colossal serpent, which, contrary to typical serpentine characteristics, exuded an aura devoid of coldness. In its eyes, one could discern a remarkable semblance of humanity, even a flicker of tenderness. Since the serpent's return, they had dedicated considerable time to their studies. This endeavor was far from simple, as it involved the complexities of human consciousness. Previously, the serpent had possessed minimal awareness of its humanity, but after 3 years of effort, William and Hermione had managed to restore some of its consciousness. To break a blood curse, the most straightforward method would be to locate the caster for a reversal. However, the serpent's blood curse was inherited, making it exceedingly difficult to find the original caster, who may very well be deceased. While William and Hermione could attempt to forcibly dismantle the blood curse, such an action would likely result in the serpent's immediate demise. They could only gradually assist the serpent, nurturing its nearly extinguished consciousness and striving to rekindle its sense of humanity. Yet, this does not imply that the serpent could revert to human form. In comparison to ordinary humans, the serpent retains a greater degree of bestiality. It is a protracted journey, yet William and Hermione are not in haste. Nagini, for you. Mina offered a portion of her roasted meat to the serpent. Aware of Nagini's history, Mina did not regard her merely as a serpent. Nagini nestled contentedly beside Mina, partaking in the roasted meat at the table. It was evident that Nagini had gradually subdued her serpentine instincts, having shifted from consuming raw flesh to enjoying cooked fare. Professor Babbler reflected on the sight of Nagini before him with a sense of nostalgia. Nagini had once graced Hogwarts as a gentle beauty, and it was surprising to realize that, after all these years, she could no longer revert to her former humanity. William, Hermione, how progresses your research on the blood curse? Professor Babbling turned her gaze towards the two individuals, her concern for Nagini evident. Initially, she had collaborated with William and Hermione on this matter, yet they could not always convene together. The process of unraveling the blood curse was exceedingly time-consuming and complicated. With her teaching obligations and her research on ancient magical texts, Professor Babbling could only occasionally inquire about the progress of the investigation into the blood curse, which, of course, referred specifically to its reversal. Both William and Hermione understood her intent, albeit with a sense of resignation. Throughout Nagini's continual transformation, her human consciousness had been significantly diminished, ultimately leading to her complete subjugation. The decades spent in a brutal existence had allowed her primal instincts to dominate, and the magical circuits inherent to her humanity had gradually deteriorated, evolving instead into those of a colossal serpent. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. These circuits had not vanished entirely, but rather concealed themselves. If Nagini's human consciousness could be reawakened and her magical pathways restored and reactivated, there was a possibility for her to revert to her human form. Yet, the profound impact of her long years of existence as a beast would undoubtedly necessitate assistance in shedding certain habits. Moreover, she would need to recollect her former human lifestyle to genuinely break free from the blood curse. Professor Babbling nodded in agreement, listening intently to William's analysis. I have encountered her and am well aware of her plight, and I harbor a keen interest in the blood curse as well. In the past, when Nagini could still transform into a human, I contemplated employing other potent spells to overshadow the blood curse. However, such an approach is perilously risky and could yield catastrophic consequences. William, gazing at Nagini, expressed a poignant thought. Even adverse consequences would be preferable to remaining a cold-blooded serpent for an extended period. Nagini's departure also meant missing the potential opportunity to mitigate the blood curse. There was a hint of regret in Professor Babbling's tone, as she reflected on the whims of fate. I had intended to conduct further research, but I was compelled to enter slumber. By the time I awoke, she had already departed from Hogwarts. In the dead of night, Nagini opened her eyes, gazing towards the direction of William and Hermione's dwelling, her humanity surfacing in a display of longing. Yet, she resolved to leave this small abode, to part ways with William and Hermione. However, she soon discovered that what was once an easily traversable space had now become an impenetrable barrier. Nagini, have you regained some awareness? Hermione's voice echoed. Startled, Nagini quickly retreated into a corner. You need not deceive us any longer. William approached, accompanied by Hermione, and with a snap of his fingers, the living area of the small house was instantly illuminated. Nagini seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, her entire form emerging from the shadows. William and Hermione, clad in their night robes, took their seats opposite Nagini. Nagini felt a sense of helplessness, unable to meet the gazes of William and Hermione, knowing she had revealed too much. I am a cursed being, struggling to accept my own identity, and I have come to realize that I inflict pain and death upon others. I am grateful for your assistance, kind sirs and madam. Please, allow me to depart. I no longer wish to harm anyone. William's confusion deepened as he listened. Wait, who told you that the blood curse brings suffering and death? And even if death is inevitable, do you not intend to embrace it as a human? William found it difficult to empathize with Nagini, as he had never endured the tragic existence she had. And Dumbledore? Who claims that Dumbledore is truly dead? Hermione began to understand that Nagini was overthinking her situation and perhaps was too sensitive. If you are placing the burden of Dumbledore's death upon yourself, I fail to comprehend. However, I can assure you that Dumbledore is alive and well. Nagini's eyes expressed disbelief, a strikingly human reaction. Somewhere within Hogwarts, a powerful wizard, still indulging in a feast of cockroaches, suddenly paused and instinctively touched his nose. After that fateful night, Nagini no longer entertained the thought of leaving alone. She cherished her time with them, particularly with the innocent Mina. Nagini, I want to hear more. Mina implored, clutching a crystal ball. For days, she had been pestering Nagini to recount her experiences battling Grindelwald. The crystal ball, a gift from Hermione, enabled Mina to understand Nagini's words. Very well, Mina. Nagini acquiesced, reminiscing about her extraordinary past. Chapter 88. Harry's adventure. Both Hogwarts and the forces of the Dark Lord began to impose restrictions on their subordinates, resulting in a noticeable decrease in conflicts. Yet, it was clear to all that this did not signify an end to hostilities. Rather, it was the calm before the storm. Classes at Hogwarts continued unabated. Even with the looming threat of war, the students could not escape the obligation of their studies, and their freedom to roam was significantly curtailed. On Saturday, in a Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry, Ron, and Neville were engaged in hushed conversation. It was evident that they were plotting something. Harry, is this truly a wise course of action? Neville hesitated regarding Harry's decision. Neville, hear me out. Voldemort has yet to fully recover. This is our best opportunity to eliminate him. Harry spoke in a lowered voice, glancing at the others. You must cover for me. If anyone comes looking for me, they cannot discover that I have left Hogwarts. That is impossible, Harry, Ron immediately countered. It is far too dangerous. I believe we should not leave Hogwarts at this time. Ron, how have you become so hesitant? Our time is running out. Harry was filled with urgency as he instinctively glanced at the head boy badge adorning Ron's wizarding robes. Since Ron had assumed the role of head boy, he had grown increasingly confident and composed, shedding the insecurities that once plagued him. However, Harry sometimes felt that Ron's newfound steadiness bordered on excessive. The trio fell silent, Neville gazing at Ron while Ron directed his attention toward Harry. Each of them enveloped in a cloud of hesitation. All right, you've won, Harry. But you must include me in this. It is a request you cannot refuse. Ron fixed his gaze into Harry's eyes, acutely aware that he could not dissuade him. Yet he was resolute in his determination not to allow Harry to embark on this perilous journey alone. You need us, Harry. He cherished their friendship deeply and was unwilling to see Harry come to harm. Moreover, he had faith in Harry. Perhaps he truly could vanquish the Dark Lord. You can't leave me behind, Neville declared, having made his own decision. At midnight, the three of them stealthily departed from the Gryffindor common room, carefully navigating their way out of the castle. The exposed secret passages within Hogwarts had been secured by officials from the Ministry of Magic as well as professors, rendering them inaccessible. Their only route lay through the passage concealed by the Whomping Willow, leading to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, from where they could use apparition to reach the vicinity of the Ministry. At that moment, Ron and Neville, cloaked in the invisibility cloak, moved slowly, while Harry opted to employ the disillusionment charm for his concealment. Armed with the Marauder's map, they adeptly evaded the castle's patrolling personnel. Standing before the Whomping Willow, they cast a backward glance at Hogwarts, which appeared slightly smaller compared to when they first arrived as first years. Let us go, Harry, Ron said, giving Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder, to which Harry nodded in agreement. Together, they stepped into the secret passage. Was this part of your plan, Professor Dumbledore? The masked man inquired, casting a glance at Dumbledore, clearly aware that Harry and his companions had not eluded their notice. Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze fixed in the direction from which they had departed. Well then, I shall take my leave, Professor Dumbledore. After all, I would much rather accompany a beautiful maiden than a peculiar old man. With that, the masked man vanished, and moments later, Dumbledore too departed. Penelope was evidently aware of Harry and his friend's actions, as their group had already been waiting outside the Ministry. Penelope, why do you think they haven't arrived yet? Cho remarked with a hint of boredom, having waited for quite some time. They kept their distance, observing the entrance to the Ministry of Magic without any intention of approaching. Don't fret, they are already here. No sooner had she spoken than a figure suddenly materialized in their line of sight, quickly followed by two others appearing seemingly out of thin air. That invisibility cloak is truly remarkable, Cho expressed with a touch of envy, noting that it far surpassed the products sold in magical shops. The effectiveness of those cloaks pales in comparison to the disillusionment charm. They are not only easily detected but also exorbitantly priced. Indeed, it is impressive, Penelope replied, her gaze fixed on the trio in the distance, for they were rumored to possess one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. Harry and his companions had no intention of all entering. The invisibility cloak was too cramped for three, allowing only two to fit comfortably. Ultimately, Neville chose to remain outside to await their return, while Harry and Ron ventured into the Ministry of Magic beneath the cloak. Should we follow them in? Penelope's companion, Chris, inquired nervously. After all, the Ministry was now rife with cruel dark wizards and malevolent magical creatures. No, we needn't enter just yet. Let us observe what transpires first, Penelope replied, shaking her head. Their purpose today was not to infiltrate the Ministry. However, it was certainly not due to any lapse in judgment that they chose to brave the cold winds instead of resting. Their primary aim was to seize the opportunity amid the chaos. Once turmoil erupted within the Ministry, their options for action would multiply. Furthermore, Penelope harbored no concerns for the two who had just entered. William and Hermione had shared certain secrets with her. Professor Dumbledore would not allow the boy he cared for to suffer grave harm. As Harry and Ron began their infiltration of the Ministry, they encountered a significant problem almost immediately. Harry, can you feel that? Ron remarked, shivering slightly. I can feel it, Ron. It's a Dementor. I recognize that accursed sensation. Harry replied, involuntarily trembling. They had not anticipated that Voldemort would employ Dementors as guards here. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, understanding the urgent message in each other's eyes. Run. Indeed, a Dementor appeared behind them, drawn to their very souls. The invisibility cloak offered no protection against it. Harry and Ron dashed ahead, pursued by the creature. Expecto Patronum. Upon reaching a corner, Harry swiftly conjured a Patronus to fend off the Dementor. A silvery stag burst forth from his wand, charging at the Dementor, which, disturbed by the sensation, retreated. Both boys gasped for breath, their hearts racing. Their fear was not of the Dementor itself, but rather of being discovered and overwhelmed by others, making escape impossible. They dared not linger and hastily vacated the area. Although the Dementor had detected them, they remained untroubled. Effective communication among Dementors was non-existent, and as long as they could run, they would be safe. The Ministry was vast, and Harry and Ron speculated that Voldemort was most likely to be found in the Minister's office on the basement level. Chapter 89, The Minister's Office. The Ministry was far from deserted in the dead of night. Under Voldemort's orders, no one was permitted to leave the premises these days. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley cautiously navigated past dark wizards, vampires, and even werewolves. The dark wizards posed less of a threat, for they could not see through the cloak to detect the presence of the two boys. However, Those vampires and werewolves perpetually sensed an elusive presence nearby, yet failed to perceive any anomalies. They employed numerous revealing methods and spells, but ultimately could not ascertain who was concealed in their midst, leading them to reluctantly set the matter aside. Tense, Harry and Ron finally exhaled in relief as they followed the dark wizards down the elevator to the lower level. The door to the minister's office was silently opened from the outside, yet no one appeared to enter the room. The office felt expansive, yet was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminating objects. After a brief interval, the door to the minister's office quietly closed. Harry and Ron's figures materialized within the office, straining to examine the furnishings inside. It seemed that the mysterious figure was absent. He had indeed departed. Harry felt a twinge of frustration. Not necessarily Harry. Perhaps he is in the Department of Mysteries. If he is indeed at the Ministry, Ron suggested, shaking his head. The Department of Mysteries? Harry queried, curiosity piqued. For his knowledge of the Ministry was limited. Indeed, Harry, I once overheard my father mention that it is the most enigmatic place within the Ministry, shrouded in secrecy regarding their operations. Perhaps the Department of Mysteries harbors something that could swiftly heal the Dark Lord's injuries, Ron proposed, voicing his speculation. Precisely, Mr. Ron Weasley. It appears you are not as foolish as you tend to be in potions class. Your intellect possesses some merit, a voice asserted from behind them, indicating that they had been discovered. Drop your weapons. Sleep, the voice commanded. Before Harry and Ron could turn around, they swiftly cast spells behind them, darting for cover. However, their incantations proved ineffective, thwarted by a shield charm. A commendable response, yet if your minds were functioning properly, you would not have performed such a foolish act that even a troll would shy away from. When infiltrating another's office, one ought not to leap from that ridiculous, tattered invisibility cloak like a monkey. The office suddenly illuminated as Severus Snape emerged from the shadows. It is you, the traitor. It seems I have not erred in my suspicion, Harry exclaimed, brandishing a sword and advancing furiously towards Snape. Snape regarded Harry Potter with a mocking gaze. Indeed, it is the imbecile who never employs his brain. How laughable. Do you seek vengeance for your mentor, Dumbledore? Snape's attention was suddenly drawn to Harry's eyes, provoking further scorn. Such a foolish fool you are. You are scarcely worthy. Do you truly believe your inferior tactics can contend with me? Snape then abruptly glanced aside, tauntingly addressing Ron. And there lies the concealed Mr. Ron Weasley. Do you too desire revenge? With a sense of resignation, Ron stepped forth, wand directed at Snape. Professor Snape, I never imagined you could be so malicious. Once, I was led to believe that you had undergone significant transformation. Little did I anticipate your betrayal of Professor Dumbledore. Had he discerned your true nature sooner, perhaps he would not have met his demise because of you. You are indeed a sinner. Severus Snape regained his composure, casting a derisive gaze upon the two, suddenly revealing a peculiar expression. Betrayal, a jest conceived by the foolish and ignorant. And is this what constitutes a sinner? Very well. Esteemed gentlemen, it seems you have long harbored the desire to slay me with your own hands. Allow me to grant you the opportunity. Unleash your full might. I wonder how your abilities have evolved since those feeble spells you wielded in the dueling club. Harry and Ron ceased their verbal sparring and initiated a surprise attack on Professor Snape. Harry brandished the sword of Gryffindor, while Ron employed his wand to cast spells, flanking Snape from both sides. The two exhibited remarkable synergy, engaging in a fierce exchange. As Snape's defenses faltered, Harry seized the moment, drawing his wand and directing a spell towards Snape. I detest being confronted with spells I have meticulously studied, Snape sneered, sending Harry crashing to the ground. Do you wish to humiliate me in the same manner as Potter, Harry Potter? Snape taunted. Beware, Harry. Ron swiftly cast a shield charm in front of Harry, pulling him upright. The blow had been severe, drawing blood from Harry's lip. Yet, Snape refrained from retaliating, coldly observing Harry and Ron. Are you the half-blood prince? Harry's gaze remained fixed on Snape. Do not presume that your piercing stare will earn you my mercy. Harry, you ought to know, you resemble a pig destined for slaughter. Raised by him, Snape uttered a baffling remark. Had I known the notes in that book were authored by you, I would have sworn to flush it down the toilet, never to peruse it again. Disgusted, Harry spat blood onto the ground. Is that so? I wondered how a muscle-bound oaf like you could ever surpass a troll in intellect. It appears your work is merely a shoddy imitation, along with your hypocritical boasting. With a sudden flick of his wand, Snape sent Harry flying once more. This time, a gaping hole was left in the wall of the minister's office, unmistakably in the shape of Harry Potter. Ron, caught off guard, was also struck by Snape's spell, and the wall could not withstand the impact, collapsing and raising a cloud of dust. Snape strolled leisurely towards the wreckage, covering his nose as he surveyed the ruins. However, Harry and Ron were no longer present. They had seized the opportunity to escape. He displayed no signs of frustration, merely waving his wand gently, causing the wall to gradually restore itself to its former state. Snape settled into the minister's chair, his long fingers drumming rhythmically, as the office descended into darkness. Chapter 90, The Department of Mysteries. Harry and Ron fled from the minister's office in a state of disarray. In a cluttered room, Ron supported Harry. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Ron inquired anxiously. "I'm fine, Ron. Look what I've got," Harry exclaimed, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. "Is that Snape's hair? You mean the polyjuice potion?" Ron grasped Harry's implication. "The Dark Lord is currently healing in the Department of Mysteries. We can certainly disguise ourselves as Snape to approach him." Harry's excitement was palpable, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Within the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort emerged alone from the Hall of Death, surveying the 12 identical doors before him. Perceiving something amiss, he observed Snape entering the circular chamber. "Snape, choose a door," Voldemort instructed, his gaze fixed on a particular spot in the room, devoid of emotion. Snape paused momentarily, scrutinizing Voldemort for an extended moment before finally diverting his gaze. He glanced around the room, encased in darkness, with the 12 identical doors illuminated by the chilling blue flames. After a moment of contemplation, Snape approached one of the doors and opened it. Together, Voldemort and Snape stepped into a towering chamber, cold and filled with shelves brimming with prophecy orbs. "Is this the Hall of Prophecies?" Voldemort's eyes gleamed with a serpentine coldness. "Excellent, Snape. Quickly, select a prophecy orb," he urged, his voice laced with an enchanting allure. Snape's feet began to move as if drawn forward by an unseen force. After a considerable distance, he halted, instinctively covering his head with his hand. "Is this the place?" Voldemort, seemingly unhurried, gently prompted. "Choose one, Harry. Follow your heart, Harry." Snape extended his hand and retrieved a prophecy orb from the corner. "Well done, Harry. Hand it to me, good boy." Voldemort's tone unexpectedly softened, creating an eerie atmosphere. Snape hesitated but ultimately chose to pass the orb to Voldemort, who extended his hand in return. Just then, Ron burst into the Hall of Prophecies, grasping Snape's hand. "Harry, wake up. That's Voldemort." As if triggered, Harry stirred from his stupor. Still disoriented, he pressed his temple weakly. "What's wrong, Ron? What happened? Quick, give it to me, Harry." "Hand over the prophecy orb." Ron's sudden appearance jolted Harry into clarity. Voldemort's demeanor shifted from gentleness to fury as he addressed Harry. The Harry who had transformed into Snape instinctively withdrew his hand. "You remain as predictable as ever, Harry Potter. Controlling you is far too easy." Voldemort composed himself, mockingly directing his Elder Wand at Harry Potter. At that moment, the true Severus Snape appeared in the Department of Mysteries, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the face that mirrored his own. "Allow me to handle this, my master," he stated. "It was my oversight that permitted his escape from my office." Voldemort regarded Snape before him, offering no objections. He sheathed the Elder Wand, watching the unfolding scene with a hint of curiosity. Snape positioned himself before Harry and Ron, his demeanor akin to one who has tasted something distasteful. "Such repugnant thievery," he scoffed. "Not only has he appropriated my spells, but also my visage. Truly, he is the very definition of a shameless thief. Have you come to pilfer the prophecy ball as well? Surrender it, Harry. You cannot withstand my curse." With wands drawn, Ron and Harry found themselves devoid of escape routes. And this time, no savior would come to their aid. Fortune had forsaken them. Yet, they did not yield, each brandishing their wands defiantly. "Have you grown so conceited over the years?" Snape queried. "What has emboldened you? If you refuse to comply, you need not linger in this world any longer." The confrontation erupted, though it was evident that the scales were tipped heavily against them. Harry and Ron soon grasped why Snape referred to himself as the Half-Blood Prince. The unequal struggle concluded swiftly, leaving both boys gravely injured upon the ground. "Hand it over, Harry, or I shall not hesitate to send you on your way myself." Snape seemed to regard the duel as an affront to his dignity, vigorously wiping his hands before once more aiming his wand at them. "In that case, let us choose one. I regret to inform you, Mr. Ron Weasley, that due to Mr. Harry Potter's foolishness and his absurd obstinacy, I must first send you on your journey. Wouldn't you agree?" Voldemort appeared intrigued, making no effort to impede Snape's actions. In fact, he seemed to relish the idea of Snape dispatching Harry himself, eager to ascertain whether the boy who lived could truly be vanquished. "Snape, if you are to kill, then do so. Do not attempt to sow discord between us. I shall never betray my friends," Ron exclaimed, fury igniting within him as he discerned Snape's true intent. "Never betray your friends?" Snape responded, as if he had heard the most amusing jest, his interest waning. He pointed his wand at Ron's heart, as though bidding farewell to an old companion. "Farewell, Ron Weasley." Avada Kedavra! A green light shot forth from Snape's wand, hurtling towards Ron. "No." Harry, still somewhat dazed, widened his eyes and shouted, instinctively throwing himself atop Ron. He shielded Ron from the killing curse, causing the prophecy ball he had clutched to slip from his grasp. The orb fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. Ron could feel Harry's lifeless form slumped against him. "No, Harry, no." Ron cradled Harry in his arms, shaking him repeatedly. He called out Harry Potter's name incessantly, yet there was no response. Voldemort observed the scene before him, lost in thought. "Oh, have I made a mistake in killing him?" Yet, It seems to bear no consequence. How unfortunate, Mr. Ron Weasley, that this has caused you such sorrow. But fret not, my spell is swift. You too shall join him in meeting Merlin. Ron remained unresponsive, staring in disbelief at the gradually cooling body of Harry. What a poignant moment it was, however. We must bid farewell now, Avada Kedavra. Snape showed no mercy, casting a spell intended to send Ron to join Merlin as well. Alas, his curse was intercepted, and both Ron and the recently departed Harry vanished from sight. Snape appeared bewildered by the turn of events. He sought to pursue, but was restrained by Voldemort. Halt! You are not yet a match for these individuals. Rest assured, we shall soon eradicate these hidden rodents completely. Voldemort gazed into Snape's eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He cared not who had rescued Ron. He was furious about the shattered prophecy orb, but nothing compared to the anguish of Harry Potter's death at Snape's hands. Harry Potter could be slain, yet why had he been unable to do so over a decade ago? Furthermore, was Snape truly loyal to him? Chapter 91, Harry's Soul. The masked man and Dumbledore were observing the unconscious Ron Weasley and the lifeless Harry Potter. Good evening, Mr. Dumbledore. What brings you to seek me at such a late hour? It seems we are not particularly well acquainted, are we? This gentleman, you remain as ever humorous. You know my purpose. Dumbledore paid no heed to the masked man's jest, gently smoothing Harry's disheveled hair. The masked man ceased his provocation, exchanging a glance with the masked woman, who nodded in agreement. A slender finger touched Harry Potter's forehead, and his still body suddenly convulsed violently. The masked man did not relent until an ethereal version of Harry gradually stood up. Is this Harry's soul? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the spectral Harry. He referred to it as the soul, not as Harry's ghost, for the former represents a person's essence, while the latter denotes a specter. However, upon the forehead of Harry's soul lay a distinct dark blot, akin to a blank page marred by ink. That is a fragment of soul inadvertently split by Voldemort, which has been influencing Mr. Potter's spirit for over a decade. The masked man observed with keen interest. Separating them is no simple task, for that fragment has entangled itself with Mr. Potter's soul. The masked man spread his hands, seemingly resigned. What, then, do you believe would prevent this gentleman from becoming simplistic? Dumbledore was unhurried, for he understood the underlying implications of the masked man's words. Naturally, it would require additional remuneration. Speaking of compensation, the masked man was far from lethargic. His demeanor was invigorated. Certainly, after all, this is arduous work for you, Dumbledore remarked with a sense of entitlement. Such generosity. I consent to you replicating all the tomes of Hogwarts, including those from the restricted section that I had previously opposed. Is that all? The masked man scoffed, for he knew that if he desired to copy any texts within Hogwarts, none could thwart him. This recompense is insufficient. The masked man outright rejected the proposal, insisting they adhere to the original arrangement. They would suppress the fragment, allowing Mr. Potter to sever his connection with Voldemort. Once Mr. Potter naturally succumbed, Voldemort would also be extinguished. Dumbledore did not acquiesce. He disapproved of this plan. It is too protracted, and many unforeseen events may arise. I, an elder, may not live to see that day. You may not even survive until then, the masked man retorted silently, sensing that Dumbledore could easily live for another century. Truly, the old fox was worthy of his reputation. The agreed-upon terms could be altered. The masked man remained unperturbed, feigning indifference. As long as he was devoid of morals, he could not be morally coerced. Of course, we can also allow you to replicate the volumes from the Black family and some rare collections from my friends. Dumbledore opted to increase the offer. The masked man narrowed his eyes, ultimately acquiescing. Harry's spirit lacked the capacity for thought. Had he been aware of his entanglement in such a sordid transaction, he might have succumbed to despair. The masked woman produced a magical artifact and absorbed Harry's essence into it. 7 days. This is the time required for our separation, and also the final deadline for Mr. Potter's soul and body to part. Remember, at 9 o'clock 7 days hence, bring Mr. Potter's body here. Payment is required first. I would appreciate your assistance in replicating those tomes. After all, we merely wish to earn a modest living. The masked duo vanished, leaving Dumbledore to gaze upon Harry and Ron, both of whom required healing. Meanwhile, William and Hermione were in the laboratory of a small cottage. Hermione, is the soul stable? William was maneuvering to separate Harry from Voldemort's soul fragment, while Hermione worked to stabilize Harry Potter's spirit. It remained stable, merely exhibiting slight fluctuations, yet still within normal parameters. Sweat beaded on Hermione's forehead. Very well. William ceased further conversation, intensifying the separation process. The fragment of Voldemort's soul, provoked, attempted to resist, but was quelled. The separation did not take the 7 days William had mentioned. Within 3 days, they successfully completed the division of Harry's soul from Voldemort's fragment. However, William was not entirely deceiving Dumbledore, for Harry's spirit remained frail and required 4 days for recuperation. Hermione drew Harry's soul back into the enchanted artifact and entrusted it to William for safekeeping. This magical item possessed the ability to nurture souls, Albeit it was considered a defective piece, the superior version, of course, was destined for Helena. This lovely lady. Might you have the time to share a few drinks with me? William suddenly leaned towards Hermione, extending his invitation. Hermione, somewhat disdainful, pushed William away and replied earnestly, "Dear younger brother, you must wait until this summer to turn 17. Moreover, do you truly wish to indulge in alcohol? I hesitate to point out your naivety." With her cheeks puffed and hands on her hips, she stood her ground. William promptly began to counter Hermione's assertions, proclaiming himself a paragon of virtue. "I am hardly a child. And who says that a few drinks means alcohol? I am simply famished and desire a grand feast. You possess no sense of romance whatsoever." Stretching his arms in exasperation, he lamented the relentless work imposed by Dumbledore over the past few days. What romance? Hermione's gaze suddenly turned perilous. It appeared that Mr. Smith had an affinity for unique charm, which explained his perpetual indifference. Cake. William seemed to realize he had misspoken, though he could not afford to display that outwardly. What romance? You already know whom I favor, do you not? Does that mean Mr. Smith prefers the mature beauty of Senior Penelope? Don't be absurd. William thought it was impossible for Hermione to ensnare him in such a trap, though years had passed. Penelope had matured significantly and was regarded as a particularly alluring beauty by others. However, in her interactions with William and Hermione, she was quite casual, paying little heed to her appearance. Without any filter, William could not perceive her as possessing any extraordinary allure. That must be Cho. I recall when Mr. Smith first encountered her, he gazed at her for over a minute, Hermione remarked. You still remember that so vividly after all this time? No. It was merely because she looked different from Westerners, William hastily clarified. Is that what you call exotic charm? So Mr. Smith is not only attracted to unique charm, but also to the allure of foreign beauty. No, that's not it fine, William conceded defeat. Seeing William in such a state of playful disarray, Hermione poked his arm. William, are you upset? I apologize, I was merely jesting. I am not angry. Now tell me, what delectable dish does Miss Granger desire? William understood that Hermione was teasing him, her intent being to secure a more substantial meal. I will eat whatever you prepare. Hermione replied submissively. Very well, William said, ruffling Hermione's hair, which she did not mind. Wait, shouldn't you be the one cooking today? William suddenly recalled. All right. I admit my fault. I shall go now. Hermione swiftly darted away. William shook his head and followed her into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 92, A Proposal. Following the demise of Harry Potter at the hands of Severus Snape, Voldemort, though puzzled, felt liberated from any restraint. This time, Voldemort personally led his followers in a relentless assault on Hogwarts, and few remained capable of posing a threat to him. Dementors, Acromantulas, and other dark magical creatures encircled the castle once more. Within the walls of Hogwarts, not only were there students and professors, but also officials and Aurors who had escaped from the Ministry of Magic, along with some parents of the students. The young wizards, though still anxious from their prior encounters, complied with the directives of their professors and prefects in an orderly fashion. The shopkeepers of Hogsmeade, too, were compelled to abandon their stores due to the disturbances caused by Dementors and dark wizards. Having evaded their pursuers, they sought refuge within the sanctuary of Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Longbottom, have you truly considered your decision? Professor McGonagall inquired with a grave expression, having already learned of their earlier clandestine excursion. The moment she beheld Harry Potter's lifeless form, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Professor, this is indeed a viable option, Harry replied, having grown more composed. Possibly due to his brush with death. If we can persuade the centaurs to aid us against the Acromantulas, our burden will be significantly alleviated. Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom offered no objections, their gazes fixed upon Harry with a sense of admiration. Unbeknownst to Neville, he had remained outside the ministry that fateful night. Unaware of their departure, he had waited there for an extended period without seeing Harry and Ron emerge. Just as he contemplated venturing inside, Penelope and others carried him away. However, upon being brought back to Hogwarts, he discovered that Harry Potter had already succumbed. A profound guilt enveloped Neville, who believed he had hindered their efforts. Ron felt a similar remorse, particularly since Harry had shielded him from the killing curse. Otherwise, it would have been Ron who perished. Each felt responsible, one for failing to assist, and the other mourning the loss of his friend who had sacrificed himself. Unexpectedly, on the 7th day, Harry awakened, unscathed. Even the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead had vanished. Initially, they could scarcely believe it, subjecting him to a thorough interrogation to confirm his identity. After scrutinizing one another's peculiarities, they finally accepted that this was indeed their beloved friend. From that moment on, they regarded Harry with newfound reverence, for he was a boy who had miraculously defied death. If it were up to me, I would never consent to such a course of action, Professor McGonagall murmured to herself, observing the now radiant Harry. Since the disappearance of his scar, he no longer kept his head bowed, appearing far more spirited. What a pitiable child, she mused inwardly, feeling a surge of compassion, though she knew she must keep her emotions concealed. Professor McGonagall's voice was barely audible, and the three of them could not discern her words. Though curiosity lingered, they dared not inquire further. McGonagall quickly regained her composure and regarded them with a serious expression. Under normal circumstances, I would never consent to such perilous endeavors. However, Harry, Professor Dumbledore once advised me to respect your choices. While I personally have reservations, Dumbledore's judgment in critical matters is seldom misguided, and thus I choose to honor his decision. Therefore, Harry, I will also respect the choice you make. Her tone softened considerably. But remember, Harry, you must exercise caution. I do not wish to lose anyone. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to alter your appearance before departing, as you have been deemed deceased in the eyes of Voldemort and his followers. Should they discover that you live, they will pursue you with relentless fervor. Do you understand, Harry? In an unprecedented gesture, McGonagall gently patted Harry on the shoulder, offering her admonition. Harry nodded, well aware of the absurdity surrounding his revival, and he sensed that Ron and Neville regarded him with a peculiar air of disbelief. Harry, are you truly immortal? Are you genuinely the chosen one? As soon as McGonagall departed, Ron and Neville voiced their lingering doubts once more. Harry felt exasperated. This query had been posed numerous times, and he had provided answers just as often, yet they seemed to have forgotten. No, Professor Dumbledore once explained that this is merely due to a powerful enchantment my mother cast upon me. Harry's tone grew somber. For this magic was a sacrifice made by his mother. This spell protects me, shielding me from Voldemort's harm until I reach adulthood, which is why I survived this time. However, this time it was Snape who struck, not Voldemort. Harry shook his head, harboring his own uncertainties yet attempting to rationalize the situation. Perhaps the enchantment misjudged, considering Voldemort was present as well. After all, I was merely in a state of apparent death for 7 days. This explanation failed to fully convince Ron and Neville, yet they accepted it as the most plausible rationale. Dumbledore observed Harry and the others, his heart unsettled. Whether it be soul or spirit, such realms remained a delicate subject, shunned by ordinary folk. Yet he had witnessed Harry's soul return to its rightful place. If only he could have done the same back then, perhaps. However, who were those two masked figures, and what were their intentions? Dumbledore had once sought to investigate their origins, but found himself thwarted, yielding no fruitful results. Clearly, they were not ordinary beings. He knew only that they were a man and a woman, and now he recognized their potential for chaos. Their actions appeared driven solely by their own desires. If they chose not to act, they would simply depart. Thus, the question lingered, were they wielders of souls? And were they human or demon? Those who have attempted to manipulate the soul of a wizard often meet with dire fates, and Tom serves as a glaring cautionary example. While Ron and Neville may regard Harry's ability to resurrect as impressive, believing him to possess an invulnerable essence, Dumbledore perceives a far greater threat. The two individuals capable of extracting Harry's soul, altering it, and then reinserting it. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore yearns for retirement. Chapter 93, Waning Moon. In the dead of night, the enemies outside Hogwarts Castle have yet to launch their assault, and the wizards within remain vigilant. Patrols composed of professors, Ministry of Magic members, and ordinary wizards are on guard throughout the castle. Meanwhile, other wizards rest, bracing for an impending battle whose start time remains uncertain. Harry, Ron, and Neville embark on their mission. Harry now dons the guise of an ordinary upper-year wizard, rendering him unrecognizable as the renowned Harry Potter. However, the trio is troubled by the presence of a professor approaching them. Professor Firenze, the first Centaur instructor at Hogwarts. Professor, what brings you here? Harry seeks to diminish his visibility, prompting Ron to take the initiative in addressing Firenze. I once suggested to Professor McGonagall that I persuade the Centaurs to join the fight, should Voldemort prevail. The Acromantula or other dark magical creatures would invade the Centaurs' territory. Thus, this crisis extends beyond Hogwarts. It concerns the Centaur tribe as well. Professor McGonagall granted my request. However, she informed me today that 3 wizard students share my intentions, and I believe we can go together. Firenze gazes at the trio, particularly at the concealed Harry Potter. But, Professor, did you not fall out with the Centaur tribe? Ron hesitates, recognizing that Firenze's participation could be beneficial. The Centaurs are fiercely insular, harboring disdain for human wizards, which might not serve their cause well. The Centaur tribe may harbor their aversions, yet are you not also embarking on this journey? Moreover, this matter pertains to the very survival of the Centaur tribe, and I must go. I trust that Bane and the others will know how to choose wisely. After much contemplation, the trio ultimately concedes. They resolve to accompany Professor Firenze, offering their support in persuading the Centaur tribe. Wait, Professor Firenze, Ron, Neville, and this child. The towering Hagrid approaches them, his tattered cloth sorrowfully dabbing at his tears. Ron, it is truly heartbreaking. Harry, oh, what a pitiful child you are. As Hagrid weeps, he clumsily wipes his nose with the rag. Harry Potter feels a tingle of anxiety, yet he cannot reveal his true identity at this moment. Having spent considerable time with Hagrid, They are all aware that he is unable to keep secrets. To confide in Hagrid would mean that the entirety of Hogwarts would soon know. Contemplating this, Harry glances at Ron, who is also not one to keep secrets. Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment under Harry's gaze, instinctively diverting his eyes. However, this was merely an unconscious reaction. Ron was well aware of the gravity of the situation and had kept his thoughts to himself for quite some time. Hagrid, what brings you here? Ron inquired, not wishing to linger too long, as he was oblivious to Hagrid's reason for halting them. Hogwarts was currently besieged by the Dark Lord's followers, and escaping was no trivial matter. They could only slip away under the cover of night, clearly unable to afford any delay. Oh, I apologize. I came to see my brother. Hagrid seemed to recollect the matter at hand, ceasing his tears. Hagrid, you have a brother? Harry and the others were taken aback. Indeed, he is a giant named Grop, my brother. He resides in the Forbidden Forest, along with other giants. I wish to persuade them to cease following Voldemort, for he is exceedingly malevolent. Hagrid's demeanor brightened when speaking of his brother, but his expression darkened at the mention of Voldemort. He is truly wicked. He has killed Dumbledore and Harry's friends, who were such good people. With that, Hagrid produced his filthy handkerchief once more. Hagrid, I understand your sentiment. Please, do not weep. Ron swiftly interjected, fearing that if Hagrid continued to cry, they would be delayed indefinitely. The three wizards, along with a centaur professor and a half-giant professor, began their stealthy descent into the Forbidden Forest beneath the moonlight. Meanwhile, William and Hermione perched atop the towers of Hogwarts, gazing at the moon, which was not full. The moon, a vessel for longing, naturally reminded William of his family. Hermione leaned against William's arm as he tenderly brushed a strand of hair from her face. William, the duel is approaching. Do you think Penelope could become the Minister of Magic? Hermione nestled closer to him. That depends on her aspirations. With Lucius Malfoy stabilizing the pure-blood aristocracy, her opposition should diminish significantly. However, I suspect Penelope has little desire to assume that role, he replied. Oh, William. How do you know? Hermione teased. You seem to understand her so well. William playfully ruffled Hermione's hair. Miss Granger, don't pretend you are unaware. Since she became student council president, she has grown rather lazy. Given her current disposition, she certainly wouldn't wish to become Minister of Magic, especially right after battling Voldemort. Hermione nodded, secretly harboring similar thoughts. William, what do you aspire to do after all this? I mean, once everything is over. Didn't I mention wanting to travel? Once I grow weary of traveling, I would like to retreat for a while, and then we can embark on some research together, William dreamed aloud, envisioning the life he longed for. That sounds akin to what our parents do, Hermione reflected on her own family. Over the past few years, they had scarcely managed their dental practice, often traveling to various places with William's parents. Have you not noticed how they all seem to have grown significantly younger? William gently massaged Hermione's temples, and she relaxed. Indeed, so when shall you take me along? Perhaps we could stealthily eliminate Voldemort now and then embark on our travels. Hermione playfully pinched him, and William, somewhat exasperated, remarked, 3 years and counting. How much longer do you intend to delay, my dear Mr. Smith? Miss Granger, do not be impatient. I would indeed like to, but Dumbledore forbids it. However, it will soon come to pass, as the final Horcrux has been destroyed. Once he is eliminated, Voldemort will be utterly vanquished. Suddenly, Hermione blinked and, feeling a bit shy, inquired, Well, William, what do you truly think of me? This time, William did not jest, but pondered earnestly. Hermione did not rush him. She waited patiently. Hermione, you know, even salted fish and cabbage can be quite delightful.